it's chewy and rich, and the chowder, that water, it's not how a seafood mixture should run.
This is not going to be a good thing.
Thank you. All right, this is the Connecticut for the hot lobster roll. Okay.
Hey,
This is the Maine lobster roll. Maine lobster roll.
and the West Side should be free.
And this is the New York City lobster roll.
And the West Side should be what?
Gotcha. Already?
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Right, let's start with CT. Drawn butter. Horrible. Soaking wet bread. It's like eating a fucking wet diaper. So sorry, Connecticut, but I am moving on. Lobster's not seasoned. Lamb. Washing.
Alright, so what did you think of the meat?
Pretty piss poor, to be honest. I'm going to stop there. Tasting.
What's up?
Well, he likes Steve.
Yeah, that's all I know. That's his boy. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still upstairs. What's he doing? He's eating. He had 3 lobster rolls, 3 different kinds. He had mac and cheese. He had Bangkok.
David wants to know, is he paying for this? You should definitely give
Yeah,
him
give him a check. Yeah, that'll be fun.
After tasting the supposedly best food on the menu,
How are you?
Gordon gathers the 3 owners and head chef Bill.
Who oversees the food?
I do.
The award-winning lobster roll. Bread, soggy. Lobster bland. Do you not season salt, pepper when you bind it with mayonnaise? No. Why not?
Well, we get most of our recipes and ideas from Maine, and it's not the way it's done.
They have salt in Maine. I've lived in Maine for 3 months. I know it very well.
Chef Ramsay didn't like our lobster roll, and he said he's lived in Maine for 3 months. But if he'd lived in Maine for 3 months, he'd know that a lobster roll is exactly the way we make it.
I'm really nervous now. I've never known a chef that's not allowed to season his food. Is this man your chef or is he your puppet?
No, he's my chef.
David has this tone of being condescending and knowing it all.
How much debt have we got over the house?
$250,000? Yeah.
Who has the final say?
If one of us presents an idea, we vote on it, and we decide whether we want to go forward with it or not.
Is it hard running a business with 3 puppets?
For us, yeah.
When was the last time all 3 of you sat down?
We have not done so.
Okay. I don't feel that any of you are committed to making this work. Have we fallen out? Oh yeah, a couple of 3 times. So that's why we don't meet? Yeah. Okay. Who fell out with who? I get mad at them. Why? Because I don't think they're doing what they need to do.
And we feel exactly the same about him, of course.
Yeah.
I felt that Gordon was right about many things, but I think he jumped to conclusions and that we are not committed to Black Pearl.
I rest some of our life, 3 passionate owners, no chance. Right, he works 2 days a week. David, well, I don't trust him 1 little inch. And as for Greg, well, he's pissed off with both of them. Basically, in a nutshell, sleepy, dopey, and grumpy. Who am I?
And the West Side.
Fucking white.
Coming up, Gordon confirms that 3 is definitely a crowd.
Unfortunately, the appendix, now all 3 of you, is Brian. We don't need him. You get to go home. Yeah.
But 2 doesn't prove to be much better.
We have several brands here.
Where the fuck is it?
Why don't you call it so I know what it is?
Call it doesn't time.
And there is definitely one who stands out.
You know what I just discovered? You're so full of fucking shit, you'd make a great politician.
And later, Gordon discovers the Black Pearl's little secret.
They look Canadian lobsters to me.
Yeah, these are Canadian. You fucking amaze me. The award-winning Maine lobster roll is Canadian.
That's all coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. After a frustrating conversation with the owners, Chef Ramsay decides to take a look at how the Black Pearl operates during a dinner service, especially on a night that all 3 owners are there.
Hi, how are you? The chowder's good.
The fancy calamari
Really good, I promise.
Ordering 2 hot lobster rolls. Who's that fisk, Bill? Call me right now, David. I got a crab cake getting cold. 2 lobster rolls and a fried shrimp for beef. The shrimp rolls are already in. What happened with that? I don't have a fried shrimp fries.
Here you go.
So when you and Brian are here together on the same night, Brian takes care of the
We're never here together.
Oh, you never hear the time again.
Yeah, it was weird having David in here because he doesn't normally do that. And having someone on the sideline that knows what to do is key.
We have 1 more crab cake?
No, you sold the last one. Oh, that's it. We don't have it. rule.
Undercooked. Maybe deep fat fried it. This can't be normal. Surely it's shit.
You didn't order a fried shrimp. This one was undercooked. What?
David's lack of experience on the pass is resulting in lack of quality control.
They wanted this too well done. Zap them. Zap them. What is that? 4 fuck-ups already with them?
I think the competition amongst the 3 owners to try and prove to Chef Ramsay that they knew what they were doing. And I felt Greg kind of felt out of his element because he's normally in the kitchen.
I'll take this back and do something about the muscles. We got sand in the muscles. It's supposed to be sand in the steamers. That's why they get a fucking broth. Okay, so if people don't know what the fuck they're ordering, what are they ordering?
David's definitely a know-it-all, and he can be a little rude.
What table is that? Table 8. Thank you. Alright, you had the clam bake, and there was a problem with the mussels or the steamers? Yeah, there should be sand in those too. There often is, and that's why you have the broth to dip with it. What would you like instead of those?
Nothing. In fact, I'll just take the lobster.
Okay, he'll be right up.
I do not think that Chef Ramsay likes David, because Chef Ramsay has a bullshit detector, and David can be full of it sometimes.
What happened? Thanks, Chef. No, they're done.
Yeah, that's just like it. Jesus Christ.
That's the funniest fish and chips I've ever seen in my life, you know.
What happened?
I just smell inside there. Well, 2 seconds.
Smells alright to me. Smells stinky. What do you smell, Phil? It smells old.
Why didn't they eat it?
I don't know, Gordon.
Yeah, do you ever ask yourself that question? I don't.
I ask myself that question all the time.
I suppose you actually don't give a fuck, you know that?
I do give a fuck. You know I give a fuck.
You seem a very relaxed man with your restaurant.
What do you want me to do? I disagree. Does it smell bad to me?
I've just given a piece to your chef.
Yeah,
The piece was stinking.
it wasn't stinking.
You're blind, my friend. If you're not blind, you're fucking clueless, you know that?
Now the owner said it's not stinking, it's fragrant, fresh, and perfect. That's why he came back, right? Massage his ego.
Concerned about the quality control of the food
Yeah, show me around.
and the truthfulness of the owner, Gordon wants to do a little investigating.
They're all from Maine.
These are made from Canada.
They look Canadian lobsters to me.
Yeah, these are Canadian.
So the Canadian lobsters are always a lot cheaper. I use the Canadian lobsters for raviolis and tagliatelles and spaghetti. But they're not made lobsters.
After a disappointing dinner service comes to an end, Gordon is ready to share some of his initial observations.
Tough day today, and I'm deeply concerned. I see a ship here that is rudderless, and maybe that was the first time that all 3 of you were working inside this restaurant in a long time. Tonight's show. When was the last time you expedited?
All the time I'm back there.
You've not been back there as much as you've been back there
No,
tonight.
I've never, because it's never been that. We've never had the whole line of tickets. Ever.
David, can you stop being a slippery eel for 15 minutes in front of your team and answer the fucking truth?
Gordon, the fucking truth is that I'm back there when it's busy every fucking night that I work.
I think a lot of what Chef Ramsay's had to say about David was fairly true. I don't believe that David shows that he cares.
Okay, I've seen enough today. I've got to go and start really seriously fucking understanding, how to get a direction within this restaurant. I'll see you first thing in the morning.
Good night.
David,
Yeah.
you tell me about the passion with the Maine lobster. Were you aware that the lobsters in your fridge are Canadian?
Same water as North Atlantic waters.
You're telling me now a Canadian lobster, half the price of a Maine lobster, is the same taste and flavour? There's a big difference. I can't get Maine lobsters.
That's right. So they get.
I'm using Canadian lobsters.
That's right. That's what they do.
But I don't advertise them as Maine.
Tell me, is it a different animal?
Maine is a Canadian lobster for you.
Martis americanus, same animal, right?
Holy shit.
I'm asking you a question.
What you're trying to dictate to me is that you're selling Maine lobster. They're not from Maine.
Oh, it comes from the same thing.
Holy shit. The award-winning Maine lobster roll is Canadian.
He was wrong about the lobster issues. It pissed me off. I thought that was a bit unfair for him to take that stand, and especially since he was incorrect about it.
I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
That was fun.
It's a new day, and Gordon has organized a staff meeting.
How are we? Good?
A rarity here at Black Pearl, as there have not been any meetings in the last 7 months.
Okay. Quick exercise. So, I want to find out how you feel. Write anonymous question. When you write, make sure you put the name you want the question to at the top of it. Fold it up, put it straight in the top. Okay. Greg, how come you waffle with your answers?
Basically, I try to keep everybody happy because otherwise I wouldn't have a staff. And that's why I sometimes waffle and go back and forth.
But if you had a little bit stricter philosophy,
Yeah, I could definitely be strict. Oh, yeah, I could definitely be strict.
Thanks for being honest. Okay. David, why haven't we got aprons?
They know where the aprons are, they just don't choose to wear them.
but why can't you say it's policy to be in an apron?
Yeah, it's policy for you not to have a drink here after your shift, but you often do.
Why can't you ask my question without a question?
I did answer your question.
That is quintessential David. He'll answer you with a question. So to communicate with him can be very frustrating.
Hey, show the girl some respect, will you? You're great at beating around the bush, you know that? In front of everybody, why can't you answer the fucking question?
I thought I did answer the question.
Rather than trying to be such a smart ass and answer
But I
another
did
question.
answer the question.
Do you know what I've just discovered? You're so full of fucking shit, you'd make a great politician, you know that?
David has the biggest ego. He's very stubborn. And obviously you're not doing everything correct. So get over yourself and allow somebody to help you.
Incredible. I'm fucking surprised you've got anybody working for you. For the last half hour, you all look so cool as if you don't give a fuck. It's disgusting. And finally, to all three owners, why don't we have one general manager? What are they crying out for? Greg,
Crying out for direction. I need a rudder.
Make it one of the three. Why can't it be just one of the three owners?
thank you. Absolutely critical. One voice, one direction. So who's committed?
I believe I'm capable of doing it, but now I have to follow through and do it. I think Brian and David will get on board.
I'm gonna get some pressure. See you next time.
As the owners were contemplating which one of them should be the hands-on manager, Chef Ramsay decided to generate some excitement for tonight's dinner service by adding a new special.
Yep. Right, time for a new beginning. Okay. The secret of this dish is lobster béarnaise. Lobster you're gonna eat first. Underneath is breadcrumbs, potatoes, and a hint of rosemary. First off, the membrane on the inside of the lobster, out. We serve this one, open and out. Okay, done. And our potatoes. Okay, get those potatoes nice and crispy. Yeah. Put our breadcrumbs in there. 2/3 potato, 1/3 breadcrumb. Okay, now they're starting to colour. Okay, good. Out. And lightly fried. Okay, line the shell with that. Now, I want to see it ooze lobster. Okay, on, and then you go with that sauce. Absolutely delicious. And then in the salamander. Okay.
This is an absolute pleasure having you here and showing us things. Learn a lot.
Lobster. I would pay $40 for that. Yes? Right, get some forks in, let's have a little taste. A little bit of pecorino, lightly over the top.
Delicious.
I'm not blowing smoke in my ass, but that was fucking delicious.
It's great.
I'm not very good, I'm not gonna fuck. Long day today. I want to to try something for tonight. So here's what I'm going to do. I want you to run in the place for an hour. Okay? You expedite, and then you switch. I want to see one person step up to the mark and take control of the ship. Unfortunately, the appendix, now all three of you, is Brian. We don't need him. He's a nice guy and all that, but nice guys don't run restaurants. Okay? All right. Thank you.
David's going to be expediting for the first hour. Then we're going to switch back.
If I had the choice of Greg or David, I would definitely prefer Greg because I think he's a really nice person and great to work with.
So, you get to go home. Really? Yeah? Okay. All right.
Am I out of here?
Do you mind?
I don't. I mean,
You don't mind. That's great.
is it all right?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Don't take it personally. You have a relaxing evening.
All right.
Excellent.
I felt a little uncomfortable being pulled from my own restaurant, but I get to go home.
Much longer. Open. You ready, guy? Okay.
Hi there. Welcome to Black Pearl.
Right, this one.
All right, you guys enjoy.
Ready to rock. Thank you very much.
And roll.
The specials for today are on the front
Shout
flap.
out to one guy with tomorrow every day says what is it? Every day.
With the béarnaise sauce on top of that. It's delicious. I have to say.
He is like a
Could you bring me a diet soda?
crowd consultant, but also about the movie.
Here, let me get that out of your way. Put down these ones. These ones out of the way. Okay.
John.
Don't just put the clubs at the end, because then it won't have the mixture.
No, he's a nice guy though. Yeah.
Thank you. Take care now. Good to meet you.
What's his name?
So I have 2 fish and chips, table 36.
I thought I ripped your fucking heart out.
What? When David's expediting orders, sometimes I'm a little nervous about going into the kitchen to ask about my tables because he'll just bite back at you. I fired this one, so
Yeah, but no, that's why it's over there.
talk to me like I'm a real person, not like I'm an idiot.
How about what if you
David, I
fight
just want to
like
remind
the
you
rest
of this one I wrote for Gluten Free.
I got it. We're all set. We have several brands here.
Oh my God.
Keep an eye. I'm gonna go switch with Greg. Switch.
Okay.
What if it did the same
Right,
shit?
we're halfway through service, and Greg's on the hot plate now. I can't wait to see what happens. But personally, once a waffler, always a waffler.
That's
Find
okay.
out.
Who's doing it?
Uncle Bangkok, thank you.
You have to.
I can't find it. Bangkok.
Hang on.
Coming or going?
Shawnee.
Coming here.
Fine. David sometimes can patronize the customers a little bit.
Jackson 5.
I'd
Oh,
rather
yeah.
have someone that's going to be cordial about it than some asshole that's going to patronize everybody.
Jackson 5. Whistle, baby.
Just waiting for a roast fillet of
Talk to
fish.
you guys.
That's what I'm trying to say. You just sat there, fucking going soggy standards, yeah?
Let's start to talk to me too. I'm down here.
It's a point, Malbec and a Malasmita, and they said they already had it.
They did.
They did, then why am I doing it again? 35?
I have no clue.
You can use
Greg, we've got food backed up now. How slow it depends.
Which tables don't like it?
Well, it was my table 8 is
Don't want it.
Did they fire it? Okay, fire it. You're waiting.
Who
They already
to
had
start?
the license. Mussels, big garlic, lobster.
We'll usually slower on the hot plate with Greg at the helm than when David is there.
Yes, it does. It's going to be a little bit slower with it.
Right.
Greg, I feel, is trying his best.
Hey, the fish. No?
Jesus Christ, where the hell did that go?
Why don't you call it so I know what it is?
What are you waiting for, Don?
Oysters.
Oh, they're coming. Amy. Where the hell did it go?
I don't have lobster bisque. Come on, get it together, man.
Making another two.
Fucking getting very fucking tired. Getting very fucking tired of that shit.
Just when things seemed completely out of control,
I don't have lobster bisque.
Where the hell did that go?
Getting very fucking tired of that shit.
Greg settled things down in the kitchen
Put the old girl on the plate and get her out of here. All right. Thank you, sir. 86 it.
and managed to get the final few plates out.
That's it. Start cleaning it up. Breaking it up.
Before Gordon can turn Black Girl around, he needs to find one managing owner. So
three owners to direct and to run this place completely. Who would it be? Write it down for me. Okay, first person, David. Second vote, Greg. Third vote, Greg. Fourth vote, Greg. Finally, Greg. This is pretty significant. You know that, guys. How do you feel, Greg, if you were to run this place?
I'd run it the way I think it should be run. I would do a lot more with the staff, and I wouldn't have to justify myself all the time.
All three of you have fragmented this business. David, isn't it best that we listen to the team for that cry of help rather than having to massage your own egos? I think Greg would be a perfect general manager.
David is full of shit. I've heard him say many times that Greg has no idea what he's doing in a restaurant. So it will be very interesting.
I'd definitely like to give it a shot. Sure.
Thank you all for being honest. Thank you. Well, one thing's clear, that the staff want Greg to run this place. Even David wants Greg to run it, so that's good news. But I'm not 100% certain that Greg has the balls to run this place properly on the back of tonight's performance. But what I can tell you is the business does not need Brian.
In the city that never sleeps, Chef Ramsay's team worked all through the night to transform the Black Pearl into a Manhattan hotspot.
Right, good morning.
Morning.
Ready? Let's go. Everything is uniform.
Wow.
Much better.
We haven't got 3 different sections with 3 different colours. It's not a mix and match.
Oh, they're so cute.
It's vibrant, classic and inviting like it should be.
Oh, this is so nice. I love the lobster.
It gives us a great boost. This is a real good shot at getting this thing up and moving the way it needs to be.
David, what do you think?
Column should be yellow.
Everything should be organised. It's another way to do it. David, please don't touch it.
Does it blow me away now?
I've got something to explain over here, something quite exciting. It was donated by the Marine Ecological Habitat. Now, I promise you, you'll never find another machine anywhere like this in New York. And David, I promise you now, between you and I, this is from May. Of course, if they catch it, they eat it. Yes?
I think it's terrific.
Oh, got it.
We're going to have all sorts of people coming in there trying to get a lobster out of that. And people will be attracted to it.
You are mine.
And it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
As the staff enjoyed the new interior, Chef Ramsay got set to reveal another change.
It looks great. Happy, everybody? Yes. Now, we have to market this place. And I can't do it without the help of our special guest. That's right. How you doing, buddy? Manhattan's favourite lobster. Right. We're going to hit Times Square and get some noise on that. We're going to hand out flyers. We're going to hand out T-shirts. We're going to shout it out. Okay, Louis Lobster. I'll see you in Times Square in 5 minutes. Yes. Get going, buddy. Yes. And Louis, if you fuck up, you're going in the tank. Okay.
Please come visit us tonight.
Being in Times Square with Chef Gordon Ramsay and all those people is a terrific idea.
Have a great day. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll be at your restaurant tonight.
This New York, the word spreads fast, so I think people will be rolling in tonight.
Come visit us in the Black Pearl tonight.
Going to Times Square with a lobster guy and where all the tourists are and tell them to come down to your restaurant. I think we're not going to see any effect. I'd be really surprised.
Only hours before the doors open for relaunch, Chef Ramsay wants to get everyone up to speed on the new menu.
Okay, start off from the top. We'll go through each and every dish and then we'll have a little taste after, okay? Okay, good. Right, 2 chowders, yes? Manhattan Club chowder, New England. clam chowder, yeah? The lobster roll, black pearl special, and it's going to be toasted on the inside as well, okay? So it doesn't go soggy. And then we go to the Boston cream pie and a waffle sundae. It's fresh, it's vibrant, standards can be set tonight, and the kitchen's going to be properly run. Okay, good. Want to get changed? Get some knife and forks, start tasting.
Ceviche, majorly trendy.
You taste the ceviche?
So good.
Not very good. I don't like it.
Really?
Those scallops were so good. Oh my god, this looks like heaven.
I like that shrimp thing, yes. That's amazing.
That's good too.
What kind of fish is this? Codfish? I don't really like this.
Coming up,
Sweet and great coleslaw.
David continues his tirade against Gordon.
That's ridiculous.
And
Greg, you're now running this place.
our puppet dictator, Greg tries to handle the restaurant on his own.
Oh my god.
Do Brian and David help out?
Service sucks here. Gotta go.
And has Gordon
This is real for me.
finally been pushed too far?
Fuck you, Gordon. You're ungrateful. So what? You're soulless. Want to disrespect me? I can disrespect you too.
You're not going to believe what happened.
You're wrong. The great Gordon Ramsay is wrong.
This is all coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. With relaunch night upon us, Gordon gathers the owners to implement his biggest change.
When you think back to the beginning of the week, it's been a bit sort of tempestuous, but we did come to consensus on who should be running this restaurant. This is a document basically outlining that all three of you are happy for Greg to be running this black belt. Can you just read it out for me?
We the partners, David Leonard, Greg Ryan, and Brian Woods, agreed to name Greg Ryan as the managing partner of the Black Pro, at which time decisions involving bigger issues arise. Greg must call a meeting to present the proposed changes to all of the owners. The majority rule will determine whether or not the proposed changes should be made.
Okay. Who would like to sign first?
My name's first. I'll sign first.
I don't know if I have more faith in Greg.
So if Greg succeeds, that'll be great.
Wonderful.
There you go.
So you're now running this place.
I am.
Yeah, good. David, right. Tonight, you're coming as guests.
Oh, great.
6:30, tables booked. I'll see you later.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Now get the fuck out of here.
I definitely feel that I'm in control now, and that I'm going to run the business the way I think the business needs to be run. All right, guys, we're going to have a big night tonight. We have a beautiful new restaurant. We have a wonderful new menu, and we're going to have a lot of people in tonight. That's the best thing that can happen here anyway. And so please, everybody, have a great time. Do a good job. And we're going to be great. Okay? Thank you.
Are you five?
I just read it.
I'll be lobster with lobster béarnaise. Alrighty.
Make sure the waiters get the customers up to have a little go at pulling the lobsters out.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And then we'll you have yes.
Make sure we get the customers up to play Lobsterama.
We are encouraging customers to try more lobster because if you catch one, we season it for you and it's free.
Here we go.
First course, New England clam chowder, field greens, and tuna ceviche.
And this is Greg's chance now. Never for the mark and prove to him and his two partners that he's capable of running this business. We're going to flip tables, we're going to be in a lot of pressure, and more importantly, the kitchen has the menu streamlined, they can push out quickly. Only time will tell.
Grilled swordfish and a burger, and both medium and medium rare sources.
What did I say? Where'd it go?
Gordon, introduce you to my closest friends in the world.
Are you somebody with this one?
Yes. Gordon, I'm a guest.
Sorry, excuse me, yes. Well, come in, come out the cold, please.
Yeah, hostess over here, please.
As customers roll in, the kitchen is about to be slammed with orders, and Greg and his kitchen staff are about to face their first big test.
The chicken slider at Bernays and 2 fries.
Also, another fish soup, another burger medium. You're killing me, chef. You're killing me.
Those things are terrible. Fish and pan.
3 chickens, 4 sword. Thank you.
Table 1 with stuffed salad. They got the
What
combo.
table?
Table 1.
So what do they want?
Instead of fries, she wanted salad.
I first saw the tank part, and I said, "We got us a fucking lobster tank. It's the only one in New York. What does that tell you?" We do. Anything?
Gotta go.
On table 27, I put in the pearls and appetizer, and they did not fire their entrees yet, and they're getting their entrees.
Shit. Come on, hold on. B3, right here. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Service sucks here. Kitchen must be fucking better.
I got grilled swordfish, 2 soups, 2 seafood casseroles.
I can't cook for 2 people with all in order.
I don't give a shit. Just make it.
I'll take this back, and I'll see what we can do about that, alright? 34 said he got a New England clam chowder.
Give me a break. I need a Manhattan clam. I need a New England clam chowder now.
Tonight has been like a clusterfuck again. The kitchen got backed up. It took forever for all of our food to come out.
Come on, Greg. We've got to run it. We're falling behind in there. Come on.
It's ridiculous.
That lobster salad can sit down there for fucking 20 minutes. What's going on?
You're supposed to come out with this table right here.
The coleslaw, very different from ours.
We had a great coleslaw.
Great coleslaw. We can go back on that. That's ridiculous.
Greg, it's only 33 for the fish and chips.
I did not tell you 33. I didn't tell you anything.
Oh, my God.
You got a pen? I got to write this down. Note to Greg, our puppet dictator.
So she wants a salad. Give her a salad. That's all. Just tell me that. Where'd he go? What do you need? Fuck. What does she want this medium? Where the fuck is it? You gotta call it so I know what it is. I'm calling it a dozen times. I got grilled swordfish, 2 soups, a sirloin burger, 2 lobster rolls. How many times can I call it? All right, I need table 20. I need table 1. I need table 9. I got shifting phone.
It's been a chaotic evening,
Right there. It's going out the door right now.
and the kitchen has been on the brink of disaster.
Come on, you guys, you gotta see the kitchen too. I can't do it all for you. Right?
But Greg has not given up,
Get them organized.
and neither has his staff.
I need 3 of these right off the bat. Just stack them up there. Go to 36. I'll be back. Hey, this is blueberry crumble pizza. Okay.
Everyone really likes the food, even though it's taken a while to get there.
Without having David or Brian around, it was actually all right. It was pretty good. The staff worked very well together, and so that made me feel good all night long.
The lobster was really good. Yeah, I have about 4 more balls.
All right. Got 1 ticket left.
Greg's doing really good. He's making decisions like right and left, and that's a big change. High five, guys. I just can't wait to see what's going to happen 2-3 months from now after Chef Ramsay is left.
After a tough relaunch dinner, Gordon gathers David, Brian, and Greg to give his final words of advice.
Tonight, you stood on that hot plate and you busted your ass off all night long. Mate, you've got a big heart. Fuck me if you've got passion. Thank you. But whilst you've got the hunger and the passion, I don't think your 2 partners actually give a damn. You are an honest individual. You're here 2 days a week. But you don't put the effort in. You amaze me. Because all week long, face to face, you fucking pretend to care. Oh, fuck, Gordon, come on. You don't give 2 fucks about this place.
Really?
You're not passionate about running a restaurant.
Really?
You're just abusing it and using it.
What did I do?
I've never met an individual that's so full of shit in all my life.
How have I been lying to you, Gordy? How? Tell me.
Gordon.
Yeah, how? You want to disrespect me? I can disrespect you too. Tell me how. Tell me how
I'm
I've been
not
lying.
disrespecting you. I'm telling you the
No,
truth.
you're disrespecting me because you don't know the truth.
You're just massaging your fucking ego. Gordon, bullshit. What do you mean bullshit? Not true. From the first minute you walked in this fucking door, standing there with your big long coat and your fucking sunglasses, looking like proud cock. That was it. First impressions. Then you start debating lobsters because you think you're some smart ass on the back of a few fucking shit dive books. Are you aware that the lobsters in your fridge are Canadian?
Martus Americanus, same animal, right?
Humanus Americanus, my arseholes. Hey, with 21 restaurants under my belt, I work my fucking arsehole.
So what?
I never take anything for granted.
Fascinating, Gordon.
You treat the staff like shit. You amaze me.
Never do that. Excuse me?
Cat, it's policy for you not to have a drink here after your shift, but you often do.
Never. You can't even be honest with yourself, let alone me. Mate, you've been exposed. Oh, yeah,
You're a hypocrite.
is that right? Absolutely. Yeah. For you, it's about a fucking TV show. This, man, is about a restaurant. Fuck the TV, David. I mean, fuck it. This is real for me. And for you, it's an image.
I disagree with almost everything you said.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you disagree? Because you're wrong.
Great Gordon Ramsay is wrong.
You're a sad fuck. My advice is for him to get his partners, get your money out, yeah, and disappear.
All right, well, my advice would be for you to disappear, and the sooner the better.
You don't get it, do you?
Fuck you, Gordon. Of course I get it.
This person has every chance of succeeding, but not while you are in it. Because you're not passionate. You're soulless.
Say what you like. Let me get out of here.
You're ungrateful. Do you know what really hurts? The amount of effort that's gone into it.
Despite what a prick you've been to me, I'm still grateful that you were here. I love what you've done. I think that the menu is brilliant.
You like it? I don't like it. I don't really like the shrimp, you know. It's what happens when I'm gone.
We had a great coleslaw. Come on, great coleslaw. We can go back on that. That's ridiculous.
The minute I'm out that door, you'll slip back into the old
I'll tell you
lazy
what.
ways.
Why don't you come back in? And, you know, I'm sure you will. See how it goes.
Yeah. Time will tell.
I guess it will. Thanks again.
Good night.
Goodbye.
It was tough. I mean, really tough. And personally, I've got mixed feelings about this week because I so want this to succeed for Greg because he's got the determination and guts to make it work. But on the other hand, David, well, I think he's just opened a restaurant because he wants to make a quick buck. And that is not the reason to open a restaurant. That man has no passion. Tough.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares.
Here he is.
To America's heartland.
That's
Makes me want to cry.
To say this greasy spoon. Don't give up on the shit. And you'll need all the
a once vibrant business by a director. Okay, boom, 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 boom.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares. Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares.
The problem here is the food sucks.
Chef Ramsay heads to the heart of America.
The heart of America.
South Bend, Indiana.
That looks like it closed down 10 years ago.
And find some unforgivable food.
Looks like
Which
a
we
fucking
closed down 10
wasteland.
years ago. Welcome.
In need of extraordinary
Table
help.
for
Gracious
one.
God, we ask you to bless this food. Amen.
But Gordon's going to need more than a prayer to turn this restaurant around.
It's an insult to fast food. It just makes me want to cry.
Two of the owners are barely there.
Rick, you're not here.
You can't blame this on
Yeah, you're never here.
The third is running it into the ground.
What's wrong with the business?
John.
I've lost the passion.
Oh my God.
And an angry staff is caught in the middle.
You're killing this man over here saying that he's not good at anything. Don't blame everything on him.
Can Gordon unite the owners and resurrect Jay Williams?
I'm not going to do anything.
Don't give up on the shit.
We're going to end up homeless. And it's all because of Jay Williams.
That's coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. South Bend, Indiana, a middle-class town made famous by the University of Notre Dame. Just a few miles down the road is Jay Willie's restaurant, owned by husband and wife Rick and Trisha and their friend John William.
We're having a great day at Jay Willie's. This is Richard speaking. How may I help you?
I love that. Everybody's got to answer their phones like that. It's a great day in Israel.
This may break money. Yo, let's make money, man. Come on.
Really? Yeah. Why? I swear to God, if anybody fucking sees this, if you're not answering that fucking phone, it's a great day in Israel. Fuck you.
Who knows what's going to happen tonight?
We assume that John will be able to uphold the service standards and the food quality that we have, and it will continue to make money.
I can do it.
And John has run us into the ground.
John has just let things go.
I certainly got off kilter.
He needs to step up. He's got to be the spark. He's got to be the fire. You can't just be back there. Thinking and contemplating what he's supposed to do. He's got to do it.
It's really been tough. Since we were struggling and we weren't really bringing in the cash, we don't have a chef in the kitchen.
I'm just here to serve what he wants me to serve and get it out as fast as possible.
I got an order up.
Get a lot of complaints about the quality of the food here.
And that was just a frozen patty.
I'd rather have a little steak.
That was really gross.
It's not much fun working in a restaurant when all you have to experiment with is canned beans and enchilada sauce out of a jar.
The standards have declined so far that I'm not even sure we can revive it.
I don't think we'll come back unless something's fixed.
Sales have just pretty much flatlined.
You know, this sucks. This is tough.
Here you go, kids.
This place is so depressing. It's hard to even talk about it because it just makes me want to cry.
Yeah, I think it's gonna work.
Now it's just slipped into complete failure.
Once it closes, all the money I put in, everything, my inheritance, everything, it's gone.
If we don't make that $22,000 a week, then we're cooked. We've cashed in our 401ks. We have no savings, and there's nothing left. So, if this doesn't work, we will no longer be here. We're going to end up homeless, and it's all because of Jay Willie's. But it's just, that's it.
Jay Willie's Bar and Grill, that's fine, but that's that ghastly sign at the bottom. Whenever a sign's flashing, it means desperation. The outside building, well, that looks like it closed down 10 years ago. Let's hope inside is much better.
This is the nicest thing on the street.
Rick, good to see you. Gordon, David, David, nice to see you. First of all, look for that ghastly sign up outside, the one with the flashing lights.
I believe our owner, John.
John here.
Yes, he is.
I can't wait to meet him.
Very embarrassed to have Gordon Ramsay coming here. He's a world-renowned chef. We're not even close to being up to a decent standard.
Chef Ramsay, John William.
John, owner, you are Jay Willie.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Take a seat. Chef, this is my wife. And first name, sorry?
Trisha?
Trisha, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
So, Trisha and Rick.
Yes, we're together.
And John is your partner. So I'm going to have a good look at the menu and look forward to catching up with all three of you.
Really nervous about what he might order because there's quite a few items on the menu. I know he's not going to like the pictures in there.
Always nervous when this menu with ghastly pictures.
Did you need a few more moments?
Do you know what? I'm going to order the loaded potato pizza. Yeah, let's go for the famous ribs. I'll go for this pork cheese boat.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Say a little prayer. Trust me, I already said a prayer today.
Okay, here's the order.
Is that Ramsay?
Yes, sir.
I'm just hoping Gordon Ramsay isn't too hard on me because this type of food wasn't my idea.
Fryer is ready to go.
God is grim in here. Sad and grim. And I can't think that looks like it's got 1,000 buffaloes walking all over it. Oh, shit.
I now have loaded baked potato pizza.
Lovely. Take it. Holy mackerel. That's the strangest pizza I've ever seen.
Oh, that's
Last,
we're known for that.
my beloved father to bless my food. Gentlemen, can I have a quick favour? Yes.
I know.
Would you mind just blessing my food? Yeah, sure. Yeah. If you'd be so kind.
Absolutely. Well, good gracious God, we ask you bless this food, bless Chef Gordon as he is about to receive it, that it be nourishing. We ask this in Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Fingers crossed. God. God. Makes it well, man.
That is a ranch sauce.
So they put a ranch dressing on the pizza.
Yes.
It's almost like sort of wallpaper paste. So the pizza sucks. I didn't say that right.
John, your pizza has bombed.
To be honest, I tasted the pizza and it tasted good. I didn't see what he was talking about. The ribs gonna be right, huh?
What do you think?
Yep. Perfect ribs.
Finally, the ribs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was hoping, maybe, just maybe, he'd like the ribs. Chef, you doing all right here? Who's responsible for the sauce? Chef's recipe? It's generic sauce. It's a shame because it just destroys the flavor. They are embarrassing. You got cabbage in there, a mouthful of fat, grease on the outside. That's not even trimmed. Sad. I agree. I'm very nervous. A bit like the restaurant. Sad. Dude, we're serving them untrimmed, man.
What do you want to trim up?
The fat.
All ribs have fat on them.
John doesn't get it. He is ordering inferior rib. He's trying to cut corners. Just so frustrated that I feel like banging my head against the wall.
Crunch heads.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Processed cheese that just like glue. Pulled pork sandwich. Yeah, that's pulled straight out of the bin. Sweet, taste of nothing, and absolutely ghastly. Oh dear. Yeah, the pulled pork sandwich. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Forgive me, Father, but they have sinned, and I, out of respect for you guys, you're not going to eat that, okay? I don't want to go straight to hell. Oh, man. Forgive me, they have sinned.
After saving the priests from an ungodly meal,
Dear, oh dear.
Gordon's anxious to meet the creative minds responsible for the food.
Jeff, Gordon, are you the chef?
We don't really have a chef.
How can we not have a chef?
The recipes don't really change. Everything's prepared the same way.
You seem to sound proud of that.
The menu is designed to cut a lot of the labor out.
Got a lot of labor out and serve shit. I'm finally glad that I have somebody who agrees with me as far as the standards on the. John doesn't listen to me. Hopefully he'll listen to Gordon. I think of Midwest cuisine, you think of the excitement in terms of, a lovely braised rib, a fantastic sauce. The sauce was pathetic.
We sell a lot of them.
Is that an excuse to serve shit because you sell a lot of them? Are you that lazy? Or you sell them so fuck it, who cares? Sorry, that attitude stinks. Can we have a chat as owners? Yes, somewhere? Yeah, together? Right now? John, ready?
Well, that went about as I expected.
Dissatisfied with the answers found in the kitchen, Gordon takes the owners aside, hoping to determine the root of the problem.
What's wrong with the business?
John. John has to be the leader here. He's not taking any ownership. And there's none.
I try. But without any money, the passion is tough when you're going downhill.
How much you waiting for? It's like the door tomorrow. Million, two. So you're on your own.
It's the first and only house I've ever owned.
Yeah, we've never owned a house before.
So you
You
got
can't have kids.
1,
It's
2,
because they
3,
babysitting
5,
two restaurants.
Deserves to have kids too.
My wife would love to have a child. She deserves it. We can't do it because of Jay Willis.
Jay Willis is the best. It's got to be a religion.
I mean, I
Part
just
of a
feel so
religion.
bad because I can't.
What, sir? Is it? It is technically. It's arguable. Yeah, it's on the east side of the river. And it's on the west side. It's a matter of feet.
Gordon is hoping tonight's dinner service will give him some more answers as to why this restaurant is failing.
Hi there. Welcome to Jay Willie's. How you folks doing today?
Welcome to the west side. Home of the west side.
Potato skins, sure. I'm thinking the fish sandwich.
Oh, got a 16-inch pizza.
What's that for? It's special pizza. That's frozen dough, ranch dressing, and then what are these fish meat pellets? What are they? Free frozen sausage. That's the saddest excuse I've ever seen for a pizza in my life.
There's no doubt I've cut some corners. Some of the items are frozen, and that's just from a cost point of view.
What's that there? Cooked chicken. It's like cat food in here.
Well, let's get it fully cooked. It's really hard when you're trying to stay open.
And what's in here? The baked potatoes. Do I clean them before they go in? You're supposed to. My God. That's
I need to put them in the oven.
Everything's easy. God bless Middle America.
The quality of the food is just not there. I wouldn't feed it to my dog. It's embarrassing. It really is.
Buy it, defrost it, fry it, send it. You can't call yourself a restaurant. No wonder no one's coming back.
Jay Willis is doing bad because John is not upholding the standards.
Okay, thank you.
The things that I see in this restaurant, it's like he accepts it all and then rolled over and done.
I did three things. So you sent your fish back. Yes, I did.
What is that? Fish sandwich.
I like it.
Frozen. Frozen back.
My whole sandwich is like all bad. I want something I'm gonna eat.
What have we got here? Oh. What's wrong with that?
She doesn't like it.
She doesn't like it. Looks like a dog for dinner. What is that? Oh my God. That is a shock. I'm absolutely devastated. I mean, they're cutting corners but all the wrong places, and John's clueless. Nobody responsible for the kitchen, but overall, it's an insult to fast food. It's a fucking disgrace. Why the rest of us?
These are too mushy. These are too cold. Good.
Early. So much food coming back.
They're not eating.
I don't know what to say. Food just put in the process line, more food coming back that's been sent out. I mean, it's almost like you guys are just, giving up. I'm standing here with my jaw on the floor.
This was definitely humiliating, eye-opening, embarrassing.
Gordon Ramsay's appearance at the restaurant may have brought in some extra customers,
We're not eating. We're gonna eat something else.
but unfortunately the food has scared many of them away.
Jay Willis is doing bad because John's killing off the business. That's the bottom line.
After a miserable dinner service, Gordon decides that he needs to meet with not only the owners, but with the entire staff.
We have some serious issues back there. I wanted you all together to get an idea of how you felt. And how does it make you feel when you serve that food? Embarrassing. I'm amazed you guys put up with it.
It's getting harder and harder every day because the paychecks keep getting slimmer and slimmer.
And our sales are dropping like a rock because of John's inability to make anything happen.
Rick, you're not here. You're killing this man over here saying that he's not good at anything.
He wouldn't be here if this restaurant wasn't dying. So you can't blame this on me.
I'm not blaming it all on you. There's stuff everywhere. I'm saying don't blame everything on him. Yeah, you're never here.
I cannot come down here and run this restaurant. We live 3.5 hours away. John has to come from John.
The point is, you're just not helping the business and you're blaming John for it. It's wrong. He's here every day. He goes through it. You know, this is our business too. I have mouths at home to feed.
Nail me to the cross.
Rick's ridiculous. I really just want to punch Rick sometimes.
To be honest, this whole issue is not what the problem is with this restaurant.
The problem here, whether we all like it or not, is the food sucks. And it's not fresh, and even frozen food is handled badly. All three of you should be ashamed to stand there and allow it to go on. Is it time to get somebody else to run it? I mean, you know, have you had enough?
I believe it's still in me. I just need somebody's help. I need somebody to cover my back.
All three of you need to wake up, and wake up quickly. Coming up, we're sat here wondering why the business is on its arse.
Gordon uncovers more problems at J. Willings,
I wanted to hide my face so people wouldn't associate me with such crap.
forcing the owners to take drastic action.
Unbelievable.
Is the staff in this restaurant so clueless
And I don't know what to do.
that it may be impossible for Gordon Ramsay to turn them around?
I'm not going to do anything until you're ready to commit.
Don't give up, Papa shit.
Up next on Kitchen Nightmares. After the staff meeting, Gordon takes a peek into the kitchen storage
What's that there?
and uncovers the unthinkable.
This is basic hygiene. It doesn't get drained, blood. It's sat out in the warm kitchen. It's not even cold. John, there's more.
When Chef Gordon pulled those potato skins out, I knew that he had found something that I wasn't going to like.
So hold on a minute. That's going to be deep fried tomorrow. That's really going to make it taste better, right? It tastes a rotten. And we're sat here wondering why the business is on its arse. Starts at the top, John. It's all responsibility. No wonder you've given up.
I've been in denial and I've lowered my standards, and it takes somebody like the Gordon Ramsay to come in and wake you up.
Rotten tomatoes. Soft, rotten. Rotten peppers. The whole box is rotten.
I wanted to crawl under the table and hide my face so people wouldn't associate me with such crap.
If you seriously are honest with yourself that you are starting again, then we start again. Well, we'll do whatever it takes. I'd be fucking ashamed. Chef, I'm embarrassed. Where do I start with the problems in this restaurant? The staff have got their issues, but that's irrelevant. The big problem is the food, and the quicker they all get up to speed with how shit the food is, the better, because that is embarrassing. John,
Yeah. You gonna finish all this crap? Chef Ramsay gave us a challenge to see if we're committed to changing this food and making it better.
it's a fresh start for everybody, everything, right?
Oh my God, are they taking all the food out? Yeah. I guess we start tomorrow.
I was absolutely ecstatic that he was throwing everything away. It's been a huge complaint for a long time.
How do you feel for all that waste? You like the virgin?
I have to now.
It's good. Let it go. Just let it go.
It's a huge amount of food that we threw away this evening.
John, does it feel good? Yeah?
We're starting fresh, and that means getting rid of everything.
When I finally saw John throwing out food that he would have otherwise saved, I knew that we were taking the first step to make progress. Okay, this is a fresh start to a fresh day.
After the owners took it upon themselves to clean out their restaurant, this morning, Gordon is looking for the owners to bare their souls.
Good morning. How are we?
Good.
Tough day yesterday.
Real tough.
Cleaned out the restaurant, cleaned out the kitchen, and I'd like to think we started a new chapter. I want to chat with you. I want to clean out our conscience. Red, go first, yeah? Let's go. Okay. Clearing your conscience is about reaching inside and being honest with yourself. Yeah. I think it's fair. It's what?
My fate rests in John's hands, and that really scares me.
I want this to work desperately. I just haven't got much to work with. That's what I'm struggling with.
Most people face the pressure of the problems I have give up, and I refuse to do that. I'll fight till the last dog dies.
I like your determination, man.
I appreciate it, Chef.
Who'd you turn to?
I don't have anybody to voice my concerns, so it's been tough. Everything's pretty much inside.
That's not easy. Truthfully, I'm just struggling to find an internal flame. Have you got it? Because I don't feel it.
With support, I've got it inside. It's there. What I saw last night was huge. What I felt last night was huge. And what I feel this morning, I'm ready to go.
Full simulation. Trish, what do you want to see happen?
I want John to be J. Willie. If I could take half a rig and put it in John's body, I think things would be a little bit better. He'd have more of enthusiasm, a little bit more passion. He's just lacking in that.
Thank you, Trisha.
Thanks.
Having gained a deeper understanding of the owner's situation, Gordon is ready to start implementing his plan, beginning in the place that needs it the most.
Come through.
The kitchen.
Look at all that ingredients. What's that for?
Barbecue sauce.
Excellent. Barbecue sauce. First off, garlic, ketchup, chili, ground coffee, soy sauce, spice. First off, olive oil. Yeah, quite generous on the olive oil. That gives the shine on the sauce. Yeah,
It was an absolutely amazing experience working with Gordon Ramsay.
nicely caramelized.
I'm just in utter awe of his ability as a chef.
And then molasses. That gives it its barbecue flavor. Okay, that is a barbecue sauce. We're serving fresh homemade barbecue sauce tonight.
In addition to the new J. Willie's signature barbecue sauce, Gordon introduces a new hamburger special that J. Willie's has never offered before, one made with fresh ingredients.
Homemade burger, served with a homemade barbecue sauce, and fresh cut homemade fries. Are you ready?
Yes.
As customers arrive,
Just follow me.
the kitchen prepares the new burger specials,
We're serving real food tonight.
and everyone seems eager to make tonight's service a success.
We have a homemade fresh ground beef burger. I am gonna have a burger.
Yes, thank you. Got your ticket. Go ahead and get those fries coming. 4 orders.
You can do it. Tonight, prove it, yes?
It's a half hour into dinner service,
Kobe's are done.
and the new burger specials are flying out of the kitchen.
It's really fresh, isn't it? That barbecue sauce smells good.
It's incredible in there. The difference in the energy is extraordinary. And it just goes to prove one simple thing on the menu. Freshly made, homemade, sounds like hotcakes.
Oh boy. Walking in, we got 3 chef specials going. Well done.
The tickets kept coming in, and I got real nervous. I could barely read the tickets.
Medium wells and a medium. Make that 2 well done, 5 mid wells. I thought you said 2 mediums. Make it a medium well. Dude, I need you to tell me what I have, dude, because now I'm all fucked up. I was frustrated. I wanted to throw stuff. I wasn't okay with the organization at all. Fuck, dude, I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking up burgers. You said burger, you gave me that well done. No, it was, you said mid well. That's done, dude. All right, got order up.
Despite the confusion over the burgers,
Burger.
they are rushed out to the dining room.
A new burger?
And the customers are in for an unpleasant surprise.
Is it pink?
That's why.
How many burgers we got left?
1 more burger.
Okay, Christian. 86 burger, yes?
Yes, sir.
Stop. All right, yes?
Yeah.
Make sure we know it's David, please.
Yes, sir.
Chris, I need 2 recooks, medium on the fly.
Yeah, we can't make that burger. We're completely out of ground beef.
Oh my God.
All of a sudden, burgers came back, undercooked, overcooked, and it's bad.
We don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it.
No, we're out.
Unbelievable. We got another recook. This is ridiculous.
We were all kind of freaking out. You know, it was scary.
Burger's sitting over here. Burger's here. Burger's here. And I don't know what to do.
It's an hour into dinner service, and the kitchen has run out of its special fresh hamburgers.
We're completely out of ground beef.
And the burgers that have been served are unfortunately coming back, with no one taking control of the situation.
I don't know what to do.
The kitchen, and the restaurant for that matter, is in a state of confusion.
Hey, could you grab us a package of the old burgers? Sourdough and a bun?
We gotta do what we gotta do. Get about the burgers. They're gonna love it anyway. Sourdough or bun.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to keep trying to put the food out.
Going back to regular fries.
So we started making the burgers on sourdough bread and using the frozen french fries and the frozen ground beef.
Dude, I can't serve this. Can I?
I don't care. Serve me what?
I mean, I guess I have to.
In an effort to make good on the orders,
Order up, Ashley.
a desperate kitchen staff lowers its standards and starts delivering cheap substitutes.
Sorry about that. Your bun? That is all we have is a bun.
And the disappointment combined
I
with
love
the
this
long
lady.
wait is too much for one customer to bear.
I'm really
Lady, you are from Pawnee,
Like
citizen.
something else.
You ran out of the fries, you ran out of the bun, and this is bad.
Lady, then go eat somewhere else. There's a fucking McDonald's. I could throw a baseball there. There's a steak and shake. I could kick a kickball there. Motherfucker, you could get drunk at Belmont Beverage. What the fuck else you want? If it's a Sunday, we'll drive down 31 and get you some alcohol in Michigan.
Whoa, hey guys, why is that burger on there, the processed one? John, why did the 86 when I said take it off?
Dropping the standards just a bit, but we were under tremendous pressure because there were so many people out there that were anxious to try the food.
If we haven't got the right price, we shouldn't be serving it. And what's the point in lowering the standard just to keep it on? It doesn't make fucking sense.
Boys, that's gotta go bad. He's afraid of pink. Sorry.
I got 2 paper plates around 6 people getting off.
How do you run out of potatoes?
What do they say?
It's disgusting. Unedible.
Unbelievable. Such a shame because we got off to a really good start, but then the standards started dropping. But John and Rick accepted the standards dropping and they just were happy to send slop. So a real sad ending to the evening because right now, back to square one. You should be ashamed. I busted my balls all day today, thinking of a way of marketing this place and putting it back on the map. Can't do it. Don't give up on shit. I'm not going to do anything until I'm 100% convinced that you guys are ready to turn the corner. I seriously want to help. I need to know from each and every one of you that you're ready to commit.
Ready to commit.
Okay, see you in the morning. I'm here early.
Taking the staff's word of commitment to heart, Gordon moves
Friday,
forward
I
with his
can
plan to
fish,
transform
$10.
Jay Willie's from a dreary restaurant into a more
You
inviting
have that sign
establishment.
out there, son.
Right, guys, good morning. How are we feeling? Busy? Yes, sir. Does that look great? Jay Willie's Barbecue House. Yes. This is going to be the best barbecue house in town. Rick, what's the matter? Thank you. But if we don't execute tonight, this is for shit. You're absolutely right. Well, we are going to play to our strengths tonight. And let's get positive. Well, I am. Okay, good. You own part of this play. So I'm going to be looking towards you to drive this forward. Yes? Yes. Last night, you guys left. Yeah, my team arrived. I've been working all night. Let's go. Huh? Yep. Now, come through.
First of all, new wallpaper, new paint.
Is this a new one or the old one?
Final tablecloths. Yes.
Been there?
It's the new place.
Sure.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so overwhelmed. There are no words. There are no words.
Look at it. And this. Oh my gosh. That's just amazing. The brick facade to give it some warmth. Oh my gosh. It's classic. Yeah.
It's overwhelming for me. Just everything blew me away.
Warm, vibrant, and exciting. Carpet, first time in 15 years. Hey, John, keep it clean. Yes? Yes?
I'm not sticking to the floor.
John, what do you think? Yes? Rick, what do you think?
No, we don't deserve this.
What do you mean, don't deserve it? Smack him. Hey.
I just want to yell and scream.
It's a beautiful day at J. Willie's. It's a beautiful day it is here. How can I help you, baby?
It's the best sauce. And that is what we're famous for. Look over there. On site, homemade, exclusive. And when people come to visit South Bend, J. Willie's.
I'm gonna say, what up to the West Side Gangsta?
I want to stay in this restaurant. I want to spend money in here.
Today's a moving experience, both in my career as well as my attitude. And there's so much potential. I just can't wait.
With the staff energized by the changes to the restaurant, Gordon now unveils his plan for the food.
75 items on the last menu. No wonder we can control it.
Not enough for Connie.
In half.
Ever been to Nick's, bitch? How did you get from Nick's to there? Alright, that place is down fastest way, down 31. Angela becomes Edison, and then the left on West Side Gangsta. I can get you wherever you want to go. Get me to Mission Hills without using a freeway. Okay? Okay, Connie, I'll get out of here to Paseo West Park to get that to Jamboree to Curves and becomes
It's awesome. Chef Ramsey let us know that he was there for us.
Santiago Canyon, Santiago Canyon College. Then it becomes Capella, then it becomes Pillow, then it becomes PC, then it becomes Florida, and then it's Florida. Bingo, bango, bong.
Or will they crack under the pressure?
This is cool. This can't go out.
Please concentrate.
It's late and I'm tired and I'm hungry.
This whole thing is just going to fall apart.
Tonight's too important to fuck it up.
That's next on Kitchen Nightmares. J. Willie's has come a long way in a matter of days.
Oh my gosh.
It's awesome.
And it's only minutes from relaunch.
Tonight is comeback night, yes? So, John, you've got to motivate the place, push it through its highs and lows.
Don't just do it for Chef, do it for the Gipper.
Yes? The Gipper. Okay, guys, let's go. We're opening 4 minutes, yeah? Let's go, yes?
Inside your coleslaw looks a little different now.
Chef Ramsey is hoping his chefs will give J. Willie's kitchen staff the support it needs to make this critical night a success.
Welcome to J. Willie's. Welcome to New J. Willie's.
I'll take the baby back, Rich.
Yo, kitchen! Guess what? Let's go. We'll be busy. I'm so apprehensive because if we aren't perfect, then none of this matters. I might as well just get in my car and drive home.
Rock this shit out. Hey, you got to expedite. You and Steve got to stay connected. Come on. Let's go. Get this shit out.
You know, all my being, I didn't want to fail. I was a little scared.
Order up, 122.
These guys have never been held to these standards.
Barbecue chicken.
It's awesome.
Oh, really good.
Sean, that's it. Yeah. Got some good start. Vibrant in there. Food looking good, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. How are you?
No bacon on the potato skins.
Yeah. Let me check on your tray. It's nice to see you. Yes.
absolutely fabulous.
Okay, guys, the skins they just sent there was no bacon in there. Please concentrate.
Yes, sir. Being quarterback. It's all good.
No, Dave, you do not send a dirty plate. We're getting busy, guys. We're starting to slip. Come on.
Yes, sir.
My gosh, Chef Ramsay busted me out. You know, there's a little barbecue sauce in the corner. Get it out. This is our ticket time.
That guy looks like Kevin Smith. For Riz?
It's the
For
heart
Shiv
of dinner
Tom?
service, and in spite of the pressure to get dishes out,
Unbelievable.
Gordon insists on the staff maintaining its standards.
Get the
Where's
customers
the west
waiting. We
side?
can't keep them waiting for the van.
Oh, the monk!
What's that? There you go. 114, Steve. We're waiting for an hour.
114. That's our next check.
Okay. Come on.
Let's push it, Steve. Come on, man.
It's 8:30. It's late and I'm tired and I'm hungry.
John, standards, come on. Yeah?
The kitchen really got behind. Part of it was my fault because it is overwhelming for me.
Come on, guys. Can we stop pushing food around the outside of the plate? They can't eat off the rim of the plate, guys.
Yes, chef.
Okay? We can't drop standards. Last fucking time, okay? Once fine, twice slightly pissed, 3 times. Take your jacket off and fuck off, yeah?
Yes, chef.
Thank you. Now clean it, John.
As the backup in the kitchen continues
Oh,
to
it's your
grow,
boy.
John turns his attention to the potential disaster in the front of the house.
One drink and I need
Trust me.
I got to talk to these people, and trust me, my name Jay Willis. That's me, John. Okay, I'm gonna do my best.
How long's the wait? Right now.
Let's worry about our standards, not worry about that, all right?
John. Why are you going to run out with that, John? Look. You taste that then and just think of a nice pile of shit. Yes, customers are waiting, but are we happy with that? You are happy with it?
No, I'm not.
Come on then, standards.
So much stress. The guests were starting to get pretty tired of waiting. I did drop my standard, and I shouldn't have.
We'll get free desserts, right? I'll do my best to take care of it. I had so many people upset.
We'll get free desserts, right?
I was ready to pack up and leave that. I'm sorry, we can cook it fresh to order.
Come on, guys. Tonight's too important to fuck it up. Come on.
I'll be back.
Come on, please, Dave. No one's getting a handle of this, and I'm getting fucking irritated here.
The thought of crumbling existed most of the night, but the feeling was, I hope
287.
it just doesn't explode.
I'm leaving. 2 hours. No food, and it's just tough. I just want you to know, this isn't gonna last.
Come on, guys.
Tonight, Jay Willie's kitchen is being tested like it's never been tested before.
Do not send a dirty plate.
And although the standards are better than ever,
It's been way too long. I'll be back.
one customer is fed up with the wait.
2 hours. No food,
Right.
and it's just tough. I just want you to know, this isn't gonna last. I'm leaving.
John, break. 2 seconds, both of you. I know tables have walked out, and we can't just all walk around with our heads on the floor. Come on then, dig deeper. The tables are backed up. It's not the end of the world, is it? We've still got to keep it going. Right. But if you give up, they give up. Sorry. Wait, the very end means the last ticket. I'm with you. Come on, guys. Let's go.
We got it.
We're going to have to push the staff, or else this whole thing is just going to fall apart.
Wait a minute. This is cold. This can't go out. That's all we need. Fuck.
Sound just like Gordon.
Come on.
Okay, no problem. With the owners stepping up, the staff gets inspired, which in turn motivates manager Dave.
Come on, let's calm down and focus. We need some ribs and chicken, baby. Serve it.
No, I do feel that I'm gonna have to step up and take charge and get her done.
6 combos I need now.
All right, let's do it.
Full rack, tri-tip, entree, and a half rack. 2
worry about our standards. You hear that? Lips are hot. Oh, they're hot. Beautiful. Service, please. Come on, you muffin, let's go.
The kitchen is shifted into high gear, and with one final push, the highly anticipated food is on its way to the customers.
Very good. Tender, spicy. Very good.
Thank you.
I got ordered up. Now we're moving. Now we're doing good. Let's keep it up.
Food's coming out right.
I believe that John has realized he will not accept substandard quality.
Good deal.
We got a dining room full of locusts, man. They've eaten everything except for the plate. Every plate I've picked up has been clean.
Awesome.
All we gotta do is get these tickets out, man. This is last batch.
Oh, I think I see the light at the end of the tunnel, folks.
Now, I don't feel like I'm a man on an island alone. I know that Rick and Trish will be here to support me.
That food looks beautiful.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing, I guess.
We will be back. With the local seal of approval, Jay Willies is on the road to recovery.
It's so nice to see clean plates coming back. Yes. We were so busy. 165 customers. I know there were some complaints and it was difficult, but the kitchen got slammed and more importantly we held on to our standards. Now that we know how to do it, don't stop. Okay?
They won't let me. Chef Ramsay has taught us have a passion and make it perfect and don't accept any excuses.
Jonathan, I'll be a little less expensive cheese.
No process.
No. The staff has changed. John has changed. I'm overwhelmed. Sincere thanks for Chef Ramsay. Without him, we would not be here. What's the feedback from the dining room?
They loved it.
The word is starting to spread.
Definitely.
You've got your foot on the ladder. It's really important that you continue climbing. You all did a bloody good job, and I'm really proud of you. Bye, guys. Bye, ladies.
John has a new bounce in his step. He has to know that we're on his side and that we're all in this together. And it's just not him taking on the world, it's all of us. And get ready because we're going to take on the world.
Wow. It's been very interesting for me to come to the heart of America and meet a really nice bunch of hard-working, humble individuals. But when I first arrived, I honestly thought the restaurant was beyond salvation. But tonight's show didn't glimmer of hope. So long may it continue and heaven help them.
In the days that followed, everyone at Jay Willies worked hard to keep their standards up.
Do it. Start hollering out. Thank you, gentlemen.
And continued to perfect their barbecue sauce. A sauce that earned Jay Willies' first prize at the College Football Hall of Fame.
Which also closed. Really? Yeah.
With a taste of success, the staff at Jay Willies continues to work together.
Doesn't anything in this fucking town say? No.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares, Gordon heads to a quaint little town on Valentine's Day.
Oh my God!
But not everything is so sweet.
Hey, it's the chicken against roast chicken! You're gonna kill someone! I need it here!
And these owners are showing anything but love.
I'm gonna learn to cook like you. I'll definitely buy your cooking.
Gordon breaks the hearts of the owners as he attempts to save this restaurant.
This is a Valentine classic. Switch it up!
This is a Valentine's Day you don't want to miss. On Kitchen Nightmares, Gordon heads to a quaint little town in New Jersey and makes a horrific discovery. There's a frightening bridge.
It's this fucking chicken against raw chicken!
And some disturbing dishes.
I can't believe this is how you guys are running a restaurant.
One of the owners lives in fear.
I'm afraid of the unknown.
The other lives in a world of his own.
I find it hard to believe that it's really as bad as you say.
Together, they are a lethal combination.
He killed someone! partners in fucking crime.
Can Gordon get through to the owners before it's too late?
If I want to learn to cook like you, I'll definitely buy your cookbook.
Or is the food in this historic town about to make history?
Switch it off. I condemn it.
This is one Valentine's Day you won't be able to forget.
This is a Valentine fucking massacre.
It may only be an hour outside of Manhattan, but the quiet town of Granbury, New Jersey feels like it's thousands of miles away. In this historic village is a little French bistro called Canada Masons. Friends Chris and Brian were co-workers here under the previous owners and jumped at the opportunity to buy the restaurant 3 years ago.
Can we get serious now?
All right, come on, focus.
I was afraid from the beginning to take your restaurant. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Yes. I was also a little short of cash. So I figured Brian in operation. We worked together already, and he had the other half of the cash.
We can do this.
But looking back, no, I don't think I would go with business with Brian. This was a mistake.
I'm very laid back. I don't think I let a lot of things bother me. Brian, you suck. Whatever.
Brian's very lazy.
Brian can be lazy.
Brian needs to step up a lot.
I just find it difficult to be motivated. That's just how I've always been. And I find it difficult to change.
When your heart's not in it, why does anybody else do it? Why?
I agree.
My partnership with Brian is not equal. Enough of the shit, please. I generally pay most of the bills. In fact, I spend a good portion of the day ordering food, doing prep lists, working on menus. Generally, I'll work the line for most dinners.
Although, I don't particularly like to work the nights, so we're only open 3 nights a week for dinner. There's no more to be had. I really don't think we're losing out on any business.
There's nobody here. People call and they ask, can I come in on Tuesday? And we're not open, and you can't bring in the customers, you can't bring in the money.
We're having a very tough time making ends meet. There's been increasingly more and more stressful to come in and look at how much we owe money to. Bills are piling up, and it's a little too much stress for me.
Alright, this pretty much sucks. Hopefully we make some money tonight.
I go to try to deposit my paycheck in the bank, and I can't because there's no money.
I get sick of how much money we spend on bounce check fees. It's a horrible feeling.
Oh my gosh.
If Hannah Mason's ever had to close, I would be lost because I wouldn't be able to support my daughter.
You know, for me, it's a career. I don't know anything else. I don't want to really know anything else. I'm trying to hold out for hope. If it goes on much longer, I don't know what I'm going to do.
What a beautiful, quiet little town. I can't think of a better way to spend Valentine's Day at Hannah and Mason. I guess I couldn't afford the end. That's not a good start. Right. Hello. Hi, how are you? Good. Fine. Excellent. Fine. Lovely. That's how you are. Nick. Okay, great. Nice to meet you. Likewise, good to see you too. And, I'm the manager. Young. I'm very young. Yes.
I'm only 23 years old. Plus your ass day in and day out.
Chris,
Yes.
sit down. He's very cute. When I saw him walk through the door, and I said, oh my gosh, look at this man.
This is Maurice.
Nice to meet you. My name is Maurice.
Happy Valentine, my darling.
Happy Valentine's to you. Is this a picture of your wife?
That's my dear lady, yes.
Can I see?
Oh, please, yeah, that's the 14th Valentine's Day we haven't been together.
Beautiful.
Thank you, my darling. Can't wait to taste the food.
I would suggest is to start off with the baked onion soup.
Right, are you asking or telling me?
If you want my suggestion, baked onion soup.
Let's go for that, shall we?
Okay.
The quiche, I would like the quiche.
Okay.
I'm fascinated by the lamb lollipop.
Okay. Got that.
Lovely. Thank you, my darling.
You're welcome.
It's not like onion soup, that's for sure.
I'm gonna start with onion soup.
Okay. Some people might say, oh, French onion soup is French onion soup is French onion soup. But I think ours have a distinct presentation. Wow. Let's start off with 0 out of 10 for presentation. Crazy. Cake with cheese.
That was amazing. I want to eat that whole thing.
Cake.
They should just sell that. It should just be called Top of French Onion Soup.
That's absolutely tasteless. It tastes like I've just had the dregs from the dishwasher. Hardly any soup. That was shocking. That was very different.
Did you like it?
Once you got rid of all the bread and the cheese and the gunk, it's just very, very bland. But I'll buy the hopefully the lamb lollipop.
Want those next?
Thank you. I find the mess.
You didn't like this.
Off to a great start, ladies and gentlemen.
Once he got past all the gunk with the bread, and he said the broth was just bland, and he's never experienced anything like that before.
He's never experienced anything as amazing as that. We've gotten, fairly good reviews here, so I find it hard to believe that it's really as bad as he says.
Say something, Chris. Get mad, Chris. Oh, Chris, get mad. This is not going to go good because if I can't get it with the French onion, nothing's going to be good. Wow. That's a big, big lollipop. My goodness me. It's an absolute nightmare to cut. Undercooked. Yes, it is.
Chris, no matter what anybody says, I still think you have the best onion soup and the best lamb. If you talk shit about the lamb, he's out of his mind. Clearly ridiculous.
That sauce there, that's it. It's like a caramel, as sweet as anything. Very. What did you say that was?
A roasted garlic jam.
God, Nick, you don't taste that. It's like someone put a topping of a granulated sugar caramel. Although Gordon didn't like the way all the employees and all the customers think that's the best dish. Very sweet, the sugar. Suddenly the lamb is raw and it's honestly cold in the middle of that recipe.
Hi, may I please order 6 Rove punches? A delivery to 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California. Six punches, Rove, the grams. That's fine. Rove, punch, the grams, six of them. I called yesterday and they said that you'd have a delivery today for those. Do you know when you were expecting it? Excellent. I'll give a call back then. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. You too.
Above normal temperatures today, rain is still in the forecast, and roads are slick.
News have reported former President Trump was reported questioning cancer cures in Michigan on certify the 2020 presidential election. The phone call reportedly shows Trump urging two Wayne County board members to not sign the certification, saying they'd look terrible if they did. President Biden is targeting thousands of people convicted of using and having marijuana on federal lands and in D.C. The White House's Biden is also granting clemency to 11 people serving what it called disproportionately long sentences for non-violent drug offenses. We're going to go back to the 605 in Pico Rivera. 5 southbound before you get to Whittier Boulevard in the 9 o'clock hour this morning. The big rig fire and fuel cell and the 3 wide lanes are still shut down. Not with the 605 southbound. It is stacked up all the way from the 10. The northbound side of the road is going to be closed well from the 105. Your best alternate pit road
Only Friday.
the 605 or head all the way over to the 710. If you don't go southbound, it's moving a lot better than that 605. In visit Carson Degrees, 134 West and 4 Drive. It's pretty clear that less than 2 right lanes. All lanes are open. And in Chino, on the other side, before Balboa Boulevard, they cleared that path from the right lane as well. Stay at Planet China. Get you there faster. I'm the Almond.
Really? Yes, they did.
Orange juice in a paper bag. Then download the Drop app. Drop like you earn points with your everyday shopping and redeem them for gift cards. Want a free dinner with those groceries? Drop it. How about daily latte? Drop it. So download Drop today and get $5 just for signing up. Use invite code GetDrop777. That's invite code GetDrop777. Smoked, grilled, baked, rolled.
Thank you for calling Fish Graham. It was our big move now.
I can tell you, the Big Green Egg is absolutely best in class.
Hi, thank you for calling KG. How may I help you?
Hi, I have a delivery request, please.
You'd like to place an order?
Yes.
Okay, what's your address?
3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614.
Okay, and what may I get started for you?
May I please get one of, I'm going to want 3 total grams of your Rove products. I'd like 1 of your Dream, 1 of your Ape, and 1 of your Kush.
All right, that's going to put us at 90 total. Do you need change?
No, I won't.
Okay, driver's going to reach out when they're on the way, and then if you have questions, just give us a call.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rejuvenate your bed with a My Pillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more. All of the biggest discounts ever. Want to get the perfect gift this holiday season? You can get the better sleep with My Pillow's extended money-back guarantee. Their extended money-back guarantee till March 3rd, 2024, making these products the best for your family and friends. So happy holidays to you. Go to mypillow.com and use the promo code KFI. Or call 800-683-1804. And you'll get huge discounts on all My Pillow bedding products, including the Visa Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last. This is Leading Swift, founder of Service Champions 20 TV on Main Street. And if you're thinking about replacing your TV and cleaning system, now is the perfect time to take action. It's Service Champions end-of-the-year blowout, and it's happening right now. We have a limited number of high-efficiency phones, AC heat systems in our warehouse. We offer $2,270 off qualifying systems if you've got between now and the end of the year. No gimmicks, no games, just a great price for buying now. If you got a quote elsewhere, we'd be happy to give you a second opinion. This is one of our best discounts of the year, but you have to hurry. When the systems are gone, the sale's over. Call Service Champions for details. You get up to $2,370 off any qualifying high-efficiency furnace, AC, heating pump system. Our number is 833-777-7777. That's 833-777-7777, or online at servicechampions.com. Hi, it's Jen Ashwick and WDale, host of And That's When You Next podcast, we're reliving the magic of feeling high by watching all 15 of Glee. We have exclusive interviews with some of your favorite Glee cast members like Chris Cooper and Rabbi, Dan Chris, Heather Morris, Alex Newell, and so many more. Lead us to the choir room while we reveal our greatest memories and untold stories. Listen to and download the Really This podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I believe that all my human behavior is designed to accommodate Superman for Salome or hedge a reproductive on. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy? After God. Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the free iHeartRadio app and online at KFIAM640.com/listen. John Baxter is for John Coble here on the John Coble Show. Until 4 o'clock later on this hour, Donald Trump was captured on tape apparently, along with the chairwoman of the GOP. Treasury Michigan election officials going to make any difference? Probably not. We'll get into that. And are you hate lights? Have you ever heard the phrase Deborah hate lights? I have not. It is a reference to those people who start lining up early at the airport to get on their flight. Not the people who jump up the second class to get on, but the people who are queuing up to get on the plane before their section is called. The airline people call them gate lights. Because we're so used to, we just want to make sure, especially if you don't have a seat, right, a seat assigned to you, and you want to make sure your luggage is assigned. You're talking about the Southwest. Yeah, I don't know who's in a hurry to get into 34 feet. That middle seat. Anyway, we'll get into that later on. I wanted to go back to a topic that I dined out on for many, many years, which is the cross-border situation, the whole illegal immigration issue. And I have stayed away from it for about 7 years because nobody cares. I mean, the bottom line is, those of us who cared, we're working ourselves up into a ladder with, veins bulging in our neck. And it's just the problem got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And neither party was serious about doing anything about it. Now, we saw illegal border crossing plunge during the Trump administration. There's lots of coverage and cages that were keeping the families. All right? But the bottom line, the reason that the border crossing plunged during the Trump years was mostly due to the pandemic. Because when the U.S. economy shut down, there was really not a great incentive to come to the U.S. because the money valve was largely being turned on. But obviously, as soon as the pandemic subsided enough so that the economy opened up again, two things happened. Gas prices went through the roof because people started driving again, all over the world, by the way, and people started crossing borders again, profoundly, and this time with massive waves of people coming from as far away as Venezuela. And it's a horrific journey to walk through Central America into Texas or Arizona or California, presumably, and have to deal with drug cartels and human smugglers and all the crime and the disasters that represents. But we have done everything humanly possible except for mail engraved invitations to the poorest portions of our hemisphere, and anybody else who can get to Central or South America can certainly come into the country that way as well. Homeland Security and ICE have referred to those people as OTS, other than Mexicans. That's what they officially document when they catch people coming in from Tunisia or coming in from China or wherever they come from, even Italy in some cases. They designate them as OTS, other than Mexicans. And the vast waves of illegal immigration now, with numbers that we have never seen before, are largely coming from Venezuela, which is a country in great crisis. Now, for the 10 billion time we're going to have this conversation about the border, there might be an actual opportunity to broker a deal on it, because the Democrats and the Republicans are actually talking about this in the House and the Senate, with the Biden administration for once facing reality, which is they're going to lose the 2024 election largely because of this issue. But that's the only reason, but it's a major contributing factor. Inflation is another big one. The disastrous exit from Afghanistan. And there's a lot of reasons. Joe Biden sort of like exit from the stage when he shuffles off. There's a lot of reasons why President Biden is struggling with the polls. But the border is certainly one of the issues. And it's an issue that has blown up in the Democratic
This is my life. I need those customers to come back.
That's why.
Before Gordon unveils his plan for change, he explores the town of Cranberry looking for inspiration.
This whole town is built up of farms. Perfect position to have a local restaurant. Wow.
Amazed by the number of local farms in the area, Gordon decides to check out the seasonal produce.
Ladies,
Welcome to Turrican Orchard. We're glad to have you. Thank you. Thank you.
amazing. Just
Well, we
driving
appreciate
around locally and just looking at some of the farms. I mean, it's a chef's dream.
We pick everything every day.
Amazing. And in terms of variety of apples, how many do you have here?
We grow 35 different kind of apples. Pretty good crunch there.
That's delicious. Right, should I just help myself?
Yeah, your favorite. Go ahead.
Lovely. Look at the size of these. That is amazing. Yeah, I'm going to put these to good use. Excellent.
What are you going to make?
Oh, secret. You're going to have to come for dinner.
All right, we're available.
Thank you.
Inspired by the fresh, locally grown apples, Chef Ramsay heads back to the restaurant to work on a special he has in mind for tonight's dinner service.
Right. What are they called? Apples. Mars.
Yeah, that's what they're apples.
Yeah, no, but it's the way you say it. You know, confuses them.
If I want to learn to cook like you, I'll definitely buy your cookbook. But this is just not for me.
Why are you in business running a restaurant when you're completely passionless about talking about ingredients?
It's a fucking apple. Yes, they're local apples. It's free.
Okay, when was the last time you tasted one?
It's been a while. I haven't been to the local orchard to get an apple.
Turun Farm, well, I've been there for the last 2 hours.
Okay.
It's like being around your parents when they're arguing. It's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. And no, I hated it.
Good apple.
You don't get it, dude.
I do get it.
They're delicious. And so, talking to you about it, it's like, oh, really? It's an apple.
Yeah.
One a day keeps the doctor away.
Am I supposed to jump up and down?
No, not at all. It's becoming clearly evident that you are incredibly soulless when it comes to food.
You're entitled to your opinion. If Chef Gordon keeps pushing me, I just won't be here anymore. He won't see me today.
As Brian cools off,
Okay, apples in.
Gordon teaches Chris a new special:
Everything has to be relaxed.
pork medallions with caramelized Braeburn apples.
And then just finish with a hint of the mustard. Yeah?
Hoping to put the Valentine's Day massacre behind them, the staff gears up for dinner service and takes advantage of the local produce.
Apples are good.
Are we ready to go, yes? Yeah? Okay, guys, let's go. Let's get them in.
I have no qualms about it. I feel bad for you guys, but there's no way. If you start something with that shit again, I will fucking see you.
That's the bloodbath we get.
I'm gonna do the best to get Brian more focused for dinner.
Brian, why don't you show me your passion and lead the brigade tonight?
Sure. It's fine.
That's fine. That sounded enthusiastic, didn't it?
I don't feel like I need to prove anything to him. I mean, I am who I am, and what are you gonna do?
Special, we have sauteed pork medallions. I will have filet mignon, parmesan salad.
Sorry, the entree's on table 5.
What's first up, Bruce? What's first up?
I'm running around trying to get all this stuff together.
With 5 tickets on the board, is it worth getting something going? Brian, it's a very quiet kitchen.
Normally it's quiet. We don't tend to yell and shout out.
So how do you guys know what's going on when no one's talking to each other? You haven't said anything.
I guess I'm not running it that much. Well, it makes me angry and I can serve in the restaurant.
beginning of service, Brian told me he's going to run the kitchen and run it with some passion. But so far, I don't see it, I don't feel it, and the kitchen is backed up. Customers complain about waiting. I don't think Brian thinks you fuck.
I'm just waiting for my entree.
102 still? Okay, I'll get it. 102, how long? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4?
Not really sure.
How long are you waiting? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. It's taking forever.
Brian, you tell Nick to slow down the orders or what?
He should know. I mean, you shouldn't have to tell him. He can tell that we're backed up.
Oh my God. Brian's not big enough effort. It makes me frustrated. He needs to step up.
I feel pressured when someone's there watching me and telling me I can't do it, but I don't need him here yelling at me. That's not going to make me want to work any harder.
Your lack of excitement and passion bugs me. I'm struggling to come to terms with why you're in business.
I'm not like you. I can't get excited
There's
over
nothing you're doing to me. You've got to understand that. What you're doing to the business. The business for me is the bigger picture. I'm not here to massage your ego. I'm really sorry. Customers complain about waiting. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
I just felt like I was being picked on. Whatever.
Anyway, I'm worried about how much you're putting the business down. But I won't accept that because you can't be honest with yourself. I'm not.
Oh, you're being a dick about it.
What am I being a dick about?
Just the way you talk.
Don't run down the stairs like a little girl.
I'm talking to you. You don't talk to people. That's your problem. Only people like me and
No, I called you.
that's like fucking 6th grade. How fucking old are you? I don't need someone to tell me, talk to me like that. I'm past that point in my life. It's just ridiculous. Enough to say. Oh, dude. Fuck, man.
It's an hour into dinner service, and Brian has threatened to leave the restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
With no food leaving the kitchen, everything is at a standstill.
You think, I don't think he's going to want that food. Yes, he will. He's on the road right now. He says he's another hour. He says if Ramsey keeps digging in there, he's leaving. Brian may get a little frustrated with Chef Ramsey. And I don't know what's going through Brian's head right now.
If I didn't give a shit, I would have left a long time ago. I'm dedicated to this place because I want to be here. I want to do it with someone. I want to make it work.
What I want is just for you to show a little bit of interest.
I am
Stop
interested.
moping around.
If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be doing this.
Right.
In my heart, I do care. Maybe I don't show it all the time, and I should, but I definitely need to show that I have more interest than what I'm perceived to have. Great, let's go. Table 11.
Table 11.
Around a couple more, of course. Table 102, not bad.
Okay, here we are.
I'm sorry about the wait. I apologize. The bell, please.
Wow. Here you go, yes.
That is going. Table 3. Table 3.
Table 3. Alrighty, thank you so much. That really was well.
Started pumping things out. Took a little bit while in the beginning. Once we got going, it went over pretty well.
Thank you.
Good news tonight is that the special sold out.
Yes.
Yeah. Great news. Brian, you're smiling for the first time since I met you.
I'm changing right now. I mean, I need to be able to have a positive attitude all the time.
Let me tell you something really seriously, honestly. If you actually think this restaurant and this community is going to be here in 5 years' time, when you mediocre, bang.
We have to do something different to make the business grow.
Thank you. You're absolutely spot on. We have to be special, and we have to cook.
I think the products we had today were excellent. So it would be good to, put a lot of that into our menu.
That's what we have to change.
Yes.
Or to revamp the whole fucking place.
I think we need a change, but I'm nervous, scared.
Tomorrow morning, this place becomes a crown jewel within Cranberry.
I really don't expect.
Is that clear?
Sounds good.
Is there anyone here that's not fired up? Okay.
With Brian finally on board, Chef Ramsey moves forward, transforming Hannah and Mason's from a dreary bistro into a delightful cafe.
I Hi, good morning. Good morning. Excited?
Extremely excited.
I've got you in.
Oh, shit!
Happy with the end? Now, it's time to open a new chapter for Hannah Mason. Let's go.
Oh my God!
Absolutely amazing.
I almost fell on the floor. Oh my God, I just couldn't believe how great it looked when we walked in.
A new deli counter showcasing local fresh products. We didn't just renovate this place, we changed the meaning of it. The breads, the homemade cupcakes, everything made locally.
I like it.
Local farms share the pride and you show it off. This place becomes synonymous with these farms. You know? It's got synergy there.
Oh my God!
It's amazing.
It's the happiest I've ever seen you. If this doesn't relight your fire, I don't know what will.
I'm glad Chef Ramsay came and he made these changes. It's amazing. It really is. I'm hoping that it makes our business all the better.
I think I'm in shock. The restaurant is gone. I just don't know.
You don't know? Oh no, you change your mind.
I don't know. It's a complete. Hannah Mason's closed last night. Hannah Mason's Bakery and Cafe opened today. I just don't know. I mean, everyone's afraid of the unknown. I knew there was going to be changes, but this is a complete departure from what we've done.
Hannah Mason didn't close last night. We just changed. We changed a new chapter.
It's overwhelming.
Embrace change.
Just being a realist.
You're not being a realist, you're being pessimistic.
Chef Ramsay obliterated Hannah Mason's as it was, and it's not going to work.
Coming up, how will relaunch night be remembered in the history of Hannah and Mason's?
So you want to tell the customer we can't be bothered making mashed potatoes?
No, we can sub something out.
Yeah, tell them to fuck off.
Does Chris have the courage to change?
I don't feel like I'm in control at all.
Just excuse us, excuse us, excuse you.
And finally take charge of his kitchen?
You own the place. You're the boss, yeah. That's bullshit.
Yeah, you did.
Next on Kitchen Nightmares. Gordon has revealed that the new Hannah and Mason's will be an upscale cafe and no longer a French bistro. But not everyone is comfortable with the change.
Embrace change.
Just being a realist.
You're not being a realist, you're being pessimistic. Okay, we'll go through the menu. Previously, the menus, 2 menus before lunch and dinner, absolutely crazy. You've got no idea how simple this is. Fine dining has gone. Yes, it's small, but it's powerful. Fresh, vibrant, rustic, countrified, gritty. Right.
Ready? Let's get started. See what all this stuff looks like.
Chris. Good, thanks.
Just read the menu. Thinking in my head, it's different. It's definitely different.
Why didn't you ask me here?
This because we needed a kick in the ass. Jeff. It's just things going through my head. That's all. Let's see.
Chris is really nervous to make the change, just for the fear of losing business that we had.
Yesterday, you astounded me. Today, you're shocking me.
I'm shocked.
Oh my God.
I need to get my hands in.
While Gordon had the staff focusing on the new menu, his team put together a farmers market, an event to showcase the new relationship between Hannah and Mason's and the local farm community.
Gather here today to celebrate the relaunching of Hannah and Mason.
Let's go. Hi, guys.
That's our gangster.
Fantastic. Awesome. So we've got some taste of olives, we've got some scones, get the staff involved, and make sure we'll be involved as well, yes?
Okay, now.
Hello, everybody. A little chilly out today. Let's go.
Right, fire's giving it a little taste. Let's go.
This is our new menu.
We're reaching out to the community. It's going to flourish our business to a whole new level, you know? You got to see it. It's beautiful.
The new menu looks really good. It is green.
Hi. How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yay for you.
Yes, it is. Thank you. It's great for me to meet the local farmers. I love the idea of
I hope you enjoyed our apples.
We did. They were awesome.
Well, let's see if we can work something out so we can use more local produce all year round.
Yeah, we are going to absolutely do that.
Great.
I hope that people are going to be happy that we're using local growers. People are always happy about that. It's tasty. Definitely tastes the difference. There's no doubt about that.
After a successful farmer's market, Gordon introduces the new menu, a menu created to take full advantage of all that the local farms have to offer.
Let's go through the menu, yes? First of all, just look at the colour of it. Everything's what?
Vibrancy, freshness.
Dishes you can recognise easily. Ribeye sandwich, smoked chicken salad, beef hash with eggs, the entrees, really nice winter free-range chicken stew, lamb burger, fresh short ribs, fish today, going to be the forfeit. Yep.
I like a lot of the items, and I like the menu, and I like the simplicity of it, but I think there's going to be a learning curve.
Any questions? No? Excellent.
Did you see the sign? It's Hannah and Nathan, not Hannah and Nathan.
All right.
We're over here. We have a couple changes to our menu, as you can see.
The chef's special today is a grilled swordfish served with tarragon mashed potatoes.
This morning I thought Brian would be really anti any form of change, but he's actually embraced it quite well. But Chris, he's been on the train all day long, and the jury's out as far as I'm concerned on him. But tonight we'll find out because he wants to turn this place around. It's an interesting launch.
Gordon knows that in order for Hannah and Masons to make a profit, they must successfully flip tables and have 2 complete seatings.
Chris,
Yes, chef.
we have to flip tables tonight.
Well, what does that mean?
Making money. I know you're not used to it, hey, but we've got to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm in control at all for what's going to happen this evening. Not until the tickets start rolling in. It's the anticipation at this point. I think the special sauce, the swordfish.
That's all. Well done, yeah. Brian, one cocktail at the way, please.
Okay. The floor is up.
Check each other. Good. Nice. 2 and 20 gone, Brian.
Yes. Yes, chef. First course on 23 just went.
This tastes homemade again. Much fresher.
Salad, soups, moving out, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, any complaints? Any
No complaint about the freshness.
No complaints about the freshness? That was a joke.
Yes, it was. Yes, sir.
I've never seen him move so quick. Go on. Let me just... Yeah, the phone's around again.
I got a pulse.
Yeah, no. It's moving.
Yeah.
Huh? Surely there must be a difference inside here.
With Brian rising to the occasion and getting appetizers out promptly,
All right, let's start turning those tables down now.
it is now up to Chris to deliver the entrees so that the next round of customers can be seated shortly.
Next table.
Right now, nothing else fired.
Nothing was fired. Give me Nick, please. Anything about to be fired? Anything happening or... Chris.
He's killing me. He said, you're killing me.
Nick, before mine.
I think we are calling out.
Unbelievable. Last night the appetizer took 20 minutes to come out. Tonight they're only taking 12. But that's not the problem. The problem is the entrees aren't coming out quick enough. The customers stay at the tables longer, and we need to flip those tables if we've got any chance of surviving.
Tables up. Tables up.
Yeah, with the queue at the door now, we've got to push these tables out. What are you waiting for, Marie?
Table 4?
Table 4, yeah. Open up, buddy. What's going next? Come on. You got back in with tickets. You've got to talk to these 2 guys. Someone needs direction here a little bit.
Going on a salmon, crab, and a swordfish. I need mashed potatoes, please. 86 mashed, unless we got some somewhere else.
Having run out of mashed potatoes, Chris makes a very telling decision.
Not going to be serving mashed potatoes on the swordfish anymore. We were running low on mashed potatoes, and I didn't think it would be a big deal to soak something out. I'm thinking in my head, I don't want this to get backed up, then the whole house of cards falls.
Can we put potatoes on? Correct?
Then we get them peeled, you put them on. Might be tomorrow.
Oh, here we go. It's just excuse after excuse after excuse. You own the fucking place.
Yeah, you damn
So you want to tell the fucking customer to come and bother making fucking mashed potatoes?
We can sub something out.
That's fucking embarrassing.
Why can't we sub
Just
something
take it
out?
out.
And we can sub something out.
Just too easy. Ah, fuck it. Do the easy route. Yeah, cut the fuck off. We can't be bothered anymore.
You're the boss, chef.
That's bullshit.
It's the heart of dinner service, and in an effort to keep up with the orders,
Let's start turning those tables there now.
Yes.
Chris decides to cut corners.
Not going to be serving mashed potatoes on the swordfish anymore.
Oh, here we go.
We were running low on mashed potatoes, and I didn't think it would be a big deal to sub something out. I was thinking in my head, I don't want this to get backed up, and then the whole house of cards falls.
It's just too easy. Ah, fuck it. Too easy, Ruth. Yeah, tell them to fuck off. We can't be bothered anymore.
You're the boss, chef.
That's bullshit. All we need to do is peel half the potatoes, we get them off.
Celio, peel some potatoes, please.
I'm trying to make it as simple as possible so you don't get backed up.
You're right.
And I'm trying to relax things a little bit, speed things up a little bit. So, yeah, so we get out of that fine dining mentality and sort of, push it forward over it. Okay, we're surprised every year how many tables you turn quicker.
We need to turn.
The staff quickly preps the mashed potatoes in an attempt to get back on track and push entrees out.
Potatoes.
Sorry, please.
As Chris finds his groove, the kitchen catches up. And now, for the first time, this dining room is turning tables.
She's going to sit you down, and we do have a couple things getting up here. I promise, as soon as we get the thing, we'll get you right down. 3, 4 salmon and crabs up. Macaroni. We used to have nights where we would do 30 dinners, and it felt like 85. Everything's good, guys.
Beautiful.
The relaunch, we did 85. It felt like doing 30. It was a nice change. I got to say. Pick up, please.
It's just going to take Chris a little while. He's not really good with change. I mean, think about it. We've had the same food on the menu for almost 4 years now, so change is not a thing for Chris.
Are we starting to stay down?
With 2 dinner seatings completed, the new Hannah and Masons has successfully cleared its first major hurdle.
The buzz was phenomenal. The vibrance, the freshness, and the feedback was great. However, more importantly to this restaurant is quality control, especially to enlighten a customer to what the chef's about.
Fair enough.
You can make mash, full potatoes peeled, bang. That's where we discipline ourselves.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm saying you're right. Relax. You're right.
Right. I want you and him to be better. You understand? I want you up there and not treading water down there.
I look forward to the future. I still think there's a lot that we need to work out, Chris and I. So, there's still some more changing to do. This is the start, so we're excited.
I came here because you asked me to come here. Yeah, to put this restaurant back on the map. Yeah, the minute I've gone, it's up to you guys. But one thing you have to do is make money to survive. That means commitment, heart, desire, and a real hunger to make it work. I give you new menu, new decor, new equipment, new launch. What I cannot give you is the heart to make this successful. That can only come with it. And that's what it's going to take to get this place pumping.
I think Brian sees that he can put his stamp on this place now as well. In the past, he thought it was only Chris's place. I think he sees now it's a big slate.
Yes?
I will.
Yeah. Marie has her salad. She has my email, she has my cell, and she has my home address. One thing she hasn't got is my fucking hotel room key. Right, good night. Yes?
Nice, thank you. Take care.
That was tough. Honestly, really tough. From the minute we had the Valentine's Day massacre to a successful relaunch tonight, it's been a tough week. And I personally feel that I've been dragged with Nick, Brian, and Chris every inch of the way. And I don't know if they've got the desire to go that extra mile. But what I do know is these apples are delicious.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares, Chef Ramsay heads to a lakeside restaurant.
That's real serious shit at its best.
And takes on 3 muscle men on the verge of losing their restaurant.
The place is going down in flames.
I'm dying.
And a chef on the verge of losing his mind.
This taco. How long?
Ken Gordon with the these owners back into shape?
I'd like to hear an answer!
That's next time on Kitchen Nightmares.
And they've actually started to study why do people insist on standing in the line in the room.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares, Chef Ramsay plows into St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Wow. And finds 3 muscle men whose idea of a seafood restaurant comes in a can.
Absolutely horrendous.
With 3 owners,
We really gotta fix this.
a general manager,
I've been talking with the customers, flirting with the ladies.
and a new chef.
Fish taco! Fish taco! Fish taco! How long?
There are clearly too many cooks in this kitchen.
Who's controlling the fucking menu?
I don't know nothing.
The food is appalling.
That's real, serious shit at its best.
But the chef has no authority to change it.
You guys are killing me down there.
And the owners,
Look at where all our money is gone. I'm really fucking mad right now.
they just don't know any better.
You have to seriously start opening your eyes.
Trusting my dad is obviously not working.
You have to separate the father and son. Nothing to do with business.
Will Gordon be able to untangle this confusing mess?
The place is going down in flames.
I'm dying.
Or have personal differences
I'm sussing of it.
left this restaurant beyond repair?
I'm pissed.
St. Clair Shores, Michigan, a summer resort community about 40 minutes from Detroit. Located on prime real estate is Jack's, a lakeside restaurant recently acquired by 3 bodybuilders, Bill, Scott, and Tammer.
Let's do it, Scott. I met Bill and Scott at the gym. Easy, get it? We all work out together, hang out together. All of us are partners in the restaurant.
Jack's is known for having great entertainment, being the resort style place to come to. It's like Girls Gone Wild across the whole lake. Wintertime, there isn't much going on.
Jack's has had a reputation for bad food.
I don't think I know where you're going.
And so that's really, in my opinion, is what killed us. We really gotta fix this.
We brought AJ in to run the kitchen.
Here's the ribeyes.
AJ is Tammer's father.
No, that's your table, that's your kebab. I don't see a fish and chips, man. No, you don't understand.
We put all this trust in him.
Oh, never mind.
The kitchen is completely falling apart. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. So we put him in the front of the house to act as the general manager, just so we don't have to fire him, because that is my partner's father.
Can I help you with something? I've been talking with the customers, flirting with the ladies, asking about the food you get me. I'm gonna have a drink.
On a business level, I can't stand him. Every night during hours, he gets wasted. He gets so drunk.
Bring it on. Those are my favorite drink. I like them. So we are gonna have music tonight.
To me, it's not professional.
It's a nice life.
I like it. I'm gonna take him out and beat him. Scott is dangerous. He can hurt you if he wants to hurt you. People are terrified of him.
No. 1 minute late. I'm telling you to see.
Started getting calls from customers saying he scares everybody away. So Tamara and I had to make a decision to remove him from the restaurant. Unbelievable. He's a silent partner now. About to have a nervous breakdown.
Total mess. We got Aaron in to replace my father in the kitchen.
I'm looking for 53 calamari. Let's go.
I had only been here 7 weeks, and the whole ball of wax was messed up. I'm smelling fire. I knew there had to be some changes, but I wasn't going to be allowed to make them because the owner's really happy with the menu. It's just unfortunate that we have to take money from other avenues to try to make the place survive. I'm the one that has the most investment. I have
almost $500,000 invested. If we're about to lose this business, I can't recover. Scott feels that we are running the business into the ground and he's losing all of his money. We owe Fairway $11,000. I mean, we owe back sales taxes. We owe back payroll taxes. When you start getting to owing the government money, then, that's an issue. If things don't change, I don't know how to make the place survive.
Taking advantage of the frozen lake, Gordon snowmobiles his way to Jack's. Wow, absolutely amazing. This restaurant is centrally located at the heart of 5 Great Lakes, but they're in trouble. I don't know why, and I'm about to find out. Unbelievable. Jack's. Wow, what a place.
Jack,
Hey, nice to see you.
nice to have you.
Cool.
Come on in. I'm actually not nervous, but I hope he loves the food. Of course.
AJ, so you're the owner?
No. But Scott is here and Will are here, yes.
And Scott is the bouncer?
No.
Why are you standing there looking for a fight? What are you standing there doing, man? How are you doing? Good. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Are you in training or what?
I've been training 24 years.
It's extraordinary. Are they real or? So, you're the owner?
I'm one of the owners. His son is the other owner.
Okay,
He'll be in the cell.
Okay, good. And there's one more somewhere.
Jeez. Nice to meet you.
Another Tim Rand.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise. Who's the After meeting 2 owners and a general manager, Gordon decides to talk to each of them individually so that they can be totally honest about the problems at Jack's.
Now, what kind of hours you put in? 65 a week.
And Scott put 65 in.
No. We had to move him out of the restaurant. He was scaring my employees. Shit. Why was Scott pushed out?
Because he's lost a ton of customers because of things that he did. We got complaints.
Why would you scare customers away? I'm not sure because I was intense, but I want to be more involved.
What's the problem with the restaurant?
We have terrible food.
What's the problem with the restaurant?
I personally don't see problems with the business. It's really good.
Okay. What's the problem with the restaurant?
AJ, is he drinking? He drinks music all the time.
You just turn around and drink it. Sure.
That's what he does. Makes $100,000 a year.
100 grand.
Yes, ridiculous.
Oh my God, 3 individuals, 3 completely different stories. I haven't even tasted the food yet. Where do you start? Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Right. Nice to see what's on there. It's really important for me to see as much as possible.
I would try this omelet here. It's crabs.
Just a little bit of this looks like crab.
Yeah. A crab omelet.
Okay, I'll definitely take one of the K omelets.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go after that for the honey pecan salmon.
Okay.
And then good old fashioned fish and chips.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks. Excellent. Just sit there staring at me. Like some big muscle head meatball.
Aaron,
What?
why do you spell your crab with a K on the
It's not crabby. I didn't want anybody to get the misconception. It's artificial.
Guaranteed no complaints on this.
Guaranteed. That's a pretty bold statement.
Thank you, my darling.
Wow, the size of that. That's a lot of crab.
And you haven't told me about the K yet.
Oh, he said he wanted everybody to know that it wasn't real crab, it's artificial. So he spelled it with a K so there was no misconception.
So it's fake happening in the seafood restaurant underwater. Holy crap. Tasteless. Does go straight to the trash. Oh my god. What's wrong?
Like he hated it.
Why?
The fake crab was the number one reason.
The omelet didn't go over well.
Doesn't like the crab in there. I've never. That was already here. I didn't buy that stuff. I don't want to use frozen fish. It's not a product that I'm actually overly proud of. But at the same point, I'm held accountable for all the inventory that the owners have paid for.
How's the food so far?
Why are we serving fake crab in an omelette?
I don't. He did that.
You're the general manager. Why are you not?
I give the choice.
Have you been drinking? No. The crab was shocking, embarrassing, and fake. It tastes disgusting. Have you tasted that crab?
No, I'm extremely allergic. Crab and shrimp, so I can't really eat it.
Crab in there.
I understand it's small fish.
Oh my god.
I'll let you finish with it.
General manager, my ass.
I mean, he thinks that I should allow him to do that.
Or letting him serve those types of meshes.
Because it's fake crab.
AJ is the general manager. He's supposed to oversee the food. And now I'm hoping and praying that Gordon says AJ is the one that's leading this business. Suddenly the best looking thing I've seen. Is it frozen, the fish?
I believe it's frozen.
It is frozen. When you take a bite of that cod, it's almost like you've got a breaded condom in your mouth.
He said it was rubbery, too greasy. It just said it tasted like a frozen cod, and obviously he hit it right on the button.
This is the same recipe that we've used here forever. So I'm for change. I want change. Good.
Wow, this one is the salmon. Good. Thank you, sweet. Damn. You're just so sweet. The dressing is like honey. It's so much of it. Absolutely disgusting. Quite possibly one of the worst salmon dishes I've ever eaten.
Like anything.
It's a pretty successful opinion, though.
After one of the worst meals he's ever had,
This is Chef Aaron.
Aaron, how are you?
Gordon begins to explore how this perfectly situated seafood restaurant can serve such dreadful food.
That was horrendous. Why are you serving fake crab meat?
It's inventory that we have.
Have you tasted that?
It's plain. There's nothing to it. It's just
Disgusting, plastic.
it's exactly what it is.
The salmon dish. That shit at its best. Sweet on sweet on sweet on sweet.
That's actually one of the top sellers.
That's why the place has got such a shit reputation for crap food. It's still not clear who's in charge of the food.
He's in charge of the food.
It's not true. I have no control. I felt like I was being thrown under the bus because all the recipes and the things that he didn't enjoy are things that were set in place before I even got here.
Who's controlling the fucking menu?
The owners are.
Scott, is that what you wanted here?
Not at all. I don't have nothing to do with food.
AJ, I want answers.
There are certain things that are not under my
Sorry,
control.
you're the general manager.
I tried not to have it before, but I get overruled.
AJ has many excuses and never wants to own up to his faults. It's terrible.
AJ, it's got to be your responsibility.
No.
Coming up,
What is that?
Gordon's kitchen investigation confirms his worst fear.
I ate here yesterday. I'm not happy.
To make matters worse, no one is accountable. The chef is a powerless man in the middle,
I can't talk with nobody listening.
and the finger pointing is the only thing this restaurant does well.
I'm pissed.
It's an explosive situation
I'd like to hear an answer.
that might just be impossible for Gordon to fix.
Oh my God, can I get any worse?
That's coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. With no one taking responsibility for any of the problems, Gordon knows the best way to get any answers is to observe tonight's dinner service.
Okay, I'll take that cut.
All right. It's our first order. We got tables.
How you doing, brother?
After working a full day at his other job,
Good to meet you.
nice to meet you. Tamara, the restaurant's third partner, arrives.
Let me ask you straight out. What do you think's wrong with the restaurant?
The food's like hit and miss. It's inconsistent.
Yeah. And forget part of the figure now, but isn't AJ responsible for the food and beverage in terms of running the restaurant and the kitchen?
Yes.
Every time I asked AJ what was going on, he was blaming the owner.
I do have the most difficult position being here. I'm working with my friends and my father, who is my family,
kitchen and dining room.
What's up? It's good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, finally.
This rice has issues. Take this out and at least try to stir it up or something.
You brought it up, man. Why I gotta move it?
There's not enough depth in our kitchen. Yeah, I got a big chunk here too. What the fuck, man? They've been set in their ways. I don't know that they want to conform to a change.
Do we have any rice yet?
Nope. I threw it out.
Oh my God.
With a clear lack of support in the kitchen,
I'm fucked here.
Aaron has yet to send out the first wave of orders.
Eileen is table 11. They don't have any food.
15 minutes early.
Here's a big blue filet. Up top.
45 minutes into the dinner service, and food is finally beginning to leave the kitchen.
Keep it going. 64 calamari. I'll take it anytime.
As the dishes get rushed to the dining room, customers are receiving food that's not exactly the way they ordered it.
What's wrong with that?
Well done in the bread. Well done steak's the easiest steak in the world to cook.
Rabbi, we need this medium on the fly. It was overcooked.
Sarah was the cheese.
She said it's terrible. She don't like it.
Chicken Alfredo on the fly. We need that. Okay. He wants this under the heat. Read it here, dude. Read it here.
I've never seen frozen food so fucking complicated.
Unbelievable. Absolute meltdown. Not just in the kitchen, but the dining room as well. Just under 20 dishes have come back. Frustratingly, it's frozen food. They can't even cook that right. Unbelievable.
Where'd your dad go?
I don't know.
Well, AJ's gonna have to get back up.
Where is he?
AJ is a general manager here now, and he needs to be overseeing the restaurant. We know I'm gonna be coming back here. We're gonna take care of this, and then, please come back. It's only gonna get better. I don't know. Now just top it.
Climb around.
So much money lost. You guys, I'm giving away every damn meal that I have tonight. Everything I'm giving away. Free. Honest to God, the last hour, everything we gave away is free.
Oh my God. Can it get any worse?
I'm watching food get thrown away in the garbage can. That's my money going out the window. It's just a disappointment I let it go on this long.
We are talking with Professor Earl Chamarinci, the dean of the UC Berkeley School of Law.
After a chaotic dinner service with numerous dishes coming back and comped food, Gordon confronts the owners with an important question that has yet to be answered.
Who has the final say at Jack?
We haven't come to an agreement on that. We've only been in the business for 1 year. AJ, he's been in the business for 40 years, and we were relying on that to drive us to where we needed to be, and he has let us down. That's the truth. That's what it is.
Right. So, that's a tough spot for you.
Yeah. My dad has made many mistakes here, but my partners need to step up and understand he's my father, and that makes everything very difficult.
You have to separate father, son. Nothing to do with business. You have to let go. That's the first and foremost crucial thing in this fucking restaurant.
Understandable. I think AJ is the main reasons why this business is extremely in a hole, and he's still taking his damn check every damn week. AJ, you're the one that makes all the money, not us,
Yeah, how many of us are left, please, Scott?
That doesn't matter. I put the money up not for you to lose it. I put it up because AJ was supposed to be a 40-year restaurant.
And this is something. I booked 8 parties, 3 parties by thousands of dollars, and that's a thankfulness I get from this man.
He's acting like a child. Be a man, face up.
Story after story after story after story. I'm so sick of it. I'm pissed.
There's so much food coming back last night. That's not normal in any restaurant. So I decided to get in early this morning. I'm going to grab 20 minutes of staff come in.
That is salmon. That's just marinated in like an Italian dressing. Oh dear. What's this? Oh, seafood restaurant on the water. Tuna. Dyed pink to make it look authentic. Look at it. My God. Unbelievable. And here we have... That looks like the mushroom risotto. Grey risotto. Unbelievable.
Alarmed by the state of the kitchen, Gordon is anxious to take the staff on a tour.
Good morning. There's something I want to show you guys, yeah? Come with me. Come in. The general hygiene in this fridge is a fucking joke. Right, come round. Walking round, want to get up to speed, look at the ingredients, check it. What is that? Is that just taken from the steam table and dumped on the trolley and then whisked out here?
That's exactly what it is.
It's actually straight in the trash. Hey, I ate here yesterday. I'm not happy. Whoever's responsible, 40 years in the business, well experienced, you have to seriously start opening your eyes. This place is not right here. We've got no chance.
I did not know that was going on. Item after item. Oh, I was pissed.
What's this here?
I believe it's beef tips.
Beef bits in blood.
Nasty.
I need some answers, AJ.
It's pretty terrible. A lot of it lies on AJ. There's no excuse for it.
And that's the classic of the day. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a risotto. Take a good look. Unfortunately, it's not a drawing. That's real, serious shit at its best. It's a joke. Look at the fucking colour of the chicken. AJ, come have a look at it. Yeah, you've got to see it, AJ.
I do see it. My father doesn't want to deal with the back house is falling apart. That's my frustration.
I'm sorry, but it's not right. It's got to be somebody's responsibility.
I don't take responsibility. It's the owner's fault. Why would I blame myself for that? I'm not going to blame him for that.
Unbelievable.
Trusting my dad is obviously not working.
Look at where all our money is gone. I'm really mad right now.
They can't go on like this.
Get everyone together. We're gonna get everything cleaned up. Start scrubbing walls, cleaning all the stoves, getting rid of all that food in there, whatever's dirty, garbage.
While the staff and owners clean the kitchen, Chef Ramsay meets with local fishermen.
How are you?
Pleasure meeting you. To see what Jack's is not taking advantage of just outside its doors. Fresh fish.
The ice is what, a foot deep?
Ice is actually about 9 inches.
The size of that tiny little rod.
Yeah, try it a couple times. You might get something on there.
That attracts them. My God.
Yeah, if you feel something, then you pull it up.
Perch. I mean, very tasty.
Oh, very tasty.
Do you ever get into Jack's to eat?
Oh, yes, I do.
What's the food like in there?
I don't like the fish so much because they use a little bit too much sauces and you kind of lose the actual flavor of the real fish, you know?
Yeah.
You got something on there? I think you got a fish. Pull it up.
Yeah, he is on, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You got one. Very good.
Very good.
It's just nasty. It is nasty. And I've had people tell me when I eat
Nice
at the
fish
restaurant, I
from the
get
ocean
sick, and I
that we
start
found.
laughing, thinking, oh, they're just bullshit.
Different
They're not. They do
heater.
get sick. Gross.
Game.
This is fucked up.
Yeah. So basically, it's just exactly as they think of hole.
Fantastic. Now, I'm going to turn this into a really nice chowder. Okay, once you guys are finished, you can come over and have a bowl?
Absolutely. Hey, thank you very much.
Get those bloody hands warm. See you later.
After an informative afternoon with the locals, Chef Ramsay introduces the first of many changes designed to get Jack's back on track.
You and I are going to go make a chowder. I'm going to serve it in the bread basket. Something simple, finished, fresh, local, cool fish. Let's go.
I'm pretty excited to prepare this food. I think that some of these changes are going to be what does it for us.
Start off with a touch of olive oil, bacon, onions, celery, with a touch of Tabasco.
Oh my gosh, I'm standing here next to Chef Ramsay. He's showing me food that he likes and he thinks will work. You better take advantage of it. That's all I can think of.
Right, a really nice chowder. Yeah. Then I'll do a little poached salmon as well. So salmon in, 3-4 minutes in there. The whole thing has to be fresh. Out of the cold bouillon. The broth over. 2 easy dishes to make the pressure less on the line.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I hope you are.
With the special set, Gordon decides to implement one other change to the dinner service.
Scott, you said you want to be more involved. Tonight, run a section. Present the menu, welcome them, hand over, take the order, push the specials, and serve.
Scott is going to get beat up really bad tonight. I'd like to laugh at him a little bit.
He's going to be running your section tonight. Give him your apron. Yeah, perfect. Got enough string to go around. And, yeah, prove that you're not some scary monster that wants to beat the crap out of everybody. Does that large egg have a smile or not? Sure. Give us one. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Yeah, good luck. Push the specials beside them. Don't scare them.
With customers starting to arrive, Scott is embracing being a waiter. The kitchen seems ready with the new specials.
I'll keep my eye in the window and communicate with you.
And everyone seems ready to make tonight's service a success.
Yeah, balsamic oil. Vinegar, where?
I would prefer balsamic.
If I don't have enough here with me, we don't have balsamic. Is raspberry okay?
Okay. How's he doing?
He's doing good. He's doing great. He's doing great. Why's his head all tilted like that? I don't know what happened. I have everything right up my speaker.
Rolling, rolling. Like a chimpanzee hanging out of a cage looking for some bananas. Hey, give yourself a room for that, yeah? Yeah?
It's a half hour into dinner service, and the new fresh seafood specials are a popular choice.
I'm going to have fish chowder, seafood jump.
As the tickets pile in,
3 special salmon and a chowder.
the challenge now is getting the food out.
God, I need those special salmon below.
Special bites.
I'd call for stuff and they'd be not listening to my organization and what I wanted to have come up to the hot plate.
What piece of salmon?
Did you season it with salt, like I said?
Oh, shit.
I need it yesterday. Get it done.
Not one table come out of this kitchen completed yet. Come on. It's so frustrating looking at the cooks behind the line because they don't actually give a damn. So Aaron's got his work cut out and he can't work with that dead wood, no chance.
With Aaron's orders falling on deaf ears,
I'm dying for those Alfredos.
very little food has left the kitchen.
Where's our food? 45 minutes to an hour for our food.
Shaking. That's getting mad. Getting all that.
Calm down.
Look, you guys, it didn't say cheese on the ticket. I can't have cheese on the burger. What are we gonna do? We gotta fix this.
I don't know nothing.
We're waiting forever for this food.
Yeah, I don't know.
That time they start showing the guy a bit of respect.
They're not. Just don't need that one guy screwed on.
I need a new bun for this kid burger, please. Anton, give me a new bun on now.
Aaron, look at me. He's got to do it. Yeah, you can't mop up for them.
Can we run that? Come right back for that kid burger, please.
The place is going down in flames. Tickets are backed up.
Nothing's coming out.
It turned into a total disaster.
Oh my God.
An hour into dinner service, virtually no food has left the kitchen.
Oh my God.
And Aaron, who's only been working at the restaurant for a matter of weeks,
Just toast me a croissant. I ate it yesterday.
I don't know what that is.
now faces the prospect of running the kitchen alone.
Why do my items take so long?
There's too much of a head fuck here. I want to talk to you about it seriously to get it fucking right. And each and every one of you have to step up to the mark. This restaurant hasn't got long to go unless we change. We're changing, with or without you. So do as the chef says and listen, okay?
It was good that Chef Ramsay came in and he kicked them between the legs and they said, hey, get your shit together and get out.
You got 84 coming my way, right? Grill fry? Okay. No cheese. Okay, special salmon. Mango perch up top. 84 up top.
Food is finally coming out of the kitchen. And Scott is finally getting comfortable as a waiter. Although diners are enjoying the new seafood specials,
How's the fresh birch?
Great. Fantastic.
the rest of the menu is a disaster.
I need this a little bit more.
That's not been well.
Yeah, the plate's got to go straight back to the kitchen. Whoever's cooking the shrimp overcooked it. They've got to know before service. If we tell them after, the next dish is going to be overcooked as well. We can tell them straight away.
Okay.
Yeah? Customer can wait. AJ,
when they're in a crunch in the kitchen, AJ sometimes gets confused.
AJ,
who's calling me?
Of course, we laugh because he waddles away, but at the end of the day, it's really not funny.
the kitchen needs to know first, my friend. Then they stop fucking overcooking it. That's your job.
We got a complaint on the shrimp.
Aaron, listen! Listen!
We got a complaint on the shrimp.
There's poorly cooked food. Ordered some undercooked food, or they weren't happy with the food. We lost it. We lost control.
Is that ready?
This is not ready.
No.
This is not ready.
Come on, big boy. Sick of this shit. Get it down quicker than the Titanic. We get better service and a shelter with each of your.
What the fuck? Where's the height?
I don't know.
Everything was screwed up. Give it to me again without all the grease in the bottom. Food got screwed up. I need the whole sandwich remade. I'm pissed off.
With yet another meltdown in the kitchen, Chef Ramsay knows drastic changes are needed.
Aaron, there's no one behind there that respects you enough as the head chef, and you need to stamp your authority on that kitchen. I mean, a joke. It is a joke. You're not an arsewipe for your staff. They're there to support you. And I'm more fucked off with you, AJ, because you passed it to him. If this was my restaurant, your salary would be cut by 50%. Half your salary can benefit crucial areas that need supporting right now.
That's a big thing. He is the motivation for me being here. So cutting my dad's salary, that's not a simple thing to do. And I'm not a heartless, cold-hearted person.
Tomorrow, there's going to be major changes. We're relaunching this place. And I am going to have them crammed in here like fucking sardines.
Coming up,
just do me one favor. Don't fuck it up.
Can Aaron take charge of the kitchen?
Fish taco! Fish taco! Fish taco! How long?
Will any of the owners finally support their chef?
You guys are killing me down there. You're bringing the whole kitchen to an end.
And will Scott, the intimidating partner, go too far?
The only person that should be giving orders back here is Aaron. Is that understood, everybody? Excuse me, did I hear an answer? Did I hear a yes? I'd like to hear an answer!
That's coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. In order to be ready for the relaunch, Gordon's team works all night to make Jack's a more inviting seafood restaurant.
Now, all night we've been working, yeah? We've made some really nice, exciting, subtle changes. It's beautiful. Let's go. Let's go. I'll check it out. Very cool.
It's awesome.
This is sweet.
Hey, something. I can't believe you've never had it here. I know. Yeah. One for the kids, yes? Wonderful fish tank. So cool. What do you think the boys in the scene? Great. Sorry. So simple but cool.
Look at that. Look at the metal.
We've got the whole lime corrugated iron. So just modernises it up, freshens it up.
That looks so nice.
And no more faded wood.
I hated those walls before.
Nice little fresh fish tanks on the wall, yes?
Oh, there's little fish in there.
We've got the little fish tanks along the wall as well, just so when you sat in those booths, you have some fun.
That is great. I was like, wow. Especially because I thought the only answer to this place was a bulldozer. It's incredible how he took something so simple and made it so warm and inviting. It's great. Thank you so much.
I don't know if you think of it now. You're probably wondering why the rope is on the table, yes? This is the new menu, yes?
Wow.
Yeah, and on the back of the menu,
How to try
you can have some fun with the knobs. Yes? Okay, we give the kitchen a touch of time when we get backed up.
How fun.
Yes.
That's awesome.
So cool. Chef Ramsay took a real simple one. He took a nautical theme we had, he ran with it, and some simple, nice, light touches. It's great. I love what he did here.
It's warm, it feels friendly.
I love it. Thank you.
Now that the decor has been freshened up, Gordon introduces the most critical change for this restaurant, a new menu.
Fresh mussels, cupcakes, fresh oysters, the fish tacos, yeah? Nice. Poached salmon, exactly like last night, fresh, delicious.
I'm glad the whole menu's gone. I thought that menu was crap when I got here. Now that it's gone, I'm pretty excited to prepare this food.
My favourites, yeah, fish and chips, yeah, with homemade tartar sauce. You now stand proudly and announce that Jack's has the best fish and chips in Michigan, okay?
The menu is incredible. I'm excited to actually be a part of this new restaurant addition where it's needed.
Big night, we're relaunching Jack's tonight and we're starting afresh.
People are going to come back to this place and finally enjoy coming back to Jack's again.
Okay?
We're ready.
Don't fuck it up, yes? Let's go.
With relaunch night upon them, Jack's not only has a new menu to contend with, but a winter storm as well.
This is crazy. It's a winter storm, but it hasn't stopped anybody from coming in. These cars are backed up nearly half a mile. Now, Jack is back, and if this doesn't work on relaunch night, I'll take that rope and hang all three of them over the side. Unbelievable. Fuck me, it's cold.
Alright, they open this up. I like that. This is gonna keep kids entertained.
I know. This too. You can tie. You can play. That's something that I like to see. Everybody loves the new remodeling we did, so they're having a lot of fun.
Cut out now.
Yes, sir.
Cut out now, yeah?
Yes, sir. There's no room for error. I'm the chef. I need to control my brigade.
How much I want my chicken wing? Answer my question.
I'm going to do my best to be the strongest chef that I can be here.
This is gotta go. Steak distribution.
Really good.
Chicken is like the best.
With customers clearly excited about the new Jack's, the restaurant fills to capacity and the kitchen faces a monumental test.
Okay, sell me a fish taco. Hear me? Fish taco, how long?
Let's go.
Okay, I can't talk with nobody listening.
Guys, answer him, please.
Fish taco. Fish taco. Fish taco. They're fucking dying on grill fry here, dude.
With Aaron still fighting to get his staff on board.
Alright, so sorry, there's a little bit of a hold up in there.
Customers who ordered fried food are getting restless.
You know there's a new look, right?
Now we're waiting for the food.
Bear with us. It takes a couple minutes for the food to release.
How's Chef Aaron doing?
A little massive stress.
Oh, yeah. I got food dying. Jesus Christ. These guys are either I'm getting buried by grill fry. I'm not getting any of their food. Everybody else's food is coming out. They're burying me.
Grill fry's getting beaten, AJ.
Bill, I need him to coordinate with me. I need a fish and chip to sell right now.
I can't stress enough that AJ, he has 40 years plus experience. Of course, I threw him in the kitchen to help us out.
I need 2 roasted chickens.
Yes, coconut shrimp.
Coconut shrimps. I don't need coconut shrimps.
When AJ came back here to help,
Agent full boy, here you go. What table numbers are you feeding me, AJ?
Table 41.
Yeah, 41? AJ, I sold 41 like 45 minutes ago.
Okay, never mind.
Fuck, man.
You have to communicate. You have to communicate. Yeah, better than that. Better than that. Can't even see behind the fucking light. Get a box on the snap like I can't see the short ass.
Yeah, hold on.
Unbelievable. 243 customers through the door so far. Aaron's backed up in the kitchen. He's asked for help. AJ's got in there and made it work. They're not careful. This place can fucking sink.
I will see what's holding up those appetizers, okay?
Coconut shrimp, lead in. How long? You guys are killing me down there. You're bringing the whole kitchen to an end. We're gonna have to slow the seating down. These guys cannot keep up.
Okay, ready. Where's my fries? Where's my fish? And then I don't hear it. Up to 1 minute. I wasn't hearing nothing, so I was like, screw that.
Hey, don't talk like that. Give me the food I asked for. I don't need your lip. You busy? I'm busy.
I don't want to hear no damn arguing back here. I hear people screaming at each other. The only person that should be giving orders back here is Aaron. Is that understood, everybody? Excuse me, did I hear an answer? Did I hear a yes? I'd like to hear an answer.
You guys are killing me down there. You're You're bringing the whole kitchen to an end.
With anarchy in the kitchen,
The only person that should be giving orders back here is Aaron. Is that understood, everybody?
the former silent partner decided it was time to speak up.
I'd like to hear an answer. Sir. All right. That's it. Fucking believe it.
Scott came back here and he showed that he gave a shit. You know, where before I'd never see Scott. That actually helped me.
Okay, let's go. I'm looking for a fish taco. Fish taco, thank you. Beautiful. That's nice looking food.
With Aaron now finally controlling his kitchen, orders are getting to the customers a lot quicker.
All right, I almost have a smile on my face, guys. I'm almost smiling.
I said, I'm all for it. Got clarity with fucking brigade.
I agree.
As dinner winds down,
Thank you, guys.
there's a problem with the night's final order of onion rings.
That look undercooked, way undercooked.
Yeah.
Chef Aaron clearly follows Gordon's advice and demands quality food and respect from his staff.
Martini, what are you doing? Smoking a cigarette? Did you sell those onion rings earlier so you can go do that? No. Go look at them. They're shit, man. All night onion rings have been beautiful. Look at them. Touch them. Touch them. Touch them.
I'll drop them again right now.
God damn that shit. It can't happen. Last table of the night, and the food has to be just as good at the end of the night as it is in the beginning.
Holding his staff accountable till the last minute, Aaron is finally acting like a head chef.
Scott,
Yes.
good job with what you do with the kitchen.
Oh, thanks.
I feel my partners realize that, you know what, I can be a benefit here.
Enjoy it, yeah. It's helped me redeem myself to my partners. I think that Gordon Ramsay saved my friendship, my partnership, and this business.
I, for the first time in this restaurant, saw each and every one of the owners working their arse off. None of you were fragmented. It was together. We fixed the biggest problem, James, and that was the food. Now you know what it's like to maintain that. Tell me, what's the most important thing you've got out of this week?
I got a partner. Seriously, the most important thing I got
Well,
out of
look,
this
a compliment. When I first met you, big boy, honestly, I thought your days were numbered. The rumors, the crap, and you turned it around.
We know what we're doing if we put our minds together and we work together. We can fill this place.
Absolutely right.
There's only one thing.
Excuse me?
Tamara, I, Bill, we've all admitted that, you know, we kind of put ourselves out there. AJ never admitted to nothing. You know, a lot of this was his fault.
I never said I have no fault, and I did the best I can with all the hours I put. On that exact point, you are here way too much to be effective. I know you think you're effective. We don't think you're effective at 80 hours a week.
AJ, it would be the most generous thing you could do as a father for his son. Step back. Cutting back on the hours and cutting back on the pay.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Oh, Scott, Bill, and Tanner will see that the hours I put here were needed to run the business. They probably will see it. Maybe on my deathbed they'll confess it, but not before then.
That's hard, that. That was very hard.
I've been agonizing over the conversation. It wasn't a personal thing at all. It's needed for him to eat. He can't be here that many hours. It's good for everybody.
I can't wait. Yes, to get back. Yes.
We're bringing you to the gym when you come back.
Take care, Gordon. Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Thank you for everything.
Keep pumping, yes?
Yes, sir.
After Gordon left, in the days that followed, Bill, Scott, and Tamara gave Aaron the full authority to run the kitchen, the menu, and the staffing.
If you have anybody in here that has to go tonight, you gotta go up tonight.
Aaron immediately fired 2 cooks and brought in 2 experienced sous chefs.
They don't know the way it was before, and there'll be a new standard set.
And the partners realized, although it was difficult, they needed a new general manager to take over Jack's. And so they fired AJ.
He let it happen, and what is done, he did to himself.
Right. You're right.
I can't run on me.
You're right. It just sucks that it is because that's your dad, but you got my support.
Firing my dad is what I need for this place to survive. And he's going to back us up on what we need to do, just like any father would for their son. We're now moving in the right direction. We actually finally know what we're doing. I think it's awesome.
We do 3-4 nights like this, it'll be a breeze back here.
Thank you, Gordon. This was an experience of a lifetime. The 3 of us as owners have never been as close as we are right now.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares, Chef Ramsay takes on a know-it-all owner.
I make the best Thai food in the world. I'm awesome.
Who has an answer for everything.
The food is fucking bad, yeah.
How does that get out of your fucking mind? You're a fucking punch in the face for talking to me like that.
Except why his restaurant is failing. Can Gordon get this owner to see the light?
Take your head out your asshole and get real with me.
Nobody talks to me like that.
You look like you're ready to try.
What are the fucking truth I'm tired of it? That's next time on Kitchen Nightmares.
The 6th grade drink ever to bring us a beautiful drink that they built in downtown LA. Known as the Ribbon of Light, but it's known as the Ribbon of Light, by the way. But as soon as this thing was built, the road takeover people.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares.
I make the best Thai food in the world. I'm awesome.
Chef Ramsay heads to Stamford, Connecticut.
Same shit, different town.
To take on Sammy.
I can't believe you're telling my food sucks. I honestly think you're out of your fucking mind.
An out-of-control owner who's destroying his restaurant. People say,
I don't really give a fuck. Shut it down. Don't fucking do nothing. There's only one chief, and that's me.
Sammy is in denial about his food.
The food is fucking bad, yeah.
Not bad, though. It's not bad.
It's fucking disgusting.
You're a fucking punch in the face for talking to me like that.
And even the customers can't escape his wrath.
I don't want you to stick it back in a microwave.
Nobody's talking about microwave. You're the one's talking about microwave. You work for a microwave company? I just wanted to pick her up and throw her out.
That is true.
With only 1 week to turn it around, can Gordon break through to Sammy?
Take your head out your asshole and get real with me.
Come on! Nobody talks to me like that.
Or is this owner beyond repair?
I don't need this jerk off to fucking tell me about how I run my business.
Tonight, it's the battle of Gordon versus Sammy.
You look pissed like you're ready for a fight.
What are the fucking truth? I'm tired of it. Stamford, Connecticut is a city that has a vast variety of restaurants. Smack in the center of town is Sabatello's, an Italian eatery opened 3 years ago by its owner, Sammy Settembre. Known for its once successful pizzeria, Sammy has been struggling with this venture and is only months from closing.
How we doing, guys? I was 8 years old when I started. I worked at my brother Benny's restaurant, starting at making pizza. I always had a dream of a really nice restaurant. Hey, how are you? I make everybody feel like a superstar when they come to Sabatello's because I'm a superstar, and that's why my name is on there. It's all about me.
How are you tonight? Good. You're welcome. I've been with Sammy for 2.5 years, and the restaurant was really busy all the time, and it slowly declined. Now we need some customers.
I know, I can't believe this. Usually I have a couple tables. We have an awesome, beautiful place. I think the decor is excellent. I don't know why people are not eating here. The food is good. It fucking kills me. Where is this guy? Where's your food? Yeah, it tastes disgusting. If you think of something else to complain about, please get me. I'll be downstairs.
The nightmare at Sabatello's, it's Sammy. He can be really nasty.
Tell him to fucking go to work. If not, go to fuck home. You hear me?
Calamari, to be honest with you, it was edible. That was about it.
Thank God you didn't have a microphone with you. I don't want everybody to hear it.
I think that if Sammy doesn't change, I don't think it would make it
This
another
bitch
year.
can't.
out of here. Damn, they eat meatballs in here. Why do you put so many meatballs? Was he a friend of yours? Man, you guys go bowling together? My restaurant's a nightmare because my staff doesn't listen to me all the time. Why you gotta be a big shot with my money, bro? Be a big shot on your day off. Thanks, pal. Another thought. I presently have over $1 million in debt to this restaurant. I have a house on the line, and I clean out my savings. Everything rides on this place. 25 or 125? 125. Sure.
Sammy is very stressed out. When I look at him, knowing him for so many years, I can see a different person. He's just not as happy as he used to be.
I should have been a fucking mailman. I swear to God. I waited my whole life to step up to this plate, which is this really nice restaurant. You know, if I lose this restaurant, I'll lose my life because my restaurant is my life.
As Gordon walks through Stanford, he catches up on Sabatello's most recent food reviews.
Right, food review, Sabatello's. Food mediocre, don't get me wrong. The owner is the most obnoxious human being I've ever dealt with. 2-star food and 4-star pricing. There we are. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, well, D, thank you.
Can we get you a table?
Maybe go upstairs and have a bite to eat?
Yeah, I'll show you. Yes. Upstairs, let me get the menu. I wasn't really nervous when Chef Ramsay came to the restaurant because I make the best Thai food in the world. I'm awesome, and it speaks for itself.
I can't wait to look round. My God, look at this.
Isn't it inviting, nice and warm?
It is nice and warm. So if the decor's nice and warm, the host is nice and warm, it must be all about the food, right?
The food is good. The food is very good.
So what would you recommend for lunch?
My lasagna is homemade.
All this is fresh, right?
Yes, everything else is fresh. It's not fresh, we won't sell it.
The soup today is
It's a wedding soup. It consists of vegetables and little mini meatballs. It's really nice. Actually, the best balls in town. It's awesome. People love it.
okay.
When Chef Ramsay sat down, the first thing I thought, man, this guy's going to be surprised. He's definitely going to do some kind of cartwheels after he eats his food. He's got a few items he wants.
So we start off with the soup today. I'm going to try the lasagna. That's homemade. And then finally I'll finish up with a New York strip.
How do you want that cooked?
Mid-rare.
Thick rare. Thick rare, excuse me, please.
And how long have you been here then? 3 years. 3 years. Wow.
Did you put his order? Did you put his order in? So I'm talking to him. I want to make sure I take care of him.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so why does he interrupt you like that?
Sometimes in the middle I'm giving like specials. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta bring David. I'm like, I'm talking to them. The people, they feel like, what's the matter with them?
That's not nice. That's not nice at all.
Tommy, he got no manners, and I think somebody got to teach him how he got to be when he's working.
Hi, baby. What was it about to say? Randomize it. God. We want you. Just whatever. Cushion first. Are you excited? Yeah, have you ever had it?
Bits of shit put together, brought to the boil, and then anemic gritty meatballs in there. Yeah. That's the wedding suit?
To get him in the mood to get married.
Jesus, I don't want to get fucking divorced.
Did you see that guy? I have no idea what he looked like. I didn't even see him. They're just like, cool. You go.
How can it be soup of the day when it's soup of yesterday? And it's sort of, it's bland. Anyway, hopefully
the other dishes will be better. Thank you.
Soup of the day.
He said the soup is bland, it's not good. That soup was 2 days old, but that doesn't mean it's garbage. You know what I'm saying? Who is a fucking health department critic? Oh my God.
Chef said the soup is not good. Well, I can't throw the soups out. That's the rules.
I want you to do is take 2 lasagnas out. Put them in the mic. Make sure the lasagna's nice and hot, Manny. I told him it's my homemade lasagna, my signature item, okay? Do the right thing.
That's some good stuff.
Lasagna, please.
Manny, got this one.
Wow.
Here's your lasagna.
Homemade lasagna. Oh, Jesus. Look at that. Someone drop it. Jesus. Here we've got like white bits of chicken. feel. But there seems to be something slightly synthetic and plastic inside that tastes absolutely hideous. And that is homemade. I'll fucking dance in this restaurant tonight, start falling naked. That is not homemade. Holy crap. Feel this thing. Thank you. What is that?
That's the ground beef.
That's beef. It looks like canned dog food. Ask the chef where the recipe's from, if it's homemade.
¿Dónde es tu recipe de la lasagna? Which one? You want to know if it's a homemade lasagna, where you get the recipe? My mother. Where you put ground beef on that? What was the... Because it's Italian lasagna. It's not a goddamn Chinese lasagna.
It's a tough steak, not seasoned, greasy. The food is consistent. What a shame. Okay, I'm done. That's full of grease. Where are those things? Who buys them? That's something?
Yep. The food is really, really bad in all aspects. We've been trying to tell this Sammy for a long time. But of course, because we are the employees, they don't listen.
Having had a good taste of some bad dishes, Gordon heads to the kitchen to meet with Sammy and head chef Jose.
Hey guys.
Hey,
let's go through it together. Yeah? Soup was hideous. How old is that soup?
The soup has been like 3 days a week, yeah.
3 days with gout. Yeah, it tasted like it. It tasted disgusting, bland, and everything was cooked to fuck. The lasagna, let's quickly go on to that. That was unique. Uniquely shit. That's homemade. Where is it?
Lasagna over there.
Yeah, can you give me a portion?
Why was it dry in the middle with the sauce? Sure, we proportion it, we cut it.
It's frozen.
It says it's frozen.
How old is that?
That's the lasagna I made the last week of Friday.
We make 3 trays of lasagna at a time, and then we proportion, and then we freeze it. We take some up as we need.
Okay, so it's not fresh, that's what I'm trying to say.
Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean it's bad. I'm telling you, here's a guy from Scotland. What the fuck does he know about lasagna? Does any chef throw food away if it's not bad? Answer that, Mr. Ramsey.
Any chef?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello? You gonna throw it away?
Should I answer it, or are you gonna fucking...
No, fucking tell me. Fucking tell me.
Are you getting upset now?
No, not at all. Not at all. A little bit, Nick.
Every fucking chef I know makes lasagna fresh every day.
Chef Ramsey started critiquing, telling all these bad things about my food. I thought, what is this guy on his mind?
And the biggest disappointment was the steak. Who buys the steak? That's the toughest steak I've ever eaten.
I dropped down on the steaks because my business has dropped. So, choice steak. It's not my black Angus here, right?
I love the way you got excuses for everything.
I couldn't do anything right. It was amazing. It was very hard to eat as well. I couldn't believe it. He said everything I did was wrong.
You're very pumped up. Have you ever thought...
Because I believe we have good stuff.
Yeah. Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, I think maybe you woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
I get out the same side of the bed every day. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and that food was bland.
I can't believe you're telling me my food sucks. I can't believe it. I thought I had to stick you out of your fucking mind. It ain't. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. I think you're a little too critical. Overcritical.
The minute you get down off your high horse and start understanding what the fuck's wrong with this place, then we may have something compatible to work with.
Are you finished? Are you done?
Am I done?
I can't believe it.
I've just started.
Unbelievable.
Okay, I'm going to clear my head. I want some fucking... I need some fresh air.
Yeah. Let me show you where the door is.
I'll go through that one there.
I'm going to take the shit out of me and just like really broke my balls. This guy's out of control. Yeah, I think someone needs to put him in line. Let me tell you something. For a guy to talk like that in front of me like that, I can't believe it. And he's still alive, and we didn't shoot him. Fucking kill that guy.
Coming up, the battles intensify.
What the fuck is that?
Between Chef Ramsey and Sammy.
That is chicken novella. It's cooked halfway.
It's shit.
And Gordon is shocked when Sammy takes on a customer.
Well, you stick it back in a microwave.
All right, put it in the microwave. Nobody's talking about microwave. You're the one's talking about microwave. Do you work for a microwave company?
I work for the West Side.
Gordon, they finally push Sammy over the edge.
Do me a favor. Take your head out your arsehole and get real with me.
Nobody talks to me like that.
Yeah, this like you're ready for a fight.
What all the fucking truth? I'm tired of it.
After a night filled with Sammy's excuses, Gordon decides to take a closer look at the kitchen.
Place is spotless. Absolutely spotless. Amazing. What the fuck? Raw chicken, cooked chicken. Where's Sammy? What the fuck's that? What is that?
It's called chicken novella.
When were they cooked?
Sunday we do those chickens.
Can you get me Sammy, please? Yeah? Fucking hell. Same shit, different town. Sammy, have a quick look around the kitchen. The place is spotless, yeah? Very clean. Kitchen's immaculate. We tried. Unfortunately, the shit I found in the fridge. What's this? Have a look at this. That's not the way we cook, is it? What have we got? Chicken franchise there. Cooked. That there. Yeah?
What's the matter with it?
What's the matter with it? What's that set next to?
It's grilled chicken marinade. We do for sandwiches and for salads.
That's raw chicken, Sammy.
We can't put them close by each other?
Oh, come on. I know you want to mouth off and tell me how fucking wrong I am and I'm a fucking meatballer, but that's appalling. What's this here? It gets worse. What the fuck is that? Then why is it cooked?
Because we have to make it raw and bake it in the oven to take too long. Customers are not going to wait. They're going to leave.
Well, customers aren't here, so how can they leave if they're not here to begin with?
It's a nice dish. People like it.
It's shit.
No, it comes in like his shit doesn't stink, and I was trying to be prepared. He gets my blood rolling, and he's out of fucking control.
Can you do me a favor?
That is fucking amazing. Oh, you got the weapon? Might be.
Before we fucking kill someone.
What's the weapon?
I'll get back. I'm dying. Holy crap.
JT's Weekday Sports Beat. No, JT in the morning. News Talk 960 WSBT.
Of course, I got a stuff with little salt, stuff with Rabbi.
Yep. Dinner service night is going to be outstanding. And I want to show you
Don't tell me he died.
good stuff. Jose, I'm waiting for table 3. Is that salt almost ready? Thank God.
What's this soul stuff with, Jose?
Do vegetables and imitation crappie.
Imitation crappie? Yeah. Why imitation?
Crappie is too spicy. I like fresh stuff in the house. So don't let me do it. And everybody got to follow what he says.
How do you have a special soul stuff with fake crappie?
No, it's not all steak. Jose, you told me the crab meat steak?
Stage crappie.
I can't wait all kind of bullshit you're going to come back with now.
I'm not bullshit at all. Normally we do the long crab meat.
$28. You're taking the fucking piss out of something.
We all make mistakes. You know, maybe I cut some corners. But don't call me a liar or a cheat or a dishonest guy. I wouldn't be this far being a liar, cheat, and dishonest. So I think you should fucking take it back. You're making me look horrible in front of this guy. You're my number one guy, right? Son of a bitch.
Sorry.
What's the matter with this?
Say it's not fresh. You say it's not good.
It's fucking bullshit.
Not bad, though. It's not bad. Not bad. Oh, no, come on. Spits it out. It's not bad.
You're fucking delusional.
It's not.
It's mushy, it's watery, it's wet, and it's fucking disgusting. You chop them down like a big fucking baboon. It's good.
I didn't make great food. If I didn't make great food, I wouldn't be here. So for this asshole to fucking tell me that I'm not doing good, it really pissed me off, to be honest with you.
Watching this restaurant perform is embarrassing. Fake fucking crab meat inside a stall. It's pretty obvious that it's become the appendix of restaurants in Stanford. You just want to get rid of it and get it out.
What's up?
I think I'd like to have it just a little bit more done. Yeah.
What's the matter?
Listen, Jose.
What's the matter?
A little more, a little less.
What's wrong, man?
Cold in the middle.
Alright, put it in the microwave. Just put it in the microwave. Put it in a minute and a half.
Come here, Rotterdam.
Go back in there right now.
it. Maybe someone just took this plate. This plate's pretty warm. I maybe just serve it in the microwave instead of putting the lid back into a pan. Yes, thank you.
What's the matter with it? What's the matter with it?
It's a little one.
Now, wait, let me see. Now it's too much cooking. And now it's too much.
You work for a microwave company. This lady's smart.
Oh my God. How do they want it cooked?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go fucking ask the lady.
With food now coming back, it's a perfect opportunity for Gordon to witness Sammy's customer service skills.
How did you want it? Do you want it rare? I didn't want it medium. So can we make another one? Will you wait? Or if you don't want it at all?
Wait, but the thing is I don't want you to stick it back in a microwave.
No, we're gonna throw it out and make you a new one. Nobody's throwing it in a microwave. You're the one throwing it in a microwave.
They came out of the microwave. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like exuding.
Do you work for a microwave company? You know so much about a microwave. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look out of here. It's all take a hike. Fuck that lady.
Taste it, Sammy.
Bullshit. You told me I went to a microwave? Probably better wait. I don't know if this lady wanted a free meal or whatever. I thought it was a total nightmare. I kept my composure. I wanted to kill her, and I did.
Not your fault. The lamb is tough. You're giving us shit tools to work with. Of course you're going to create shit food. Here's a lamb locker.
Bring it to come on, Molly. How is it? Is it still too red?
You know what? I'm done. No more chances.
Unbelievable. Oh my God, I just wanted to pick her up and throw her out. There's a right way and a wrong way of handling something like that, and she was totally wrong. She says it back 3 fucking times. I said, how does she want to go?
Go out there and apologize.
I don't want to apologize. I don't give a fuck. Let it go.
Young, hot, and beautiful.
I'm actually really embarrassed that he made a scene with one of the customers tonight. Regardless of what happened, the customer is fully right in a customer service business.
So fucking mad. This sucks. I'm so upset inside. Fucking humiliating. Tonight looks like a jerk off for this asshole. Real job tonight. You know something? Don't even make it none. Shut everything fucking down and forget it. I don't really give a fuck. Shut it down. Don't fucking do nothing. So fucking mad. Tonight looks like a jerk off for this asshole.
After a frustrating evening in the kitchen and in the front of house, Sammy has hit his breaking point.
You know something? Don't even fucking make it none. Shut everything fucking down and forget it. I don't really give a fuck. Shut it down. Don't fucking do nothing. It was one of the worst nights of my life.
Okay,
I wanted to strangle the customers tonight. I wanted to strangle my guys, especially in the kitchen. Everybody was just a total nightmare. It was a mess.
Ladies, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's not your fault.
Thank you for being so understanding. I really appreciate it. I'm the person that apologizes for Sammy because he won't do it, and I don't want his reputation to be any worse than I guess people already see it.
I can't believe it.
All the time does the same story, all the time the same problem. So I mean, he don't care.
Fucking bullshit. I feel so bad. I feel so hurt. I can't get my staff to listen. I feel like running away, to tell you the truth.
After an unusual evening in which Sammy shut down his own restaurant, Gordon has now confirmed the source of the problems at Sabatello's.
58 customers we serve. Not 108, 58. I've never seen 58 covers done in such a difficult way, you know that? Is that normal for you to go in the kitchen like that and talk to them like that?
If I didn't go in there at all, forget about it. We didn't have 20 entrees come back.
You've got no right as an owner to be so selfish and start picking on fucking staff or blaming customers. The problem is with you.
Come on, are you serious?
You agitate customers, you agitate staff. Why are you so negative?
What do you mean negative? I try to keep these guys happy. I was in there trying
to... happy?
Are you kidding me? Guys are making mistakes.
Well, you gotta go back to school.
I said, all this is about me. The way the place is going wrong. Nobody talks to me like that. People come here because of me. People love my food.
Sammy, I'm here to help. I see a guy that's passionate about running a restaurant, but fucking clueless. You're the hardest individual to work with, my friend. And And each and every one of your staff are shit scared to tell you that. You handicap the kitchen, a menu far too big with 2 cooks in there, and you've got such fucking imitation material on here.
This is art.
What do you mean imitation material? That steak's not fucking Black Angus.
Somebody's gonna think this is really smart. Even imagine like, they're gonna think this is all really smart. I do. Somebody else.
$28 for a stuffed rolled fucking fillet of sole with fake crab. Hey, you're a bullshitter.
Yeah, I made some mistakes. I cut a couple corners. Why? I'm in a fucking tough spot right now. What the fuck you would do it too, no?
Look at the level of false advertising in your menu and stop taking the piss out of you and Stanford.
Did you forget anything? That's it? So all this is about me.
Of course it is. I've got to rethink. I've got some fucking ideas and some plans. I've got to get going quickly. But I want you to do one thing. Take your head out your arsehole and get fucking real with me. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Stubborn fucker.
I don't need this jerk off to fucking tell me about how I run my business. I'll tell me that all this is because of me. He's full of fucking shit. I didn't like that. And next time that I see him in person, I'm gonna fucking tell him.
I don't know much time is that.
It's a new day, and Gordon has come up with a plan to get Sammy back on track.
Oh, how are you? Good. Yeah, good. Sit down. You look pissed like you're ready for a fight. I'm here to fight.
No, I don't think you have good intentions.
You're a tough guy to get through to.
I know.
You've got this defense mechanism that no one seems to break down. I came in early this morning to sort of talk to you, to sort of try to get through. So I want you to take me back to the beginning. I need to know more about Sammy 10 years ago. You ready?
Oh, Mac, I had to get this picture because I had these under lock and key.
That's about like at the bottom. Owning my own business, succeeding by 35.
I always loved the restaurant business. Working for my brother since I was small, 9 years old, making dough to making sandwiches and eventually making pizza.
Which brings me into this.
Oh my God. My brother Benny passed away 7 years ago. Actually, get me all choked up.
This man's a hero in your life, right?
He's the one that really got me motivated. I love him. He was like more of a father. Yeah, I would do anything for him. He was awesome.
You miss him?
Totally. Because like now, I would love to call him and ask for some advice. It's like I don't know where to turn. All has to come from me. I'm like I'm bombarded everywhere. I can't believe you got that picture.
There you go. This was a huge success, this thing.
That's how I made my money. That's how I bought my house in Greenwich. That's how I got this. You know, I feel like everything is draining me. I'm trying to keep this afloat. It's not a little place anymore. Over there was smaller of it, and less people. Maybe had more control over it. Now it's like, I don't know.
That. Remember that day like it was yesterday, right?
Yes.
The restaurateur gives students a taste of a career in the kitchen. That's you in mentoring, tutoring, prolific position. Now look at the way you were dealing with your staff and your customers last night, and it's fucking night and day. And that's where I need to connect, in there. That's Sammy. Not today's Sammy. I need your support, but more importantly, I need to get you back in love with
Oh my God, this beautiful thing.
Listen, you got my word. Not 110%, I'll give you 220%. I want that same feeling back. I want that same feeling. It's sad that I waited this long.
It's done.
Thank you. Thank you. Chef Ramsay, what he did really opened up my eyes. I feel like something's brewing, something's going, something's moving. It's the best thing I've felt in a long time, to be honest with you.
Now that Sammy is focused once again, Gordon has begun to make some menu changes for tonight's dinner service.
Straightforward lasagna. First off, a small amount of bolognese sauce. If you like that. A little bit of mozzarella in the middle. Heavy ricotta on top. Nothing gets put in the freezer. In the oven now. Okay. So we'll do a grilled filet mignon. Table side. A little bit of thyme on that. And we'll roast it down in the oven. Go.
Some potatoes.
And Brussels sprouts.
Now that Gordon has shown them how to prepare tonight's specials, he is looking for the front of the house to create some excitement in the dining room.
Here we go. 2 nice slices, not thin slices. Up, lift, bang, and away.
And present.
Great.
This is just one small measure of you personally reaching out and doing something different here.
Southern Tales has never done table side, so we're excited about it. Actually, I'm very excited. I got my confidence back. I got my balls back. I got my lasagna back on the track. It's going to be great tonight.
With news that Gordon Ramsay is in town, Sabatello's is busier than it has been in years. But only time will tell if we'll see the volatile Sammy or the personable, friendly Sammy.
I'm going to totally have an awesome night tonight. When people walk out tonight, they're going to be thinking, wow, is that Sammy? What a difference.
We got 2 specials for tonight. We got a nice baked lasagna. Also, I got a nice black angus filet mignon. You don't even need a steak knife, by the way. I tried the filet mignon, okay? I'm very excited for tonight. I feel comfortable to go to the tables and sell the food.
Yeah, the flag.
How we doing, Jose? We doing at 13, table 13? And what about 15? You have one for 15, which is 3?
This man has to talk. He doesn't look.
I know.
In 1 hour's time, we're going to be fucked.
Look, Jose, come on, man. Help me out.
Don't rush me to get the table out. When you rush, nothing's good.
Thank you, bro. Wait up the stairs, please. Be careful.
Is this medium? Actually, you know what? It's really rare.
A few minutes, all right?
Oh, no.
The medium, not medium rare.
Oh, come on. Fuck's sake. It's supposed to be medium, bro. Come on.
Don't let me down, Jose.
Come on. Quick.
He's like completely behind already. My husband's steak is raw on the inside.
You're welcome.
All right, baby.
That's medium. I asked for medium.
Weapon.
No, what happened?
Just West Side.
What's it sound?
You just straight up West Side, aren't you?
Read the ticket, pal. It's very simple.
Although dinner service started out with a very cool, calm Sammy, problems in the kitchen have brought out the old Sammy.
God damn it.
He's doing the middle line. He serves it out.
I'm tired of fucking excuses. I'm taking all the blame here. I look like a fucking jerk off this whole fucking town. I'm tired of it. Jose is not communicating, trying to do everything himself, and in turn slowing the restaurant down and making me look bad and making me wonder. I'm not gonna let that happen. Jose, just make the food, damn it.
Fucking unbelievable.
Jose, just make the food, damn it.
Although Sammy may have been the main cause of the problems last night,
You don't lose, I lose. I lose everything here.
tonight head chef Jose and the kitchen staff have dug a hole for the restaurant that is virtually impossible to get out of.
You guys are not communicating. I told you, here's your name. What's on the sewer ticket? Ask him, what are you working on? Yes, sis. No, call me. Let me know that you hear me. Yes, Sammy, I got it. I don't know you're listening. It was just a total nightmare. It was a mess. It was a real mess. Nobody had their act together. Nobody knew what they were doing. We kept getting in the weeds. We kept getting behind.
Yes.
Awesome.
Out in the dining room, the customers continue to feel the effects of the problems in the kitchen.
You want me to cook a little more?
A little bit more will be good.
Sure. It's fine.
You said you had a hard time doing.
Don't worry. No problem. What's wrong? I said medium.
Right now, listen, you've got to listen to me now. There's not good enough, Jose. Medium requested.
No more excuses. Come on. We gotta communicate better. Otherwise, I'll lose my fucking shit. Everything I ever fucking worked for is being shot down the tube. If you left the stock of fucking Stanford, who the fuck wants that?
We've been here for hours. Are you hungry? Yeah.
Oh yeah, West Side. Oh yeah, West Side. That lady seems very sweet.
Man, you don't let Jose do all the work. Because he's too goddamn slow. We're losing everything. Speak Spanish, talk to me Spanish. I don't care. Yo, can we do 63?
Oh,
Can't. Not cook this for you.
Do 63. Don't even get your tickets. You haven't fucking party. You don't even grab these tickets. Do 63. Get it going.
Go already?
No, we need it now. You got it going? It's coming now. Yeah, we need it now. Jose, we can't
Oh.
keep these people fucking waiting. You're better than that. Jose? God. It was a disaster. This is one of the worst nights I ever had.
Yeah, sit down. Another night, another rough service, and Sabatello's is clearly running out of time.
The big issue here is the kitchen. You have had a relationship with that guy for 13 and 14 years. It's like a married couple. Yeah? You switched off from each other. You bark, he ignores.
I'm not happy with him. You know something? I have been too lazy. I didn't do everything. Not checking up on him. I'm really starting to open my eyes. I can't count on this fucking guy anymore. Well, the fucking truth, I can't count on him. And tonight, I thought it was going to be so easy with steaks. You sent a mini out of the fucking rear. Everybody came back rare. Any asshole can cook steaks.
I'm glad you say it.
I gotta do something different.
You're absolutely right.
The more comfortable I get with this jerk off, the more they take advantage of me. But I'll be honest with you, he doesn't step up to the plate tomorrow. Let him go get somebody to replace him. It breaks my heart. What are the fucking truth? I'm tired of it. That's what pisses me off.
Exactly what I wanted to hear in the middle of service.
I'm not gonna count on Jose doing the job anymore. Just sit back and let this guy do what he wants. Ain't happening. It's either make changes now or I fail. I don't want to fail.
After witnessing 2 failed dinner services, Gordon spent the night devising a plan to alleviate the problems in the kitchen.
Let's discuss menu. Okay, there we are. Well, now, the secret behind this is we're going to streamline the menu. We've increased the meat. We've brought down the appetizers.
It's meat,
The
girl.
greens, the sides, the
For me?
desserts. Look at the size of the menu, is it? That is done
Look at the size of this menu,
to the
girl.
maximum ability
Huh?
of what we've got to count
And
on.
bigger or smaller? There you go.
This new menu is gonna be more better for us. Not all the food out. It's gonna be easy for me.
Tomorrow, we're going to relaunch this restaurant as a unique Italian steakhouse. Sammy, what do you think?
I'm blown away by it. We're awesome menu. It's so much nicer and smaller. It's more attractive. It's a really nice
That one is beautiful.
Awesome. Change it to an Italian steakhouse totally made a lot of sense because I have too much competition. I think now we have something to show people.
With oozing quality, freshness, great steaks, great wine.
And the website.
Lauren? Okay, good.
Dude, just bring that girl around. Seriously, hot girls bring people in the fucking restaurant. Huh? For real?
So
You should have done.
to do something different.
Let's go.
Coming up,
Everybody can make their food like that. If not, it's not acceptable.
with the relaunch of Honda,
You make the installer menu ready?
Yeah, those not ready.
will the kitchen be able to handle the new steakhouse menu?
I'm not on that fucking side tonight.
Can Sammy keep his cool under pressure?
Oh my God, son of a fucking bitch.
Will Jose step up?
Come on, Jose.
Or could this be the night that finally sinks Sammy's ship?
Right now, I don't know.
With the relaunch dinner just hours away, Gordon meets Sammy and the staff to introduce the new dishes on the menu.
Okay, entrees. This is our selling point. The bistecca, we've seen that. It flew out the kitchen. Okay, the 14-ounce bone-in New York steak. Look at it. 6-ounce filet mignon, grilled lobster tail. That, for me, is the heartbeat of this restaurant. If we can establish that kind of excitement with our Italian steakhouse, everything else will follow suit. That's our jewel. Dig in, have a taste, get familiar with it, and push it.
Unbelievable, right? Right. Chef Ramsay's menu compared to my menu is
What's
totally
that? What card, kid?
different. Mine was old school. Look at me, it's perfectly cooked.
Mine was
Chef
old school.
Ramsay's
Yes,
menu is
sir.
so innovative, so
It's a
different,
subset
so
of old school.
I like it.
What about West Side Old School? Same thing, but different.
Can I tell you right
It's
now?
a subset
I
of
want you, everybody to make their food like
West
that.
Side.
If not, it's not acceptable. See where it's over there? I want it to be the same all the time.
Yeah.
Right? And the appetizer, I want it to be the same. I told Manny too. I'm telling you. Because you know something, man? I can't be nervous anymore. Where if I'm going to keep this place, I'm not going to keep it. If I'm going to lose it, this week, with this guy, unbelievable. Really opened my eyes. Let's just do the same fucking thing over and over. And look what we got. No Nobody give me fresh ideas. Nobody helping me out. Listen what this guy did. Thank God this guy came. God bless this guy. You know that? It's my fault. You know that? Sit on my ass, not trying to get change.
Yeah.
Right? Tonight, I'm counting on Jose. The kitchen has to function better. It has to happen in the kitchen. I want it to work.
With a brand new menu and a community willing to give Sabatello's another shot,
There's some awesome specials tonight. Homemade lasagna.
it's now up to Sammy to show what he's made of.
Okay, also the filet mignon is really good. I am so excited about tonight. Actually, I'm nervous and excited, but it's a good nervous. It's like you have the little butterflies before you go on stage. What I recommend from the grill is the bistecca is delicious.
With the restaurant now focused on being an Italian steakhouse, Jose's ability to cook meat is put to the test.
Come on, Jose. We're grilling steaks and we're cooking to order, yes? Show me it can be done, yeah? Big night. Got to talk.
I got it. Coming up.
We're gonna split the sticker.
How do you like it?
Medium is your house.
Okay. Big night tonight. It's relaunch night and a couple of questions unanswered. Can Sammy run the restaurant the way it should be run? And can Jose deliver on a menu that completely save this restaurant? Right now, I don't know.
Welcome to Sabatello's. This is so good. It's like M&M's gonna melt right in your mouth. Enjoy, sir. You guys enjoy. I told the guys this is our last hurrah. If we don't do it tonight, we lose everything that I work hard for. My family, responsibility to the community, everything.
All right, I like the 6-ounce filet.
Portobello, yes.
Sure.
How's that?
As orders pile in,
You guys start setting some tables out for us. We're gonna be in the weeds.
the kitchen is about to be put to the test. And so is Sammy's patience.
It's a lot of pasta. Make me another one. We need to get this kitchen up and running. Get the food to the table out quick. You make this sandwich ready?
Not ready yet.
You make the spaghetti butter back?
It's not ready.
Can you fry it right away? You hear me, Pop?
I hate it, sir.
I feel like I'm babysitting. I hate fucking babysitting. I gotta babysit the staff. I gotta babysit the kitchen. Oh my God.
Bread.
Oh, come on.
You've got to listen to me now. It's Stone Cold.
I don't know why.
I'm getting really nervous.
I want to keep the customer happy, please. You should be good at cooking. You should be good at yourself. How am I happy? Getting old? Jose's not doing the work. We kept getting in the weeds. We kept getting behind.
Come with me. Here's my worry. 58 covers in. Second turn of service. Cable's coming through. Yes? Service too slow. But this is not normal. This is fucking worse than Spaghetti House. Is that what you're doing?
No.
No, fucking hell.
I think Jose's kind of lost his sense of drive, you know, I guess me being too hard on him. I finally realized we need to help him out.
Show me it can be done, yeah?
With everything at stake, Sammy decides to jump behind the line to help Jose. But will he make it better or worse?
Put it. Let's go. Bye-bye. I'm gonna do everything myself. Just give me that normal thing. When I'm over there, it's just now. I should have this a long time ago. $1,200 in my pocket. So here, let's read it. Oh my God, Jose, kill me. Son of a fucking bitch. What's your time?
Oh, fuck, man.
It's relaunch night, and knowing it's do or die for Sabatello's, Sammy has jumped behind the line to help.
Oh my God. Son of a fucking bitch. Thanks for letting me talk. Thank God that my kids guys are not involved in any bombs or rockets or decisions because we won't be in danger. Put the meat back up here. You can't take it all. You're a fucking Superman. Come on. Waste of time. Put it. Jose, get it done. You're killing me, damn it. Just want to get through tonight. I'm fucking out of here. I got it. Do another thing. Let me do it. I'm doing everything myself.
I'll double check on the time, but I would give it about 25 or 30 minutes. They're still waiting for that table at the bar.
What's that?
They have the filet mignon.
I couldn't get about that table. Yeah. The machine printed it out down here exactly 2 minutes after you were in the kitchen.
Which one you got? I gave you 2 medium rare, bro.
You're right, Rabbi. I'm confused now.
Talk to him in Spanish. Does he understand what he's saying? Does he understand what he's saying? No, I think he understands. Talk to him in Chinese. This is all gonna die here. I'm not on that fucking side tonight. It's so unorganized. We don't know shit.
If they need you back there, you should know what you're doing. This one, I promise. They just want to make sure it's nice and hot. It was
demonstrating for the 6 people at the bar, and they were sitting at the bar waiting for their food, and that shouldn't happen. How far behind is this?
Coming out right now. Here it comes. Here it comes right up.
After a long wait by many of the customers, Gordon hopes the new dishes will be worth the wait.
Enjoy, guys.
Really good. But this is absolutely delicious. I can't believe the change. Sabatello's relaunch ended successfully, primarily because when the kitchen struggled early on, Sammy jumped behind the line and helped, instead of spinning out of control.
Still shopping these guys. Give me 7 on the fly. Hey, to a better day, Sabatello's. Right? Hey, good luck. Tonight, making these changes to an Italian steakhouse. It was a step in the right direction. It was a new menu. It was our first time doing it. There was a few mistakes, but we're moving forward. I think it's gonna only get better. Help the rest of it.
I'm leaving here with the Sammy that I've always wanted. Hey, look at me. Seriously, big boy. A man that's back in control. He knows exactly what to do. Move forward and make those changes.
I'm gonna do my very best.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Take care. When I first met Chef Ramsay, I thought he was an arrogant jerk.
Yes, it is.
And then I kind of saw the way he comes about it. He really does care. And he made me realize I have a purpose. And he got something out of me that I haven't had come out in a long time. And that's hunger, creativity. It's the will of doing good again.
Take care. My God, finally! I honestly thought I had to wait for a lunar eclipse before that guy seriously got the message. And who knows, sometimes miracles can happen.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmare, it's horrifying.
Do they seriously put food on those plates?
Oh my God. It's repulsive.
Patty, I'm disgusted.
It's shocking.
I'm not putting one foot in that place until that place is fucking clean.
It's a Mexican restaurant from hell.
What is going on?
Could this be the restaurant that Chef Ramsay can't save?
I'm fucking this far from giving up. I am fucking out of there.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares.
What is going on? You can't run a fucking restaurant like that. Stopping service.
For the first time ever, Chef Ramsay takes on a Mexican restaurant.
This is a breach of it. Looks like someone's been sick on my plate.
Where the food is being made for the masses.
What are they expecting? 3 pounds for dinner.
But eaten by you. The owners
Patty, I'm disgusted. Yolanda, that's a joke.
and managers
It's a fucking drive.
seem to be on a siesta
Look at them.
and only wake up when they argue with each other.
Oh my God. I don't even know what could make it worse than this.
What do I do now? Where do I go then? I'm this far from giving up.
Could this be the one that leaves Chef Ramsay speechless?
Maybe I'm too late.
West Nyack, New York, 30 miles outside of New York City, an eclectic town that lies west of the Hudson River. West Nyack is home to Vic and Yolanda Flores, who previously owned another Mexican restaurant that failed. They wanted to try again, but didn't have the money, so they asked Yolanda's daughter, Patty, to use her credit and savings.
I'm 100% owner on paper, but my stepfather, Vic, controls everything.
All right.
He didn't listen to me. He didn't listen to my daughter. He does whatever he wants to do. We have to discuss the problem.
The problem we got
I thought this was a big opportunity, but from day one, it turned out to be a disaster.
I can't chill.
Initially, we were busy, and then after a while, the numbers started dwindling. Is it normally? So I said, maybe we should make some changes. And he said, everything's fine.
I've been thinking of changing the menu, but my husband say people like it. But how many people?
We spend so much time just looking out the window, staring at each other. So how many tables are there? Figuring, what can we do to bring people in?
It's like the blind leading the blind. He always thinks that he's right. He decorates the way he wants to.
It looks like Tijuana grew up in here. He has a stuffed chili pepper that he moves around named Manuel.
The most that bothers me is that my daughter has run her credit.
I have to go cover a bounce check or something.
She has a problem with her marriage. I just feel very guilty that I put Patty in this position.
I realize we compare our books. I resent my mother. I think she put her husband before me, and it's her fault.
I'm just hoping to God that Chef Ramsey will help us and that people will listen to him. Otherwise, our personal lives are going to be changed drastically.
Right. There's the sign, but grill 303. What the fuck is that? Maybe I'm too late. Grill. Fiesta sunrise. Oh dear, oh dear. How are you? Very well, indeed, thank you. Grill 303 or not a Fiesta? Fiesta's alright. Okay, good. Fiesta's alright. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
I thought it was too late. I thought it was the new restaurant already.
Oh, well, we don't change the little logo on the front.
You haven't changed the logo on the front now. And it's been like that for how long?
For a year and a half.
A year and a half, yeah. Okay. Right. Yes, what's that?
This is a new flavors of margarita we have in here.
So it's complimentary?
Complimentary, exactly.
What?
Yeah.
So you don't have to buy the drinks, you just come up here and...
Well, you know, when the people they come in, we try to be, you know, give us something to appetize them to start. Too strong. Dale? Yeah. Tequila?
Yeah. Oh. Right, that's not some more white balls. Okay, yeah, should we sit down? Free? Excellent. So that's free. Right, wow, the size of this place. So how many seats have you got there?
120.
120? 120, yeah. Wow. How many for lunch?
2 tables.
Okay, what would you recommend?
The combination of the one.
Number one?
One taco, you have one taco, one burrito, and one enchilada.
Okay, yeah, I'll try one of the fajitas as well.
Okay.
I'm hoping that Chef Ramsey can speak his mind.
It's like I've got a sticker on my menu. I'm just trying to peel it off and it's bugging me. They are Mexican. Okay. What is under there? The name of the... What name is that?
That was another restaurant they used to have. Fiesta Garibaldi.
Fiesta Garibaldi. Yeah. So you brought the old menus from the old restaurant into the new restaurant and stuck some sellotape on the top.
Yeah.
And is that restaurant still open?
No, closed.
And you called it Fiesta Sunrise as opposed to Fiesta Garibaldi?
Correct. Yeah.
I'm really confused. Same chef?
Same chef.
Same ingredients?
Same ingredients.
You brought the ingredients from the old restaurant into this restaurant?
Well, you know, different. We buy it fresh. Fresh ingredients, yeah. Correct.
Not for that.
This is your combination.
This is a burrito here. It's hard to see that. Looks like someone would be sick on my plate. It's so dry. It tastes like it's been cooked weeks ago. The beef. Just swallow.
I can see he didn't like it.
Wow. How old is the rice? It looks like it's left over from Christmas.
That's yesterday.
Yesterday. How do you know that?
I checked it.
Checking it for you. It looks older than fucking me.
¿No dijeron el arroz? ¿Por qué lo hicieron nuevos toda la...
It's dreadful. Absolutely fucking dreadful.
How's it going?
He hated the rice.
Why? How old is it?
Yeah, disgusting. Basically, it tastes of shit.
I was feeling very embarrassed. First of all, there was the menu, and the more important thing was the food.
It's gross.
Oh, now it's my
Oh,
fault.
not like you.
Oh no. So what the glasses from Gary as well.
We invested a lot of money into this. We should have known this shit a year and a half ago.
Maybe that's the key when you come into Fiesta Sunrise. Stop off at the tequila bar, get drunk, and then enjoy the food.
You know what? They listen to me.
How are you?
Well, thank you. How are you both?
Good. I'm
Nice.
Patty.
And your husband and wife?
My stepdaughter.
Okay, sorry, I thought you said your partner. Excuse me.
We're
Right.
all partners.
Okay. Likewise. And first name is Yolanda. Right. I was a people at it. That was delicious. Sad that that's the only thing that I enjoyed. Let's go up to the bar and have a chat, yes?
I'm hoping Chef Ramsay will convince Vic that change is good. You know, I think they're stuck in their ways. We should have stepped in a long time ago. Now it just seems like this is the end of our rope. Hopefully we can make some type of changes to save this business.
All three of you pay for the business.
This two.
You two pay for the business, and this man runs it.
He ruins it.
Ruins it, runs it.
Runs it.
Runs it or ruins it? Yeah, so far it's fucking ruined, yeah? Did you have anything to do with the old business?
I didn't.
No. So that restaurant failed, and then you came to run this one for your wife and your stepdaughter.
Yeah.
But before you left, you grabbed the chicken, the menu, and the glasses.
No, just the menu.
Okay. I'm trying to get my head around this. If you all own it, and he's running it, why aren't you involved?
My opinion is, I think he just wanted us to finance him a restaurant. And I put a lot out here. I put my credit, my home, I borrowed money from my father-in-law. It's not important to him. It's not important to him to make things right with me.
What does it take to break even? How much do you need to take a week to break even?
A month.
A month, yeah.
A month. So 22 grand a week.
We do a third of that.
So you're losing $500,000 a year. What's the debt?
But 850.
850,000. And you've only been open for 18 months. Right. What in the fuck have you been doing?
No, I'm the big guy in here. But yeah, come around. You can eat me.
I will see you later. Thank you, ladies.
See you later, Chef.
Sick. That's embarrassing. Right now, they're all blaming each other, and it's bloody obvious that Vic has run the place into the ground, but how can the women complain about that if they have put the time and effort in this place? So, personally, they're all to fucking blame.
Coming up, Chef Ramsay uncovers the most disgusting,
Oh my god.
horrifying,
Look at the facts.
and repulsive restaurant
What the fuck is that?
that he's ever seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop in service.
And later, tensions finally reach a boiling point.
I pay my bills. I pay your bills too.
Could this be the restaurant that just can't be saved?
This far from giving up.
Coming up on Kitchen Nightmares.
This restaurant is run with dysfunctional management, and I'm dying to find out how the kitchen actually functions, because how is it possible for someone to cook food so bland as that? Tonight, I'm going to find out, but I'm not eating it again, that's for sure.
You like some appetizer? Okay.
Wow, look at the size of this kitchen. It's huge.
Ambrosio?
Ambrosia. Go on. Okay. In there, what's that in there? The German fridge. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. What was last time this was cleaned out? Yesterday. What's this? That's the rice. The famous rice? Yeah. That's the fresh rice. I just served the old shit, yeah? What's this one? Where's that one from? Yesterday. Which one's the fresh one?
I was disappointed a bit, and the cooks. It seems like I see this place for the first time.
How are you? I get the chicken enchiladas. Okay. When were these done? Yesterday. Yesterday? Fuck off, mate, please. They weren't done yesterday. Okay. You can ask him in his own language. Ask him very, very quickly. When were these cooked?
¿Cuándo cocinaron eso? Oh, so this was for last week?
Of course they're from last week. They don't look like they're fucking lunchtime, do they?
The tastes have no taste whatsoever.
Oh my god. Look at the fat. Look. Why is there so much disgusting fat on there? What's wrong with those chips? You take them from the table back into the drawer. Did you see that? They come back to the table and you put them back into the drawer.
Well, he said he didn't touch it. He touched one.
He said he touched one. You're not supposed to.
They're like chocolate and the wrong thing.
Hey, yeah, chef. These were fresh chives. Sell by date. 5 months old. What do you think? I found them in the fucking fridge. Smell them. Big. Look, I'm going to show you something. What is that? I'm getting nervous now. Talk to me. What is this? That's the fish you're using. Oh, fuck me. Smell that in there. Is this today's fish?
No, the fish, that was really scary because it was smelling bad already. Just couldn't believe it.
Where's Patty? Have a look at this. Oh my god. Oh, look how crispy and curled up it is. Just touch that.
Oh, it's like solidified.
What's this here? This is steak. Why is it all wrapped up in tin foil? Look at the colour of it. It's oxidized. What's that in there? Pork. That's pork. What have you done to it? Why is it all stuck in there with blood at the bottom of the tray? Why is that? How old is this stuff? Yesterday.
He said Friday.
Look at that. Oh my god. When's all this from?
Friday. He took it out Friday.
Oh. Everything's Friday. Look, let me just show you something. Look how green and slimy it is. That's from Friday. Look. Look at that. That's from Friday. Look at my fingers. Friday. Look. Look. There you go. That's from Friday. How do you say this in Spanish? This is not healthy.
No muy saludable.
Thank you. What is going on in here? A hungry cat would walk away from that.
I was mortified. I felt embarrassed for letting this go on for so long.
While customers in the dining room continue to eat subpar food, Chef Ramsay's kitchen investigation intensifies.
What is going on here? What's that?
The burrito.
What's that one?
The chicken enchilada.
Oh, how? Oh my god. What's that?
That was the ground beef.
Ground beef? Oh, it's fucking fat, you idiot. It's fatter than you.
I felt satisfied that finally somebody called him out on his bullshit.
Oh shit! What's that?
The bin.
Oh, how? It's like a cement mixer. Are you fucking stupid? Who's controlling this?
I am, sir.
You are. You are a walking disaster. Now I'm getting stupid. Listen up. The fridge is full of shit. It's disgusting. I wasn't here on Saturday, but what were they expecting? Fucking 10,000 customers for lunch? Honey, I'm fucking disgusted. Yolanda, that's a joke.
That's just how it should be.
I don't want to spread the word that food is bad here.
Overstaffed,
Beach food.
underworked,
That's big food.
shit food.
That's beach food.
I wouldn't trust you running a bar, let alone a fucking restaurant. You
That's
must be out of your
beach food.
tiny mind. I'll get rid of it. I want to take that out there. I dare you. Take it out there. Go on. Give it to them. Yeah, there you go. Look at me. Look at me. Why wouldn't you take it out there?
That's beach.
That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Why are you serving it? You don't fucking care. Why? Why? Because you're serving that, trying to charge people money for that. That's why you don't care. I care. You don't care shit. No fucking way. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, but we're stopping service.
Shocked by disgrace.
What is going on here?
After disgrace.
Let me say this in Spanish. This is not healthy.
After disgrace.
I want to take that out there.
Chef Ramsay had seen enough and took matters into his own hands.
You don't fucking care. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. But we're stopping service. Everything you have to drink, eat so far is all on the house. Sir, that thing in your hand, put it down. If you just seen where it's come from, like I have, you wouldn't be eating it. Very sorry. Close up. No bill anywhere.
Oh, what the hell are you doing? You came to that customer.
By the way, there's your refund fees on the way out. Have a look at it.
Oh my God, that's garbage bucket. I couldn't believe it. And seeing all these people walking out of the restaurant, it was like, this is the end.
I think they got a dose of reality. He walked around like he was untouchable. So I was relieved that finally somebody else told him that he was responsible for a lot of this.
While Vic supervises the cleanup, Chef Ramsay spends his time with a woman who is torn between her daughter and her husband.
What I'm really concerned about is what's happening to your daughter. How did it start? Because something's blurring for me.
My credit was messed up. So we used Party for credit to create it, yeah.
You destroyed your daughter's credit because now she has no choice. I mean, you and her are in the shed, my darling.
I know, sometimes I can sleep at night.
Do you know Vic?
I do, but it's different now, you know. No, before you came here, I see if this doesn't work, I don't think you and I can be together anymore.
Your daughter?
My daughter. At this point, you know, I realize it's not really a choice.
Right now, the only way to show Paddy how much you care is to get involved.
Yes.
To help turn this business around.
Now you tell me what to do.
Another marriage that is affected by Fiesta Sunrise's death is Patty and Dawn's. Usually, Dawn drops her off to avoid running into Vic, but on this occasion, Patty asked him to come in and meet Chef Ramsay.
I want to save the relationship with my husband because he's really angry at me for getting involved, and it just seems to be spiraling out of control.
Obviously, Paddy explained, I'm absolutely furious in terms of the way the kitchen was run, the way the place has been abused, and I can't believe a guy
like Vic, were trying to do so much under your own eyes without even knowing anything about it? Are you aware of what's been going on? You find all the time about it.
He saw it coming, and I said, no, he wouldn't do this, he wouldn't do that. And he said he's not who he appears to be. He's taking advantage of you.
Who saw this girl on the show? That's it.
Oh my goodness. That's in the cover.
One thing I'm mad at. You know, money can always be made and be paid back. Yeah, the credit, you just never paid the monthly payment.
Do you think you can get more involved in terms of support mechanism?
Oh, sure. When I saw that, my reaction, it was like, oh, this is Patricia's husband. It's nothing to do with that.
Sit down. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, Vic. I'm trying to understand the madness into how we've been operating. When you knew you borrowed all that money from family, why weren't you being more honest about where the money was going?
Oh, it's not clear. Now it is. When I asked him, are you going to give Patty any money? No, I don't think so. That really doesn't cut it.
I believe Dad is trying to stand up for me. He feels that Big walks all over me.
You're not going to give my wife any money? You walk away with all the cash? I paid your mortgage here, you jerk off. 1 month I paid $50,000. You douchebag.
You don't even have a job.
I don't have a job.
What are you doing?
How? I got a job.
Oh, please, you're hunting. You're fishing.
I have downtime. I do what I want. I pay my bills, pal. I pay my bills. And in fact, I pay your bills too.
Listen!
While Patty and Don were discussing their financial situation, are you aware of what's been going on?
We fight all the time about it.
Vic joined the conversation.
Sit down.
Accusations were made,
You don't even have a job.
and Don and Vic were at war.
I don't have a job. I pay my bills. And bitch. What? Oh, no, pal. It's done, pal. It's done.
Let's go. You can't say that. You can't start talking about that. You can't start telling that you can't.
This ain't even half this shit.
I'm upset. My husband really wanted to help, and he's probably going to be mad at me for putting him in a situation like this also. So, in a way, I'm mad.
I'm here to help this place turn around. But to make this work, all three of you have to work as a team. While the family cools off, Chef Ramsay heads to the kitchen to come up with a game plan to fix the restaurant's biggest problem, the food.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck is that? That is a fucking joke. Victor, right, ladies, I want us all to get involved in doing something together. Yeah? So I wanted a little fun element. You make a burrito, you make a burrito, you make a burrito, and the best one goes on the menu tonight. That's what I wanted to do. I couldn't do it because of these little fuckers here. Look at them.
Oh my God. I'm so sick to my stomach. I want to throw up because I had coffee here earlier. I don't know if the roach went through my cup. I didn't know about this problem either.
2 dishwashers, 2 prep cooks. Who's cleaning around here? Do they seriously put food on those plates?
Vic's here 7 days a week. I don't know how he didn't realize the problems in the kitchen.
Can't you see these? I'm trying to move forward. I'm trying to get going, but every time I put my foot on the ladder, I get knocked back. Did you know this was like this?
I noticed, but
You knew it?
yeah.
We're going to have to do something. We cannot open. I need an exterminator here. How can I start even attempting to cook when the place is festive with cockroaches?
I didn't expect this. I don't think it could get worse. I don't even know what could make it worse at this point.
After Chef Ramsay's dirty discovery, he immediately called in an exterminator.
had no idea these were that bad.
I'm pulling my hair out now. I'm sorry, but you're running the place. Sorry.
And you're so stupid.
Where do I go, Vic?
I'm embarrassed with Chef Ramsay. I don't think that we could make it to the restaurant.
You can't run a fucking restaurant like that.
I'm not. I'm fucking embarrassed.
You should be fucking embarrassed. I'm not putting one foot in that place until that place is fucking clean. Yes?
Right.
Now you start getting those guys cleaning, yes?
Yeah.
With some fucking pride. Do you understand the word pride?
Yeah.
It's not possible for someone to have his head so far in his arsehole. Fuck me.
I was so depressed because all the pressure that I have right now in the restaurant and everyone thinking everything about me.
He always thought he was right. Like, finally, he was.
Very sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings and I don't mean to hurt Danny's feelings. Very sorry. After taking time to reassess the situation and allow the exterminator to finish, Chef Ramsay returns more determined than ever.
We are not giving up. Do you understand? We cannot give up. Tonight we're going to open. The place has been cleaned. We're prepping up now. And in under 2 hours' time, we'll be in a position to open up. And then we're working together.
Yes.
Yeah, are you going to listen?
Yes. Due to last night's shutdown, Chef Ramsay was unable to experience a normal dinner service. Tonight, with the old food a thing of the past, he can finally observe the staff at work.
Tonight, it's all about fresh food. Everything we prepped this morning, we cooked tonight, fresh. Yes? Fresh. What is it? Louder. You may be small, but you've got a big pair of lungs. Fresh. They speak English. They're just being clever by ignoring me, yes? Yeah, I know that. What do you guys left to drink?
Chicken fajitas.
You didn't drink that, you crazy bitch.
For customers in the restaurant,
I'm
Chef
down,
Ramsay
though.
is anxious to
I
impress
got a
them with
blender.
something Fiesta Sunrise has never had. Fresh food.
Get me Yolanda, please.
Alright, are you done? No, are you just basking in that?
Yolanda,
Could you make it better?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, could you make it really elaborate? I just like the things, the most that I like, right?
We've got 4 chefs in the line.
Taxes,
Not one of them will cook rice.
but at this point,
Then cooks don't even know what they're doing. I realize how bad it is today.
I think you should start spending some time in here. Can you cook rice now, Yolanda?
Yes, sir.
is done.
Like a fucking golf ball.
Is that done?
With the rice disaster, the kitchen is now backed up, and the
No,
customers are
it
getting
does.
restless.
4 chefs on the line.
What?
It doesn't seem to be happening fast. Yeah, can you speed up a little bit, please?
I haven't had, how many did you expect?
Guys, you can't afford people over here. We have to start moving.
30?
What is this guy?
We figured it out, bro.
They don't even know who's the leader of there.
We're finished with our meals and the rest of our table hasn't received their meal yet.
Service, please. Pass it over. What's those black bits coming from the...
On the top.
On the top of the broiler. Jesus Christ almighty. When was the last time the broiler was cleaned?
The chefs that now they are crazy now. It's like this place is half full. What are you gonna do when it's crowded and there's people waiting outside?
It's unbelievable. What the fuck's happening? When was the broiler cleaned last, gentlemen? If he fucking tells me Friday one more time, I'll boil it.
Every Sunday, they say.
Every Sunday, my fucking ass.
I'm full.
I've got 4 chefs that can't cook fucking rice. Soot all over the food. What is going on? Right. You're supposed to put salt on the food, not fucking soot. It's a joke. You know? You're going to Steve. You can't employ these guys. One can't fucking clean, one can't cook rice.
I never imagined how bad this restaurant was doing. I don't know what else could happen.
I cannot come to terms with what the fuck's happening.
On the heels of another dreadful dinner service, Chef Ramsay knows he's running out of time to save this restaurant.
Hard day today. What we took tonight couldn't even afford to pay for the staff.
That's how it is every day.
Tonight is a perfect example that you're digging yourself a bigger hole. We're tightening the noose around our necks. I've never been in this situation before. I'm now going to start taking drastic measures. We need help. A lot of help. I'm going back to New York City now. Yeah. I have got to think of an idea. Or we're screwed. I'm this far from giving up.
Next,
this place needs help.
Despite Chef Ramsay's many improvements,
I have an expert that's going to be here to help you. Now you have one beautiful restaurant. Look at it. How are you happy? I'm very happy. Will you tell that chubby face of yours?
does this restaurant have what it takes to make it? No more mistake. Or is Fiesta Sunrise just beyond repair?
Something's burning. What's going on, guys, please? This is idiot-proof, and they still can't execute it. Holy fuck.
Chef Ramsay stayed up most of the night in New York City trying to think of something or someone to help salvage Fiesta Sunrise. He returned the next day, reinvigorated with a comprehensive plan.
Right, good morning. Good morning. Come round. After last night's dinner service, this place needs help. I have an expert, okay, that I've taken care of, that's going to be here to help you. She has the #1 Mexican restaurant in Manhattan currently. She's from Mexico and she seriously knows her Mexican cuisine. Say hello, please. Juliet Ballesteros, come and say hello, please. This is Yolanda. Yeah, one of the owners.
So I got the call from Chef Ramsay. I got very excited. I will only do this for him.
Vic, we're ganging up on you now. 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1 now. You're outnumbered, big boy. Woohoo!
I was pleasantly surprised when Chef Ramsay introduced Julieta because we really need the help.
With the kitchen in good hands, Chef Ramsay reveals the work his design team did to modernize the restaurant.
Oh my God! Come through, come through, come through. Now, look at it. We got rid of the clutter. The ugly white banquet chairs are gone. Look what you can see now when you look down through there.
It matches perfect.
Look at the tablecloths.
Oh my God, look! Oh, I love it. I'm inside.
The shutters. Beautiful. All the crap gone off the ceiling. The walls have been done.
That glass is gone.
Stunning. Now you have one beautiful Mexican restaurant.
Chef Ramsay is unbelievable. I couldn't believe that he worked all night to do all this. I used to get dizzy walking in here. I used to turn my stomach and I would feel calm. And it looks like a place you want to stay and hang out and spend some time.
Take a look at it.
I love my new decoration. I love my chairs. I love my new plate. Thank you very much.
I just want you to run it, yeah, with your wife, with your daughter, and run it as a team. That's all I want.
I promise to you. After this, no more mistakes. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Having updated the look, Chef Ramsay moves on to the most significant change in his master plan for saving the restaurant.
We've brought in an expert for the kitchen. We've revamped the dining room. And now the most important change that will be significant in turning this business around. And that's the menu. Do you like the new cover? No. Good. Because that's what it's not going to be. There we go. That's what the menu's going to be. simple, elegant, easy to read, easy to control, and maintain consistent standards. Have a quick look.
I'm very excited. I'm happy. Beautiful menu.
Read over the menu. I'm going to spend some time in the kitchen with
What?
Juliet, yes? Okay.
How many years
Let's
is
get
one?
one open.
Approximately 400 times 5 is 2,000. 2,000.
In order to ensure a successful
Like 2,000
relaunch,
an hour?
Chef Julietta stays on top of
I don't
everything
do it
and
that way though.
everyone in the
I
kitchen.
do it by each account.
Crispy
So what?
enough to be
Like
like to have a crunch on your mouth, but don't overcook them.
Is it faster than a human?
I honestly never ever expected to be here
I mean,
tonight with launch
faster than I
night.
can do
What
it
a
because my
fucking
app's
week
crashed.
it's happened so far. So now they have to pull it off. They may have the best Mexican chef from Manhattan, but it's up to them now. Everything's here, they've got to do it.
Let's see our meat. Oh, that's beautiful.
Now you've got it, you run it. And I'll be watching the service. Tonight is crunch time. This restaurant has to have a successful service tonight. Okay, anything to say?
I hope we work together as a team because I want something to be proud of, and I'm proud of my family, and I'm happy.
Everything is changed.
Good. Ready? Ready? We're opening in 5 minutes. Smile!
It's good.
I'm excited. You're like a sumo wrestler upside down. Smile!
With a contemporary new look and simplified menu, the success of Fiesta Sunrise now rests on the staff.
SPG.
I'm excited, but I just want everything to go okay. So I hope they can pull this off.
You want a slice?
I want to think like more.
It's for a kid, it's for a little girl, so don't put any peppers. ¿Ustedes están trabajando esto?
Trabajando esta primera opción se va por sí.
They need somebody to be in charge. They need guidance, but they're willing to learn. Medium rare. Y ese que está delgadito, ponlo para el medium.
Chef, this is kind of cold.
Oh, come on. Julieta,
What happened?
they said it's cold. Yeah, because it's hanging around.
Okay, uno nuevo, en 20 segundos, por favor.
Everything's set up. Everything's set up, so this is idiot proof, and they still can't execute it. I'm quite worried. Come on, guys. Something's burning.
Yeah, they burned the nachos.
They burned the nachos. What's going on, guys, please?
I don't eat those from nachos.
How the fuck do we burn nachos?
Really?
Holy fuck.
Are you down?
Holy fuck. What's this? Nachos flambe?
After a shaky start, the pressure is now on Vic
Se tiene que comunicar más.
to get the restaurant running smoothly.
Mrs. Jackson, very good.
Dos carnes asadas, medium red, uno no arroz.
Good.
What do you think about the salsa?
I like this. It was a nice texture.
Thank you. Oh my God. I'm very excited. I'm very happy. For the first time I see the people, they're smiling. They talk good things about the restaurant, especially about the food. That's a good piece of chicken. I really like it there. This is delicious. Thank you very much. Thank you.
For the first time since it opened, Fiesta Sunrise is functioning properly. But they have one more hurdle to clear before the night can be considered a success.
I just had a phone call to the mayor of Niagara.
The mayor?
Yeah, the mayor.
Oh.
Yeah, great. So he's arriving for dinner tonight. Great, fantastic.
We had the honor of having a local mayor visit us.
Hi, how are you?
Yes.
Good. I was a little nervous because I wanted him to enjoy our new food and recommend it because it's some exposure locally.
Hello, senores. Thank you for coming. Can I go for some appetizer? We'll get one of each appetizer. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put it all out here. Thank you.
Hey, make sure that mayor's okay. Make sure he has a jolly time, yeah?
Taquitos. The appetizer. Excellent. The taquito in the back.
Yeah, that was delicious.
Coming back.
It was excellent food. We had a great evening tonight. I'm absolutely come here again. Thank you. We'll get there.
You're welcome.
With dinner coming to a close and the mayor satisfied, Fiesta Sunrise finally saw a glimmer of hope.
Can you believe we made it tonight?
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
I don't even know where to begin.
Fuck
Thank you,
yeah,
Ramsey. It came to me as a gift because I was really at the end of my rope and
You're
he
not
brought
a
back
margarita Monday.
happiness
Pretty sure
to
with
all of us.
margarita
I
and
can
if
never
you
thank
need
you
us.
enough.
Are you done?
I honestly never, ever, ever thought we were going to make it to tonight. You know that. Everybody had to wake up to get where we are now.
Okay, you done that?
And Vic, after all the mistakes you made and all the crap you're telling me tonight, you were great. I was impressed with your performance tonight.
Oh yeah, that was nervous. The tables, all the customers, everybody giving them good compliments about the food.
Good.
I was like so happy.
For the first time since I arrived, I got to see your passion and your hunger to keep this place alive. That's what it's going to take. And I'd like to say that tonight would not have been of any significant improvement without the help of Julietta.
Thank you for getting that.
You're welcome. We're doing this to give this place a home. We all need to work as a team and as a family.
Julietta, thank you personally.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, go back a week when I arrived. I didn't know if I was in the right place. Signs with Grill 303. I couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. I thought I'd arrived too late. Okay, come outside. Now, when we walk into the car park, yes, here's something that each and every one of your customers saw tonight. Yes, we did change it so when they park in front of the restaurant, they know where they're eating. What's it called? I can't hear you.
Beautiful
I still can't hear you.
Beautiful restaurant.
Good. Make sure it stays up there.
The one that stayed over there.
Fiesta Sunrise. Get one more this way.
Wow.
Oh my God, Chef. Did it! Get the sunrise in front of the mall.
That's right, in front of the mall. Every day, 25,000 cars go past this restaurant. How can all those people drive by every day for 18 months and you not take advantage of that? Are you mad?
I'm happy.
Everybody that drove past here tonight saw that. I'm not kissing you. Okay, good. Let's go. Okay.
This is my American dream, and I think it's going to be one of the best Mexican restaurants in town.
Keep it fresh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares, Gordon heads to the City of Angels for some healthy cuisine.
Healthy food does not have to taste like shit.
And finds anything but that.
Hey, I don't like it, but you clearly do. Good boy.
This family-run restaurant is spinning out of control.
There is a fucking boss here. Don't argue about everything.
And you've never seen Gordon go this far to turn a restaurant around.
Sir, put your hands in front of you.
That's next time on Kitchen Nightmares.
Really coming down, heavy rain, raining really hard. It was not raining really hard all night, but sometimes, and it was certainly raining really hard at that time. The rain was coming down.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares.
My business is about to close.
Gordon is in Hollywood. It's to save a restaurant that is so unbelievable.
Sir, put your hands in front of you.
It feels more like the set of a Hollywood movie, starring a desperate owner,
There is a fucking boss here. So don't argue about everything.
his angry son,
Shut the fuck up. Stop picking at me.
and a manager who just loves to decorate.
I like to make pretty and nice. I don't respect more. What else is he guy doing? He's an interior decorator, for God's sakes.
This movie is part tragedy,
Congratulations.
It's a fucking disgrace.
Part comedy
Mate, I don't like it, but you clearly do. Good boy.
and part drama.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't fucking start with me.
But for Gordon Ramsay, it's a shocking horror epic
What's the matter?
that just might be his toughest challenge yet.
Whenever I see that, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Tonight, it's the world premiere of Sante La Brea. The City of Angels, famous for its movie stars, stunning coastline, and healthy lifestyle. The ideal place to have a healthy restaurant. But in spite of its location, Sante La Brea is in critical condition.
It's chewy. It's like meat, but not.
Dean, the owner, and his two sons, Arthur and Sammy, have been running Sante for nearly 10 years.
What does that mean? I don't want to drink, bro.
But business has dwindled to almost nothing, and this father-son team is in desperate need of Gordon Ramsay's help.
I'm the owner, I'm the cook, I'm the janitor, I also do all the maintenance. So what is the man? With a very thin thread, I'm holding this place slack.
You want to take his table when your dad's trip? Hell fucking no. You want to speak up, man?
This place is running like without a fucking captain. And I don't think my dad could really be a manager. How about you just man on that sack up and do this shit, man?
I always wanted to be surrounded with good, intelligent, strong people. If I needed help, like genuine help, I hired Mark about 6 months ago.
There's a lot of food here and I don't know who it's for. My role here is a little bit undefined. It was really no job title. I'll be the hostess, so I'm the best hostess.
We don't know what he does.
I think I'm more of the interior decorator. I want to make it feel like a nice, welcoming home. I do what needs to be done. I treat it as though it's mine.
I've worked here since I was 15 years old. I don't remember the last time it was like busy. Just hold your breath. It's only 7 o'clock.
Nightmare is the fact that I'm not making money.
My father is in at least $200,000 debt.
I owe everybody. I owe the landlord, taxes, vendors, short of my mortgage.
I never met them, but he had a picture.
I gave it my all. My heart, my soul, my time. Everything is in jeopardy.
He's a nice guy.
Stand to lose everything.
I think we need Chef Ramsay's help because we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
I'd say, Robert, we're in a fucked up place and you know it.
Everyone in Sante La Brea is getting ready for Chef Ramsay's arrival.
I'm nervous and excited about being Chef Ramsay. It's like being awake in a dream.
Really show up. Fucking I really
Within
didn't
the
show
year,
up again.
you know I did as
Dean
well.
has just received
And
upsetting news.
He locked his phone and his home phone is on answer. Aurelio, David, where are you, man? I need you.
His head chef, Aurelio, is
He's a
nowhere
nice guy,
to be
though. I
found.
like
Come over, okay? I
really
really
like
need you
this
today.
very. There's pictures of their
Aurelio's
cats.
no show today, so it's like, what else is new?
I'm a little bit nervous to meet Chef Ramsay. I heard that guy's like fucking 6'2" with shit, like he's a fucking monster.
La Brea Avenue, one of the busiest streets in LA and home to hundreds of successful restaurants. One thing's for sure, the location is not an issue. I'm about to find out what is. My God. How are you?
Chef Ramsay.
This is Dean, yes?
Yes, it is.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
This is different.
Yes. Welcome to my place. It is different.
Be
A little tour.
yes.
Okay. This has been remodeled lately, not too long ago. And I just put that in together. It's supposed to be wheatgrass.
This is all grass growing up.
Yes, wheatgrass.
Oh, you grew that?
Yes, we do.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Actually,
Okay. You gotta...
I'm not gonna give it to him.
Oh, fuck me.
Something about Chef Ramsay, it just freezes a part of your brain.
So, the food, tell me about the food. Is it all vegan? Vegetarian?
No, we have chicken and fish.
Chicken and fish.
What is vegan? Everything in the dish is made in two versions. Either vegan versions or non-vegan versions.
How many chefs you got for the
I have none today. My chef didn't show up.
Is he sick? Is he?
I don't advantage. Everyone takes advantage of me. But I'm not really making money. I actually am spending money from last year.
What's the problem with the restaurant? Straight off, what is it?
Really, money is the issue here. Mark spent $5,000 on these things.
They bought $5,000 worth of products. So Mark's your partner.
Mark is not my partner. He's just lent me $10,000. Mark is just a big talker. He just talks too much. He makes many ideas he doesn't follow up with. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, good to see you. Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Explain to me what you do.
Right now, I've been trying to make the place just a little more hip, a little more fresh, a little more modern.
Right. Okay, tell me about this sign. What's the vision here?
I want to be like no other place you've ever seen.
You're definitely not wrong there, that's for sure.
Thank you.
I'm dying to get something to eat, get up to speed of tasting some grass.
Do you want a
It's a little bit hot, so I'm going to sit outside the terrace and
I'll bring you a menu.
get some fresh air. Nice to meet you, Mark.
Nice to meet you too.
Likewise. Thank you. Sweaty hands. Hands are sweaty.
Mine? Yeah. I'm very hot. I only put this for you. It's hot, so I can change it now. Yes, HOT hot. Hot. Good afternoon, Chef Ramsey.
Bless you. I'll go for the patty melts, the turkey, please. Patty melts. And then I'm fascinated, which I've never come across before. What is that?
It's like a stir fry, mixed vegetable stir fry with black bean sauce. It's a little bit spicy.
Thank you. And I'll finish off with the blackened salmon. Thank you.
Brilliant. All right, let's get it.
Wow. Mono tofu.
Órale, güey. I got an order, man.
What's the dog's name, please? Tums. Okay.
Turkey patty melts.
Turkey patty melts. Thank you. Thank you.
What's he eating right now? He's looking through it like his dog shit.
Turkey melts. My God. This restaurant prides itself on being healthy. That is not looking healthy. That is dry. They are disgusting. Give me. Look. Smell. Tums. There you go. A bit more, Tums. There you go, buddy.
He's feeding the turkey patties to the dog. I saw him feeding the burger to the dog. First of all, I'm so glad the dog ate it. I was so glad because I thought if the dog doesn't eat this burger, we're fucked. This here is a mokudo.
Oh, come on. This is terrible.
He does it.
Didn't know what to do for him. Eat shit in Chinese, that's for sure.
He's ripping.
Rice cooked to hell. And I'm stuck here. Macento La Brea. Oh, come on. That is shocking. My God.
That's what he was ripping apart. Oh, that's horrible. Maybe he can get through to Dean about the food. Smelling it, tasting it, it's hot. And this is the salmon here. Black and salmon, absolutely.
Okay.
Very black.
It's dry and it tastes way too fishy. Like it's been in a refrigeration unit that's not even properly cool. Disgusting. God, the food is bad.
How was it?
Just in terms of the presentation, it looked like a dog's dinner. Then, you get to taste it. It's idiots. Healthy food does not have to look like shit and taste crap.
I agree with you.
So, oh God.
Jesus.
Oh.
Not that bad.
Show me where the salmon is. It was smelling fishy. Unfucking believable. Fresh salmon. Oh dear. That's wild salmon. When did it come in?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, my salmon was very fishy. You got all that in there yesterday? Yes. So you got the salmon and the turkey in the same container melting. So the chicken comes in fresh?
Yes, it does. I guess this is extra. You know, whenever we have.
Why are you lying?
No, I'm not lying.
This is not exactly what I expected to find in a healthy restaurant. What else is in there?
When Chef Ramsay found all the stuff that's been there for a long time, it was very disturbing to me.
Your food is about as healthy as these vegetables.
Yeah, I didn't realize that when he looks in the refrigerator.
Were you going to serve this tonight?
No.
All of a sudden, Dean, there's a lot of food in there that you're not serving. When I smell bullshit, I go straight to the fucking juggler.
I felt destroyed. It was unbelievable. I feel like breaking down completely. I let Chef take care of the refrigerator.
This is incredible.
This is your business.
That's true. There's nothing for me to say.
The biggest problem
Wait
in this
for the
restaurant
catch.
is you. Congratulations. This is fucking disgrace.
Coming up, Gordon transforms Dean and gets him to take control of his business.
There's a boss here. Even if I'm wrong, just do it.
But there is still chaos in the kitchen.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't fucking start with me.
Can manager Mark take the heat? And then later, one shocking surprise.
Sir, put your hand in front of you.
That will change Santa La Brea forever. After Gordon discovered the deplorable conditions of the food storage, owner Dean is devastated.
I mean, some people said no.
I got very emotional. I felt like hopelessness kind of feeling from him, you know, in a way. It was really fucking sad. What happened today, man, will not happen again because we got Gordon on the other side. Yeah, you goddamn right it will never happen again.
And all these things supposed to be dumped by goddamn Rio yesterday.
There he is.
What have you been?
Bring that my way.
2 hours late, Chef Aurelio finally shows up for work.
You better fucking deal with this like a man. That's all I gotta say. What happened to all this stuff inside the refrigerator? Is all bad and moldy and shit and stuff like that. We should have dumped it before. Do you remember it was supposed to be dumped? Hey, who cares?
Dude, yo, man, we had a fucked up situation today, man. Can we even trust this guy? Can we trust you anymore or what? I mean, I don't know.
No, man, we trust him.
Take him back with the dog. Yeah, seriously. It's the cancer you're talking about. My dad's got no balls, man. He got no balls. You can't get rid of him.
Can you get inside and look and see what's going on? Take care of everything. I'm distressed. You know, I can't serve any food. I'm stuck here. I have no choice. I gotta keep him because I would have no one otherwise.
I see the tears falling, Dad.
I really want to come out.
Sorry, man. Show some love. Say some fatherly love.
It's chaos, all this confusion. This is the worst thing can happen to a restaurant owner, actually. It's kind of cringing to me. It makes me feel bad.
For dinner?
Yeah.
Come on with me, please. Juice goes in his hand for yourself, sir. The saffron.
Now that Chef Aurelio is here for dinner, Gordon has an opportunity to see if the restaurant food is any better when the chef is around.
Did you see the fridge? Yeah. Anything to say or? Nothing to say.
It's my fault. It knows it's my fault, I guess. It is my responsibility after all.
I'm just cooking. I'm not interested. I can do whatever I want here, so that's why I never go somewhere else. I need pants.
Pants?
I need pants.
You have some more pants ready?
The chef has put stuff back in the fridge.
They didn't, they got busy, so.
They got busy. Why are you scared of the chefs?
deserve. Aurelio as one of those entities in my life that I can live with, but I can live without. I'm tired.
Which one?
We have
Oh,
Mediterranean platter. It's like almost fully covered pita. Is that good?
It's too heavy. Yes.
It works.
It's not the best though. Keep it dry.
It's an hour into service, and dinner conversation at this restaurant is primarily about the poor food.
My food. Whatever. You buy this. Tell me this is good. Okay. You buy this.
See if I should get the recipe of how to make this.
Excited about eating healthily this evening?
We're not very happy with this.
No, right.
Sorry.
Damn, thank you.
Having heard the general sentiment of the customers, Gordon heads back to the kitchen to get to the root of the problem.
Oh my God.
What is that?
What's going on altogether? Unduck. It's duck, but it's unduck. Steak duck.
Fake duck. So you call it what?
We call it unduck.
Unducked. Right now I feel like I'm getting completely fucked. Is that popular?
Yeah, it is. Actually, a lot of people ask for that too. Unduck.
Fuck duck.
Fuck duck. Steak fish.
Fake fish.
And it looks like fish, it tastes like fish, and it's got seaweed. It's outside. We have everything that's on.
This is incredible. So far I've had undubbed, unfished, unfucking believable. What a mess.
Not my favorite.
Hey, God bless Los Angeles. You're joking, aren't you?
After a disappointing dinner service,
Thank you so much. I hope to see you guys again. Thanks again. Have a great week.
Gordon confronts the staff with the harsh reality of the situation.
I'm somewhat confused. Nobody seems to take and accept responsibility.
Everybody's a free-for-all. No rules, no one's fear for the job, just a lack of care. I think a manager needs to make sure that things happen. All these things that are unattended to, I have to take blame for. It's all me. For some reason, people are not listening to me. My management style is not functional. It's not working.
Let me tell you, what the problem is here at Salte. Lack of management, that's clear. That's happening. But let me tell you the biggest problem here. The biggest problem here is the food. Not just the food, it's the bullshit. Everything's a gimmick. Chicken, duck. Your philosophy is not healthy style. The shit I uncovered in the freezer. The discovery in the fridge. You've got grass hanging from the ceiling. It's like fucking Lord of the Flies up there. Have you seen the shit hovering around there? I am not going any further until this place is fucking clean. I mean, spotless. If a health inspector had witnessed what I witnessed, just in one of the fridges, bang, game over. Clean this fucking pigsty. This place does not deserve an A. And the only thing you're getting from me tonight is that, an F. There, it's staying on. And guys, I'll take it down tomorrow, personally, when it's up to the standard of an A. Now move your fucking asses. There, it's staying on.
After giving Sante La Brea an F for their filthy kitchen,
I'll take it down tomorrow, personally, when it's up to the standard of an A. Now move your asses.
the staff worked through the night,
Flies coming out of this.
cleaning every inch of the restaurant.
I certainly wasn't going to have Gordon come through and say, what is the matter? Did you not listen?
A thorough cleaning is the first step that Sante La Brea has taken in the right direction. But before Gordon can change the menu or the food, he needs to change its owner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you feeling?
Very good. Thank you so much.
Tough day yesterday.
Yes, it was very tough.
Really tough, but tougher than I expected. What worries me is that the burden is on these. You're not letting go. You're not releasing me that pressure. It
must be so frustrating inside because nobody's listening, Dean. The chef's not even listening. You employ them, they don't employ you. You have to know how to talk to these staff. Yeah. We're now standing on the top of the canyon. Nobody, can hear us. So what we need to do is let it out. Let's start off with Mark first. Yeah? What have you got to say to him?
Get the fuck out of my life. I don't want you, brother.
That's it. That's how you tell staff. Pathetic. Here you go. Mark, understand that you're here to run the restaurant, yeah? Not to run crap up my walls. Start listening to me. Now, Chef Aurelio, if you ever leave my kitchen that state again, I'll fucking job, you little fucker! Aurelio.
What's going on with you? Didn't I tell you to go ahead and clean the goddamn refrigerator?
It's not difficult, it's business. You have to get a grip before it's too late. I want to know from you, face to face, that you are going to accept responsibility and, more importantly, take control. I've got to hear you.
It is hard for me to let go, but I have to take Chef Ramsey's advice. Mark!
That's better. Good.
Listen, no more shit, no more fucking around, no more whatever it is that you bring, no more feng shui shit, and don't put the mirror here, I want to put that there. Just do it for me this time, please. Just this time. What the hell? No more, okay? No more.
Aurelio. Give it to him, you limp dick!
Aurelio, what the fuck? I know you for so long, and I know your family. I was stupid enough one time, 3 times, 4 times, 6 times, 10 times I took you back, man. Who the fuck is in charge in this motherfucking kitchen?
Good. Well done. Now, that sounds like a boss.
It feels great to just scream out and say those things. I'm not used to it.
Wake up, you idiots! Last one. Here we go.
Wake up, you fucking idiot! God damn it!
Excellent. Good. Hey.
Gordon right now kind of gave me a little bit more confidence. I'm ready now to go ahead and do my job a lot better.
How do you feel?
Great. Having completed the exercise, Dean returns to Sante and puts Gordon's lesson into action. Unfortunately, it's with his son.
What the hell happened to all my apples here?
Oh, please, man, take this shit out.
I don't want to see the end of the bottles here.
I took them out. I'm not putting them back.
Talk to me. Listen. Okay? Don't fucking, even if I'm fucking wrong.
Dude, my dad exploded. It was a Kodak fucking moment, man.
There is a fucking boss here. So don't argue about everything. Just do it. It's my bullshit. I'm responsible.
He laid it out, man. Like a fellow with a fucking flame and shit came out. It was awesome. Great.
At the end of his sentences, say, but I do whatever you want, sir.
Okay, Nash.
Am I the boss here or not?
You are.
Then just listen to me. That's it.
After Dean released his frustration, everything settled down. Just in time for Gordon to inspect the kitchen.
Good. Peppers? Fresh, yes?
Fresh.
Good.
Gordon came in and he kind of checked everything out, and yeah, everything was good. Everything was clean, top notch.
Welcome back. Yes. Yeah. Keep it there. Yes. Yes.
Thank God the F did not stay more than 10 hours overnight.
With the kitchen now in proper working condition, Gordon turns his attention to the food.
2 specials on the menu front, yes? First dish is a halibut. We're going to cook it in a marinade. Second dish, salad with shrimp.
Local shrimp. It's really nice to see Chef Ramsey be able to take his je ne sais quoi and bring it down to our level, like what you get at Gordon.
Shrimp, dotted around. It's a celebration of California. And now, on halibut. 2 vibrant, straightforward dishes.
It's 30 minutes before dinner service, and although everything appears to be moving in the right direction, Gordon gathers the group for an important meeting.
Now, Dean, yesterday there was some serious infractions in this restaurant. Spoiled food, yeah, problems throughout, yes. Here you do what you have to do. Put your hands in front of you. Do what you have to do.
Sir, put your hands in front of you. Help us together.
I had, well, what?
The heck is that? What did I do? I said, where did I break the law? I was scared.
I am fed up to here with you, walking around picking up after your chef, running around after your sons, after Mom. Tonight, you're not doing that. You're not touching anything tonight. You're going to tell them exactly what you'll do. Run your business vocally. You're not getting arrested, you silly Billy. Hey, relax. Look at you. You're about to cry. Jesus.
I see what you mean.
Yes, that's right.
My dad's supposed to be a manager. He's supposed to be verbally conducting the situation, as opposed to like physically cleaning up after people.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, first table just about to arrive. Let's go. Good luck, by the way. Try not to show the handcuffs. Keep them tucked in there, yes? Let's go.
Hey guys, I'm supposed to be the boss, so I can't help you, okay? Just do it. I'm very, very excited about tonight. I'm looking forward to see this place swamped. Now I'm gonna try not to let things go out of hand.
Good evening. Nice to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Mark, our hostess for the evening.
How are
Nice to
you?
see you.
Can I get you guys some beer and wine?
Push the special, yes?
Now, I'm going to explain the specials real briefly. We have a spiced halibut, which is marinated in fresh yogurt. And then we also have a shrimp salad. The specials are really good, and they'll be gone quick.
Special, I have a special.
Got it. Okay, this is for table two halibut specials. Showtime. I can't clap. Did you want something to drink? We're ready, yeah? We're ready.
Oh, no, he's a nut kid.
It was a warm night here in LA. I thought, I'll be smart. I'll wear a light shirt. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Do you guys have a reservation?
He's touching them with his sweaty palms. Don't touch the customer.
I wasn't sweating that much until Sheriff was catching all of my sweat. I don't like wearing deodorant. What can I tell you?
Damp it down or dry or absorb. And another, it's all leaking over. Oh, my God.
Oh, motherfucker.
Don't touch anything.
Can't help it.
It was torture to have to be in handcuffs and just trying to work normal way.
What is this doing here? Can you take it to the front, please? Right now. Hurry. Hurry up. Like, run. Run. Come on.
I'm always trying to push it through. Now I cannot.
Halibut now. Okay. One halibut for this order. This is one of them for table two. The halibut ring is ready. Take that. All right, ladies. Enjoy.
Looks beautiful. That's really good.
These specials are being sold out, which is great news. Now, Mark, well, he's just sweating like a pig, running around like a headless chicken, and sweating all over the place. As for Dean, I don't think this guy's finding it easy. He's struggling not to run around after his own staff. Crazy.
This one. What's this one?
Sure, tips.
Yes. Just look. It's fine. Table two. That's the last halibut, right? Do you want any of the specials? Because I could maybe hold one, because I think they're going to be gone.
Yes. I do.
Okay, I'm just told to hold those three halibuts, okay? So they got your order, all right? Aurelio, we hold three of the specials. Got table four.
Give me a ticket first.
Okay.
Give me a ticket.
All right. Halibut. I'm out of right now. So sorry. You said you still have one halibut left? Oh, come on. Let's see, what is this going to do with this one? Mark, can you come here for a second? First of all, you took an order. You took a fucking order! Don't fucking do it, goddammit!
Mark should be taking order. He doesn't know how to take an order. He's always making mistakes. I let it out.
I go to me. I understand. I'm the fucking boss here. I understand. It's crystal clear. I made a poor choice at that moment. Sounds like I spit in some soup. Are you guys at a pause or snacks?
Thanks for coming. Your menu's tucked under your sweaty arm. You can't tuck menus under your sweaty armpits and then hand them out. Please.
What is he doing now?
Menus tucked under his armpit.
Gordon, please, keep this in your home. I don't need it.
It's your fucking member of staff.
The motherfucker has to leave.
Marvin has very, very bad sweaty armpits, and he put the menu in his arm. You have to take care of that. It was ugly.
Change that shirt, goddamn it. Please. Just run back, okay? Run back. You got it. Do something.
As Mark heads home to get a new shirt, back at the restaurant, customers are lining up, and Gordon is on a mission of his own.
Listen, I've got a friend that sweats a lot. I'm looking for a really strong antiperspirant, but really strong. Thank you. I'll take both these. Thank you.
Different shirt. It's heavier up, I sweat more, but at least people won't see it because it's a dark shirt. Hopefully, if this one takes the sweat, Gordon will like kick my fucking ass.
Sorry. Okay. Hey. Quick.
Secret. Ain't related, struggling for a man. It's a fucking funny little line you got.
Right, come here. Let's go. I would like to think you've learned your lessons. Look at me. If Leon does these, yes, I guarantee they're going to run your business and not pick up things. Bob, do the honors, please. Thank you. I'm positive. Yeah, don't fall back to your ways. Thank you, Officer Bob. Let's go. Dino, move, huh?
Yes. Come on. No. Ahorita. When you're ready, I can take another order. Let me know.
Once Dean's cuffs are released, his managerial skills are put to the test.
No way.
And that her pasta was cool.
Oh my god, that is here. Nick, another order of penny?
It's going to take too long. I don't know if they want to wait.
Do it now.
I'm waiting. Shit.
Just take the hot water from here. I don't want to take it easy. Relax. Take it out of it. I just want really to understand what's really going on. I needed to be the boss. I needed to actually do my job.
You want to
I want to cook. Just listen to me.
go to the back. Don't stay here.
I want to stay here and you're going to do what I'm asking. Just do it.
Go to the back.
Hurry. Shit, what a fucking attitude.
After another disappointing dinner service comes to an end,
Thank you.
Gordon tries to make sense of one of the most bizarre evenings he's ever witnessed.
The good news first. Within 15 minutes of announcing the specials, the halibut sold out. Tonight showed significant signs of becoming a better manager. Unfortunately, I had to handcuff you in order to get that out of you. The biggest problem still in this restaurant is the food. The feedback is the food is bland, boring, and barely mediocre. Tomorrow, we are going to relaunch this restaurant. I want people to say the Sante, yes, is the healthy restaurant where the food tastes great.
Coming up, a crisis in the kitchen pushes Dean over the edge. And Aurelio out the door. You are not going to believe what happens next.
Aurelio!
On Kitchen Nightmares. If there were ever a restaurant that needed a makeover, it was Sante La Brea, and Gordon's crew worked through the night to pull it off.
Excited? Big day today. Take off your blindfolds. The new Sante La Brea. Clean, fresh, and green. This is beautiful. We decluttered the canapé. Inviting. Fresh. Here we go. Outside patio. Right, look. No dirty white curtain. Fresh shades. Hand-painted blinds. New benches.
Oh, this is fucking comfortable, man.
Look at the colour of it. Nice, new, vibrant.
It's almost like
dream materialized. Everything I was dreaming about just came and flashing in my face.
What a change. What a vibrant, sexy, healthy change.
Awesome. I moved to here so much. I think he's a brilliant man.
Ready to go inside?
Yes.
Yes. Look at this.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
We painted the entire restaurant. We added a beautiful mural on the wall.
I was floored. I mean, if I could like that, I hope you would have done that.
No more tacky plastic tablecloths. A proper, healthy, vibrant, fresh restaurant. No clutter. You two, just don't clutter the place up again. This is what LA wants.
This makes an incredible statement. They took what we had and they made it better and smarter and beautiful.
Now this.
Oh my god.
The menu. Absolutely crucial. When you come into something healthy and vibrant. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my.
Dad got really emotional when he saw the new menu. I'm so happy to see my dad happy.
We're not looking through 150 bits of crap. It's fresh. And if it's not fresh, it's not on there. I'm happy for you. You deserve it, and your sons deserve it.
No question, this is a good beginning. I would never ever be able to do it without Chef Ramsay.
Okay, absorb, have some fun, and I'll see you in 5-10 minutes, yes? Well done.
In preparation for the big relaunch, Gordon introduces the staff to the new dishes. Gone is the bland mogo tofu and dried out fish. In their place,
wonderful chilled tomato soup, egg white patata, the eggplants, sea bass, cassoulet, the lentils, the salads, and your favourite, the tofu, yeah? It's been grilled. It's the most important night so far on the liver. Mark, you're hosting tonight. Greet, sit them down, don't take any orders.
You got it. No worries.
Well, don't just stand there staring at the food. Get some nice pork and taste it.
It was an amazing day today. Brand new restaurant, brand new menu, brand new feeling, brand new man.
It's relaunch night and time for the world premiere of the new Sante La Brea.
Hi, how are you guys tonight? Okay? I don't want to see clutter here. All right? I want everything to be clean at all times. Okay?
Halibut? Wonderful.
Sea bass. Like the cheese after sure. This mushroom with the cheese first,
Mm-hmm.
and then the tuna and the pizza. Thank you. Did you decide if you like any wine? Santa Barbara. You got it. Thank you. What are you doing? You don't want me to bring wine? I thought he wants me to sell wine. So do you want me to tell them that? Okay. Mark, once again, he didn't listen to my instruction and was taking an order. And
Maybe it should rather be you.
I already told you once. Who the fuck is in charge? Taking the order. Tell me once, I'm telling you again.
Yep.
Dean is the boss. Dean is the owner. Dean's word is go.
Dean is feeling the pressure as more and more customers arrive at Sante.
You can't touch your computer.
Don't drink, don't do anything here. This is good. Okay? Whenever I see that,
So that took you all basically all the.
And his kitchen staff is starting to feel it too.
I mean,
just hurry up. Just hurry up a little bit. I need to put out. I can do it.
how many accounts did you do?
Just listen to what I'm saying. Do it fast.
Like, 30.
Keep in mind what I say.
What? What?
Yeah,
I'm keeping in mind what I'm saying, goddammit.
Well,
Stop it. What?
30 paper F won't get me.
I'll do it. Next. Let's go. Stop. Be right with you in a second. You wanna treat me like a piece
I'm told. Are you? Okay. Think about luck here and being babies. Yeah.
What? Come here. What's going on? What the fuck is going on? What's the matter?
Hold on. Get out. I'm tired of shit.
Aurelio! Fucking relaunch tonight. Come on. What's going on? What the fuck is going on?
Fed up with Dean's new management style, Chef Aurelio takes off during the restaurant's most important dinner service.
Aurelio! Fucking relaunch tonight. Come on. What happened?
He
he's going like this, going slowly. I can't fucking wait for it. I said, hurry up and listen to me. He don't listen. So goddamn it, I don't care. Enough already. This is the end of the line. I'm not gonna take it.
This is unbelievable. A fucking ship's run. Dean's going fucking crazy. What a creative. A monster said run your business, but don't start slamming into everybody. Restaurant's filling up. This guy's fucking mad.
I wanna say I'm sorry to the chef Francis. I wanna
She.
tell him who is
What kind of sense is this? Dumb.
Okay, no, but listen, come here. This is important. This is launch night.
I can't bet, you fucker.
You do care, don't you?
I bet you all my life.
Alice, pay me the rest of the money you owe.
That's all you fucking care about. I'm not gonna be in your goddamn city.
I'm not gonna work without
That's
pay.
me.
How much money you owe?
Give me 140.
Okay, here. No. Give me it. There's 100. Okay, the rest comes after service.
She.
Please.
I just wanna do this tonight.
Audible lets you enjoy all of your audio entertainment in one app. You'll always find the best of what you love or something new to discover. Audible offers
Discipline. Yeah, but don't screw it. Okay.
an incredible selection of audiobooks across every genre. They also have podcasts from popular favorites such as mine, to exclusive new series. As an Audible member, you can choose one title a month to keep from their entire catalog. It's that incredible. Honestly, one of my favorite experiences I had with Audible was re-listening to Dune over Audible. It's thick. It's the only way to fully absorb Dune is through your ear holes, because then you hear them say the words, you can hear them say the rhythm, and it's important for you to know the proper pronunciations, because if you don't, you get kicked out of the Dune Club. New members can try Audible now free for 30 days. Visit audible.com/left or text LEFT to 500-500. That's audible.com/left or text LEFT to 500-500 to try Audible for free for 30 days. Oh, howdy! Texas Pete is a sauce that allows you to sauce like you need it. Each Texas Pete sauce is packed with bold, balanced flavor. The signature tanginess is what makes it a legendary hot sauce that can be used on just about anything. It's been at the center of dinner table since 1929, and it's still eating things up today. You're definitely going to want to try every flavor. The original hot sauce is a famous secret blend of fermented peppers. The hot sauce is 3 times hotter than the original, and it ain't for the faint of heart, I tell you what. Sabor by Texas Pete adds authentic Mexican flavor, and their dust dry seasoning matches the flavor of the original hot sauce and a flavorful dry ranch. Myself, I like a hot sauce. Pour it down my gullet, I put it on damn near everything. Tastes good. Texas Pete, sauce like you want. Visit TexasPete.com and use the store locator to find Texas Pete products as well as purchase sauces and get recipe inspiration. And use the promo code podcast23 for 23% off at TexasPete.com.
Okay.
This is the last time on the left.
And I just want to say that you're absolutely the bee's knees.
And I'd be like, Benjamin, flattery will get you everywhere. And then leave bonbons alone in a bit of a Parisian park. Heaven is a place on earth. Holy Christ, and it's in the imagination of Henry Zabrowski. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I'm Ben Kissel. Marcus Parks is here as well. And all the way from beautiful Toronto, he's off set. My name is Enrique Zabrowski, and I have to say, nothing in the world would please me more if Ben was mine. Maybe I should do this. You should on the podcast. Yes, do it at the beginning. Let's do it. And I want to go steady with you. I want you to be my girlfriend. Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. Trapped you, you're gay. God damn it, man. I thought you were. Actually, I would love it if we could find love like that with each other. One day we will, Henry, and you're going to be real taken care of. Don't you? New Mexico. Now, okay, so we are covering, again,
So we're back to aliens. Yeah! It's been so long. I'm so excited. And so I said to Marcus, we were originally going to do a topic called aliens and the connections to religious iconography and Christianity, right? And we were like, this is boring. And so what I said was just like, oh, so this week we're going to have to the Dolce Air Force Base, which is going to be a very interesting episode about a highly secret base that is 90 miles underground. And the human and aliens hang out. They do genetic experiments with each other, and they're playing cards like they're in some bizarre county jail. Yes. No, man. They're not allowed to fraternize off hours. Exactly. They have to follow specific rules comparing depending on which alien you're hanging out with. Like such specific rules that might all be such specific rules that you know it's true. You can see that it's true. I see. What happened was cut to me saying me was a conversation Dolce Air Force Base. Cut to me 2 days later in a jizzy haze. It's a gin fizzy, yes. I got highly drunk, and I wake up tomorrow. I believe because I went down. Marcus and I being tracked with the government. We've been off now. We've talked about 6 hours together about this because we talked about the secret government, and there's a lot of shit we're going to bring up on this episode that is very real, very pertinent. The alphabet is happening, right? I'm not going to even talk about alphabet. Google turned alphabet. Do you have any idea how fucking fishy it is? And so we're done. All right, and the government is listening, and they're tapping into our conversations. I want to say, come get me, 1093 Jackson Avenue. I'm here all the time. My name is Marcus Brooks. Come and get me. Try the burritos while you're here. You guys are discussing and researching it. It's so confidential. You can find it on the internet. So it's difficult to get to.
It's actually very interesting that when we were on the phone, because we talked about plenty of things on the phone, we were planning out episodes. And really, Lucas, there were quite a few conversations had about that one over that fucking weird month. But when we were talking about Dolce Air Force Base, we heard every single time we talked about it, a real weird noise.
Yes, and it would happen, right? And legitimately, we would start talking about aliens, start talking about, because the one time it happened, we were talking about the many secret entrances to the Dolce Air Force Base. Also, possibly Dulce Air Force Base. I don't want to correct my own spelling.
People don't know. People are saying Dulce, or come on, Dolce sounds so much fucking cooler. Dolce sounds like a dessert.
It is, but I love it. And also talking about when we're doing the standard, the reason why it's easy to hide all the stuff in a super deep, dark underground cave, and number one is underground, and it's super secret, so anything there is going to be super secret, right? And we heard the news again when we start talking about the fact that the government loves the fact that there are these alien rumors connected to these underground bases that are obviously being used. They're underground. They're miles underground. So obviously something very secret is happening inside these underground bases. There's evidence from all over the world. The government does not specifically say they exist. Right? Area 51, they're like, yeah, okay, but they say it's just like a hangar and like an airstrip.
Now, if you come into this room, this is where we store all the fruits of New Jersey. What's your favorite top secret? I have these weapons that you trust. Yeah, Christy, you can say, now this is the fun part that made him governor.
Everybody else knows it, so really can't run a kitchen.
I gotta say,
25 minutes for a house salad.
just like unfortunate hold on. By the way, you welcome to Area 51. There's also an alien over there, so we're saying that's great. Hi, hello. I made a new type of Oreo that is green. Oh, that's what you're working on. Yeah, for the Christmas season. I did not receive my invoice. Robot alien.
So sick to my stomach. I have chest
was
pain.
again about, because it's we're saying the government loves rumors about the fact that all this alien activity happens in these underground bases. But again, if they were going to happen somewhere, they would happen there, which is the paradox. So what do you do about that?
To be honest, I mean, to be fair to the NSA and to the government, the original
fair to them. I know to be fair.
The original podcast is just hacking into people's phone conversations. Yeah, they were just skipping the middleman. They didn't want to go through iTunes. They said, why don't we just get Marcus and Henry on the phone? No, they're online right now. We have 5 hours of a free podcast. And then also, but then you heard the noise again once we started talking about relationships and shit like that. Yeah, once we started talking about like personal things, it just went click off. You know who that was? You know who that was? Delilah. That's where Delilah gets her scoops on personal love affairs and relationships and how to make them better. All right, so we want to open the chapter on the Dolce Air Force Base's tale. Yeah, let's open it up. Dolce Air Force Base. Well, it's not necessarily, it's not Air Force Base because there are a lot of times when I'm saying Dolce, like you want it, you have that instinct to say Air Force Base, but it's just simply a base. That's right, because not only is it multi-purpose, there's Army and Navy and Air Force things being developed there, but also it's intergalactic. So there is a bunch of shit going on. New Mexico, though. Yeah, out of all the places. Dry heat. Yeah. It's a dry heat. They say that the aliens know, but there actually is a reason why it's in New Mexico. Yes. Yeah. One of the big reasons is that New Mexico, specifically, like you have New Mexico, Colorado, and all these western states, one of the reasons why a lot of these bases are located in this area is because of the continental divide. Absolutely. And also natural caverns that are already there. Like, if we literally look at Dolce, New Mexico is located right in the Colorado, New Mexico border. It's a quaint town with a population just under 3,000. I'm doing this for Marcus, and I can see Marcus' face. And the tribal headquarters of the Chicotee Apache Reservation. It's also the alleged location of a secret underground base. Basically, what we have here is these there's also natural caverns, right, out deep in the middle desert. They compare it to like Carlsbad and stuff like that. And so they use these natural already holes in their earth and build bases inside them. But also, the mineral content of the rocks are great for reptilians, my friend. So if you're like an Apache and you're here in New Mexico, you're like, oh, you're coming to do a story, you're talking about New Mexico, certainly they're going to mention the genocide of our people. Oh, no, what's that? Oh, no, they made up a story about aliens underground. They shit that sometimes white man comes and some of their sci-fi movies. I will say, my whole family was burned alive. And that is real. I don't mean to. I mean, yes, also my grandfather was a cool spirit, but that's really different. Right. I love maize. Can't get enough of that. We call it corn. Oh, I'm sorry. We stopped calling it maize. I was trying to be part of your people. Well, they actually do use the American Indians around the area. The government does use them as a cover to say that a lot of the natural lakes and the huge dam that is built nearby, they say that it's for the local Native Americans, the local Apache tribes, because Dulce itself is actually almost 100% Native American in population, but in reality, that dam is what powers Dulce Air Force Base. Excuse me, Dulce Base. That's at the Archuleta Mesa, which we're going to learn a lot about, which is either just a cavern that is adjacent to the Dulce Base, or it is a deeply historic, million-year-old gray/reptilian underground bunker that's been there since Nion, when the Anunnaki came, and they created the Alphas Artus, and they also split into them and the Greys. The Greys are their servant people, mated with sapien. This is a part of the research. You can't, literally, when Marcus and I started researching the base, I was like, technically, we need to start a million years ago. Oh my God! We got a nerd alert. We got a nerd alert here in New York City. Yep. Dolce again. I just want to give you the heads up. We got a nerd alert. Henry, you mentioned also the minerals underground, what those minerals actually are, and why the continental divide is so important is that these areas very magnetic. Magnetics are extremely important to these people. That's what's called substratum rock. And there's also a lot of high energy states, plasma, in these continental divides. You know that's true. So again, the Dulce Base is believed to be the largest reptilian and gray alien base in America, where they are allegedly conducting experiments including atomic manipulation, mind control, animal/human crossbreeding, and man pigs.
ID to man page. I don't think there was anything he even said was okay. I was just in shock.
Ooh, like that grandmother from the UK. Yeah, no, that's a Russian woman. Russian? Yeah. Her, you know, hero? Andre Chikatilo. Ron James really idolized Michael Jordan. They're both very good. Yeah, and my favorite person is Charles Chaplin, because he invented physical humor. He became a star very quickly. I just watched a documentary about it. One of the first to deal with the paparazzi. Charlie Chaplin. Who gives a shit? That's right. Back to the reptilians. Yeah, so you're asking yourself, how are these things built? Because it seems like they'd be impossible. These are massive. They're they're miles big, and they're up to 4 miles underground. Yeah, and these things are gigantic. Of course, there are natural caverns, but if you've ever been to Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico, you know it's beautiful, but it's a fucking mess. You're not going to be able to actually build any sort of scientific research station there. What about dynamite? Can you make dynamite there? You just blow up a bunch of fucking shit there and you just make a big hole. Oh, absolutely. Building houses. Absolutely not. What you actually have here. Okay, let's come back a little bit. 1947. Exactly. Yeah. What about 1 million years ago on Mars? Because Anunnaki were a part of it on Sirius and they came to Mars and then an asteroid fucking disaster happened and sent them to Earth. That was 1 million years ago. Right now, women have 3 boobs on Mars. I like it getting the third one in there because the first 2 always get so withered up. She's just gotta find a man with 2 dicks. 1947. Not 1 million years ago. 1947. That year was built near the Dolce base under the cover company.
Coming up,
Was ever called, and the road was later destroyed. I remember the people for watching it and like legitimately just being like, out of the kitchen. Because that's what they said is that they absolutely was big pieces of machinery. Yeah. Go deep into the ground. Yeah. And they're just watching around and be like, white man's doing something.
Good night.
We should just start. I know we've been flirting for a long time, but I think we should just kind of start fucking because some shit's about to go down. It's like they're building an alien base. Trees in New Mexico? God, no. Yeah, I mean, in the mountains, like around like the Taos area, and where I just visited, up in the mountains of New Mexico, the Sierra Nevada mountains, there are a shit ton of trees. It's very much a very treed area. I wouldn't see the place for a lumber company, right? Not a very lumber place. No. We're going to see that all again and again and again in this story, which is the conspiracy part of it that I'm going to try to refrain from speaking about the covert corporations that are used to hide all of this. Oh, yeah. And they didn't even really try that hard. All of the trucks, all they said on the side, it just said Smith Lumber. Yep. Yeah. And so basically they just settled the machinery down, they dug a big hole, and then what happened? Oh, they dug the big hole. Well, we have to go to the September 1983 issue of Omni Magazine, page 80. Page 80. And I have that open up. You know, some people have a Bible stand with a thing that's like, when I have that issue of that magazine opened up on my little Bible stand. That's the side of my bed. Yeah, popular magazine. Well, that has a color drawing of the set terrain. And this is very true. Omni Magazine is a legitimate source. I had a subscription when I was a child and I believed everything they said. You also had a subscription to Weekly World News and Texas. And you also played with balloons all the time. My parents were just being like, that's another boy. He's not, we didn't make him. Sometimes when Marcus uses himself as a reference point to make it real, it falls apart. This podcast is brought to you by Squarespace. It's the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs who are looking to stand out and succeed online. Everyone knows the holidays can take a toll on your bank account. If you're looking for a creative way to increase revenue and give your family and friends the holiday treats they deserve, then you need to get started with Squarespace's new feature, Squarespace Courses. I mean, I can teach a course on podcasting and maybe a give and go. Squarespace has the tools you need to create and sell your own online course. Start with a professional layout that fits your brand. Upload video lessons to teach techniques and skills. Then tailor your course with the powerful built-in Fluid Engine Editor. Turn your creativity into income with Squarespace courses. Head to Squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/left to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/left. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. How do you give gifts around holiday season? Me? It's by who I like best and who's physically closest to me. No, normally this year we're going to do something really nice. Like I got my beautiful wife a necklace. She's going to love it so much. And she said she already got me an insurance policy. I think it'd be fine, right? Whether or not you're a fan like gifts during the holidays, you get to define how you give a gift to yourself. Great time to do that. So whether it's by starting therapy, going easy on yourself during tough moments, or treating yourself to a day of complete rest, remember, give yourself some love this holiday season. Kiss yourself in the mirror. Come on. Spend some extra time on that personal massage. In the season of giving, give yourself what you need with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/LASTPOD today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/lastpod. So, this is actually a fairly real thing. The Los Alamos nuclear-powered tunnel machine called the Subterrane. It burrows through rock deep underground by heating whatever stone it encounters into molten rock, which cools after the subterrane has been done. And the result is a tunnel with very smooth, glazing lining. And it's very interesting. They're nuclear-powered and they're highly top secret. The government does not want us to know that it has these drills for some reason, right? Because we're going to learn these underground. You should watch this documentary called The Underground. I'm going to put it up on the Facebook page, and there's another book by a guy named Richard Song called The Underground. And the idea is it's an international sort of conspiracy about building these massive underground bases that they are highly protective of. They don't want anybody to know. And there's companies like, if you want to look up KTEL, if you want to look up Bechtel, Kaywood, Blackenvich, the company Robbins. It's a tunnel building, it's a technology firm, right? They build tunnel building stuff, right? These are these gigantic international corporations that are housing the money for this black ops stuff. They're hiding the seeds of this tunnel thing, which is kind of interesting. It's a drill thing. It's a drill machine. Why would they not want us to know about the drill machine? Because they're using it. If you follow the money off of these subterraneans, you're going to see we're using them here, and we're using them in the Swiss Alps, and we're using them in China, and we're using them in Saudi Arabia. Like they legitimately, underground talks about like an underground gigantic structure that was built before Gulf War I that the North Shores use. They already planned as a personal man. Yes, they already planned to be there. It's such a it's so people laugh when Mr. K. wanted to start a loop company, and they said, what are you going to do? And he said, I'm going to make all the money. And then he did make all the money, and now he's into nuclear, So think about this, right? So Site R, Area 51, the underground fortress of and the NSA, and the FOD, you listen in. Come get me. Los Alamos and Camp David is a gigantic operation. Yeah, NSA is listening to this. It's a podcast. Thanks for listening. Thank you very much. Yeah, hope you're spreading around. We got t-shirts for sale at $25 on the website. So, these guys, there are a lot of, as Henry said, a lot of different corporations, and some say that some of these companies, like Bechtel, is actually an international corporate octopus that is really the shadow government's working arm of the CIA, which is the truth, and I think it's absolutely, utterly the truth. Actually, that is very likely. Like that right there is an actual very likely conspiracy. But it's this construction and engineering firm. There's another company called US, which is the same thing. And all of the other websites have the same shit. And you got dudes with hard hats going like laughing. It's like a very very vague stuff, and it's all like everyone is like making solutions that are solutions. All worlds will be your worlds. Like stuff like highly sinister. It's like a sci-fi movie. Yeah, it really is. And there's another one, that the Rand Corporation, which is just highly just whatever they're just doing stuff. Because they're not like the tagline of that company called Doing Stuff with Your Stuff. I love that. And also making your stuff everybody's stuff. Yeah. This is the NWO. Oh, it very much is. And on page 6, number 645 of Project Rand, Proceedings of the Deep Underground Construction Symposium, had in March of 1959, it said, just as airplanes, ships, and automobiles have given man mastery of the surface of the earth, tunnel machines will give him access to the subterranean. Never we will face the tyranny of the moons. How dare the moons have a monopoly over underneath the ground? What about rabbits? You mean to tell me cute fuzzy rabbits will also put this wood down these rabbits? These underground tunnels that they're talking about, this subterranean world, Henry was talking about these spaces being all over the world. All of them are connected by a gigantic series of underground tunnels that are electromagnetically powered. They can travel at speeds faster than the speed of light using vacuum and magnet technology. Basically, what they do with the super speed trains, this is a super speed train. It's an L train. It's full of reptilians. The L train, the worst trains in New York. Pretty bad. So the number of bases that are connected by these railways, almost unimaginable in scope, as far as how many bases there are. And while we don't know exactly what all of them do, we do know at the very least entrances to these underground facilities. Now, you mentioned the Native Americans. The Native Americans, a lot of these underground entrances actually have their roots in Native American folklore. A lot of them, like, for example, the Nahanni Valley in Canada, this area is inhabited only by animals because any person who enters the valley is usually found headless. And the Indian tribes avoid this valley at all costs, and the valley is actually referred to as the Valley of the Headless Men. Rock and roll. The other thing, too, because we're going to learn using the alien side of this argument, is that the reptilian people are a number of indigenous reptilians and greys that have lived on the planet Earth since fucking a million years. And the reptilian, you gotta say, like, 850,000 years. That's not like, like a million years. It's like a million years. That's a number. Oh, man, that's like a Bill Gates number. Because that's a problem, right? Reptilians are highly territorial and also highly aggressive. So this idea that they had these lands where, and again, this uses the idea that the government is using what is basically alien tunnel land. Like, they're using these naturally built tunnels that aliens have been living in for a long time in order to kind of put their shit on top of it and making it all local and easy access. And it's very interesting. I love the idea they call the sub-global travel section. Yes, and it has like ports and shit like that. It's a highly organized fake idea, and I love it. Yeah, the sub-global system. That's exciting. And there are instances in South America where those the actual Indian tribe, the old ancient Aztecs, believed that it was the entrance to Mykonos, which was their version of the underworld, just as the Greeks had Hades and Persephone. The Aztecs also had an extremely similar version of the underworld, where it isn't necessarily heaven or hell. It's merely a place that you go to when you die that is ruled over by a king and queen. Also, matches conspiracy the movement of the Greys and the reptilians from South America to North America. So part of the conspiracy angle of all this, I'll cover for half a second, is in 1933, our president and a number of members of the Illuminati met with the Greys. This is the same story we've heard about Harry Truman and all those guys. They made an agreement that you can come to the United States, we'll give you an underground bunker, you can hang out under here, we'll build all this shit for you, you can take as many people as you want, but you have to give us
your technology. And so the aliens had a gigantic presence in South America, but then they discovered when it came to North America, all the natural magnets and minerals and plasma in our continental divide, like over there in the mountain ranges of the fucking Southwest, perfect for their experiments magically. And it's really weird that they've been here for 1 million years and they're just now taking a trip up to America. They also don't talk to each other because the natives, the indigenous reptilians and greys, don't talk to outlander reptilians and greys because they think that they're better than them. And then also some of these guys, some of the reptilians are connected to the Archaeo-Palladian group, right? And they're good greys, good reptilians. And the tall one, no, those are draconians. Those are the bad ones. And short greys, yes, and that's a part of the Ashtarian group, which is the original. Oh, I think the innocent. Yeah, Patrick. We have another nerd alert. Yeah, that's happening along the city. There's a lot of interpolitics. Yeah, there's a lot of politics involved in the 12 planets that are currently fighting over Torgon energy. But, yeah, it must be. And these, and some of these have been around for a long time. There was one in Staffordshire, England in the 1700s, where a farmer uncovered an iron hatch that he could not open. Then in Mount Shasta, can we also pull a sword from a stone? Then there's Mount Shasta, California, where they say that that is the entrance to the Lemurian city of Talos. More info on that can be found in the privately published book entitled Alien Magic, 249 North Grand Boulevard, Suite 651, Glendale, California, 91203. Self-published book means he got too close to the truth. Or he can't spell. Yeah, it could be either. Yes. Also, Mount Shasta is right next to Mount Figo. Next to the Fresno Valley. Isolated alien base there. There's an entrance in Toronto. I did not know this. I'm going to go check this out. Yeah, it's off of Parliament Street in downtown Toronto. Apparently, this little corner, there's an entrance between two apartment buildings and these tunnels via the sewers. There's apparently a higher accident rate at this corner than anywhere else in Toronto. And it's said that that is because there are electromagnetic experiences or experiments going on there that tend to, screw around with people's ability to drive. Oh, yeah, that's why when I was on a date over there, I was with this girl when we walked down those Wall Streets and go see them. Just I'm going to drop some. I'm going to go over there. Periscope, and you can follow me on Periscope. Dr. Fantasty, Periscope, all the way down there. And when I emerged out of from the tunnel, very interesting. So all of these bases and entrances that we just discussed are gigantic complexes like Dolce Base. A lot of these have underground cities that are complete with streets, sidewalks, lakes, small electric cars, apartments, offices, and even shops. Isn't that kind of fun? So you can feel like I'm in a little New Jersey. Well, and I can also tell you the reason why that is true is because of a thing called the Toast Organization, which was the Nazi German architectural firm that basically go back at that story. All of these underground shit came from Operation Paperclip. They took tunneling technology from the Nazis and brought it to America. This guy named Todt, I forget his first name, T-O-D-T. T-O-D-T, dad's in German is too. T-O-D.
I can't service my
There we go. We have new information. Him and a software brought to the United States of America to an Operation Paperclip. And basically, they took the plans for the Antarctica, like big, like ultra white, like living society land, like that base that we're in. They saw those plans in America. It was like, this kind of juice we need. He'll go out and you got one there. They also had a great creamery called the Dorsch Creamery. And if you ate it, you were eating the bottom of a reptile. I gotta tell you, the sweetest vegan. This is vegan. No, it's quite opposite.
homicides. I have to say that because it's definitely, it's just, you know, that's a pure animal fat. It's a pure animal fat, right? It is sick with cream. Can you feel how sick the top of it is with the fluid cream? That's the real war the Germans launched on the United States citizens, and that's why we're so fat today. Right. Well, as far as the scope of Dolce itself goes, there are 1,700 paid miles of roads under Dolce in northern New Mexico. Los Alamos is another 800 miles of roads. If you don't know Los Alamos is, this is historically documented fact, the site of the Manhattan Project, which eventually was the birthplace of the atomic bomb. Look, you want to talk about I Am Become Death Destroying the Worlds, because if you're a big fan of The Invisibles as I am, you know that Dolce Bass plays a huge part in the entire story of Grant Morrison. He knows the truth, he sees through the veil, because Dolce Bass is where the AIDS vaccine is kept, and not only is the AIDS vaccine kept there, but Robert Oppenheimer, when he detonated the first atomic bomb, he said, I am become death, the destroyer of the world, and that was a spell to bring the Indian nuclear alien god into the universe, and when the universe cracked at that moment, that is when God, the magic mirror, became trapped in his own creation, and the Archons captured it and brought it back to Dolce Bass, where they did experiments on it. This is a true real comic. Yes, it's like the best one ever written. Everybody knows the AIDS vaccine is just when you go up in the Lake Management. That's how you cure it. The thing is that he will let you lick him for $500,000. Oh, absolutely. He knows if you knows. Absolutely. So, what is Dolce's unless you listen to Jolly Roger, when her band of merry lesbians were captured and turned into genetic freaks.
Donovan is lying.
I have to read The Invisibles. Because we just get to look at you confused. Because we're just looking at you. There are a lot of fans out there in radio land right now that are fucking going, yeah, man, speaking. I love them just like. I volume you right when I start yelling. Oh, I see. Very good. He's good engineer. The Invisibles. Check it out. All right, so the Dolce Air Force Base is have you learned nothing, Henry? There's no planes. I'm sweating so hard. Sometimes there are alien aircraft in an Air Force Base. I suppose so.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
All right, so we're back to where we are. Centuries ago, of course, this goes back a million years, but it also goes back centuries. Surface people, some say the Illuminati, entered into a pact with an alien nation that was hidden within the Earth. And that's a part of Hollow Earth theory that we could also chop off on right now, if you want me to. And we will, a whole episode we'll do on that. Yeah, Hollow Earth is an entire. This is a problem. This entire episode, this entire subject involves just like we could have covered just 12. We could have covered Nazis' involvement with aliens and with underground tunnel building. We could have done a lot of shit. And also the Illuminati's contract with the aliens, race, and Hollow Earth. There's a lot of shit in here. You got a lot of fucking work to do. So after, as Henry said, in 1933, we entered into a pact with this alien nation, and a special group was formed to deal with these alien beings. In the 1940s, the alien life forms were involved. That's right. So yes, these people were created to deal with the alien races. Now, as I mentioned, Los Alamos just a little bit ago, Los Alamos and Dolce are connected through underground tube systems. And as U.S. Energy Secretary John Harrington, he named the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory and the Los Angeles National Laboratory to house the new advanced genetic research centers as part of Project to decipher the human genome. That is fact. Which I consider to be the biggest discovery in all of science. This was a tremendous amount of important emphasis put on the Los Alamos research. And we actually use the human genome. That is a sort of no one who enjoys hip hop and things like that. Or just the cutest little. And I just want to say it again. I want to put a wig on you, and I want to take you out. I'm gonna brag about you. You can brag about me. You can buy me a bunch of dinner, even if it is buffet food. And so now, so again, What's happening at Dolce is a part of obviously highly secret, some sort of research project, and it seems to be involves aircraft that involves like possibly some sort of genetics and science. Possibly. The genetics part is the most important thing. We do know. Yeah. We do because of a man named Thomas Costello.
How cool is this?
Costello? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Costello was he served me a fucking sub sandwich and he tells me it's not going to contain fecal matter. The thing about Thomas Costello, that's what we now know that the secrets of Dolce Base were out by a whistleblower named Thomas Costello. He was a security officer for Dolce, and there were a number of people that reiterated the fact. There's a guy named Paul Benowitz, that was a scientist for Dolce Air Force Base, and then Phil Schneider, who we're going to talk about next week, who was part of the engineering firm that was building the addendum to the side of Dolce Air Force Base. And everything that we know, everything that's technically fake and silly about Dolce that we know, comes from these three people. And they called Costello a whistleblower because they wouldn't give him a gun. They only gave him just blow the whistle if you see anything. I see an alien.
Thankful. Unbelievable.
How come no one's coming to the whistle? Because I'm seeing a goddamn alien. Yeah, that's where the term comes from. Because they're too dumb for a gun. They can't move it. So covertly, the Human Genome Research Project has been going on for many years before it became public knowledge. And by the way, we fucking did it, man. America mapped that fucking genome. We grabbed that genome, we fucking pulled it out of its tent home, and we took its scalp. That's what we did. We pulled into that genome, and we took over its land and just took control of them and raped them until they were white. Yep. What do scientists like when they score? You know, it's just a bunch of test tubes, and then they're all full of infectious diseases. I've got to stop celebrating so stupidly. You make a joke, but it is very much an apt metaphor for my people's connection to nature and how your people suffered it. Take us this jam out of here. We are a bunch of scientists and we're about to take our fucking shirts off. Lord, yeah, this is a gene that makes somebody blind. Let's turn it on and a bunch of babies watch them go fucking blind. Daredevil. That is not too far off from what was going on at Dolce Labs as far as genetic research goes. Here is what Thomas Costello said about the genetic experiments in Dolce. I've seen multi-like humans, at least one of them has human half octopus. Also killing humans. Cafe 36, we're glad to have you here. So huge mixtures of lizards, pages, fish, seals, birds, and mice, and that's it. I can barely be considered those species. There's several cages and vats of winged humans, grotesque bat-like creatures, 3.5 to 7 feet tall, gargoyle-like beings, Draco reptiles. And also, there was a kitchen with a bunch of free snacks in it. Yeah, that was cool as shit. They had all the Keurig machines and like all sorts of chips and candy bars. Not even a baby candy bars. Wow. It's always the best. I love the Halloween houses that hand out the cool candy bars. How do you know it's a Draco? It's the one with the popcorn. So now, when Thomas Costello was sort of given free rein, according to him, he worked as a sort of liaison between the higher-ups and the humans he talked about. That was one of his three jobs. His title was senior security technician. His main job was to maintain a line and calibrate video monitoring cameras, which means that he had access. He had Ultra 7 access, meaning that he had access to all 7 levels of the facility. Quote 7 levels of the facility, because also there was Umbra access that led to elevators that went to other floors that he doesn't even know if it existed. So he just sat in a room and watched all the cameras like a shitty bar owner does now. Yes, he just sits at home and why is everybody leaning on the counters and calls up the fucking bartender. He's AV squad / HR department of Star Trek. I say, so he, according to him, just hung out with a bunch of fucking aliens. A bunch of aliens. The two prevalent alien species In this facility were the Dracos, reptilian humanoids. Now, correct, the Dracos are indigenous, right? They are Native Americans. Native Americans. I'm calling them reptiles today. I just want to make that clear. The Dracos are just a race, right? Those are the gigantic leader reptilians. Because there's two castes, right? There's the Dracos and then there's a worker caste. Well, there's many castes, but these are the ones that we deal with on Earth. There are indigenous Dracos and there are off-world Dracos. We're dealing with a lot of indigenous Dracos because these are guys that were left here. They're technically the direct descendants of the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki themselves are supposed to be reptilian-like creatures. So they have been hanging out here for a long time in the inner earth, like in tunnel in the various tunnels in the earth. And they have been using the Dolce installation for centuries before they brought the humans in on this deal. Yes, and so they agreed to include the humans as a part of what we think is some sort of nefarious plot. Because they're not really sure how to trust the Dracos. The Dracos also have psychic abilities that can manipulate human thought. Frank, they're actually no alerts over. This is they're telling the truth. Yeah, we got a Long Island City create a cave. Airstrike. It's a full tank for a sex machine. Yes, Crash. He's back in Wisconsin bar. He just keeps on saying they want to I'm unusual. I'm not here. Do not look at the man with the iguana face. You should be with me. Your thick legs make me want to mate with you. Are you happy? I go on with you. Absolutely. I got to tell you. I'm going to be busy then. Hell of a job. That was great. All the people at all the bowling alleys I've ever been to just look fucking the happiest peaches. Dolce could have a nice bowling alley itself. It really could, along with the shopping malls and the apartments. The problem is that you can't get two aliens on different teams because of the various political alliances that he has, and their fingers don't fit into the bowling structure of the three fingers. Is this an egg? I would sit on it until it hatches into the warrior taste. No. It's time for skip. With the basketball season here, you can now pick combo projection across football and basketball from the Specials League on Prize Picks. Yes, let the games begin. A league created specifically for combo projections that includes two or more players from different sports or leagues. You will never shut the television off. For example, LeBron James, I know him. Travis Kelce, he dates Taylor Swift, and a 10.5 combo of 3 PTs made plus receptions. That's incredible. Want to play alongside some of Prize Picks' favorite players like the rapper Meek Mill? I know him. You can now find community plays under the promos tab of the app to view entries from some of the biggest names in the Prize Picks community each week. It's fun to do. You get deep into the granular aspects of the sport. I have found sport over the last couple of months. I enjoy sport. Every type of sport, every shape of ball. Please include me at your tailgate. I'm looking for a spicy hot dog. Go to prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT. Daily fantasy sports made easy. Hi! Trying to connect with a friend whose native language is English. Are you traveling somewhere where people won't speak English and you want to learn the language? The Rosetta Stone is for you. You know, I really wasn't ever able to travel outside of America until we started touring with this show. But man, I'll tell you this, when you travel, even if you learn like 4 phrases, maybe 5, the people that you talk to in other countries, they appreciate it, and you'll have a better time. Rosetta Stone is the most trusted time-tested app out there. Choose from one of 25 languages. Imagine you go on that vacation, and you think, man, I want to know every German word there is. You can do it. Don't put off learning that language. which there's no better time than right now to get started. And Rosetta Stone makes the perfect holiday gift. For a very limited time, last podcast will have listeners to get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/LDOTL today. Well, actually, the reptilian leader that Thomas Castello had to deal with on a regular basis, his name, and this is how it's pronounced. Castello made sure to put pronunciation as testimony is pronounced. It's spelled KHAARSHFASHST. Does he look just like John Travolta from Battlefield? He doesn't look like a huge gay man. Oh, I see. So again, we're going to get into the deep we can get very into the deep exopolitics of alien races. We've done before, and we're obviously doing it again. Exopolitics really is, because it's by Nick Gould. I mean, look up his book. It's very interesting. And he talks about the pillars of worldview, and he wants to talk about how reality is generated by 7 case of humankind. We're going to talk. That's another episode. Yeah. So blood pressure's up. I've had 4 coffees. Yeah. So the Dracos are split into 2 separate cases: drooling and working. The ruling case are normally they're white. Great. Workers who are totally colored. That's racist. There's racist. There is some racism in here. Oh, of course there is. Yeah. There's any theory that was even had any of its roots before, I don't know, 1960 is going to have. And so the worker case does the daily chores. They mop the latex floors. They clean the cages, bring food to the hungry people and other species. It is their job to formulate the proper mixture for the type 1, type 2 beings that the Draco race has created. Yeah, the winged humanoids, the octopus people, weird mice, the earthquake mice. Yeah, and they're just kind of like, they're just like, you know, crazy.
You just said 3-week-old frozen chicken. And the one problem you used to put up with.
I'm not the owner of the mouse is reason to for. That's what you do. It's not a mouse. There's an relation. And so we're looking at, according to Thomas Castello, the Dracos were the top of the food chain. Humans technically were bosses of everybody, but according to Dracos, in order to deal with them, you have to treat them like the boss. Technically, they work with you. You have to accept them, like you do with like any sort of boss, like at an office. Right. And the worker case was below humans, but again, good luck telling a 7-foot-tall reptilian to be like, hey, you gotta check out the toilets on level 4. You know what I mean? We're gonna have a hard time. Yeah. And as far as their names go, his name means keeper of the laws. So he's a real fucking hard ass. It's real hard ass. His name, because the reptilian names include the position they hold and several personally chosen letters, and each letter has a very personal meaning known only to the alien and the one that chose their name. I chose the letter Sklar because it means the blood of the vanquished, and I also chose the letter Sklish because it means tacos. My favorite convenient meal. Tacos are unbelievable. Intergalactic. So since his name means keeper of the laws, his name includes Kash, memory or keep. It's the base word for Akashic record, which is the Sumerian tomes that we found that were the first ones to illuminate us about the Anunnaki. And it also has Khasht, which means law. It's also the base word for fast or fine. And then those are the secret letters. We don't know what those mean. Oh, okay, that's wonderful. I think they mean watch me on Steven Seagal's Law Man. Steven Seagal, keeper of law. Now here's what Thomas Castello had to say about his dealings with. I usually call him Karsh. He hated it. The draconian leaders are very formal when talking to the human race. As ancient beings consider us a lower race. Karsh called me Leader Costello, and it was used in a sarcastic way. Leader Costello. God, just constant Klingon. It just happened to deal with Klingons all day long. However, the worker cases really enough, as long as you allow them to speak first. Yeah. We'll also talk about the lunchroom situation, and we'll talk about that after. So, as senior technician, Costello had to communicate with the Dracos on a daily basis to essentially mediate disputes. When human workers caused problems for or with the working case, the reptoids went to the white draconian boss, quote unquote, and the Draco then called Costello, who had to come in and mediate any sort of disputes. God, HR is such a pain in the ass, and also, like, what a bunch of red tape that you have to go through. It was alien horseshit. There's supposed to be psychic creatures that are far more evolved than us. Why is there still a hierarchy? Yeah, alienal disputes. But also what he would say, which is kind of fun thing, is that they'd have closed off areas where they were like, this is a no human zone. This is where the Dracos hang out. You don't go over there. You don't hang out with them. Because the problem is that a lot of his dealings were being like, he'd have to go and ask them like, will you please release Miguel? Like literally, like it would be them with an energy weapon and like a janitor who's just like, why they are turning for they turn like penis and blast. It sounds like an episode of Your Pretty Face is Going to Heaven. Yeah, kind of. And you release the Mexican upon the givel of some fresh, sweet, perfect carnitas tacos. Yes, tacos, yeah. Taco night shall be twice a month. Holy shit, twice a month. All right, to be held on non-consecutive Tuesdays. And if it's missed by a Tuesday because of either a national holiday or some sort of schedule snafu, we will immediately reschedule said taco night. Following Tuesday, we're never gonna miss the tacos. That's great. So yes, how did he communicate with all these species? How did all these species communicate with each other? Well, there was a common language spoken at Dulce. It was called Aishu. And Costello had to learn it very quickly upon entering the base. Some guys don't pick up languages too quick. He was also fluent in Spanish, I'll have you know. Isn't that something? In all the signs were in Aishu. There was only one sign, this is very interesting, only one sign in English, which was over the tube shuttle station, and that sign said, to Los Alamos, which that implies that only humans were allowed to go to Los Alamos, because Los Alamos, that's the legit code. I've been to Los Alamos, I didn't see one human there. A bunch of lunatics. Yeah, it's a weird place. Yes. Yeah. And the other race, we haven't really talked about these guys a whole lot. The other race that inhabits Dulce full-time are the very well-known species that we refer to as the Greys. They're essentially on the same level as the working case of the Dracos, except they work as a hive mind rather than individual men. Because what do we know about Greys? They are bio machines. They're full machines that were made by the tall whites, and so their bosses are fucking operating them for remote. This is because I don't think they want to hang out with reptilians. Oh yes, I think that's probably true. Well, they are controlled by a remote, but they all do actually have some sort of independent thought. Yeah, think Blade Runner. All I do is think Blade Runner. Sean Young. Yeah, sure, but you can approach the Greys, but they will not approach them on their own. They're very cautious, and they consider most humans to be hostile and always seem surprised when they find many of the humans are open and trustworthy. Yeah, which is strange because they have abducted us and shoved things up many of our asses many a time. They think we're hostile. Yeah, fuck you eat my crumbs. If you're gonna take my crumbs, you better blow me. That's what I say. I want to like it. But I guess the thing is that just nobody wants to talk about it. It's sort of that kind of like pseudo-sexual assault thing. It's like if somebody likes a lot and it makes you feel super fucked up about it. And the thing is that I think sometimes it's like like extra. Making just fucking shoelights from genuines. I mean, I'm sure the reptilians, or the Greys, they probably thought people were loving it. I don't know. Have you guys ever shot so hard that it kind of hurts a little bit? That's the idea. Yeah. And so it's just going yeah. It usually involves prostate milking. It's just you just shoot so fucking hard that you feel like your fucking muscles going, give me more. See, I've never had my inside grapes like fun. I've never had that. I don't. I would
Yeah, milk and almond. You get that's almond milk.
So reptilians and greys have a natural hatred of each other.
It's an uneasy alliance.
Yes, because they're both there trying to scam us. That's the idea. Is that we think we're getting everything that we want out of this deal because the greys are giving us all this fucking. The greys and the reptilians are giving us all this technology.
We get Wi-Fi. We get engines.
It fucks with our. It also fucks with our political systems. That's another part of exopolitics that's very interesting. It gives the importance of the military, because the military are the ones talking to these advanced people. So they get to go to the president and be like, we're bigger than you now because we're talking to these reptilians. We have this saucer technology. We're the ones who are like with the fucking people that are going to come and take over. We're going to gladly supplant your government if we want to. Like, and so the power balance is off. So the military do whatever they want.
Yeah. So the layout of Dolce, it's a 7-layered facility. The first level starts 200 feet down. Each level has a ceiling of about 7 feet, except level 6 and 7, where the ceiling there is 45 to 60 feet. So this is a huge facility, and it's laid out just like the Pentagon in Washington.
Yes, because there's a giant. It has a central hub with spokes or cores radiating away from the center. Oh God!
What happened to you, Henry? You talk about aliens for 50 minutes, and you just become the former you.
Oh God!
Henry in high school, everyone.
So much flax this morning. There are no conventional electronic controls at Dolce. This is a thing too. The aliens are obsessed with magnets, and so everything works magnetically. There are no pulleys or cables in these elevators. They all go. They go down just weirdly silently. The other thing too is that the elevators you can't take an elevator from 1 to 7. No, you have to take a separate elevator for each floor. Yeah, which is a pain in the fucking.
Yeah, it is a pain in the ass. Jesus Christ. But there are also security clearances at every floor. Let's go through the floors. Let's do it. Let's start at level 1. Level 1, maintenance and government offices.
The boring level.
That's where they take care of the garbage. And you might be thinking, and Castello, he also kind of anticipated this question. You might be thinking, huge facility, 18,000 grains are going to be living at this facility. Fucking garbage, man. Where does all the garbage go?
And they're littering. They don't care at all about us.
The garbage is reformed or melted down and then remade in some of the road garbage is eaten by bacterial life forms, and what's left is vaporized in a vat-like chamber, and the residue of that action is used in a complex lye and used to fertilize crops in their hydroponic garden. Look at ideas, Costello. I got a little bit bored and I did eat some red garbage.
I think it's kind of fun. I think it's kind of nice. You know what? It's a nice break from the dry garbage. You know what wet garbage means, right? That means leftover human parts, dead, mutilated, genetically altered fetuses, and the mouth and asshole flesh of cows and humans that were found mutilated and gutted all around Dolce and in the neighboring towns.
That's Planned Parenthood dumpster. Yeah, we'll get to the animal mutilations on the next episode when people start seeing, hey, maybe there's something up here. Maybe there's something wrong with the Dolce van. That's weird. Now, let's continue on the levels. Second level, that's the garage for trains, shuttles, tunnel boring machines, UFO maintenance, and government offices.
So if this was a movie, this is where Chris Christopherson would work.
And Jay Leno's like,
yeah. I think they will also But this is the Fast and Furious. You know how they always have like a gigantic warehouse filled with cars and shit? That's where they are. So there's a little Mexican man in there being like, so you want me to think you started?
Talkers there, right? Oh, shit, man. I've seen the body, man. Oh, okay.
Yeah, these aliens know how to interdimensional travel. Do they know how to drift? Yeah, Paul. Yeah, they do. Okay. I guess I serve no purpose.
Do they know how to Wisconsin stop? Ready to stop. They had a Culver's. So after the second level, Costello said that everyone, once you try to go from the second level to the third level,
Everyone is weighed in the nude and then given a uniform. Visitors are given off-white uniforms, jumpsuits with a zipper, and the weight of the person is put on a computer ID card every day, and any change in weight is noted. And if it's over 3 pounds, a physical exam and X-ray is required.
You're getting fat, Thomas. I can't help but notice that you will be perfect for what you call your Thanksgiving ceremony. Seriously, come by my office later. I have some apples and some spices I want to put in your bowl.
Yeah, that's kind of fun to get it all stuffed.
I just gotta say, I don't really appreciate the body shaming I'm getting here from these reptilians. There's your top.
That's okay. People talk about the turkey, Thanksgiving dinner. They're the star. The turkey is the star. So you might be asking. So there's a lot of stuff to go from second level to third level. What's on the third level? Government offices. Okay. That's where the temps go. Wow. Government offices.
Oh, there's a lot of red tape.
Yeah, a lot of red tape. 1 through 3. Huh. Government offices. Right. 4 is where it gets a little freak to fight for the rest. Is where the human aura research is done, as well as aspects of dream manipulation, hypnosis, and telepathy. In these labs, they can lower a person's heartbeat with delta waves and introduce data and program reaction into a person's mind for those implanted with brain chips. Most people are already implanted with brain chips. They just don't know yet. This is a Manchurian candidate NK Ultra type of
RFID mark of the beast kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I want my brain chip to taste like honey barbecue.
Yeah, you could just flood your mouth with honey barbecue flavor every once in a while.
I'm in mind control as much because I just don't.
And I don't like it when they flood your mouth with flavor because then your lips turn brown.
So Costello, he said that not only are they doing studies here, they also know how to separate the bioplasmic body from the physical body to place an alien entity life force matrix within a human body after removing the quote-unquote soul.
Which is what we talk about when we talk about reptilian puppets, right? Is that Barack Obama visited Dolce Base and was placed, right? And that's part of their process. A lot of paperwork. I'm sure there's a lot of that paperwork.
That's why they have 3 floors of government offices. Yeah, so much paperwork. There are also level 4 specially made rooms or cells, if you want to call them that. The first built with lead, then magnetic steel, then clad in copper. It is in these cells on the fourth level that contain the living essence that they rip from the bodies of astral travelers.
But also it's the ports for people who are astral traveling into Dolce to get in, which is a thing that I don't really understand. For a super, super secret base, there's a lot of ways to get in there.
Well, there's a lot of people working there. You gotta have room for the folks to enter, Henry.
Guess that's true. I forgot the logistics.
Yeah, you ever been to the Mall of America parking lot?
Oh, when you take a picture of your car, you gotta want to take a picture of the section number as well.
Remember that fire at that Whitesnake concert?
I always
one exit.
Oh yeah.
Rest in peace. Yeah, they made their
what's a Whitesnake?
That was Whitesnake, I believe.
No, it was quiet.
No, not quiet. It makes no sense.
It's a Whitesnake?
I guess the fire.
We gotta get to the bottom of this.
I don't know.
Great White. It was a Great White concert. Everybody, because they made all the sound pollution comes from a lot of the oil.
I just really wish they didn't call it the human barbecue tour.
I mean, that was just too accurate. It killed even 100 people.
Sorry about the
victims. Yeah, right. Well, the other thing about, yes, there are people that are, of course, just going in there as employees, but these astral travelers, that is somewhat of a, not necessarily well known, but it is a practice among people who do astral travel. They astral travel to places all over the world, and they astral travel inside of these facilities so they can get an idea of what's going on. They can see what's happening in there. But level 4 Dolce Air Force Base, one you do not want to astral travel into, because they do have the technology to trap your soul in this place and experiment like 13 ghosts. So the 5th level, this is where the alien races start. 5, 6, 7, almost all aliens on those levels. Alien housing, level 5. So First of all, there is no fraternizing with aliens off hours at all. It is forbidden for a human to speak to any alien race in the halls or an elevator without a clear business-oriented reason. Humans can talk to humans, aliens can talk to aliens, but humans can't talk to aliens, aliens can't talk to humans. You really don't know if you're going to create an intergalactic war accidentally. You really don't know. So there's free, quote-unquote, free speech in the labs. They can talk to each other. That's what Costello was saying, that they hang out, and then, like, that's where you can kind of get to know some of the Greys and some of the reptilians. They kind of hang out, and they kind of like, oh, these humans are not too bad. You know, they just make me so viciously hungry. Yeah, they got all hungry. You should be able to talk in the halls. You work in the labs. Yeah, not talking during work hours. Yeah, you got time to lean, you got time to clean. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so Henry mentioned being hungry. You gotta also ask yourself, okay, yes, these people live together. Do they eat together?
This is really where you make bonding relationship with friends and family over food.
Because that's the thing, is that the family not sharing meals together anymore in the nighttime is a part of why these gays are getting married. And that's why dogs are going to be presidents.
That is possible, and I would love that, a good Pomeranian president, but look at the Italian family unit, very strong. What do? They get morbidly obese together.
So the reptilians' eating habits, they eat very frequently, and they usually carry or send for food on their breaks. They're very secretive. The reptilians eat separately from everybody. You don't want people to know what they eat, especially the higher-ups. They're very secret. I don't know what it is, and they'll make jokes about what it is they eat. Yeah, but then they're like, but what do you really eat? You know, just like, because what was the thing about there's a whole legend surrounding the Dracos that they like to tell this legend. It's like, my ancestors have eaten flocks of geese in one sitting.
Would you say that there's bones in the chocolate?
Oh, there's bones in the chocolate!
So,
it is they enjoy the same foods that we do. Reptilians enjoy the same foods that we do, and they have been seen secretly munching on freshly found snail.
How did the snail get down to section 5?
Section 5. That's my problem. Yeah, why is just things being around? How did wildlife get in there? Well, it may have come up from section 5. Oh, absolutely. They're just being linked to, like, section 6. Crash tar, please, for the love of God, leave. These are live specimens and stuff. It's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was an hors d'oeuvre. And the Greys, they have their own eating habits as well. They eat a clear mixture with the texture of pureed peaches, and they make every attempt to not, quote-unquote, eat around the humans because the odor of it is very unpleasant to every human who comes into contact with it. Yeah, it smells like hot garbage.
I love hot garbage.
They spend days, even weeks, between feedings. In the worker caste of the reptilians, they eat meat, insects, a large variety of plants, including vegetables and fruit. So pretty much humans, except for the insects. They eat a little bit. They eat a lot of people. They eat people, yeah. Yeah, they sometimes eat people, yes. Which is a problem, which is why you're not supposed to go into where they live all the time, because they will take you and they'll eat you.
Yeah, well, you know,
and they like their meat raw. Yeah. Although they have been known to enjoy some cooked meat on occasion, but only rare.
Put it in the microwave.
And there are security officers there. They wear jumpsuits with the Dolce symbol on the front upper left side. The standard hand weapon at Dolce is a flash gun, which is good against humans and aliens. The standard ID card, which is used in card slots for the doors and elevators, has the Dolce symbol above the ID photo. And by the way, they are issued new key cards every single day. That's how you can weight. Exactly, to also keep you from keeping any sort of evidence whatsoever that you work at the Dolce. Yeah, and quote unquote government poncho. According to Thomas Costello, he's being a real fucking, John Lennon about it. Actually, this isn't from Thomas Costello. This is from that website that I found that was all green text and black background. And my eyes were real bad. My eyes, I tried to watch it. I was reading through it last night. And I was just like, it looks like the letters are dancing. Oh, yeah. Yes, government ponchos use cards with the Great Seal of the U.S. on it. The cult of the all-seeing eye. The New World Order. 13666. The Phoenix Empire. 9. Illuminati. is one out of many. Back to Thomas Costello, when asked if he noticed any Freemasons, Rosicrucians, or Jesuits around fraternizing with the aliens, he said, yes, I did. That is a loaded question, and I won't comment further. Oh, wow, he's not going to talk. Oh, because then it jumps off into what we did not include in this, has jumped off into how there is a 33rd plus level of masonry, which may be all reptilians. Yeah. If you used your intelligence to build the highway system. Me? Yeah. No. I just prefer to do with fake things. I use my brain for aliens. Our country's infrastructure is crumbling, and they need all the help that we can get. So they won't let me anywhere near a jackhammer. Oh yeah, I've heard that. So the 6th level, that's officially called the Bavaria. That's where I want to be. No, it is not. Level 6 is privately called the Nightmare Hall. That's where I live now. That contains all the aforementioned genetic labs. Also, Nightmare Hall sounds like a preteen horror series. Yeah, Nightmare Hall. This is where the crossbreeding experiments of humans and animals are done on fish, seals, birds, and mice that are vastly altered from their original forms, as well as humans. Remember, the winged humanoids, the grotesque bat-like creatures, anywhere from 3.5 to 7 feet tall. And the gargoyles. Remember these. This is what goes on in the Nightmare Hall, and that is where Jolly Roger and King Mob found the lesbian wing of the Invisibles, with it saying, Johnny. And Jolly couldn't do it, so King Mob had to do it. And then they took out their anger on Mr. Quimper. Mr. Quimper? Yeah, that does sound badass. You know, and the thing about all of these things, we're all screaming. It just like, I shot your baby. Stuff like this. And then also in the world of Nightmare Hall, just being like, do you think Becky likes me even though my dick's a parrot? All the boys' dicks are parrots, and every day a girl gets her period for the first time. When period comes to life, of course. That's food for the grays there. That's like pasta marinara sauce for it. Well, we have a large LGBTQ community. I just want to ask, why are the lesbians in Nightmare Hall? Because they were the ones that tried to go into the Dolce facility to retrieve the AIDS vaccine, Ben. Oh, they're heroes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. They were heroes that went into the and monsters. And Jolly Roger was the only one that was able to escape. So she went to King Mob's invisible cell because she trained with King Mob. And so they went back in. I'm just trying to read it. Yeah, you gotta read it. So yes, okay, these people at the facility, these humans, the Greys don't give a fuck. The Dracos don't give a fuck. What about the humans? All these people that were working in the genetic labs, including Thomas Costello. They said people who worked at the facility were told, quote, the subjects being used for genetic experiments were hopelessly insane, and the research is for medical and humane purposes. Oh yeah, so there were a bunch of screaming people. They were just told, like, basically Thomas Costello being like, no, don't worry, they're just retarded and they don't know what's going on. And he was just like, so we're doing what? We're giving them seal food. We're giving them chicken arms and stuff like that. That's great. Turn that chicken person into a stick form, and I think that's a chicken fry, and I'm gonna buy it. I love the chicken fry. Oh, that is one of the great discoveries of the Dolce base was the chicken fry and the chicken ring. Oh, yes. And imitation crab. I hate all the sharp stuff of the other normal dull crab. Oh, crab. I like my crab to come in a pressed tube. Yeah, imitation crab doesn't get enough credit for what a great actor it is. Oh, yeah. You know, it's like the Johnny Depp of all the food. So in the 7th... It's a real crab. It's an imitation crab. Johnny Depp isn't even very good in his big character parts anymore. Yeah. Johnny Depp is a great actor. He was. Fear and Loathing at all. That was probably the last one. Yeah. Okay, like Robert Downey Jr. Imitation Crab is the Robert Downey Jr. of meats. I would say he's the Michael Shannon. It's the Michael Shannon of meats. I don't know my favorite. I don't know if he's good. This isn't a podcast about acting. So, on the 7th and quote-unquote final level, The seventh level holds row after row of thousands of humans in cold storage, including children. Witnesses have described huge vats of amber liquid with parts of human bodies being stirred inside to be used as food or water for grotesque experiments. And Thomas Costello also with the Dolce papers. So all this came from a thing called the Dolce papers, which was a series of like diagrams that he had stolen and copied and written, and it sent to various members of the press and different schools of law. Way big time. There's like 2 videos that I can't seem to find anywhere that are supposedly like he shows the genetic vats. There's a little bit of a clip of one of them, and the vats are these big. They look like again, it looks like a sci-fi movie. It's like a big black orb that they're sitting in, which again I feel like make it look more clinical. Yeah, sounds like I make it look evil. It is evil. Yeah, but make it look clinical. That's how something's really evil. Yeah, but how do we know that the reason why we think of these things as evil is because these vats have been a part of humankind for thousands upon thousands of years, and it is a part of the collective human unconsciousness. Yes. We just had like clay stuff thousands of years ago. So you ask, who are these people in these cages? Well, the most common prisoners were petite women in their early 20s or early 30s, not much in between. Dark-haired boys between 5 and 9. Don't like the way you smiled when you said it. No, I didn't smile when I said boy. Yes, you did. I hear the smile. Weird there. And small to medium-sized men in their mid-20s to mid-40s. So that's pretty much everybody. Wonderful. What about large men? What about men in their 20s? What about kids from 9 to 22? They're not in there. Now you ask why? Why is it so specific? Well, boys. My favorite. You sound like the guy from the Family Guy character. Molested. I know the boys are favorite because at that age their bodies are rapidly growing and their atomic material is adaptable in the transfer chain. Because remember that a lot of their experiments here also have to do with atomic power. Leader Costello, can this one play for me? It has pubic hair. I just have a whistle. Listen to my whistle. I really just need to get out of here. I wish I could. Please just let me out of here. Young small women are frequently very fertile. The men are used for their swimming. Yeah, hell yeah, sign me up. You want some strong swimmers there? You're not in the... But Costello, he said that he had no idea why they preferred small to average-sized men. I think it's a space issue. I think so. Yeah, because you can fit, 2 Henrys for every 1 man. That's right. Look, I'm just saying, he's a lot shorter than you are. He's shorter, yeah, he's a lot shorter. So basically what we found out is that this is, and also, for some reason, all of them speak English. That's the only unifying factor is that they all speak English. Well, isn't that it's about time we got some American things going on around here? And so this is what Costello said. Once he found this information, it's because it's more like just people hanging out, right? What are they doing inside of these cages? This is what he said he was told about this, and this is what he said was his attitude about it for the longest time. I knew this was not the usual hospital type jobs. In the beginning, I bought the whole package. I was reminded daily by intercom in the elevators that this site does high-risk advanced medical and drug testing to cure insanity. Please never speak to the inmates. It can destroy years of work. And I'm like, yeah, cool. I'm sensible. When doctors say don't speak to them, it was I to destroy the delicate situation. I agree with Costello, but destroy it he did, which will be covered in part 2, the Dolce War. Say if you are suffering from HIV/AIDS, remember, go lick Magic Johnson. Again, it is easy to do. He'll do it, but it does cost money. What an episode, guys. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. So now the next week's episode is really going to cover a very interesting story.
Yes. In terms of sources and the exact timelines, yes. But we're going to cover the Dolce Wars. A man named Phil Schneider is one of my favorite figures in UFO, UFO truth.
He's missing the fingers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And just so you know that there are no less than 5 separate events that managed to converge together in 1978 that resulted in the Dolce Wars.
What are the Dolce Wars, Marcus? Can you even begin to? I don't know.
Shut up.
Yep.
All right. Very interesting. Thanks so much for listening, everybody. Let's do the Twitter thing. You can find Henry on Twitter at Henry Loves You. Marcus Parks is at Marcus Parks. And I'm at Ben Kissel. And of course, follow LP on the left. At LP on the left. And if you want your last podcast on the left t-shirt, you can either get the logo one or the heart one. Remember, the heart t-shirt is limited edition. We only have a few left, so if you haven't gotten yours yet and you really want to get one, remember that these are a one-time deal. Go to cavecomedyradio.com/merch to buy yourself a t-shirt.
And always take a picture of yourself in that shirt. I love seeing people. It's so awesome. It's great, especially in an inappropriate situation.
And I want to say how unbelievably amazing it's been. We never asked anybody to get a tattoo, but I'll tell you, the man who got the tattoo on his calf, the back of his calf, it's an amazing tattoo. It's beautiful. So what a compliment, what an honor. It's awesome, dude. Thanks.
And also thank you to that guy from my roommate and long time friend, Colin Morris, who created that character, Mr. Big Fat Scary. He says thank you as well for putting his art on your fucking body.
So badass.
Yeah. And also be sure to go to rate and review us on iTunes. 5 stars.
5 stars.
5 stars. Do not be one of those people that listens to the entire episode and then gives us 2 stars. Or 1, because that's a fucking weird thing to do with your life.
Yeah, they hate that.
But it's a very weird thing. If you're doing that, it's a very weird thing to do with your life. And you should possibly take a walk and think about why.
Think about what you're doing for a hot second.
Take a walk.
We love to entertain, and thank you guys so much for listening to all the other programs that Marcus and I do, Top Hat, Roundtable, and Page 7, and 6 other human activities. You know, everything is going so great here. And Marcus, everything you touch turns to gold. Let's say radio gold. Let's say gold-plated tungsten. Like that underneath Manhattan. There it is. Tip of the spear. It's all gone, man. The Germans want it back. We don't have it. What's gonna happen?
The Germans don't got shit on our drones. Hail, sweet Satan. Again, thank you for his gifts.
How's Heroes going, Henry?
Heroes is going. It's very interesting. I think people are gonna like it.
The previews or trailers have been really incredible.
Yeah, really fucking cool. Like, I love you. So, what is that?
What's that? Yeah,
I want to know what that is.
You'll see. You'll see. And also, Watch Your Pretty Faces Going to Hell to a 12-15.
Loving this season, by the way. I've been keeping up with it. It's fucking awesome.
I love it. I'm really excited about how it came out and the support I'm getting. People tweeting at me about it. I fucking love it. Please like the show.
And I'm doing that Fox News show. I know it doesn't necessarily fit into everything here, but I'm bringing in some information. Red Eye at 3 o'clock in the morning on August 18th.
So would that be like August 18th, like the day after the 17th?
Yes.
Okay, but like 18th, 3 a.m., but like you were awake on the 17th.
Oh, so the 19th.
Yeah, right.
So the 19th
So
at 3
it's
o'clock
like
in the morning. Why can't you just get on shows that are airing not in the middle of the night?
Because they can't have it. They're not ready for the fucking truth.
Not yet. Yeah. Soon. All right, thank God. Constellations, everybody, and hail yourselves.
Hail me.
Somebody take this, table 2 pierogies.
Don't trust your telephones. They're listening at every single thing.
Night's off to a solid start. Just listen to Philadelphia Weekly has just arrived.
There are so many how-tos in sports. How to swing a bat, how to catch a pass, how to putt, how to kick. With New Balance, there's only one way to run. Your way. That's the best way and the only way. No need to look at him or her or them to figure it out. Just run. On a track, a path, a street, or in a mall. Your choice. Running doesn't care where you're from or where you're headed. Running will take you exactly as you are. New Balance. Run your way.
The holiday
season should be joyful, but some companies try to ruin it by coming around this time of year with frustrating yada yada, like sneaky gotcha fees hidden deep in fine print, contracts you can't get out of, or bills that seem to go up for no dang reason. But at Metro by T-Mobile, there's not a yada yada. In fact, this holiday season, Metro by T-Mobile is waiving all activation fees. That means you can shop the latest smartphones, tablets, home internet, everything on your holiday list, and pay no activation fees. Zilch, nada. Celebrate the holidays without the yada yada when you join Metro. No contracts, no exploding bills, no surprises. At Metro, it's the holidays without the gotcha. This holiday season, stop by one of over 6,000 Metro stores nationwide or visit metrobyti.mobile.com.
Audible lets you enjoy all of your audio entertainment in one app. You'll always find the best stories or something new to discover. Audible offers an incredible selection of audiobooks across every genre. They also have podcasts for popular favorites such as mine, to exclusive new series. As an Audible member, you can choose one title a month to keep from their entire catalog. It's that incredible. Honestly, one of my favorite experiences I had with Audible was re-listening to Dune over Audible. It's thick. It's the only way to fully absorb Dune is through your ear holes, because then you hear them say the words. You can hear them say them forever. It is important for you to know the proper pronunciations, because if you don't, you get kicked out of the team. New members can try Audible now free for 30 days. Visit audible.com/left or text LEFT to 500-500. That's audible.com/left or text LEFT to 500-500 to try Audible for free for 30 days.
Oh, howdy. Texas Pete is a sauce that allows you to sauce like you mean it. Each Texas Pete sauce is packed with bold, balanced flavor. The signature tanginess is what makes it a legendary hot sauce that can be used on just about anything. It's been at the center of dinner table since 1929, and it's still eating things up today. You're definitely going to want to try every flavor. The original hot sauce has a famous secret blend of fermented peppers. A hotter hot sauce is 3 times hotter than the original, and it ain't for the faint of heart, I tell you what. Sabor by Texas Pete adds authentic Mexican flavor, and their dust dry seasoning matches the flavor of the original hot sauce in a flavorful dry rub. Myself, I like the hotter hot sauce. Pour it down my gullet, I put it on damn near everything. Woo! Howdy! Tastes good. Texas Pete, sauce like you mean. Visit TexasPete.com and use the store locator to find Texas Pete products as well as purchase sauces and get a recipe inspiration. And use the promo code podcast23 for 23% off at TexasPete.com.
How much has changed in just a few days?
This is the last podcast on the left. What was that? Straight out of Compton. Yeah, you know what I mean? I saw Straight Out of Compton. And I realized all I needed in my life was I needed a ride in my pocket and I needed a dollar sign in my eye. I needed to get my foot out of the game because you know what? I'm too real to be messing with them fools. That's why I'm all up. Boys in the Hood, sir. Call me Too Real. I don't think you understood the movie at all. Too Real is a terrible nickname. I know exactly what Straight Out of Compton is about. You wear a hat that has the name of your neighborhood written on it, and then you wear a shirt with a regional sports team on it, right? And then you make a rap album and you go straight to the top. You did. You crushed it. Absolutely. I saw a train wreck and I want to date a pro wrestler. All right. I love John Cena. Dolce, New Mexico. Now, Rod, what is the name of the show? It's the last podcast on the left. Everybody knows the name of the show. Your job is to say the name of the show. We've said this many times. Yes, it seems. No. One could argue branding, Ben, where you brand it and then you say all of our names. One could argue that we already know, everyone knows it's the last podcast on the left, so it almost undermines the entire power that we already have. What you're doing now is just destroying the nature of the reality of shows. What you're doing. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everybody. I am Ben Kissel, joined by Marcus. Hello, I'm joined by Dog Meat.
I want to be dog meat? He doesn't want to be dog meat. The name found him. I've been calling him dog meat for about 3 weeks, and we have not gone public on this. Maurice's new name is dog meat. Oh, he's a dog. I hate dog meat. There's not dog meat. His name's dog meat. It's dog meat now. Is this something you want, Marcus? Love it. And my name is Too Real. Too Real and dog meat? God, I'm still Ben. And that's unfortunate. Dolce, New Mexico, part 2. I'm so over this episode already. Let's get to some truth. I'm going to go ahead and say this again. Marcus and I have been heavily monitored. Dog meat and I have been heavily monitored by the government the last couple of days, and that is fucking true. We heard the noises again. Every time that we get on the phone and start talking about how Tulsi is a possible center of disinformation, which is what we're going to be talking about this episode, we're going to introduce what I think are 2 strong cases that every story around Tulsi base is all about disinformation. And in no way is it because you don't have good reception in your house. No, absolutely not, because it happened in multiple different places. Okay. Yeah, then I got my identity stolen. Someone took money from me out of my bank account. I think it was the fucking government. Yeah, and you know when that happened? You know when they took the money out of account? You know when he discovered that the money was taken out of his account? As we were on the phone with each other about to discuss more disinformation. You guys are always on the phone together, so it was gonna happen tonight. We do talk on the phone. We do talk on the phone a lot because we're digital pen pals. All right, I don't like dog meat, but whatever, it's fine. Yes, I guess Too Real will continue on with his description of the event. Because I'm too real to be fake. Not like Phil Schneider and Thomas Costello, if they even existed. If we know Phil Schneider existed, Tom Costello, on the other hand, up in the air as to whether this man actually existed or not. But we will continue on with his testimony because he is backed by a woman that we just discovered this morning by the name of Cherry Hinkle. Now, Cherry Hinkle isn't being honest, and I don't have balls. You don't. Yeah, she's the artist/writer at the Dolce Material, the Dolce Papers, Dolce Sketches, and she's the UFO consultant at Freelance Writer. And that's the most important one. Because again, if you're too close to the fucking truth, a magazine won't hire you for a permanent position. Think about that. And she's on Facebook, so she's legit. She's right up there, and Cherry Hinkle's got a face that looks like a tomato with eyes. Yeah, she claims to be the only writer authorized by Tom Costello to release the Dolce-based material. Now, when we left, and Thomas Costello is also, maybe coincidentally, what she calls herself when she puts a mustache. Why wouldn't you? She walks around like, my name is Costello. I've seen so many fucking aliens. They're like, please, sir, this is you're at the head of the line of Taco Bell. Please, what would you like to order? I want the 9 gorditas, you bitch. It's a fun game to play at Taco Bell. And 9 gorditas, hell of an order. Wait a second, are you just an elderly woman? Yes, it's true. Cherry Hinkle, but that's who that voice I like to. Which when I'm talking about you. I love Cherry Hinkle. So in our last episode, we left off with Thomas Costello discovering what lay on the 6th and 7th floors of the facility, i.e. the genetic testing library on level 6, and the thousands of human prisoners in cages on level 7, and being totally fine with it because his superiors told him that they were all hopelessly insane and they were being tested on in an effort to help them. And that's what a big thing about what people want to talk about. I think the fallacy of modern medicine is that the mentally ill need to be treated with care. I think it's really important that if we want to get to the core of a lot of mental illness, they should be kept in dog-like cages or in puddles of what seems to be like a protein fluid up to their nose with fucking chunks up their noses so they can breathe in it. I think that's how you fix somebody. Yeah, it's great. You're like a Dr. Oz, but then if he lost his soul. Yeah, you really did. I'm like Dr. Oz with a real black ops government budget. Like he wouldn't be pulling this horseshit, but it would be about couples therapy. There'd be 2 couples to join at the fucking genitals and a bunch of news,
and him just going like, y'all gonna work out your problems by rubbing clits and this amniotic fluid.
And one thing it's sewn together with the woman or man that I love, dog meat. What are some of the tests they would do? Please tell me, dog meat. So we return with what changed Castello's mind, a man that we know only as George S. You see, one day in 1979, as Thomas was doing a routine check on the camera systems on level 7, George managed to catch his attention.
Hey, name's George. I'm a crazy man. Godfather 2 is the best of the Godfather movies.
You're out of your mind.
It used to be a great dynasty in baseball, and there's just one part that's most interesting. They can't keep people on the team until we'll seriously train everybody.
Completely crazy. Starting to make sense. Because unlike a lot of the other inmates who were just screaming in terror.
Also because they were being turned into man pigeons and man pigs and man pigs.
Yeah, I want to be a man pig. Yeah, but George was able to... Thank you, Henry.
Sorry, you just walked too first into the thing.
Oh my goodness. So George did not sound insane whatsoever. So that weekend, Thomas asked a police officer friend of his to run a check on George and found that George was in fact a missing person. Not only that, but nobody was looking for him because George was one of those guys, like, you know, in the 70s, guys just used to leave.
Of course, we did a whole National Parks episode about missing people and things like that. And drifting was just another way to have fun outside.
Right. Yeah, guys would leave and they'd start a new life in a new city. John Wayne Gacy did that.
God, I just wish that was still real.
Yeah, get off the grid anymore. You really can't.
But I do want to say missing implies missed. It doesn't seem like anyone cared.
No. So was he missing?
No, the government eventually has to look for you because you're held accountable by like various municipal functions. There's like taxes and like if you had a job or if there was anybody who saw you in any way, shape, or form, it's like you probably owed somebody money. Sure. You know?
Yeah, they went to the cops and say, hey, I hadn't seen George in a while. And the cops just thought, it's like, you know what, he just ran off. Let's not even worry about it.
Oh, the guy that only talks about like Godfather movies and how the Mets have fallen off.
That's totally fine. So by the time Thomas came back, however, on Monday morning, George was gone.
All that was left was a talking pigeon.
Yes, it's George. Yeah.
Thanks for going to all this here.
I really think if they double down and get a good defensive squad, they got enough firepower on the plate to really stretch it up to the runs. You know what I'm saying? But hey, man, if you could get me back to being a 2, I really miss my dick.
Some breadcrumbs. So now let's get into the nefarious dealings around Dolce's. Okay. What happened, Marcus? What are we going to do? Are we going to do Dolce, or are we going to give in to the guy who called us a faggot on Facebook and say Dulce? Because, Henry, as you said on the telephone, we don't give in to terrorists.
We don't give in to terrorists.
We're not giving in to terrorists.
Dulce is technically the proper pronunciation of Dulce.
We call that guy a douche.
We know this, all right? We know this. People, I know, I'm going to call murderer on your fucking asses. When you come and say Dolce, I know it's not Dolce. It's Dulce. Dulce is what to say because it sounds like a gelato. Okay? So we sometimes say things that we're going to say. It's a free show. It's 100 degrees in the room right now. My balls kind of hurt. I got a cut on my leg. I'm tired. You know, that was awful. I feel like shit. I'm going to say Dolce.
I'm going to call it Dulce. I'm doing some Dulce. Dulce sounds like kind of an action movie star.
I'm actually was lying all the time. I'm in a great mood and I feel great.
Yeah, me too. I'm full of coffee and full of love. Welcome to the last podcast on electric two-wheel and dog meat. Dog boy. Meat. Dog meat so much. So in the book, ETs and UFOs, they need us. We don't need them. By Virgil Posty Armstrong.
So this is totally rock bottom. This is concrete.
This is concrete. Yeah, you don't trust Posty?
I think it's Posty. Don't you? I think it's Virgil Posty Armstrong.
Okay.
And I don't really understand how you get the nickname Posty before the internet age. You're doing a self-published book called ETs and UFOs. They need us. We don't need that. But yeah, which also was possibly Greg and Rachel. She needs us. We don't need her. Virgil and Rachel.
So, in this book, Virgil reports how his friends, named Bob and Sharon, stopped for the night in Dulce and went out to dinner. They overheard some local residents openly and vociferously discussing extraterrestrial abduction of townspeople for purposes of extermination.
Hey, y'all remember Fat Nancy?
Yeah, what happened to her?
She's fucking alien bait.
That's something. You always knew she was going to be the only one to get out of this dump of a town.
You know what? Because of the way she sang and the way she played the clarinet and her positive attitude, the pies that she made, I knew one of those various skills was going to get her out of this town. But who knew it was just her ample hips that the aliens create to squirt eggs into? You know what it gives you? It tells you something. It tells you something.
What's that?
Never, ever, never try.
Goddamn, we'll keep on then. So the ETs were taking unwilling human guinea pigs, such as Fat Susan, from the general populace of Dulce and implanting devices in their heads and bodies. So the townspeople were frightened and angry, but they didn't feel that they had any recourse since the ETs had our government's knowledge and approval.
The only way we had to defy the aliens was to get fat, to make it difficult for their tractor beams to pull us up into their UFOs.
They do pull up cows, though, so, you know, it would be how fat are you going to get? I feel like just at this point you have an eating disorder.
You know what's weird is that I never use my thinking muscle. You know?
Brain.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always thought it was called the brain. Yeah, I've never, ever tried
I love it here at the old Dulce bar.
My shoes are full of pee.
That'll happen. There's no bathrooms around. Well, Ben, speaking of cows, Dulce is also known for its high instances of cattle mutilations. See, the aliens use the blood and body parts from cows for formula to keep them alive and for use in the growing vats on level 7 and for the artificial wounds on level 6. Because you see, plasma and amniotic fluid from cows are the two most vital ingredients for their lives.
As you were saying before, they mix it up into their food. They basically take dry food and make it wet food using all the juices from inside the cows and animals. But I would also say there is the conspiracy side of this, or one of the conspiracy sides of this, the cattle mutilation story, is that Dulce had a massive amount of cattle mutilations around, which is a part of UFO lore forever. But what they believe is another thing could be testing on subjects of the power of like nuclear poison, radiation poisoning, and then using different sorts of like radiation-based weapons. And what they can do is take those skin samples from around the mouth, which is a lot of times where you see cattle mutilations happen, which is their mouths are incised and their assholes are cored out. And they use those tongs of meat, those cones of meat, to test to see how deep the radiation has gone to the animal.
So first of all, I want a microchip in my head because I want to be able to blink and turn the channel. Yeah, that sounds super fun. But I've been watching The Mind of a Chef, a great PBS documentary about chefs, and I just feel like maybe there's an alien out there who should star in an episode all about how he likes to carve up the cow's butthole and bring home the meat and cook it up for the alien family.
What's important is that the food starts dry, but then eventually you make it wet with the juices from the animal. And that's my cooking show.
The Mind of the Alien Chef. I love it. They're just not, they don't know how to eat the cow. They don't know how to do a lot of things. They just don't understand how close they were to barbecue. Oh, yeah, getting the ribs. So back to Thomas Costello's story. He slowly began to sense that there was an underlying current of tension between some of the personnel and himself after hearing George's story. Once in a while, you just walk around the corner, there'd be a serious discussion going on between some coworkers, and because Thomas was a security officer, these talks would die off into a little murmur with the individuals who are
Take pride in concerns, and he just ripped it apart.
He's got a bad fucking attitude.
What you talking about?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, see. Yeah.
just talk about how, taco night. Just taco night. Yeah, how, the reptilians just wanted on the Tuesdays, and we were thinking that for the flow of the week, it'd be cool if it was Thursdays. All right then. So, yeah. Say hi to Claire. For us. All right, because I miss him. It's weird around here. Meanwhile, he thinks it's weird that people have a conversation and shut up. Meanwhile, there's I'm floating and we're going being has everyone seen the astral diamond of Caladia? He's just things are just hooky jooky. This is a comedy show right here. You got one improv guy who's stuck in the background doing temp work, and he's you should write a skit about The Office. And he's truly terrified. He's you should write a skit. This is your comedy. This is, if you're working in an office right now and you think it's a good idea for a sitcom, it's not. No, it's not. Never will be. It sucks. Your ideas suck. Well, no, it could be very good. So although Costello was disturbed by his discovery that George was just a normal Joe who had been abducted, he wasn't the actual whistleblower. Many scientists had some concerns with the activities at Dolce for a little while. That's weird, though. Why? Well, these computer technicians, some of the security officers, just not. It's all the screaming. He's me turning into turning into animal goop and being fed upon by giant 7-foot tall reptilians. And most people who called it the Nightmare Hall thought that was a bad thing. That was a scary place. Some people thought it was a good name. Yeah, this one guy with a cool, Anton LaVey beard who's just I That sounds like it could be kind of fun. This is my birthday cake. I hope you enjoyed it. It's made out of shit. Okay, I don't like it. So shortly after Costello's discovery, another security officer approached him and invited him to a secret meeting in one of the phosphorescent tunnels, which the Greys could not enter because of a substance painted on the walls. We do not know why the Greys could not approach these tunnels, but we do know that it was the substance that was on the walls that kept the Greys away. It's like when you take lemon juice and squirt a cat with it. That'll keep the cat away. What if you just pick big murals of Catherine and Jimmy? Dance, Sister Act 2, look of her face. I just hate her perky ways. Come, Quacksar. I wish that I could tell the others how much I truly enjoy Catherine and Jimmy. Hocus Pocus is a guilty pleasure of mine. Hocus Pocus is one of the best movies that's ever been created. I don't think they can stop making movies after Hocus Pocus. If you don't watch Hocus Pocus once a week, what are you doing with your life? It's time for skate. With the basketball season here, you can now pick combo projection across football and basketball from the Specials League on Prize Picks. Yes, let the games begin. A league created specifically for combo projections that includes 2 or more players from different sports or leagues. You will never shut the television off. For example, LeBron James, I know him, Travis Kelce, he dates Taylor Swift at a 10.5 combo of 3 PTs and 8+ receptions. That's incredible. Want to play alongside some of Prize Picks' favorite players like the rapper Meek Mill? I know him. You can now find community plays under the promos tab of the app to view entries from some of the biggest names in the Prize Picks community each week. It's fun to do. You get deep into the granular aspects of the sport. I have found sport over the last couple of months. I enjoy sport. Every type of sport, every shape of ball. Please include me at your tailgate. I'm looking for a spicy hot dog. Go to prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
When you're shopping for holiday gifts for a loved one, you want your gift to feel lasting and special, not something she'll stop using by next year. What do you think? Any holiday season can become an unforgettable celebration with a jewelry gift from Blue Nile. As the original online jeweler, Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry. They have thousands of diamonds that are independently graded and ethically sourced. That's important. And Blue Nile's fine jewelry is priced well below traditional retail. Don't go somewhere and be a chump. I don't like going out and shopping for jewelry. Who does? I'd love to do it online. I'd love to talk to somebody and tell me, hey, this is what your wife is gonna love. And that's what Blue Nile does. Go to BlueNile.com today and save up to 50% on stunning jewelry gifts, already priced below traditional retail. That's up to 50% site-wide at BlueNile.com. BlueNile.com. So 9 men showed up to the meeting, and while they were risking their lives and their freedom by bringing Costello into the fold, they all decided that Costello was a man that was looking to change the status quo at Dolce. Yeah. One by one, they showed records. The inmates had indeed been abducted, along with newspaper clippings and photos of the abductees being smuggled into the base. The plan was to smuggle them back out without the quote-unquote government honchos finding out. And they need Thomas's help. Thomas,
I'm also going to put this again this way. All of this information comes from one leaked Thomas Costello interview, right? So this is Thomas Costello's story about the alien rebel army needed him. They needed the security officer Thomas Costello in order to liberate the many Dulce base, which is a miles deep, super secret, alien-run, covert military base. They needed him. Yeah. They needed the guy who could pass the security officer test, which is like they hand you a hat, and if you put it on forwards, you become a security officer.
Yeah, they needed Tommy Costello. They needed a hero, and they got a Costello. Well, possibly the most surprising allies the humans had during this conflict, because it wasn't just the humans that disagreed with what was going on there. The most surprising allies they had, the lower caste of reptilians, some of them were also on their side, specifically a janitor named He's a reptilian. He used to mop the floor. Yeah, of course, the lower caste, that's what they do.
It keeps the messengers that the people do that. No. People have to be security officers. Yeah.
The reptilian should be the security officer. And this...
Shut up.
I'm just saying, shut up.
You're supposed to be in charge of it.
Shut up, man. Shut up. Why would you put the 7 to 8 foot tall reptilians in charge of security?
I don't know, dog. Shut up. You don't know. It had to be 5'6" Thomas Costello, all the way from rural New Jersey. It had to be there. It had to be him. You had to give him a weapon, because he could also properly subdue the reptilians.
Yeah, more than likely. Approached him, and he said,
a few of us agreed as you'll singular interest in missing human reports. If true, walk away. I will reach you. If it is untrue, destroy my life now.
Second change.
It is weird around here. You know what? I've been thinking about it. I've been writing a one-man show. Costello the show. Costello. And I put a OW at the end of it. And I'm really thinking it's just like I throw a musical number about this, and I got a Tina Fey reference in there, and then I got to do a thing about Conan. And the whole thing is set.
So, although skeptical, Costello silently backed away from the reptilian into an exit tunnel and contacted one of the 9 humans, who agreed that the reptilians really be trusted. But Costello should go and meet with him at the next opportunity. This guy named Gordon, he says, I want to come in. And he said, no. Costello said, no, it's too dangerous. We don't know what's going to happen here. I've got to go alone. And Gordon said, I have to be there. I'm gonna speed around the corner, and I'm gonna pretend like I'm working on one of the golf carts that we used to ride around. And if I need
If I need it, I'll scream. Help me, reptilians are eating my fucking meat. So that meeting came days later in the night now. And so, formally introduced two other reptilians, and all better names than dog meat. Too real to be your friend. I don't like the too real. With that, the resistance group grew bigger and bigger from there. Now, it is important to note here, we also had George S. the Talking Pigeon on there as well. Yes, of course. Hey, you guys like it? And Godfather 2, and it's just like all of a sudden, Al Pacino. Man, Al Pacino's got to be the hard ass. He got pulled in there for, against his whole world. I can't believe that. He was what he wanted. He just wanted to join the army. Shut up, Pigeon Dale. I swear to God, I miss milkshakes. I don't have a throat anymore. I don't know what birds have. Right now, to take note, you guys have seen V, right? Every day I watch it. Got to, every day, yeah. To note the similarities between an NBC miniseries, for those of you who don't know, that's about what we're talking about. It's about aliens working with the government, and there's an uprising with the human and aliens, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, working together. And it said that the original author of the VI was an investigator who knew Thomas Costello on a personal basis. And this is according to the crack resource that we've been using for literally 5 years, Bibliotech of the 80s. Yes. Now, also, this is not an uncommon story, because you hear also that the guys who did Close Encounters of the Third Kind also worked closely with the government, and the people who worked with the World Werewolves worked closely with the government. This is a common idea that Hollywood and the government work together to sort of sell messages to the people, which is totally true, because I know for a fact Heroes is trying to destabilize the Iranian government. That's something, and I believe that's totally true. Congratulations, Ben, or Henry. You're a true patriot. What's my name? Henry. No, what's my name? Too real to be your lover. Too real it is. So, as you can imagine, the resistance was surrounded by enemies on all sides. And while the reptilians and the humans loyal to the reptilians were definitely a threat, possibly the biggest threat to the uncovering of their plot were the Greys, due to their mind-reading abilities. I bet you forgot about the Greys, didn't you, Ben? I always forget about the Greys. I love that book, 50 Shades of Greys, and I read it, and I'll tell you, that was just hot. Those aliens, they put balls in women's vaginas. She walked around, she went to a dinner party. You see the girl who likes to read them. They put a ball up in her vagina? In her vagina. Yeah, and then she kind of cleans around like she's a bunch of plates going for a dinner. I don't really understand how it works. Is it a vagina buzzer? Is it like a buzzer thing that you put up in, and like when you're across the room, you look her in the eyes, you hit the button, it goes like a whammy? She goes, my clit explodes. No, it's inside. She goes, do you do this with garlic? Why does your girlfriend sound like a lawnmower? No. Because she starts making those weird, uncontrollable noises. But you are correct. The government uses Hollywood films to sell messages. Look at the rise of the U.S. soccer, European football. Ben didn't like Beckham. Like saying, I did Ladybug. You know what? Ladybug did bring the soccer element to the world. What's that called? The World Cup. Yeah. And I think I'm following your logic here, because America is singular in its indifference to soccer, for I refuse to call it football. They are singular in their indifference. The rest of the world has been under the spell of soccer for this entire time. But if you bring soccer into the United States, that is one step closer towards the New World Order. The
one-world government. Ben, you're on to something.
And that's right. Jonathan Brandis ended up killing himself because he learned the truth. Yeah. I think he woke up one day and he was just like, I've been in this show next to a fucking dolphin for 6 years. A space dolphin. All right, time to pop my top.
Take him out. Back to the Greys. What makes them so dangerous?
Now, what we remember is the reptilians and the Greys have had a very shady, kind of very touchy relationship up to this fake story.
It's very touch and go. At this point, very touch and go.
Irish mafia, Italian mafia, 1930.
Exactly. Very, very, very astute. Yes. So what makes the Greys
It actually is.
It's very good.
You almost want to do things too real and dog meat. It's really nice to be on the show with you the past 3.5 years. I'm typing an astute sentence in there.
So what makes the Greys so dangerous is their ability to reach your intent rather than what you say, because they read your body's frequencies. In the human race, we broadcast a certain frequency that the Greys recognize as an electromagnetic impulse. You see, each person has a slightly different frequency, what we call a quote-unquote personality.
So you can be party animal, or you could be party gay, or you could be party mom, or like party dad.
Kind of the oversensitive one, but I also say offensive things to people.
Because what you're doing is offending them before they can offend you.
That's right. It's deflection.
Yeah. And I'm a cruel master who's just bent on the servitude of others. That's physically hard when someone does my will.
I'm dog meat. And then dog meat.
Too real to be your
Sex in the City. Here we go. So when a human thinks, they broadcast strong impulses. Each impulse different from the next. In the case of fear, the frequency is quote-unquote loud and easy to recognize, which was useful to the Greys when scoping out for possible dissenters. Now,
this is a very interesting thing about Greys, which I think is very interesting, that you can fuck with the Greys' mental reading abilities pretty easily, by using commands. Right? Basically, you yell at a Grey. Use commands or nonsensical words in the form of commands, and they will back up. You go like, Klaxon, you go off the garbage can. Klaxon. And he'll stand up and be like, mopping the garbage can. And he'll go and just mop the outside of the garbage can because they're used to following orders. And because their brain, I guess, is more, they say, is more logical than ours.
Yeah.
And they do not have what we would consider fun.
Quote-unquote fun.
They do not understand poetry either, which is interesting. And what I loved, one of my favorite facts ever, really truly confuses a Grey, is saying things in pig Latin. And that ended up being the Resistance's greatest weapon.
That may be some Joni Mitchell lyrics. They're not going to get pave a paradise. What happened to you, dog meat? Did you stroke out?
You just became fucking Porky Pig for a second. Excuse me, big guy. It's also, they wouldn't be able, a KCU, if they listen to a KCU, there's no Klaxon's like, what is this salty discharge? I'm feeling my own sadness, and then his head explodes. What we forgot though, the context of all this is the very beginnings of what we like to call the Dulce Wars, which is the idea of the Dolce Wars, if you want to be Italian about it. This flow of thought, where this came from, these resistances, would begin what they now believe to be a decades-long fight between the various alien elements at the Dulce base and the human government, because what we're going to find out is that all this defied a treaty that Eisenhower signed with the Greys, which we've been talking about for many years.
Yes, we have. Yes, that treaty, if you remember, was between Eisenhower and the Greys, and what that gave the Greys is a certain amount of humans to experiment on in exchange for high technology such as fiber optics, lasers, and various other things that are essential to modern society. But the Greys ended up breaking that treaty and taking more and more humans each year, which upped the, I guess you would say, the hostilities, the pressure between the humans and the Grey.
We gave them an inch, they took a mile. I can go into more detail with the Grey treaty at some point, at any point. If anyone wants to meet me somewhere, I will deeply talk about it for a couple hours and how fucking the basis of our government was sold out. And that was the day we went from a democracy to a technocracy.
Yeah.
those who've got the technology have got the power. And those who've got, because these vibrators aren't built themselves. That's very true. Jan Rito's a lesbian who's a child molester, and Phil Schneider said, well, we'll get to that fact. Play my song. So no one is exactly sure how the final conflict between the resistance and the Dolce overlords began. Right. Ultimately, the resistance ended when a military assault was initiated through the exit tunnels, and almost every member of the resistance group was either executed or detained. It was believed that it was the Delta Force, because of the uniforms and the method they used, that led the assault on the resistance, and it was done at shift change to maximize the body count. This is my question. What are the Delta Force? Is that like what the G.I. Joes were? They were Rangers. I think G.I. Joes were Army Rangers, right? What's a Delta Force? Delta Force is like Navy SEALs? Or just another thing? Is it a specific thing? They're a U.S. Army component of Joint Special Operations. They're the first Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, popularly known as Delta Force. It is a U.S. Army component of Joint Special Operations Command. I'm going to join. Well, you get a fun hat. They wear funny hats, and they always have cigarettes in their sleeves. Well, people have always said to me, Henry, you're quite a fashionista. I don't know if that's true. So basically, the resistance got bought out. The resistance got sold out to the government. They fought back when another worker in case had weapons, which is a bad thing if you want to run a fucking resistance. Yeah. You can't just have mops and sponges. Well, that's usually how resistances fall, is that the government has all the weapons. If the people don't have the weapons, they can't rise up against the government. Again, this is... Don't tell that to Clive and Bundy. Again, remember, this is Thomas Costello's store, right? And only a few of the security officers and computer workers had flash guns. Yes. Which is what we talked about briefly last episode, which is the main security officer weapon at the Dulce base. Yeah. Flash guns are more commonly called the Flash or my Flash. In the manual, they were introduced as armor-lux weapons. The flash gun resembles a flashlight with a black glass conical inverted lens. On the side are 3 recessed knobs and 3 curved grooves. Each knob is sized differently. The closer the knob to the handle, the less the strength. Each knob has 3 strengths. A 2-year-old could use this weapon. Let's go through the phases. Phase 1, like Star Trek, can stun and maybe kill if the person has a weak heart. On phase 2, the flash gun can levitate anything, no matter what it weighs. The Statue of Liberty? Anything. Even the Golden Gate Bridge? Anything. Even Mount Rushmore? Anything. No, not Mount Rushmore. Anything. Carmen San Diego could have used that weapon. Oh, it's too bad that she died at AIDS in 1987. What? Yeah, I guess we can stop looking for her then. Where in the world is she? Well, I'd imagine it has some sort of surface area where you can only lift it, like it has a surface area. It says anything. I feel like Costello just aimed his flashlight at a bunch of random people and just like, do you feel it? Do you feel it? And I'll take my flash and I'm lifting that up. When I lift you up, Tony, you're going to make fun of me at the office. I lift you up to the sky. Oh, man, all this traffic in the area. I want to go to see Barry Manilow in concert. I'm going to smash all the cars in my flashlight. Meanwhile, comes to like a car and a dude in the car just staring at him, man. Jabbing his flashlight at things. I stay in the car for a little while. There's a lunatic outside. Now, and phase 3 is literally what they call serious business. Serious business mode. It can be used to paralyze anything that lives. Serious business mode. Serious business mode. And it can be used to paralyze anything that lives. Animal, human, alien, and plant. My question is, not to be too questioning. We're not being too pedantic here, but what is the purpose of paralyzing a plant? They're a very invasive species. Yeah, say you have like that kudzu ivy that's just completely destroying Georgia. I think it's pronounced kudzu. Either way, in the highest position in the same mode, it can create a temporary death. Their life essence lingers in some strange limbo. In 1 to 5 hours, the person will revive slowly, like Juliet from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. They both died. First, the bodily functions will begin. Just fart and shit. In a few minutes, consciousness followed with full awareness. In that mode, the alien scientists will program the human brain and plant false information. Yeah, and they say
say that if you try to confront this person with the fact that, like, this information is false, they have programmed you, the person either starts laughing uncontrollably or gets very angry. Another example of plant life, Stephen King, Tales from the Crypt. Oh, recall that little short. He gets eaten by a plant. He could have used the serious business button. He really could have. Yeah, what about Audrey 2, Little Shop of Horrors? Yeah, there we go. You know what else could have dealt with that? A flamethrower. Just take a flamethrower to it. A knife. A big knife. That really can handle a bunch of plants. Yeah. Teeth. Yeah, he had teeth and also big vines. Bazooka. Yeah, where's Seymour gonna get that? A gun. Anybody can get a gun. Just go to a cop. Or if a cop come use a gun. Yeah. Well, a cop really use a plan to eat people. Cop's like, yeah, but even when they see it, and he shows up and there's like, oh my God, these plants are eating people. And baka. He pulls a fucking Ferguson on one of these talking plants. There's a problem. These cops gotta stop shooting black people and start shooting these talking plants. That's a good point. I think you need to go train them for a weekend getaway with all the cops. I'm gonna stop by him as a browse. Hashtag plant lives don't matter. That is very, very true. They don't. So when the smoke cleared, as far as the attack, the assault on the resistance by the Delta Force, when the smoke cleared, 68 humans were killed. 22 were completely vaporized, 19 escaped via the tunnels, 7 of those were recaptured, and 12 remain hiding to this day. And you know that this story is true because of how specific the numbers are. Yes, it's all in the details, my friend. But Costello, he returned to his post to bide his time. Apparently, they didn't know that Costello, because I would imagine he betrayed the resistance. If we could just go back to work after hanging out with a bunch of reptilians that are trying to defy the U.S. government, I think it was Costello that sold him out. I think we have no other fingers. It was Costello. Yeah, it was Costello. He is, because he said we have no idea to this day who betrayed us. But it's pretty obvious who betrayed Classic. Yeah, but after a few more months, he couldn't take it anymore, and he told his best friend by a hand-pressed note that he was working in a subsurface, huge installation outside of Dulce, New Mexico, and that he was working side by side with gray aliens that consider themselves native Terrans, that the upside-down black triangle with the inverted gold colored T inside it was the insignia of the project. So look out for that. Hey, Dougie. Tom, what's up, man? Do you like me? Check yes or no. Well, I like you.
My mother is a hard crack. My father is great.
Working in a subterranean military base, and you working side by side with gray aliens who consider themselves native Terrans, the upside down black triangle with vertical to the T side was in some project, so look out for that. Yes. Oh my God, he does love me. I love streaming movies and shows. I need my connection to be reliable, especially when I'm watching them as I drive or as I'm working. It's important. I gotta stay connected. Xfinity's gonna help me connect to the moments and experience that matter most. They're on the television. The Xfinity 10G network delivers speed, power, and reliability unlike anyone. Never miss a moment of your favorite movies, shows, and live sports on the network made for streaming. Whether you're streaming on your TV or on devices throughout your home, you're covered with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Get ultra-low lag to work, stream, and game with fewer interruptions. On the go, stay reliably connected with Xfinity Mobile. Get the fastest mobile service with access to millions of Wi-Fi hotspots plus 5G cellular. Xfinity Mobile operates in America's most reliable 5G network. Restrictions apply. Visit xfinity.com to learn more.
It's very hard to put the pants back.
Hi! Trying to connect with a friend whose native language isn't English. Are you traveling somewhere where people won't speak English and you want to learn the language? Then the Rosetta Stone is for you. You know, I really wasn't ever able to travel outside of America until we started touring with this show. But man, I'll tell you this, when you travel, even if you learn like 4 phrases, maybe 5, the people that you talk to in other countries, they appreciate it, and you'll have a better time. Rosetta Stone is the most trusted time-tested app out there. Choose from one of 25 languages. Imagine you go on that vacation, you think, man, I want to know every German word there is. You can do it.
Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. And Rosetta Stone makes the perfect holiday gift. For a very limited time, last podcast on the left, listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/LPOTL today. So with his time at Dolce near an end, Costello broke into the facility through one of the less guarded air shafts.
Absolutely, of course, totally doable.
Why, Henry, you were the one last episode that said there's a lot of entrances to these places, and Thomas, as the head security officer, would have known the places to break into.
Absolutely. And it's just him dressed in all black, covered in Vaseline. It's like, this way the reptilians can't get a grip on him.
All lubed up. So once inside, he found and took photographs, a 7-minute black and white surveillance video of experiments, caged humans and greys. He made copies of the films, photos, and the paperwork, packed several critical packages, and instructed several people whom he trusted explicitly to bury them.
Like Cherry Hinkle?
Like Cherry Hinkle.
Wow. I take your package, dear Tommy. I gotta say, it's lovely to see you, dear. I just like it when you show me pictures of the men getting their penises severed and then the penises being turned into caterpillars.
Classic Hinkle. So he was then made aware, this is when the story gets sad, through certain sources, that his wife, Kathy, and his son, Eric, had been forcibly taken from their home to an undisclosed underground facility for quote-unquote safe holding until he decided to return to Dolce with the items. And he knew that at this point, that even if he did return to Dolce Commanders, that his wife and son were probably never going to be the same again. And if he even returned at all, after being manipulated by the aggressive mind. He was an alcoholic and his family left him, right?
Yes. Yes, if Thomas Costello existed, he took the opportunity for his family to be stolen as a really quick way to be single again.
Yeah.
He literally just was, it's like, he looked at all the stuff. These are excuses. Like, I don't want to start saying it's like if you break up with your girlfriend for a little bit and you want to get back together and you're like, actually, no, I'm kind of afraid that she could kind of be manipulated by aggressive mind control, so I don't think we can get back together. Really just because you've been getting blown by fucking like 3 different women on the sly and you can't remember their names about, and you just love that rock and roll lifestyle.
Well, yeah, he decided to just cut his losses and go into hiding, always on the move, always on the run. Till the 90s, when he really opened up and decided to talk to an individual that wrote the Bibliotheque of the 80s article that much of this information is from. And we know that it was the 90s because they say in the article that it was the 90s.
So that's the Lockhart, that's a fucking diamond, rock of the earth, fucking truth.
They said it, right? They said it, that it happened in the 90s, and they said that they did it in the last year of his life, and there are, let's say, a few conflicting reports with how Thomas Costello died.
He mysteriously a year later in Europe. Oh, wait a second, it also says here he died here of a heart attack in Costa Rica. But it also says here that he died in an earthquake in Mexico.
Puerto Rico, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, I get it mixed up.
Yeah. But it's understandable. Dying in an earthquake. Out of those 3 options, I think I'm going to go with the heart attack.
Yeah, it was earthquakes.
Oh, my Puerto Rico. You guys remember that huge Puerto Rican earthquake a few years back? Yeah.
All right, but, okay, so he's got what now become known as the Dulce Report, the Dulce pages, so the Dulce files. Marcus, read from the files and show everybody the truth.
This is going to be big.
Read from the files that he shared with everybody.
The files? Are there no files? I didn't,
But they're nowhere to be found? That's weird, though. But he said
he can't find them.
Play the videos that he recorded. Play the videos of the human experiments and on the pots and stuff like that, so people can hear the truth. Play the videos that he shared with the board.
Ones that they weren't on Bibliotheque of the 80s.
Play the videos that he shared with the world.
do not have that. There's no evidence of anything.
You mean to tell me he didn't actually release any of that stuff?
Not. Cherry Hinkle released a lot.
Cherry Hinkle's website and play the videos of the proof of what happened at Dulce. Right now, play the videos.
She only has a Facebook page with funny alien memes.
So she doesn't. So it's not real then.
I did see Trader Records.
Yeah. That's not. Yeah. She's straight out of Compton. Too real to be aliens.
Yeah. Kolchak the Night Stalker. That's what I've been watching.
Yeah. So it's so weird about how we produce all this stuff, but it's all nowhere to be found.
So Costello was just a lonely guy.
I don't think Costello was real.
He may not have been real.
I think that, again, what we were talking about before, right? The reason why the government is probably listening to this podcast, hello, Barack Obama, I appreciate the health care. But do you? I actually get it from SAG. That's where I'm set up. It's actually much better than one. They want to heal our actors. The reason why there's, again, this is a heaping pile of disinformation around Dulce base. Dulce base is real. There has been contested. It's been contested for many, many years of whether or not there is an underground base at Dulce. Same thing with underneath Area 51, right? Area 51 is the ultimate example, right? The government said Area 51 didn't exist for years, even though people were looking at it. People came out, whistleblowers came out and talking about it, stuff like that. The government finally acknowledged it was real, right? So Area 51 is real. Dulce is real. They don't want to acknowledge it in the truth of what's going on there, of course, right? Because it's super top secret, whatever it is. It's probably some high-level technology kind of shit. Maybe there could be aliens there. I don't know. All of this could be dead letter perfect. But what they've done is ladle bullshit on top of it. And I love that these stories build up on top of it because it allows them to hide in plain sight.
I'm just upset Costello's not real. Next thing you're going to tell me is Kevin Spacey is gay and Donald Trump's a communist. I can't live in a world where Costello isn't real. Yeah. And there are plenty of these underground bases. I mean, Denver, the Denver airport, there's an underground base underneath that. They're all over North Dakota. They have all like Cheyenne. Like there's an underground base there in the middle of the fucking mountain. They're everywhere. These places do exist, and like Henry said, yes, that's one of the reasons why we do these types of episodes where we talk about this wacky bullshit, because it is to highlight that the government does do some super shady bullshit, but they do love, and also the people that say, okay, so if these things do exist, well, the government can't even get the post office right, then how are they going to do all of this shit? Do you think that the government is going to put its top level people in the local post office? No, when they got a bunch of talented Costellos running around.
Literally, everybody who passed the flying colors of any one of the military, any one of those military like educational systems, like anybody who's the best of the best of the best, it's at these top secret bases. They're there. These places working on stuff that is 40 years ahead of our time, and it's very interesting. The Black Ops budget is massive.
I think they're all shockingly stupid people. I'm going to say they're dumb.
You're so dumb, I dare you to contact us.
I have spoken to people that do not speak to people, and they are highly intelligent.
You've spoken to people who don't speak to people?
I've spoken to people who don't speak to people.
Are we going to try and burn through Phil Schneider?
I don't think we have time.
Fuck you. The story isn't complete without Phil Schneider.
I don't think we have time. There's some fucking construction scheduled here, and it will be awful.
My dick is hard.
I know your dick is hard. Too real. Don't be too real right now. Treat Dogby with some respect, please.
I'm too real to treat people with respect.
No. Dogby demands respect. Dogby gets respect.
What I will say is I'm sad is that I've spent over maybe 8 hours of research on Phil Schneider, and so that's where it's more like I just feel like my life has been wasted.
No. You'll get the information of Phil Schneider out to the people. Yes, indeed, because in the future we will be doing some mini episodes, because we're going to be starting a little bit of a Patreon thing here in the future, very, very soon. And that will be one of the rewards for people that give us a certain amount of money. We'll figure that out here in the future. The show will definitely still be free to everybody, but a lot of times when we do research, we do way too much, and we end up with
with some extra stuff, so those extra stuff episodes will be available to members.
And one of the gifts will be Ziploc baggies full of my facial hair. I'm always shaving 3 times a week. It's disgusting.
Yeah, and I've got some cow ribs that I can just sort of, I can just chunk those off, and we can write our initials on them, and we can send those out to people.
Yeah, and I'll just take long videos of me eating.
Wow, this is really exciting.
This is really going to be great. We're really going to be thankful for these Patreon.
Yeah, we can do the last podcast reading series where I just read the Bible, beginning to end. I'm going to read them 30-minute increments.
Yes, I'm going to read how to play the harp manual, which is very, very true.
$10,000, and I will come to your home, and I will kill your parents for it.
That is actually a hit. That is a hit. Not sponsored. Untrue. Satire.
So that's been Dolce. We're going to talk more about Phil, but what an interesting story, guys.
Just know that aliens, the greats. I like Ike. Eisenhower, the greatest president in U.S. history, kept the entire world at peace.
A couple of things to look up if you want to do your own personal research on alienated friends is the Greada Treaty, the GREADA Treaty. Eisenhower between a group of Greys and Nordics included a cardinal and an 80-year-old reporter that was included because he knew how to keep a secret.
Again, if you want to find love, save that for the 4th day. Don't open up to that. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for listening. Let's do a Twitter thing.
Oh, yeah.
LP on the left. You can find us at LP on the left on Twitter at Marcus Parks. I'm at Ben Kissel. Henry Zabrowski is at Henry Loves You.
Yeah, if the government wants to find me, you can follow me there and hopefully retweet me so I can get more followers.
Right, that's a good idea.
Hey, be sure to go to iTunes and rate review us. If you want your last podcast on a t-shirt, go to cavecomedyradio.com/merch and listen to all the rest of our shows while you're there. And Heil Geen, everybody.
Do you want to give a teaser about what next week's episode's going to be about? You know what's weird is because I'm like forgetting.
It's like just smoking.
I can't remember what it was. It's like a day.
There's a lot of bumper stickers that
it's like a big day.
A big day. Like a huge I am.
Anyway, we'll remember it. That's fine. Yes, thank you so much for your support and all the shows here on CCR, Top Hat, Roundtable, Sex and Other Human Activities, and everything that Marcus does.
Hail Satan again. Believe in magic. Bring good things into your life. I'm the happier and stronger than I've ever been. I bought a book on candle magic called The Art of Candle Burning, which is from the 1940s. And I'll tell you what, I feel more focused and energized than I ever have before. Also, I've been eating a lot of meat.
You're working out a little bit. That's great. When you buy a candle book, then do you look at the person in the eyes?
I bought it on Amazon.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Also, I talked to her. There was a very sweet lady in a place called Wonderworks in Toronto that sold me all my candle goods and a bunch of spiritual gems, and she explained all the meanings of all the gems to me.
Weren't we having a conversation while you were in that candle store very loudly about?
That was another candle store.
That was a different candle store when we were talking about the fire.
The day be remembered.
Yeah, just so happy candle stores are still around.
You know, they're not going to last. No, candle store can't last. It's not necessary. Yeah. All right, hail me, if you would.
Let's do donation exercise.
Don't go fuck yourselves.
Inhale yourselves.
Yes. Find love. It'll be good for you.
How could I do that? Well, did a good job. You know, if you did a good job, definitely the episode was great. You know, if you didn't say that, well, did a good job.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Finding the music you love shouldn't be hard. That's why Pandora makes it easy to explore all your favorites and discover new artists and genres you love. Enjoy a personalized listening experience simply by selecting any song or album, and we'll make a station crafted just for you. Best of all, you can listen for free. Download Pandora on the Apple App Store or Google Play and start hearing the soundtrack to your life.
Wayfair is ready to make your holiday season even more joyful. Shop all things home for you and everyone on your gift list. With an incredible selection of furniture, decor, and more. All with an amazing value that'll make this holiday season the best one yet. And right now, Wayfair is turning up the savings even more. Huge deals and sales, plus thousands of items shipped fast and free. Head to Wayfair.com or download the Wayfair app in the App Store to shop the latest limited deals so you can deck it all.
Oh,
the sauce that allows you to sauce like you mean it. Each Texas Pete sauce is packed with bold, balanced flavor. The signature tanginess is what makes it a legendary hot sauce that can be used on just about anything. It's been at the center of dinner tables since 1929, and it's still heating things up today. You're definitely going to want to try every flavor. The original hot sauce has a famous secret blend of fermented peppers. The hotter hot sauce is 3 times hotter than the original, and it ain't for the faint of heart, I'll tell you what. Sabor by Texas Pete adds authentic Mexican flavor, and their dust-dry seasoning matches the flavor of the original hot sauce in a flavorful dry rub. Myself, I like the hotter hot sauce. Pour it down my gut. I put it on damn near everything. Tastes good. Texas Pete, sauce like you mean it. Visit TexasPete.com and use the store locator to find Texas Pete products as well as purchase sauces and get recipe inspiration. And use the promo code podcast23 for 23% off at TexasPete.com.
Nationwide is more than an insurance company.
Yeah, they're one of America's largest financial services companies.
Get that in a song like business life, retirement.
Nationwide is there to protect.
I'm kind of a jingle guy.
Not sure I agree with that.
Well, I'm not sure I like your hat.
That would never fit on you.
Products issued by Nationwide Life Insurance Company or Nationwide Life Insurance Company. The general distributor for variable products is Nationwide Investment Services Corporation and within Columbus, Ohio.
That's why you have a ticket.
Use the last on the left.
Who's that?
Marcus, I'm show. We're ready to start.
You just said that we're not allowed to piss around. Dog meat said, we are not allowed to piss around today.
Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everybody. I am Ben Kissel, as always, staring right at Marcus Parks.
Hey, dog meat.
Hey, dog meat. For new listeners to the show, he just became dog meat last week, so it's going to take me a second. Dog meat.
You know, the thing is that he just became dog meat officially on this podcast last week, but guess when he's been officially dog meat since the day he was fucking born.
Yeah, all right. And of course, you're Henry Zabrowski, or do I have to call you Too Real?
You could call me Too Real if you wanted to be correct. You long bitch.
All right.
So this is a very important episode.
Very special episode. If we were the cast of Saved by the Bell, we'll talk to you afterwards all in Mrs. Bush's classroom together. We'll let you know how serious this episode will be. We're discussing 9/11.
Now, you guys remember, this is the important episode, kind of like, you know how in gym they would separate the girls and the boys, and the boys, they would tell them, like, I remember my class, they separated the boys and they tell all of us, they're like, here's the key to owning everything. That was the first thing they said. Just so you know, you're on top, you're always going to be on top. Don't worry about being toppled. We all high-fived each other, and then we all showed each other how we could peace stand.
Is that what you guys did? I was always sent to the Yeti room, and I was just there alone, and they would say, turn the lights back. I don't know.
Yes, you are young Yetis. One thing you must know is, number one, always be hidden. Never be seen.
Never be seen.
Do not take a picture even once, because I don't even know why. And fish are in rivers.
I love a good river full of fish.
Now, today we're doing a very serious episode.
Yes. These are the facts as the mainstream knows them. Yeah, this is how we're going through. So, for all the people who want to discuss the conspiracy theories, we'll be getting to that. Yeah, this is the event itself.
Should we even say the term? We are covering September 11th, 2001, the events of that day.
Right.
We're going to discover, one thing I will say about conspiracy thoughts, you know that it's a conspiracy video when they call it September 11th, 2001, and not 9/11. It's very specific the way they set it up, because they want you to know that it was just a day, it was a day in time. 9/11 is the brand. And I really do believe that. I think today we are going to be covering hard facts about just the day. And the hijackers that committed this deed. This is a very upsetting topic, of course. The only thing we wanted to talk about at the very beginning, if you really want to do this episode right, and you are home, and you've got nothing to do, and you really want to just ruin your fucking day,
watch 102 Minutes That Changed America. It was a History Channel documentary, and it is all found footage from that day. People who recorded the events.
Right. If you think Cloverfield is a horrific found footage movie, you're going to be amazed at 102 Minutes That Changed America.
I definitely
It's the most horrific found footage film of all time.
I watched it with my heart in my throat. Marcus and I both have cried a number of times.
Oh my God! Tears. Come on.
I'm going to say this. We're being vulnerable. I want to break a little bit of the. I know you guys look at me as a strong warrior, proud man.
I've heard that.
Impenetrable, cold, but also important in a sense, like Atticus Finch. But this is a very vulnerable episode for me. You guys, what happened 9/11? The brand that is known as 9/11 is becoming a conspiracy hub. It is our generation's JFK assassination. They did the same with the JFK assassination. Every single school of conspiracy thought dumped something on it to get involved in it. 9/11 is no different. It's the hub of a lot of very esoteric thought that covers this. What we've talked about all the time, right? What attracts a lot of conspiracy thought? Something that the government wants to attract a lot of conspiracy thought because deeply within it there's something very fishy, and they like that fringe thought to kind of cloud everything that happened on the day. And today we're covering what the day was. September 11, 2001, a beautiful temperate day in New York City that was fucking destroyed. And the reality of it is mind-numbing and heartbreaking.
And I just want to say really quick, at no point are we going to make fun of the victims of 9/11 or of any terrorist attacks whatsoever. We never do that on purpose. Our hearts go out to them and our sympathies are always with them.
I think that's a really important point to make. This episode is about the fact that this is real. I forget that we will be making fun of some dickhead terrorists.
That's for sure. That is for sure.
And some loopy summer school like antics in a fucking Tallahassee or North Carolina flight school.
Right.
But it's really true. This was an event. 3,000 people died.
Truly innocent people, janitors of the world. I mean, just as innocent as innocent can be.
If you look at the world, yes, there have been horrific events all over the world. This is just one. The difference between this event and many other events is how much it was covered by the publicity and people on the street filming it. This was like we were talking with Columbine. We always said before, Columbine was the micro event that changed America, and then 9/11 is the macro event. This is the thing that was just from minute 1 to minute 99. I'm not sure, 102 minutes. Minute 102. Yes.
It's in the title.
That's how you know too. It's also convenient because you know how long it is if you're doing laundry. I'm not saying I was doing that necessarily.
Right, so you're just using this horrific documentary as a timer.
It's a good time. It's nice and sensitive, Henry. If you're trying to measure out 102 minutes of time, just watch all of the footage at 9/11. Just keep it in the background.
Just remember, it's from the time of the first plane hitting and the second tower falling. That's the 102.
All right, Marcus, jump us in.
All right, so we're going to start with the 1993 terrorist attacks. What a lot of people don't know is that this was the second attack on the World Trade Center. A lot of our younger listeners, of course, don't know about the 1993 attack, which was, up till September 11th, the only foreign terrorist attack on the nation. By terrorist, I mean World War II, Pearl Harbor. That was a militaristic attack.
Also a constructed event in order to get us into World War II. Maybe not unlike something that happened on September 11th, 2001.
Conspiracy theories are the next episode. Conspiracy theories are the next episode. We're not gonna do that.
You're right.
All right. So that first attack was in 1993 and was perpetrated by the same people that supposedly did the second attack, Al Qaeda, the terrorist group that was founded by Osama bin Laden. And Osama bin Laden is the boogeyman. Osama bin Laden has been America's boogeyman for what, 15? How long did it take? 12 years?
Of course, but the U.S. funded Al Qaeda for many, many years as they fought the Russians over in Afghanistan. It's a very interesting relationship that he's had with the U.S. And the U.S. basically armed the Taliban, aka Al Qaeda, and so Osama bin Laden wasn't always public enemy number one. As a matter of fact, the Bush family is very, very close with his family, and of course, those ties go back for generations.
And absolutely, and as everybody knows, from the years 2001 to 2007, he was played by Tony Shalhoub. I love him. He's quirky. Yeah.
So on February 26, 1993, 6 people were killed when a rented van loaded with nitrate hydrogen was set off in the basement. And this is amazing. One of the terrorists that were arrested, he was arrested when he went to retrieve the $400 deposit he had left for the rental van that they used in the attack.
A bit of a cheapskate. Yeah, exactly. The problem, he would have just been known for the fact that he was the funny guy who slipped on a banana peel walking into the rental office to get the van, He was like, whoa! And he was also carrying a bunch of plates full of messy food. And then after he got the deposit before the cops got him, he just walked right through a plate glass window that 2 movers were carrying.
You gotta give him some money. Give the guy a payout. So in all, the explosion killed 6 people, injured more than 1,000, and caused nearly $300 million in property damage. Remember, that was the first and only major foreign terrorist attack on U.S. soil until September 11th. So that was
keep the borders up. You can't get up in here. They did rent. What's it to rent you that more?
Airplanes go up way up.
Damn, I gotta change over that sign, because that was the thing, is that we had that 0 days, 10 days since since an accident.
So out of the 19 hijackers on September 11th, 15 of them were from Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, and 1 was from Lebanon. In the face of 9/11, Mohammed Atta, the most intimidating looking of all the terrorists, was from Egypt. Not a single one of these guys was from Afghanistan. Remember, Afghanistan was only the place where Al-Qaeda was based. These guys were not Afghan.
I like him. Nor were they Iraqi. I like him because you can't misspell his last name.
Atta.
Either way, forward or backwards.
Yep. Also, very well cast. We want to get conspiracy theories as well. Very well cast.
Next episode.
Headshots.
Next one. It is a great. It is. That's his driver's license photo. Yeah. So Mohammed Atta, seen as pretty much the ringleader of all the attacks, lived a relatively boring life prior to his radicalization into Islam, as did most of the hijackers. These guys were just, a lot of them were from middle to upper class families. Some of them students. Yeah, some of them had, some of them came from a religious background, some of them came from a secular background, but they were almost all students. Mohammed Atta, he studied in Germany as an exchange student. He lived with 2 teachers who eventually kicked him out after 6 months, citing his close-mindedness and intensely introverted personality.
So he's a real dickhead, huh?
Yeah, real dickhead.
That's weird, because it seems like a guy who flew one of the planes into the World Trade Center would be kind of fun.
Yeah, well, that's one of the weird things about some of the other terrorists is the guy that hijacked United 93. That's exactly how he was described. The people who, his girlfriend, his parents, the guys who knew him at the flight school, they were like, hey, have a beer with us every once in a while.
Yeah, it was almost like he was a patsy or something set up by the government.
Oh yeah, because of course people who kill people never hang out with regular folks and have beer with them.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Mr. Bumblebutt himself.
Everybody's best friend.
Everybody's best friend. Yeah, and that's what gets me about these conspiracy theories is that, like, very, very quickly about a lot of these conspiracy theories, especially with people like, oh, okay, they don't fit the profile. There is no profile. It's like, there is no profile. It's like, and also, like, they just don't understand humanity, people. It's like, yes, you can be a fucking psychopath that's gonna kill thousands of people, but you can also enjoy a twist and pinch of a nipple. You can enjoy drinking beer.
Twist and pinch of a nipple. This guy, I can't imagine how close-minded he must have been. If the Germans kicked him out.
Yeah.
Not exactly people known for their warmth.
He was the only one who did not like standing in line. He was the only one who did not like according to very strict rules. I smile when I hear the bell that tells me to put my pants on.
You got to. So it's thought that Atta joined Al-Qaeda in 1997, and while studying in Germany, he formed what was called the Hamburg Cell, along with Marwan al-Sheikhi, who piloted United 175, the second plane to hit, and Ziad Jarrah, who piloted United 93, the guy that everyone said was a fun dude, which was, some say, shot down. The most accepted story is that it was actually taken down by the pastor's famous story. But while the hijackers may have been
actually, at the very most, I would say annoyed with American culture. Wow. But the thing is, we're fun. Yeah, so there's no, they hate our freedom or anything like that. They, like every other person involved in the attacks, all these guys, their main motivation was American foreign policy, our support of Israel, and our, I guess, our incursion to the Middle East during the first Gulf War.
And we talk about this regularly on Top Hat America's foreign policies, other countries' domestic policy. They live under that rule. Yeah. So our foreign policy is very aggressive in a lot of these countries and extremely controlling, and they don't like the fact that the white devil comes in and tells them how to
I also want to bring up the idea of groupthink that we talked a little bit about when we were covering Manson and the Manson family. So there's a lot of the bridge between like talking real hard, rather wanting to bring down the great devil, and like wanting to getting into a group, creating a group of people that you kind of hang out. And I'll talk about how you like want to do something about America and the American foreign policy going on in your country, and that bridge to doing something can be really short depending on how isolated you are and how ignorant you are. And it's like the Manson family went from hanging around sucking each other's dicks to murder in an afternoon, right? Because they had been kind of built into this sort of all-inclusive small society. That's where extremist thought is very dangerous, because you can go from taking a very esoteric idea about doing something about American foreign policy to then enacting the plan where you're hijacking planes and flying them into buildings. I'm certain, because they are people, there must have been moments where they were like, is this what we should be doing? But then it's like, we're part of a greater purpose, and you keep hearing it over and over again, that it's a greater purpose, that you're doing something for your country.
And at the end of the day, you don't want to look in your brother's eyes and
tell them you're scared.
And tell them you're scared and back out. And basically, at that point, be a liar.
Yes, absolutely. You've been a hypocrite this whole time. But also, I just want to say this outright. Whatever it is that they wanted, it's like, did you really want America's fucking hand all the way up your asshole into your guts like it is right now? Did you want that? Because you got it. Yeah. So congratulations.
There's a Toby Keith lyric. Toby Keith thing there. Got America's hand all up in your guts.
Feel the high school ring underneath your top of your mouth.
We didn't really get the great music that the Vietnam generation got. CCR, the band. We got nothing. Nothing with Toby Keith.
So on May 17th of 2001, Muhammad Atta applied for the United States visa. He got a 5-year tourist business visa the very next day from the United States Embassy in Berlin, because this guy, he lived in Germany for about 5 years. He was just a student. In fact, he had a, quote, strong record as a student.
He came from money and wealth.
Yeah, he came from money. So it was just like, yeah, of course, like, go ahead. Like, they didn't even really check him out. And at this point, he had been going back and forth to Afghanistan a few times. Like, he had supposedly met with Bin Laden himself, and Bin Laden had blessed him. He's like, yes, you will be the attacker. Him and Ziad Jarrah.
Look at those first 3 meetings are just playing Connect 4 with him, because that's how he gets to trust someone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You better lose.
Yeah, and you have to be able to repair his dialysis machine on a regular basis.
Oh, you come get the shit out of my fucking kidneys. Hey, listen, you fuck. You come here to fix dialysis machine, or I will take my top piece out and I will piss all over your mouth, huh? I was not the Milan at all. You lied, huh? You friends. You friends, huh? Here is $5 to get meal for me.
Absolutely.
So on March 22nd, 2000, Muhammad Atta sent an email to the Academy of Lakeland in Venice, Florida, inquiring about flight training. This is the actual email that he sent.
Hey, sir, we are a small group of young men from different Arab countries. Now we are living in Germany since a while for study purposes. We would like to start training with a career airline professional pilot in In this field, we have a daily knowledge, but we are ready to undergo an intensive training program.
What gets me about this email is that this flight company got this email, and all they knew is that, like, okay, a bunch of Middle Eastern guys who live in Germany are hanging out. They want to go to Lakeland, Florida. They want to come to Lakeland, Florida, and they all decided together, with no experience previously, that they all wanted to become commercial airline pilots.
Did you the form looks like a penis? If you're looking at the map of the United States, you're like, where do we go? Where do we cut off the great sea?
Straight to the fucking heart cock of America.
Right?
But I will say what is very interesting is that was the final plan. That was what got them in the door, got them the flight training that they needed. One of the failed plans that Atta attempted in order to get them trained as pilots is that Atta was watching American television and saw the dude, this is totally true, saw the dude with the question marks all over his suit. What's his name? Matthew Lesko. Matthew Lesko. Saw him on TV, bought his book about how to get free money from the government. He wrote this big application saying he wanted to finance a crop dusting chemical tank. Like they were going to get together, we're going to develop this new thing. He met with a loan officer from the government. He got that far. The book works. Right? 9/11 terrorists. They get free money from the government. Right? He showed up to the loan officer's desk, and she was like, no, because all of the science was wrong. It was like the whole application was filled out badly. She's like, no, I can't do this. But she was like, I want to help you kind of get into the standard, like, we want to help you maybe come to America, though. You're a good student. Like, what are you good at? And he, apparently, Otto was obsessed with a picture she had on the wall of the Washington Monument. He was like, I want this picture. I want this picture. She's like, okay. And she's like, what are you even talking about? He pulls out a wad of cash the side of a softball, is what she said. He peeled off bills, and he was like, how much for to buy the picture? She's like, well, you could just get like a postcard of it. And he kept pointing us off. He's like, Pentagon. This is what the Pentagon is. Yeah, right there. She's like, yep, that's it. He's like, what are security measures at the Pentagon? And then she was like, I don't know. I'm an officer about the security measures at the Pentagon. He was asking questions about security operations at the World Trade Center. And then he was like, what about in Chicago? Or Los Angeles? Or Seattle? And she was just like, I don't really know how to answer those questions, but I'm sure we could get you a pamphlet.
Before you go, now what did you read Lisco? I've got to get that Lisco. Look.
I want to kill all America, except for men with question marks on jacket D's. He's looking pretty cool. Also, I like that fucking Aaliyah. Aaliyah's a very good singer. She doesn't play grass.
We don't talk about that. That's sad.
She's very good at play grass. Planes must be destroyed as well.
Might have been what I went sent him over the edge. And of course, a question mark sort of looks like a 9. So what do you think about that?
I've never thought about that.
Okay, very good. No one's ever thought.
No, because I'm not the boy from the strange incident with the dog at night. That autistic boy from that fucker.
It said that the hijackers were quite difficult students, unable to follow directions, and would get very angry at tiny little things.
Especially when they would have two guys stand like next to each other, standing up all the way really straight, and then one guy would go, and they're all like, it's like their act outs are very funny.
Good info. So on April 11th, Atta and Shaky rented an apartment at 10001 Atlantic Boulevard, apartment 122 in Coral Springs, Florida, only $840 per month, and helped with the arrival of the muscle hijackers. So here's the difference here, is that there were two groups of hijackers. There were the pilots and there was the muscle. The pilots were the guys that got into the cockpit. They were the ones that flew the planes into the targets. The muscle were the guys with the box cutters in the back and the mace. We know from one of the, I believe it's the Flight 11 call, that they had both mace and box cutters and stabbed pretty much everybody that they could. So they brought the muscle into the country. September 10th, they all ate at Pizza Hut together. Oh, and they love pizza. I know, because that's sort of stuffed crust pizza. I mean, honestly, though, they're experiencing Florida, they're experiencing Pizza Hut. Don't you have a change of heart? That's why I think these people are soulless. You know, if I'm into a country and I didn't particularly care for it, the moment I have their fast food version of pizza, I'm in love with it.
I would also say that this was not the only thing they were doing. Leading up to the attack, they were spending a lot of money going to Las Vegas, getting hammered, buying prostitutes, buying like hundreds and hundreds of dollars of sex toys, hanging out with women. It's very interesting. What was supposed to be a very solid long time. Preparation for their sacrifice to Allah, I guess was filled with a lot of American-style Donald Trump celebrations.
Yeah, that's the best thing they ever did. Before you go into battle, you were allowed some drink and some women and things like that.
Yeah, and they also said that they wanted to appear American. They wanted to appear naturalized. That's why they were all clean shaven.
I will say they definitely appear Floridian.
They acted like white trash. You know what? And also on the day of September 11th, they were half of them. They were saying the whole crew that went to get Flight 77 that crashed into the Pentagon were all stopped by security and given extra security measures. They all failed the first test, and then were left right on through. Yeah. And I'll tell you, nothing dates you more than watching those old the security cams of those guys coming on to the plane. The pilots are asleep. They still got their shoes on. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Also, since when does footage from 2001 look like it's from 1987?
No. See, I explained that to you. It wasn't the future until 2003. I forgot. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just looks so old.
Yeah, now it's the past. But 2004 was when the future arrived. Before that, it was still the past.
I need a pasta special
So
and I
if you
need a
think about it, it makes sense.
I'm still not convinced to mind some of the... Hold on.
So on September 11th, in the morning, they boarded their respective planes armed with their box cutters, took off to meet their destinies, or as Taw called it in his diary, quote, his marriage in heaven.
Which was also my sister wrote about fucking the guy who played Legolas. She was in 7th grade.
Very attractive guy there.
It's time for skate. Oh, with the basketball season here, you can now pick combo projection across football and basketball from the Specials League on Prize Picks. Yes, let the games begin. A league created specifically for combo projections that includes 2 or more players from different sports or leagues. You will never shut the television off. For example, LeBron James, I know him. Travis Kelce, he dates Taylor Swift. At a 10.5 combo of 3 PTs made plus receptions. That's incredible. Want to play alongside some of Prize Picks' favorite players like the rapper Meek Mill? I know him. You can now find community plays under the promos tab of the app to view entries from some of the biggest names in the Prize Picks community each week. It's fun to do. You get deep into the granular aspects of the sport. I have found sport over the last couple of months. I enjoy sport. Every type of sport, every shape of ball. Please include me at your tailgate. I'm looking for a spicy hot dog. Go to prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
This bustling holiday season, you might be looking for nutritious, flavorful meals to fuel you on jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service, can help you eat well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. Skip the meal planning, grocery shopping, chopping, prepping, and cleaning up, and get Factor's fresh, never-frozen meals delivered to your door. They're ready in just 2 minutes, so all you have to do is eat and enjoy. Choose from 35+ chef-crafted meals every week that support a healthy lifestyle. Now, Factor Meals, you know me, I'm a huge fan of Indian food, and they've got Indian-style food. Oh, I smell it. It tastes so good. It tasted like Indian food. It tastes so good. I love it. It's good stuff. Masala. Head to factormeals.com/left50 and use code left50 to get 50% off. That's code left50 at factormeals.com/left50 to get 50% off.
And I hope I made him proud. Thank you.
So now, I think we've reached the end of like how much we can joke around on this podcast. So just so you know, it's a little serious from here on out. Because we're now waking up in the morning of September 11th.
May I just ask the question, where were you and what were you doing on 9/11? This is the day, to your analogy earlier about JFK, I mean, this is even larger than that. Everyone knew where they were when he was shot. I was personally waking up in a hungover stupor, missing class from a phone call in Menominee, Wisconsin, from my mother asking me if I was okay, as if Menominee was the next target. As if they were like, we're going to UW's now, we're blowing up Ben's dorm room.
We gotta blow up Rumples. I hate how they got free wings on Tuesdays and girls' night on Fridays.
I swear to God, everybody in small town Wisconsin thought they were not. Like everyone around the country did, you know.
No. I know Ed Larson from the Roundtable Gentleman and the Brighter Side. He said he just sat and stared at the Capitol building in Tallahassee because he was convinced that the terrorists were coming after Tallahassee kids.
To be fair, he would have been doing that anyway.
Yeah, he was on mushrooms. Also, Eddie wanted to join the army right after.
Thank God you guys convinced him not to do that again.
Yeah, you'd be like a senator right now or some kind of lawyer or something. I was senior year of high school, and I remember watching it in my English class. And it's that fucked up thing when I first saw it. I was like, oh man, this is like an action movie.
Oh, yeah.
That was like my first impulse. And then it wasn't until afterwards when you realize like how real it was. You know, we're just so used to it. You just watch an action, you don't see something like that all the time. Then all of a sudden you see it happen, and you're just like, it's shock.
It's crazy. My brother's husband was right down there. He had to hide in the doorway. I mean, so many people.
Yeah, so many. Yeah, it's one of our new guys here at the station. He was 11 and was downtown going to school, and he saw both planes. So let's start going through the timeline here. 7:59 a.m. Flight 11 takes off from Logan International in Boston. 92 people. 8:15. United 175 takes off also from Boston. 65 people aboard that plane. At 8:20, 20 minutes after Flight 11 takes off, this flight attendant named Betty Hong calls ground personnel. She actually calls the flight desk, the reservation desk. That's the only people that she can get a hold of. She calls the reservation desk and tells them the plane has been hijacked. She says mace has been used. Two flight attendants have been stabbed and are bleeding out. The pilots have been stabbed and are bleeding out. The hijackers have barred themselves in the cockpits. 8:20. 1 minute later, American Airlines Flight 77 takes off from DC.
And this is also very interesting what they talk about on the planes, is that every one of these planes were only filled with 30% capacity, which is very interesting. And also they figured out how to shut off the transponders on these planes, which is like technically they didn't have training to do, and they disappeared off of radar.
Yeah,
which is also very suspicious.
I mean, turning off
war games, exercises, and stuff.
I mean, turning off a transponder, you put a box cutter to the throat of the pilot. He'll tell you what the transponder is.
And all pilots survive. That's just weird because I just thought all pilots were kind of like on a base suicidal.
No, different.
Oh, the opposite.
I always thought they were sort of Harrison Ford, and they like to hang out with large, hairy creatures. So that's a whole different movie, I guess. Little quick note, though. Boston 850 flight Seth MacFarlane, the creator of Ted and Family, was supposed to be on it, but he overslept.
Yeah,
So
Mark Wahlberg also supposed to be on that flight.
yeah, I love Mark Wahlberg. We wouldn't have had Ted or Ted 2.
Yeah, the sliding doors world. Yeah, we wouldn't have had American Dad.
Oh my God.
So at 8:24, Mohammed accidentally makes a transmission to air traffic controllers instead of making the transmission to the people in the cabin.
Right. And we talk about these very serious things, but they have bloopers. When Bundy would misplace his wrench, or his,
Yeah, they've all got, they're all, these are those weird human moments, like those weird kind of humanizing moments that it's like, oh, it is an action movie.
You can imagine his reaction, like, oh shit.
Yeah, and then they have laugh about it, like, oh, do you remember when you almost fucked it up? Yeah, dude. Okay, let's go do 9/11 now.
That's crazy.
He said, nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet. And then 10 minutes later, he said, nobody move, please. We're going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves.
So then somebody could ask in the back, like, I'm not trying to make stupid moves. I'm trying to make smart moves.
No, we think it was kill the heroes. One of those planes were heroes.
So as far as the people on the ground were concerned, this is still a hostage type of situation. These guys they're not scrambling jets or anything because the people on the ground are like, okay, these guys have a bond. There's some sort of like, it's like those it's like those plane hostage situations that used to happen all the time in the 70s.
And we will talk in further detail next episode about the war games that were being played during this time. Vigilant Guardian was being done, another thing called, what was the other one called? Amalgam. That's the name of that, yeah.
So all these people on the ground, they're thinking, okay, let's not scramble the jets just yet. This is a hostage situation. We don't want to spook them. Let's let this be for a second. But what you also realize is that everything that happens extremely fast. All of this happens between the time that they hijack the flight and hit the first plane. Less than 20 minutes. Crazy. So 10 minutes later, the plane's transponder is turned off, makes them pretty much invisible to air traffic control. And you know, people always ask, why can't you turn transponders off? Pilots turn the transponder off every time they're on the ground because it interferes with radio traffic. So a pilot turning on and off the transponder is as natural as anything else. It's something that they do multiple times every day.
I am very confused. It doesn't make the plane like the Wonder Woman plane. That's what I'm not a scientist. Or a pilot.
So it does take about 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the FAA, they contact NORAD, who scrambles jets to locate and tail Flight 11, but not one jet will even get off the tarmac before the first plane. I mean, 20 minutes is that's so cool. It's unreal. Yes. So it literally would not even get through an episode of, I've been watching Review lately. I'm a big fan.
It's a good show. Thanks. Good show. I would also say, but technically our government had been preparing for this. That's where the lies come in later on when they say that we were never prepared for planes to fly into the World Trade Center, when they had actually planned for the thing over and over. It's
next episode.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, there's a possibility.
Hey, I'm not going to say I've been screaming in an apartment for 5 days about what the government has done.
I'm not going to say that I've been balls deep in raw news footage for 5 or 6 days. I'm not going to say I spent 4 hours at the 9/11 museum yesterday. I'm not going to say that all of my dreams have been horrific or confusing, like that dream that I had with me and Miley Cyrus wrote a 9/11 musical together.
How's Carly doing, your girlfriend?
We had a big fight last night. Yeah, because I'm dead inside. I've been kind of hollow and not talking at all. And we got mad at each other because I didn't think she could quote unquote handle it. And she took that as an insult, which rightly she should.
It's cool to date us.
I was thinking the TV show was thinking it was According to Jim.
22 minutes.
According to Jim.
I can't believe all of 9/11 happened over one episode of According to Jim.
Jim Belushi should have never been famous. So at 8:42, Flight 93 takes off 40 minutes late. And this is extremely important because all of the flights were coordinated to take off at the same time. They were all supposed to take off around 8 a.m. Or at least within like 10 minutes of each other. And this one takes off 15 minutes later. And this is Flight 93. This is the one that crashes outside of Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And the fact that this plane was late is the only reason why it did not crash into the Capitol. That is the only reason why. If that flight would not have been late, they would have destroyed the Capitol building. Because we know, because Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was one of the architects that we captured a couple years afterwards, that's what they asked him what was the fourth target. Capitol. Yeah. So that would have been completely destroyed. Again, not Menominee, Wisconsin. No, it was Menominee, Wisconsin.
Never once, not Lansing, Michigan. No, not Troubadour, Texas.
No, not even Troubadour, Texas. So this is when it starts getting intense. 8:46 a.m., first plane crashes. Takes 7 floors of the North Tower. It takes from 93 to 99. While the plane disintegrated instantly, passengers from the plane were
thrown out and landed on the ground, still strapped to their seats.
Now, this is when it first happened, everyone thought, of course, that it was an accident.
Yeah.
So they reported it like it was an accident, that there was some kind of pilot error.
And you recall there was a baseball player who flew a single-engine plane into a building a couple of years following. So these things did happen.
Yeah.
I mean, this was the biggest one of that. This is probably the biggest one.
Well, no, there was a plane that was at the Empire State Building in 3940. Yeah, it's not unheard of. Yeah, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, but that's when planes were made out of like balsa wood, and it just had a guy with a big rubber band attached to, like, he would be doing a bicycle for the fucking propellers to spin on the side of it.
Right. I love your vision of the 40s. So the wingspan of this plane, half a football field long, and the wings of the plane loaded with almost 10,000 gallons of jet fuel, and most of that fuel is still in it again, such a short trip. Yeah, such a short trip. So Marsh Inc., they were a company that was located on floors 93 to 100. That was the location of the impact. They lost 295 employees and 63 consultants instantly. While 5 floors above, Cantor Fitzgerald LP, they were an investment bank. They were on floors 101 to 105. They lost 658 employees in the ensuing fire.
Well, that reminds me of a time I was working in the finance district with a guy for a headhunting agency. I had sort of come into this job. These are the events that like literally made some of these Wall Street traders into like Vietnam vets. And I met one of these guys who was this guy named Will Stavenhagen, who was a headhunter that I worked for in our office. 3 people in the office, and he was a fucking nutbag. And he used to walk back and forth screaming like, "I never want to see you off the fucking phone." And he was insane.
Sounds like Jordan Belfort.
He wanted to be like that. And I remember one time we all go out for drinks. He's like, "Everybody get the fuck up. Get the fuck up. We're going out for drinks. It's Friday. We're going to go out. We're going to fucking relax." And he was, he's insane.
Hey, Jeremy Hayden from PCU.
And so we go to a bar across the street, and I sit with him. And at this time, I'm in full hippie phase. I have like a 6-inch long fucking like goatee. My hair is really long. I had like, I was just like, oh hi, like just like all the time.
Oh hi, 100% hi.
And he bought us he's like shots. We're doing shots. He said he's just like, "It's 2 shots," and I was just like, "Yeah, you know, I think so what brought you into this thing?" And he's like, "All my friends died in 9/11. I just took the shot," and he's like, cool. Yeah. But no, these guys like, imagine that. How many times in your life have you, I mean, straight up, I remember when I was working in the office, I'd be like, "Man, I want to go down that street more, and I want to see that building at fucking flames. Right? I want to come in, I will do anything that I want to." And it's like, that shit.
Yeah, that has just make sure it stays a fantasy.
Yeah.
And to remind you real quick how many people were at the World Trade Center, the entire complex, buildings 1 through 7, over 1 million people were at the World Trade Center every single day.
I can't believe that. You know, the people, there were many heroes that day.
Yeah, we'll cover a couple of them. And when the plane hit, when the first plane hit, jet fuel shot down at least one elevator shaft. This gigantic fireball shot down an elevator shaft and caused explosions on the 77th and 22nd floor, as well as at the street level. On the west side lobby, it was so large that 18 people were burned by this fireball, and only 11 of them survived.
God, I don't want to be the 7th that lived.
I saw in the 9/11 museum, they had on display a mask that one of these guys wore for 8 years because his face had to be constantly moisturized.
I'm just going to say this, okay? If you lose the face, if you're not wearing a thing and you lose your whole face,
get into radio.
Get into radio. Number 1 is great because, I mean, I've come to be weird showing that kid so much. I don't want to be mean. Do not be mean. But get like a Cobra Commander helmet and be a supervillain.
So the flame goes down the entire elevator shaft. The debris from the initial crash caused absolute chaos on the ground. Cars were crashing into each other and were being set on fire. You see the pictures of the aftermath. There are entire blocks where there are cars that are just shells. Yeah. Like the tires are burned down, the windows are busted out, and they're just absolute shells. Because you got to realize that when that plane goes through, there's a ton of debris, literally tons of debris. You fit in hours of true war footage. The plane hit the building at over 500 miles.
That's what they say. They were like, a guy was saying he saw one of the witnesses on 102 Minutes was watching it from his roof. He was just on his roof and he saw it happen. He was like, this plane was just tearing eggs. Like it was like really moving. And so what happened, it hits the windows. And so it's a moving explosion. Like it hits, it instantly explodes, but the momentum of it carries it so it shoots out the other side. It's crazy. It's just like, it's a huge explosion.
That documentary captured people, like you mentioned earlier, Henry, about how you almost thought it was, because it is so insane. It was almost like an action movie vibe. And in Wisconsin, too, you're so disconnected. But even people watching it from, 15 blocks, 20 blocks away, they almost had a disconnect, too, when they had saw it at first. And it wasn't, I wouldn't say laughter by any means, but it was like, what? What's holy shit? Yeah,
holy shit. Because you think it's a movie in Wall Street. What's happening? Oh, it's a huge accident. You assume it's a huge accident, and it's more just being like, holy shit, look at that. That's crazy. I've never seen that before,
And I really did. I watched raw news footage from the first 2 hours. I watched the raw news footage from 3 separate stations. I watched the CNN one, which kind of CNN has always been terrible. I watched the ABC one. Charlie Gibson is a wonderful journalist, but the best one that I watched was the local New York City NBC affiliate, because you get from that, you get the eyewitnesses right on the ground. You get New Yorkers calling in immediately and just saying, I saw this. And after the first plane hit, between the first and the second plane, everybody's just sort of bewildered, right? They're not really, no one is even mentioning the word terrorism. No one wants, because it's starting to be that you can kind of feel it itching in the back of everyone's brain.
It's because this is before we've been fucking indoctrinated. Now we're indoctrinated to look for terrorism.
We're going to get into terrorism and how that's created unlimited war, because there's no borders and things like that.
Absolutely, but the idea is that now it's a war we think about every fucking day.
And like you mentioned with 9/11, I hadn't actually really thought about it as a brand, but it is a swoosh to some degree. It's the Nike swoosh when you think of 9/11.
Oh, we got unsold. But we'll talk about the next episode. But again, we talked about that with Columbine. This place where those eyewitnesses were first starting to talk to the newspapers and something, and then to news stations. That's where a lot of conspiracies got born immediately.
Right, because they were a little panicked. I mean, it's pretty crazy. As firefighters were going up into the buildings, reporters were running towards the smoke as well, but with a camera and a microphone pointed at people's faces who were covered in soot as if they just got out of chimneys. Chimneys, so we can be like, what's going on? What you thinking? And it's like, what do you think? So,
are you rehearsing to be Santa Claus later?
The local NBC affiliate, the one that I watched, the on-the-ground reporters were fantastic. They were getting information while still being sensitive, people wanting to talk, and we'll listen later, because I'll warn you later, we will be hearing some footage, both from on the ground and from inside the building.
The whole point of this is to make it as real as humanly possible.
This is real. This happened. Right? This was not an action movie, and it is so far removed now that that's what this is. This is actually real. So because of the angle of the impact of the plane, all the stairwells, all of the elevators from the 92nd floor up were rendered completely unusable. It trapped 1,344 people above, and none of them answered. Not a single one would get out. So the people in the towers, both below and in the second tower, knew nothing. This was pre-ubiquitous internet, and
because they felt it up. Of course, they felt it up above. They said they felt the tower sway. They felt the tower move and then snap back into position. But the people below it, because the way these buildings are built, they're built to sort of like have the wind and stuff like that. They did not feel. like it happened, some power went out, and like, but no one actually heard the crash. It didn't feel the whole building shake.
Yeah. And the people calling emergency services, which were pretty much the only people that, and even emergency services didn't really know what was going on. But I also watched this other documentary called Inside the Towers, where it's a lot of people that were in there that got out. And this one woman said that she called emergency services, and emergency services was telling them, like, yeah, you're in the first tower? Yes, Port Authority. Port Authority is they're the, I guess, the organization that managed the World Trade Center, the engineers, the blue-collar guys. They're like, yes, Port Authority is saying that you should evacuate right now.
Yeah, go to use the stairwell. So then you go up to the stairwell, and there's nothing there.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? But they were being told by the emergency services to get out of there. But some of the companies came over their PA and said, please stay at your desks. Please stay at your desks. Do not evacuate. Do not evacuate. So pretty soon afterwards, like I said, Port Authority starts evacuating the North Tower. They're telling the people in the South Tower to stay put, which was at the time the best idea. That's what they should have done.
Because they thought it was an accident.
Because they thought it was an accident. Because if you get everybody in both towers, if you get them all out on the street, the firefighters, the EMTs, they're going to have a lot harder time getting in to the North Tower to put out the fire, to rescue people. So they told everyone in the South Tower, all right, stay put. And there were people trying to get out. They wouldn't even let people in the second tower out of the building. They had security guards down at the bottom of the stairs, barring the exit and saying, like, please return to your offices, please return to your offices. And thinking that this was all an accident, emergency services, they get there within minutes, and the very first group of firefighters who showed up, they had a feeling like there was one guy who survived from this, and they all looked at each other, they said, you know, there's a good chance we're not going to make it out.
Well, yeah, you look up this huge building, you basically watch because it's like normal, and then those floors of just pure flame. And then the people are supposed to save. That's how brave. I mean, of course, it's like, I know that there was sort of like a little bit of a period after 2001 where it's like the firefighters were America's superheroes, and they were very, you know, of course, like
almost cultish.
Oh, cultish.
Yeah,
But this event specifically, of course, it's just shown to me like these are just civil servants. These are people that are just paid.
Yeah.
It's a job.
Firefighters don't write tickets when you have to go into the into the grocery store really quick. They don't give you a fine if you're drinking a beer on the street.
But I'm also going to say
to save people's lives.
But there were a lot of police officers that also lost their lives in this. And it's like now we're in this sort of weird situation and a weird relationship with authority in America right now, according to, you know, with like what's going on with how police officers are trained and how they're acting. And it's important to remember that they are men, and there's a lot of men, women, and they're humans, and they're sacrificing.
We'll get into that in future episodes. In '93, they militarized the police because of the war on drugs. Obviously, after 2001, the war on terrorism, the police got remilitarized, and that's why we're having situations that we're having right now. That's when they started giving them tanks. Right, exactly. Even Stevens Point, Wisconsin, for example, my hometown, my little brother just called me. They got a brand new tank. Nothing has happened in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. I think somebody stole a jar of Smuckers. Like all last, they just filling it with they're just filling it with brats. Yeah, pretty much. It's a good cooker. It's a good cooker for July 4th because basically these police forces, if they don't spend the money, then they get their funding cut. So they're like, we want millions of dollars next year. Let's buy a tank. Yeah. So out of that first group, they all acknowledged they're probably not going to get out of there alive. They all shook each other's hands, went up the stairs. Only one of those guys survived. And this is when it starts getting really intense. The jumpers. The jumpers start about 15 minutes after the first plane hit, and people on the ground, they said that the bodies hitting the ground sounded like sacks of cement. Like it was such a deep thud. And the myth that a lot of people have about jumpers from buildings, the myth that a lot of people have is that, you know, you lose consciousness before you hit the ground. That is not true.
They weren't traveling fast enough.
Yeah, these bodies, they were traveling at a speed of about 150 miles per hour which is enough to cause instant death, but not enough to cause them to lose consciousness.
Because it cut to them. Remember when you watch a lot of the people in the street footage of the tower? They were going up the World Trade Center, and you could see people waving shirts above the attack line, above the fire line. There were people waving shirts on the top, and they were kind of chained together. They were smashing out the windows,
which was a bad idea. Which was both a good idea and a bad idea.
It was a good idea for them because the heat's moving upwards, cooking them. They were trying, but the thing is that the oxygen came rushing in from the broken windows, feeding the flames underneath them. I literally was watching on 2 minutes, and one of the people recording the building was like, "Oh look, it's paper. Look, paper's coming out of the building." And then someone's just like, "Wait a second, I think that's a person."
It was falling too fast.
Yeah. And then they were like, caught it, and then they were like, "Oh my God, that's a person," and they freaked. And I had a club to close my eyes. I almost like threw it across the room. It's kind of crazy because it's just one of those things. The reason why I bring it up is to show like those are the moments of real claustrophobic panic that happen that make that's what's real about this. Whatever 9/11 was used for afterwards, in terms of like politically and on a global scale, is one thing, but this is the micro fucking tragedy. It's this kind of shit.
This is the humans. Like, you got to remember that these were all humans. So at 8:50, President Bush, of course, we've all seen the famous footage. He's listening to a group of kids reading a book called The Pet Goat in Sarasota, Florida. Very ironic name. Very much.
He's that for men, if you want to get into that. No, it's not bad. Teaching the children about saying, that's part 3. World's most dangerous book. We'll talk about that.
Yes, we will. So he's told that the second plane is hit, and he knew on the way to the elementary school. He had already been told that the first plane had been hit.
But he said that he had watched video footage, which could make completely impossible because it wasn't released until that afternoon. Actual footage.
Yeah, well, he's not the most eloquent person. Yeah. So he waits a full 7 minutes before making a move.
I mean, he wanted to hear how the book ended.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then afterwards, he disappeared for most of the day, and we'll talk on the next one about what, personally, my belief.
Where did he go?
9/11.
What was he doing?
Dick Cheney was the president on that. Dick Cheney was the president.
Absolutely. I mean, and then he did have to catch up on episodes of According to Jim.
Oh, yeah. So in later interviews with President Bush about the day of September 11th, a lot of his responses, you can tell, at least when he's talking about when he saw the footage, what his first reactions were, it seems scripted. It seems like someone has told him, like, okay, this is what he said, or at least this is what he's prepared for himself. It's like, this is what, because he's not a very good off-the-cuff speaker, so he's like, this is it.
No, he's not fucking bungle up today, George.
Exactly. Well, he did a great, we'll get to it. I thought he did a good job with the loudspeaker there. But yeah. So he is like, okay, I can't mess this up. I have to have a prepared statement for when people interview me about this. But later on in that same interview, when he's talking about the aftermath of 9/11, what he had to deal with afterwards, he said something like, this is, I think, one of, if not the most telling sentence about the entire Bush administration. He said, I never campaigned that I could handle being a president. Of course, but when you bring on Rumsfeld, when you bring on Ashcroft, when you bring on Cheney, the biggest cults, H.W., his father hated these guys. He told him not to bring them into the administration. Rumsfeld immediately said Saddam had something to do with it. And Bush ran out of campaign for compassionate conservative who care about education. And they used the perfect point for 9/11. So at 9:02 a.m., 17 minutes after the first plane hits, Port Authority officially orders the total evacuation of both buildings. That's when someone, again, gets a little itch in the back of their head that says, like, okay, something's wrong here. Up to 14,000 people are already evacuating when they make this call. And 1 minute after they make the call to evacuate both buildings, United 175 crashes into floors 75 to 85 of the South Tower, much lower than the first, and you can see on 102 minutes is that the streets of Manhattan are just
because we realized, oh, this is terrorism.
Yeah.
This is all.
This guy that Jose that we just hired here, you know, I said earlier that he was 11 when he saw it. He was there with his older brother who was a teenager when the first plane hit. They started walking towards it, right? Because it was a curiosity. It was like, oh, let's go see, let's see what's happening here. And he said when the second plane hit, they just instinctively started running in the second opposite direction.
People were freaking out, and I saw it live. I saw the second plane hit live. And that was insane. That was insane.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. In fact, we're going to start playing stuff. Now we're going to play some video clips. This first clip is from the people on the ground. This is real reactions from people. This is a bunch of this is just NYU students up top.
I love streaming movies and shows. I need my connection to be reliable, especially when I'm watching them as I drive or as I'm working. It's important. I gotta stay connected. Xfinity's gonna help me connect to the moments and experience that matter most. They're on the television. The Xfinity 10G network delivers speed, power, and reliability unlike anyone. Never miss a moment of your favorite movies, shows, and live sports on the network made for streaming. Whether you're streaming on your TV or on devices throughout your home, you're covered with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Get ultra-low lag to work, stream, and game with fewer interruptions. On the go, stay reliably connected with Xfinity Mobile. Get the fastest mobile service with access to millions of Wi-Fi hotspots plus 5G cellular. Xfinity Mobile operates at America's most reliable 5G network. Restrictions apply. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more.
This podcast is brought to you by Squarespace. It's the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs who are looking to stand out and succeed online. Everyone knows the holidays can take a toll on your bank account. If you're looking for a creative way to increase revenue and give your family and friends the holiday treats they deserve, then you need to get started with Squarespace's new feature, Squarespace Courses. I mean, I can teach a course on podcasting, maybe. Now give it a go. Squarespace has the tools you need to create and sell your own online course. Start with a professional layout that fits your brand. Upload video lessons to teach techniques and skills. And tailor your course with the powerful built-in Fluid Engine Editor. Turn your creativity into income with Squarespace Courses. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/left to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/left. So you can definitely tell the mood changes. Yeah, the mood changes from this kind of detached, right? Like, you know, that's some chairs or something like that. Like it's just sort of, you know, it's like, oh man, it's gonna be so dangerous. Like it goes from, you talk to a lot of people, and a lot of people on the street too, and a lot of people in these videos, they're just like, oh my god, like look at those people, like,
Completely empathetic. Looking at these people, I feel like that's a true, to be honest, measure of a New Yorker's character. Because one thing that we got is like there is a sense of Schadenfreude in New York, right? Where it's like, you know, like seeing somebody else's misery a little bit because we're all kind of miserable. But there's also that other thing of like a great sort of like commiseration of like, you can imagine yourself having gone all the way to work, right? You know, an hour commute all the way to work, and then this shit happens. Where it's like, even because at that point it's just an accident, and you imagine yourself like up there. New Yorkers are like have a lot of beautiful kind of energy. It's a great spirit here. Where it's like you see that a lot with this footage of people being concerned for people in the towers and not talking shit. And then
I mean, New Yorkers are some of the nicest people in the world because they don't fake kindness. When they're nice to you, you know they mean it. That's for sure. That's why I love the city so much. Like we all saw this on, or at least I did. It's far removed. I mean, New York deals with things. Yeah, dealt with this. I mean, it's crazy to think about. We can watch it and we know the ramifications at a theoretical level. To be there is a whole other story.
And again, how do you feel about this, guys? Right? Do you feel that 9/11 and the coverage of 9/11, right? Because they were saying before, it's like they really were trying to get the facts right. They weren't trying to jump on it. They were filling the air with the noise, right? And they were trying to cover it as much as possible. Do you really feel like we're looking at before 9/11 and the day of 9/11, we're looking at the last bits of non-staged news reading that has happened since? I feel like the tone of how things are covered and the way when we talk about 9/11 as a brand has been so pervasive for the last like 15 years that we can't even see the forest for the trees.
Yeah, I think that 9/11 was, and we'll listen right now to the ABC News, them actually with the footage on their screen. I think it is the last instance of honest journalism. I feel like that has ever happened. Attached to journalism. It wasn't just about outrage. Like you would think Sandy Hook, there would be some sort of emotional attachment to that. Immediately branded, and immediately in the media used as a political football. That this can be used to argue my point. This can be used to argue my point.
What they have done is taken our emotions from us. And we're going to talk about this in conspiracy as well. What they've done, I think a part of it is this, where it's like all of a sudden, it's like how they covered the shooting that happened yesterday of the cameraman and the reporter, with the cameraman and the reporter that were shot, and the way they immediately sort of flipped it. And they took his footage, and it was like they almost made it better the way they took it off his Facebook page, and they showed the first person footage of him fucking shooting those people, which is horrific, and no one should watch it. And they took that, and then they immediately ripped it out like it was like, and they almost like kind of coyly presented how they took it down. We since this day, we've been watching the whole theater on television.
Yeah, well, of course, television news is never going to be accurately describing the events because they're all paid for by companies like Northrop Grumman and major manufacturers of weapons.
And again, who benefits from 9/11? We want to get into that. Of course,
Qui bono. Damn it, dogweed. Let's run to Reno. Let's listen to
this whole episode's a little too real.
Yeah.
All right. If there's any kind of an effort up there, yeah. Now remember, oh my God.
That looks like a second plane. We just saw another plane coming in from the side. Yes, and that's the second explosion. You can see the plane come in just from the right-hand side of the screen. So this looks like it is some sort of a concerted.
And that's one thing that you also hear in the newsroom, is you hear them, when it hits, you hear the, oh my God, like everybody just stopping and staring. And then after about 10 seconds, they gather themselves. And they're like, we have a job to do.
Now we have to record it as accurately as humanly possible. Yeah. And then, but also then you get to people on the street, and what's the first thing they say? It's like you watch it too, in 102 minutes, when that second plane hits. And then, you just got, it's immediately someone's just like, Osama bin Laden! They just start saying this shit, and they're like, and then,
in the Times Square footage that they have, it's people like, Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, because we knew, of course they knew, because they're setting him up for a long time, if we want to say, if we're looking to cast a villain.
We set him up, he just chose not to murder him. Yeah, he was also, he was a part of the 1993 bombings, and he had also been a part of the USS Cole bombing 4 years earlier.
Absolutely, yeah.
Clinton should have killed Osama been loved.
Yeah, he's our Christoph Waltz for back in the day, the permanent villain.
Yeah, I think the media, they were just frankly too shocked to get stuff wrong. They are so careful to not get anything wrong on this. And I think, it was the death knell of good journalism. And Charlie Rose is still out there. So 32 minutes after that, Flight 77 crashes into the Pentagon, the forgotten attack, killing 59 on the plane and 125 military and civilian personnel inside the building.
On the side of the Pentagon that happened to be under construction, that was also built to withstand a missile attack. Very interesting how it ended on a very specific side. If you want to talk also about the weird maneuver it made, almost like a military jet pilot, the way it made when it swooped around and attacked.
The next episode. Yeah. So incredible.
Yeah, I know. I know. I've been getting a little upset the last couple of days.
So ground crews, they had only found out 10 minutes earlier that Flight 77 had been hijacked. And it's at this point that planes were only grounded in the New York City area. Okay, think about this. There were 3 planes that had so far flown into targets. There were 4,000 planes still in the air. They could attack literally anywhere in the United States. They did not know where the next attack was coming from, and that is when the FAA grounded all the flights, which took 2 hours to get all these flights on the ground, which is both terrifying and impressive all at the same time, because it was still 2 hours with our flights in the air.
You mean tell me I'm not going to see Maiden at fucking Lollapalooza?
That's not right. Victims all across the country. So when firefighters finally arrived at the top levels, they found that all the water lines cut. There was no water up there. The sprinkler systems in the office also completely cut. This combined with the heat of an office fire. Office fires are notoriously the hottest of all building fires because they are so much bigger. And you think all these financial institutions, this is 2001, this was back when these fires, they had entire floors just paper, and that burns hot. They could all be held in an iPad today, but yeah, exactly. And the temperature up there, with of course, the jet fuel paper, which was burning much hotter than the actual jet fuel. So this is a 911 call from the 83rd floor in Tower 2, and this is definitely what this is. This was pretty intense. We're gonna play a couple parts from the beginning.
What is it? So what is it? What happened? Don't talk to me. The lady does what? Ma'am, how you doing? Are you going to be able to get somebody up here? Okay, we're coming up there. Well, there's no one here yet, and the floor is completely engulfed. We're on the floor, and we can't breathe. And it's very, very, very hot. It's very, all the lights are on. The lights are on, but it's very hot. Ma'am, it's very hot. We're all way on the other side of Liberty, and it's very, very hot. Would you like to turn the lights off? No, the lights are off. Okay, good. Now, everybody stay calm.
It's also like for these people that they're calling, it's above their pay grade. You know, so they're used to like they're getting stabbed in the subway.
But their jobs are to be reasonable. Their jobs are to, in the face of emergency, is to be. You have to be held together. You have
In a
to be able to.
situation like this, you just sort of want to not tell them that they're about to die, I guess.
No, you have to be a voice of rationality.
I mean, that's exactly what this protocol is making. That's as a person. Yes, the operators, I don't think they get credit for giving people comfort. And I don't think they got enough credit as far as the PTSD that the event caused. I mean, you're literally listening to the last human beings that I have no idea who they are. At some point, if I was that vocal, I'd like to know who was just speaking.
Oh, I forget that is.
I mean, it's so traumatic.
It's very traumatic.
They found out her name was Melissa. So since there was no water lines for these firefighters to use up their primary job became to bust out doors because the impact of the jet hitting, both of the jets hitting, was so powerful. The towers shifted enough to jam most of the doors in their frames, making it impossible to open them up without the aid of an axe. And that's why a lot of people, especially near the areas of impact, below the impact, all the doors were jammed. They were stuck in their offices. They could not get out. There were a few people who were able to find little pieces of drywall. If something could punch through, they could punch through. There was one group of guys that were stuck in an elevator. They dug through drywall and busted out a wall and came out of the bathroom because that was just but that was rare. Most of these people were stuck, and that's why so many firefighters died, because that's what they were doing.
But yeah, they were trying to make the way, because again, we had all been under the idea that these towers were supposed to be able to stand even if they got hit by a fucking plane. Did we hear that sound bite that over and over again?
1901, and no plane existed. I mean, they sailed in 1972. 1972, no plane existed.
No, we were just saying that's what they went in with that belief system that they're not going to fall. It's just a fight.
Well, no, the Port Authority guys, the engineers, these two guys, let's see here, Frank DiMartini and Pablo Lopez, who ended up saving about 50 people. That was their primary concern. They thought, like, we have to go check on the structural integrity of this building. They weren't confident at all.
I know, but firefighters don't know because they're using just office fires. They consider this like a fire, right? Yes, a plane hit it, but then also you look at this big, huge building and you think, oh, that's not going anywhere. Yeah. And so they're up there just being like, we got to get through this until we can get the lines up here because the helicopters are already starting their way up to try to blast a fire water, like you hit it with hoses from the side, and it's. It's one of those things. You trust the building. You trust the building to stand. Like you think that this is the worst it can get.
Yeah. One group of survivors, this to me is amazing. One group of survivors, they busted through these doors that had actually been blocked from the smoke, because some of the doors were actually airtight enough where smoke wasn't coming through the doors. They busted open the door. There's an inferno behind them there. There's just smoke. They're all covered in soot. And they found a secretary at her desk on the phone with her boss, going over his appointments for the next week. God damn. Just not. And they come in and she's like, there's something happening. There's something going on. I need to go. And he's yelling at her. Like, just yelling like, no,
I'm going to see Brian next week. I'm going to get croissants with Brian.
Yeah. But that's also like, it's too separate. I mean, it's like this denial. And you also see that people on the ground. You see footage. Look, I remember this image really sticks out in my head. And then because there's paper everywhere. Like everyone keeps talking about like it was like
tape parade. That was the first time they saw when the paper first happened. There was a guy, an officer with paper blowing past, and he says like, "Oh, it's some kind of parade happening. I wonder what we're celebrating."
Yeah, they're making jokes like, "Oh, Yankees win a World Series again." It's just that's what people thought. And there's a woman on the street that is just picking up paper off the ground and throwing it and just destroying it. Just not disbelief. It's either something fight or flight or just trying to say this.
I always
distract your mind in any way possible.
Oh yeah, when a terrorism comes, I immediately snap into secretary mode.
I mean, literally, there is no fight. What are you fighting against? No fight. Yeah. So 22 minutes after the Pentagon, the South Tower, the second one to be hit, falls first. And in both video and picture,
you can see it's amazing to watch this crazy. You can see the corner of this building. You can see it slowly buckle in, and you see it at the point where it buckles. The top of the tower falls over to the side and then comes down like that. Like it is the most action movie. It's scary. It's the most unreal thing I've ever seen. I mean, honestly, when I watch the Avengers movie, every one of those Marvel films that trash Manhattan, and it does make me think, like, when you live in New York, you start to realize that those aren't buildings, those are like just a bunch of people in there. I don't know if the Avengers are very good. I think I just kind of don't want them in the city anymore. They just try to. How many thousands is the Hulk? Just so many. And it's like, I know you killed like one really bad guy, and then you killed so many good people.
I do that regularly, walking down the street in Manhattan. I look up and like maybe because of seeing this footage or whatever, I can just see a building blow up.
Yeah. It's unimaginable. Again, though, keep in mind, unimaginable is what this would actually look like. Yeah. And I've been sitting and it's such a surreal experience. I've been sitting in this office out here. We're out in Queens. You can see the Manhattan. I can walk out of the door right now, and I can see the entire Manhattan skyline. It's the Freedom Tower. Yeah, I can see absolutely everything. And after sitting here, especially watching 102, and listening to it, how loud it is, and going out there and seeing, you are amazed how quiet 5 years ago, and you just feel that same sort of feeling that they populated up and down, that just beautiful morning. It's like it's just so quiet and so still, and you just hear, and you have a laser sharp focus, like you are aware of everything around you because you're in it. You're here. Like you can look and you can see that is where it happened over there. I can go down. I was down there. 9/11 museum. You're in it. Like you're actually in it. The 9/11 museum is built in what they call the bathtub, which is where there was the 6 floors below the tower.
I think you're just denying the fact that we got a brand new shiny tower that we're all supposed to look at instead.
It's actually very beautiful. It's a nice tower. Especially when you stand at the foot of it and look straight up. It is a beautiful tower. So let's hear. Like speaking of which, being down there, this is footage. This is news footage from NBC4. This is a reporter talking to a woman on the street, and while he's talking to her, the first hour.
Okay, 2 blocks away from where the whole thing happened, and this entire area has been cordoned off. People that have been working in nearby buildings have been told to evacuate. That's when this mass exodus is to my left-hand side. To my right, we have 2 witnesses, and as we speak with you two, we're going to pan up and show a shot of what we see from this vantage point. First, Marna Ringel, and Marna, you work across the street. Tell me exactly what you saw on the street, and as you looked up, what you saw, because you said you saw the second one. Am I correct?
No, I didn't see the second one. Actually, I was coming out of the building, and there were maybe about 30 or 40 people at the bottom of One World Financial covered in blood. I did not expect that at all. And I work for Lehman and One right here. And a gentleman that I work with was on the telephone. He said, "What was that?" I said, he thought it was thunder. I looked over a screen. It's a bomb because I saw a piece of the building flow down. And I think I scared my entire floor because I can scream pretty loud, and it was pretty bad.
Now, you mentioned that you saw people on the road outside of the building. Explain that scene.
I saw there's maybe about 30 or 40 people covered in bandages and blood. It looks like a lot of them were either on the floor of one of the exchanges. There's actually, oh my God! It's
We're not sure exactly what happened, but there was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing. The reverberation and another explosion on the right-hand side. Another building has gone up on the right-hand side of the road. People are now running down the street. We're not sure if that was another explosion or if that was advanced debris. Joining me also is Jim Plant. Jim, you
People do take that, like, he says explosion multiple times. Many of the conspiracy theories, people are just like, say it's proof. Very rarely people wonder what actually happened the moment that it occurred.
It's like a dream
Hindsight is 2020 for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, there's other footage that does point towards that. We're going to look to, again, with building segments that we'll talk about in the next episode. There's stuff like that. But this is just the belief, again, that the buildings just don't fall down.
Well, yeah, and you saw it at all of the news footage that I saw. They're all looking at a wide shot, or most of them are
this is the only one where there's someone on the ground as it falls. Every other one is looking at a wide shot of the building, and none of them even entertain the idea that the building fell. Right.
Well, I will watch him on Truman's. Nothing is quite as brutally upsetting as watching that wall of debris come slamming down the street. I'm watching it on the edge of my seat. I'm next to tears, just imagining just that, because it's doomsday. Right? That's exactly how you kind of picture it. It's just this fucking wall of chaos that can't stop it.
You know, it's strange because you see it and it feels like it's alive. Yeah, it is like a living entity coming after you. There's a certain shot, so bizarre. There's a certain shot of a woman that's in a building and she's got her camera looking out onto the street, and you hear this noise coming like this, and then it looks like a monster, and it just goes, and all the dust and debris falls in. And again, the purest, most intense, real found footage horror film that's ever happened. The monster it's a smoke monster, also like the film or television show Lost.
It's legitimately a wall of cancer.
Yeah, oh my God, to find out. Oh yeah, so sad. They said that it was so that there was a guy that told a story that said that he was literally reaching into his mouth and pulling out piles, like just this gunk.
Well, you watch the dude, there's like that, and also 102 minutes, you just see this police officer who's walking around, he's got some sort of helmet cam or something, he takes off the helmet, and you just see him, and it's just water shooting out of the wall, and he's just like scrambled at his face, and he's just washing himself with like, and none of the other New Yorker knows, you don't wash yourself with random water. No, that you see in Manhattan.
Usually it's not water.
Yeah, and so he's just splashing it all over his face, it's fucking just brutal.
Yeah. And remember that the first tower to fall was the second one to be hit because it hit much lower than the first one. So over in the North Tower, and I want to say it again, 2 blocks away, New York City blocks. I walked 1 block in 20 seconds. So they are very, very close. These are not the Mississippi block. This is a New York City block.
They're very close,
especially in the financial district. Oh yeah. So the North Tower, remember, there is still over 1,000 people trapped above the fire. That is impossible to escape. And these people are still alive, or do you think smoke inhalation? Oh no, I know there are people still alive because there were people stacked 4 to 5 high, hanging out of the windows. This is when the majority of falls begin. There's one person tells of a story. It's actually this is actually put up on the wall that the 9/11 Museum has a jumper room. Where it has a plaque that says warning extremely graphic content, and you walk into this little room and it's just showing 5 pictures on a loop of people falling, specifically the falling man photo, which
is a very beautiful picture,
which causes such a huge controversy, especially the controversy afterwards. There was a paper in Pennsylvania that published an actual picture, published that picture gigantic on the back page, and it caused such an outrage. And I think, and this is what is fascinating to me, and I think really shows the disconnect that people had about this day, is the news media showed the towers fall over and over for weeks. You just saw them fall. You saw them fall 5 times a day. Well, and like we were talking about earlier, that it did become used for more desensitizing. But what I'm saying is that the images of the fallen people were taboo. You couldn't people just didn't want to pretend that they didn't exist, because it's like Joseph Stalin said, that famous quote: a million deaths is a statistic, 1 death is a tragedy.
No, the other thing too is, again, I mean, this is just to put this out there, conspiracy thought too, is that I think it is important that all of this footage exists, right? I think we're supposed to be able to see this stuff and know that it happened, know that it's real, watch it, see the fallen people. That's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's a real event. You watch it. But then you're going to also see again how that imagery is then twisted, and they use it. It's about optics. They use them to set up something for themselves, to get something out of it. And those people, the reason why they're afraid myriad of people. It's the same thing with what happened when we were fighting in Afghanistan and in Iraq. What they do is they don't want to show pictures of the fucking caskets with their soldiers around because that will make it feel too fucking real.
Yeah, or any of the combat footage like they did in Vietnam where they showed actual dying soldiers on the news every night.
They love keeping it a hologram because the pictures of those towers falling, if you just show them on loop without fucking zooming on them, does look like a goddamn action movie. And it makes you fucking pumped to go do something about it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like when you watch the people just falling, you start putting your dad in there, you start putting your brothers in there, your cousins, you start putting those people's faces on those people, and then, you know, our government loves our hologram fucking reality.
Yeah.
Like they want to keep it alive.
I mean, it's anger versus sorrow. You watch the towers fall, you feel anger. You see the people fall, and you feel sorrow. Two very different emotions that are used for two very different things. Sorrow can be a very personal emotion, a very private emotion, but anger is shared, and it's useful. Yeah, it's so useful for their own reasons. Yeah, exactly. So you're looking up at the first towers falling. People are holding on to each other across the dividers to balance themselves. They're leaning out of windows. They are 100 floors up. Imagine looking down. They are 100 floors up. They are looking down. They are in a literal chimney. The smoke has enveloped the entire structure, and they are looking down from 100 floors up. You saw one group of five are stacked on each other. One group of five either all decided to go together or just one person slipped and pulled all the rest of them down. People saw, and you kind of think watching this footage, like how many people jumped. Like I think if you ask me, like, okay, how many people do you think jumped from the top of the World Trade Center? A lot of people would probably say like, I don't know, 10, 20. It was over 200. Yeah, jumped. We will never know exactly how many because the jump.
I don't want to get too grisly with that, but you know, I'd rather fly for a second instead of being cooked like a goddamn turkey in my office. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where I hated to be every day.
Yeah. Up the same. Yeah. So these buildings, they're filled with black smoke that most of the office workers, they had no idea what to do, where to go. These buildings were an acre in area. They were 70% the size of a football field.
This next tidbit's really interesting.
Yeah, the only people that were prepared were the employees of Morgan Stanley because their director of security, this guy named Rick Rescorla, he was known as the man who saw it coming.
And this must have been a pain in the ass.
He was a huge pain in the ass because this guy, he was convinced, like he knew, okay, the first building, and he had this buddy that was also kind of a security director, and he asked me, he's like, okay, so what do you think? They're going to do it again? And I was like, absolutely, of course they're going to do it again.
Absolutely, they're going to be fucking stinky talking. You don't think they're going to go first? You don't think they want to take a fucking freedom? Yeah. And they're like, all right, calm down.
Yeah, and so they're like, how are they going to do it? They're like, oh, they're going to come. They're going to come by plane. So he forced Morgan Stanley employees for years to do fire drills. He would time employees and bitch them out if they were too slow. And about Columbine, this is what he said about Columbine.
The police were sitting outside while kids are inside getting killed. They should have put themselves between the perpetrators and the victims. That was abject cowards. We were younger, we could have flown to Colorado, gone to that building, and into that shit before the law did.
Yeah, this is how confident this guy was in his ability. He's like, oh, man, if I was 20 years younger, I would have got on a plane. And this is how successful he was. And without this man, the body count would have been so much higher. He successfully evacuated 2,087 Morgan Stanley employees from the World Trade Center complex. And he was on the 10th floor of the South Tower.
So the guy's a pain in the ass in your office? The guy who's like always talking about regulations and shit like that? Sometimes he can save your life.
Yeah, absolutely. So as New York is unfolding, passengers on Flight 93, they're on their way to the Capitol. Flight 93, it's on its way to the Capitol building in D.C. It's 40 minutes behind the other three, and they're getting word on the ground that the other two planes that are already crashed into the World Trade Center. And, you know, as the story goes, they fought back. And I'm pretty sure that Albert Cheney, he definitely authorized the shooting down of Flight 93, but the black box recording, which is public knowledge, you can hear, from the cockpit, it points more towards the terrorists crashing the plane rather than letting the passengers take control. Because you hear, you hear this fight behind the door, and you hear the guy Ziad Jarrah. He's saying like, hold the door, hold the door, hold the door, and they're about to get through. And he just starts screaming, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, and he screams it 7 times on the way to the ground, and it crashes in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, whether it was shot down or not, 20 minutes away from D.C.
Well, if it was shot down, I would have no problem with the government.
Absolutely not.
You have to do it. At this point.
And if they shot it down, you also got to kind of think, it's like if they did shoot it down in that time after, we needed something. Like just some sort of, I don't know, some sort of like blatant back type of thing. It's like,
It just sucks that we had to kill how many innocent people. It's that fucked up, it's that rock and hard place scenario where it's like, they can't let him hit the Capitol building. Yeah. You know, like it's not because the president is more fucking precious than anybody else, but because of the symbolism. And look at the symbolism of what the World Trade Center falling down does, both psychically and politically. It's, forces you into a 15-year forever war.
Yeah. Well, that's why presidents are always needed, because literally it's impossible to make a good decision. You just have to choose the
lesser of two evils. So a little less than 30 minutes after the South Tower collapses, the North Tower goes down as well. And so now you've got a debris cloud. It's 2 entire buildings. And one witness on the ground, he described the cloud as, he said, almost solid. There was not even sound. Like they say, like after it fell, that there wasn't even sound traveling through this field. And one witness, and this is just the only thing he could see was the flickering light of burn. So that was crazy. And this here is footage from on the street right after it happened.
What happened? Sanitary situation. It collapsed. Top floors collapsed down. And then ran like hell back to the owner. 69, but I can still keep going and try that.
By the way, that is just how badass a New Yorker is. Like, he's almost laughing. Like, I'm 60. I can't believe I can still do this. Yeah, it's like, I can't believe 69.
Well, yeah, one thing in 102 minutes showed was this fucking immensely fat man. He's like 300. Oh, yeah. And he's like, and he comes back, and he comes over, he's like, what are you doing? He's like, I got a call. I got my friend Nick. My friend Nick is walking down there. And he's like, I gotta see if my friend's okay. Yeah. And like, he's just like, and he's just dabbing it. But the thing that, because, I'm an audio guy. The thing that has haunted me the most is like, I don't know if y'all heard that, the sound in the background, that kind of siren sound. What that is called a pass alarm. And what that is that if a firefighter is motionless for more than 30 seconds, that goes off. Oh yeah, so when you watch 102 minutes, you hear the sound over and over again, and each one of those noises is a dead firefighter.
Yeah, this is a clear I haven't been able to be in silence for the last week, because if it's silent, I hear it. It almost sounds like when you go out to the wilderness and just hear the bugs, the crickets. Yeah, that is almost what it sounds like. But yeah, that noise. I remember seeing a video of that in like maybe a month after, like it was on set back when you had to download videos to watch them. I remember seeing that, and that noise has haunted me for 14 years. It is. It's horrific, and I never want to hear it. Yeah, I never do. So ERs, after the second tower fell, ERs all across New York, they're all just prepared for an onslaught of casualties.
To be this hard, I try my best.
Only 18 people were pulled from the wreckage. The last one they found at 10:30 that night. One firefighter, he said, those who got out, those who didn't died. Right. There was no, like, you either had minor injuries that could be treated on the street. Right. I mean, they said there were 10,000 injuries that day, but no major ones. Really. A few.
It's almost amazing there wasn't more, but it was all
because when they got people out. First of all, they got people out of Lower Manhattan. So when the towers fell, like they were out. People were out of there.
We're good at that shit.
Yeah, we're good at that.
And you know what? Also, in New York, what I like about us too is that we can fall. Like it's true, we can really form into sort of a mob mentality, and we know how to move as a unit. Because that's what the subway system is. That's why when you're a pain in the ass in the subway, when you're not from New York and you don't know what you're doing, and you're just like a fucking monkey wrench in the whole system, and you're like standing in the middle, it's like that's why people get so fucking mad at you. Because New York is about cooperation
and coexisting.
Yeah. It's about moving, and you gotta move at speed, you gotta know the rules, and you gotta look out for other people, and it's about a web.
And New York doesn't get nearly enough credit. When we talk about coexisting, we're not talking about white Wisconsin, everyone's Presbyterian, maybe even a Catholic every now and again. It is different religions, different races, different heights, different languages. Everything is different, living right next to each other.
Yeah, living in apartment buildings that are not meant to ever be apartment buildings. You can hear everything everybody does, and we all collectively agree to ignore each other.
Right. Exactly. That is a silent agreement between everyone. It's like as long as it's like you get an hour.
If you can hear your neighbors argue, they can hear you fuck.
Absolutely.
So the rubble of the World Trade Center towers, it stacked 7 stories high from ground level. And one of the things that they always wonder is like, where did all that go? Why is it not higher? It's because there were 6 stories below that all of these collapsed down into. And that is now where the 9/11 museum is. It's the whole 9/11 museum is underground, and it is amazing to see that. So forensic scientists, they worked for months. There's this great book that I read called Teasing Secrets from the Dead about a forensic scientist who worked on Waco and 9/11. She was the one that identified David Koresh, but she talked about how these forensics people would work in 12-hour shifts for months and months in these tents around Ground Zero,
trying to get people closure,
identifying okay, I've got a leg. Does anyone else have a leg? It's like, yes. And I think this is impressive. They were able to identify 60% of the victims, and most of these people. And you look at in the museum, they have this thing called a composite, which is about 2 feet tall, maybe 10 feet around. It is a cut from the wreckage, and by the way, the museum is just full of wreckage. It's just full of steel, of the beams, and this composite, as you see, and it's about 6 floors that are all compressed into something that's about 3 feet tall.
And this is also something that made 9/11 really live on very, very long in a tangible sense to New York, because when they were building the Freedom Tower, the reason it took so long was because they would find a bone. They would stop all construction. They'll try to find the DNA with the bone. So it was a start and stop process.
The last body identified was in 2013, just 2 years ago.
It's very real. That's what my cousin did. My cousin was a part of the team, so he was a Secret Service. They went there because they brought a lot of rubble to the dump.
Fresh kills.
Yeah, and they sifted through it looking for body parts. And we have friends that were first responders, and it's it was very real, very intense. And then we didn't even bring up ever the people that faked their death during 9/11. Well, that shit's really interesting too, which we got to go into at some point.
Yeah, we want to figure it out. And the people, and the woman who wasn't there that pretended like she was in the theory. Everyone's trying to benefit all of these things, and we'll also have to talk about some gangs in there's a Washington Heights in Heights. A lot of people that cops were a little bit busy. Yeah, the cops were a little bit busy, and the gangs took advantage of that, and it is fascinating. So The final total, 2,753 civilians, 343 firefighters, 23 NYPD officers, 37 Port Authority officers, 10,000 treated for injuries. That's New York City alone. Pentagon, 125 military personnel and civilians, 24 people aboard the airliner. And in Pennsylvania, it was 45 passengers. The last building to fall on September 11th would come at 5:20 p.m. that day. Building 7, which we will discuss at length in our next episode, the cornerstone of all conspiracy. Yeah, and that's very good.
Fucking reason as well. There's, again, it's real, and then there are mysteries at the center of this thing. Of course, there's gonna be that are very fishy.
But yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, so anyway, we'll get into all the conspiracy theories, the victims and the heroes. Unbelievable. To the families of the victims and the families of the heroes. Thank you. And I've heard some people, and I know people be like they work in the financial business. We reference the story of the secretary. The vast majority of people, they were not the ones that caused the economic collapse. They're janitors, they're secretaries, their husbands, their wives. They are just trying to work and retire. And there is, they talk about this one guy here, family's talking about this guy, and they're like, he wanted to be a history teacher. Like, he took a job as a stockbroker because he had a family. And you got to make money. Like, he wanted to put his kids through school, and it's like he was a history buff. And
how many temps died on 9/11?
Someday, it's crazy. Just thinking about that, like how many temps do we know? How many people do we know that do temps? No, they're actors, Marcus.
Can you imagine Nick Turner on the top floors of the world?
And we didn't even talk about Windows on the World, which they lost a stat. It was a restaurant at the top of the Trade Center. They lost 75 people, and they got calls in there, and it just sounds horrible.
So we're leading up to the anniversary of, of course, and we're going to be doing episodes about 9/11 up until the week of 9/11 to kind of talk about it as we're tackling up the subject. Next week's going to be a little bit kookier, probably, but also to me just as serious because I believe that there are things tied to it. They used the events on 9/11 for very specific purposes. I think
there are conspiracies, and there are definitely conspiracies. I wouldn't say it's an inside job, but I'd say that they definitely didn't mind that it happened.
Yes.
Looking at you, Mr. Cheney.
But I would say, I think about this, and I think about what happened yesterday with the cameraman, is that a thing that I've been kind of thinking about since all that kind of happened. I got kind of punched in the gut yesterday watching that footage and watching all the stuff about 9/11. And it's really kind of torn up my life a little bit. And I think it's really important that when things are negative and when things are intense like this, I think it's very important to put love and productivity and positivity in the world. I do believe that those kind of vibes are the type of thing that help cure bad shit.
Is this you trying to tell people to watch your pretty faces go?
Just laugh a little bit, just relax and laugh. 12:15 on Adult Swim.
Yes, we're definitely going to get into the policy ramifications. It's so big, but I agree with Henry. Hug somebody that you hate today. Just like tell somebody that you love them. If you hate somebody, just like be like, hey, 9/11.
Make love to somebody that you hate.
Well, I mean, make sure it's consensual. That's making love. I want to thank Sandy Coughlin and Megan Fierro-Root for their help on research this week. They really helped. I mean, this is such a gigantic subject. Both this and next week is even bigger. And also the third week, shit's gonna get real weird on that one. Thank you guys so much for listening to the show. It's all right. The show is here at CCR Talk page 7, segment human activities. It just really means a lot. Yeah. And follow LP on the left.tumblr.com. We just created yesterday on Ed Gein's birthday. So Kyle Gein, happy birthday, Gein.
Put some titties up on that, because Tyler's got titties.
So many tits. Someone was telling me yesterday about a woman fucking diddling herself with a handgun. Very interesting. looks great. You got great tits, though. From what I've been told, it's good tits.
Equalizer.
And also follow us on Twitter at LP on the left, at Big Kiss on Andrew loves you. That's right. And join the Facebook group and go buy t-shirts at cavecomedyradio.com/merch.
Hail Satan, positive action beats the act of prayer.
Hail yourselves. And also thanks everyone for listening to the end of our longest episode ever.
Hail me. It's long. It's got a lot of stuff in it.
It's got a lot. Yeah. Goose Galatians.
Aside from the successful dinner special, more shows dinner just listen to and the Cave Comedy and Chef Ramsay is looking for someone to take control.
Nationwide is more than an insurance company. America's largest financial services company. Like business, like retirement, nationwide, guaranteed. I'm kind of the jingle guy. Not sure I agree with that. I'm not sure I like your hat. That would never fit on you. Products issued by Nationwide Life Insurance Company or Nationwide Life and Annuity Insurance Company. The general distributor of valuable products is Nationwide Investment Services Corporation and FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
So you're saying with Hilton Honors, I can use points for a 3-night stay anywhere? Anywhere. What about fancy places like the Canopy in Paris? Yeah, Hilton Honors, baby. Or relaxing sanctuaries like the Conrad in Tulum? Hilton Honors, baby. What about the 5-star Waldorf Astoria in the Maldives? And you're gonna do this for all 7,000 hotels and resorts? When you want points that can take you anywhere, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay. Click the banner to join Hilton Honors for free today.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Elbow grease and a whole lot of love transform 100,000 miles in a body full of rust into a drive entirely its own. LED headlights, spoilers, whatever you need. eBay Motors has it at affordable prices. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, it's guaranteed to fit your ride every time. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Luxury is meant to be livable. Discover the new leather collection at Ashley with premium quality leather sofas, recliners, and more, all built to last. No matter how many spills, scuffs, or pet-related mishaps come its way, the leather collection at Ashley is made with the durability you need for the whole family. Shop the new leather collection at Ashley and find chairs starting at $499.99 and sofas at $599.99. Ashley, for the love of home.
I was totally speechless. I love what they did.
No place to escape to. This is the Lost Podcast on the left.
Who's that?
Shut the fuck up for a second, okay?
I think the wine bar is exactly what you need it. You don't stop there. Around here.
Fuck!
I think that was the evolution of man. He started out as a sea creature and went all the way up to a fat dude in Canada. That's perfect. Welcome to our last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben, as always, joined, staring at the beautiful Marcus Parks. And with us, as always, unfortunately not in studio, in beautiful Toronto.
Call me rich. Right, because it's something that you suck. Right? No one tell you look, don't tell you any different, right? What I've decided to do is a Rick chain. Rick fucking chain. That's what I'm changing my name. Rick chain. Wow. Decided to amputate my hands and have them replaced with metal claws. Just to make me more visibly evil.
It is very difficult to make Dick Cheney, aka Rick Cheney, more evil than he looks. The scowl, the second heart. I mean, the man is a super villain. If you've ever seen one in real life,
we've given the man 2 hearts. So the last Rothschild, you see how that we've given him how many hearts? 9 hearts.
9 hearts.
There are people not getting hearts. Dick Cheney's got 2 of them, and I'm not shitting you. I bet he's got 5 in a fucking suitcase that he's waiting on, and 2 of them are his butlers, just walking around in his many mansions, and he just walks around being like, I better tell you what to do. When you finally are used for your express purpose, I will get your grenade.
Yeah, people are just human.
Yes, Mr. Gentleman, Mr. Gentleman.
Human pieces of future me.
Yeah, so today is 9/11 Part 2, the conspiracy, which is why we're talking about Dick Cheney. Now, let me say right now, I did days, hours with research assistants in this sweaty little room with me.
We have 2 new research assistants today. And Douglas can call him. You're scared of him? I see that. Because sometimes they'll call on the phone and be like, can we stop researching the truth? And I was like, did Dogmeat tell you yet?
Get back to work. So, because we were originally going into this to tackle the whole, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, Building 7 being taken down, the 2 towers being exploded and taken down, Flight 93 being shot down, a drone being flown into the Pentagon. And I came to Henry and Ben with a 12-page outline, completely refuting everything that I found. And Henry, what did you say to me?
That it was a 12-page amateur chemistry lecture.
Very interesting.
It was highly compelling. Marcus is going to release all of his research. It's very good. It's very thorough. Dogmeat seriously tackles the idea that the towers were blown up. They were not blown up. Building 7 was not blown up. This is the last podcast opinion so far. They were not blown up. They did fall as a result of fires. Marcus has got the fucking science to prove.
We got the documents.
Do you want to have people fall asleep on the highway while listening to the show?
No, I think they're reliable. Yeah, absolutely. No, it is very hard chemistry, and it is very hard science and also physics behind what happened, because that's what I think why a lot of times conspiracy theories gain ground, especially with 9/11, is because I can say in one sentence, I can say the buildings were brought down by the government in a false flag operation in order for us to get into a forever war against terrorism.
I mean, it's not going to help you at the Starbucks. Pretty fast.
I don't know. It might work. Yeah. And that is, I can say that in one sentence. In order to refute you that the buildings were not taken down and to tell you exactly why and how they fell, I'm going to bore you with 12 pages of scientific nonsense that it took me days and 2 assistants to really wrap my head around and to really understand. And I even tried explaining it to someone here at the creek earlier, and you just see their eyes glaze over when you try to explain to them the difference between heat and temperature.
Well, they don't want to know. I'm totally glazed over right now, so that is not going to happen. Not on our watch. We're going to have no blood on our hands. By the way, NPR kills 13,000 people a year. Driving and sleeping, hitting multiple trees.
Absolutely. Carly, Marcus's girlfriend, is barely with him anymore.
She's gone.
He does know the truth. There are very compelling arguments on both sides.
Yes, the problem is that the truth is rarely sexy. The truth is almost always boring. Once you really, because its simplification is easy. You can make a YouTube video where you talk real fast for 4 minutes, and it sounds real good. You get a couple million views, and you get a pat on the back. But actually explaining the science behind why they did fall, and there's very real, very solid science, while there is compelling evidence on the other side. And I'm not going to discount it completely. At least as far as we go, we looked at all the evidence, and our opinion is that the towers fell on their own.
All right, I also found my nickname. I got Dogmeat, Too Real, and the Truth.
Sure. Yes, of course.
The truth is real. All right.
Satan always finds the truth to be sexy. I can say that. But today we're talking about, so there are 2 big conspiracies. So now, I guess what we mainly consider the big conspiracy is that these towers were taken out, the Building 7 was taken out, the Pentagon
Pentagon was hit by a missile, that Flight 93 was taken out by our government and not by the people inside of it. It's possibly suicide itself. But what we really discovered is that it's just the cover-up conspiracy. That's a conspiracy that the government likes you to have. That is the one they want you to debate for hours. There's a great documentary that talks about the science of why they could have been exploded called Experts Speak Out, right? But if you watch it again, it's just nerds fighting nerds. The NIS versus our nerds versus the conspiracy nerds. It's just a nerd fight. The government knows it. All the nerds like to fight with each other, and everybody just goes like, oh, you pigs just suck up with their people's vaginas and dicks.
So the government loves when people have grandiose ideas of what occurred on that day. They can call them kooks, they can call them nut jobs, and they can continue to control the world the way they've controlled the world for a very long time. So, Lucas, can we start off with the truth?
Let's start off with the truth. Let's go over some very simple stuff with the Twin Towers and very simple stuff. Very simple. One of the reasons we're trying to make this episode a little bit lighter because I know that last episode was fucking hilarious.
Right. What was the funniest part? The people on the ground during 11 or the people filming up in their apartments?
I think it was just the crying. Crying is just a fun thing.
The worldwide trauma is just amazing for comedy. So let's and also I want to make a statement here at the top. Some of the information in this episode is definitely truncated in the interest of time, but none of it is taken out of context. Not a single bit, because that's what I found again and again with this conspiracy stuff, is that they would take certain sentences out of context in order to serve their own agenda. They would cut off half of quotes that completely change the meaning of the quote. Nothing that we're saying today is taken out of context.
Where we talk about the Nazi concept of where PR meets propaganda. Yes. That's where this is coming. This stuff is like we learn from the best.
Yeah.
Operation Paperclip was scientists, but it was also psychologists, and it was journalists, and it was all of those guys. Yeah. We've learned these guys, and they learned this is all hat to America. We know how to frame these arguments and make things real fucking confusing. And so do people that sit in basements who make YouTube videos. They spend a lot of time sitting around and they can make something sound real compelling, even though you know that it's made with MIDI music in the background and on his mom's fucking like power PC from like 1996.
Please, Henry, the Requiem for a Dream soundtrack. That's what they're using. They don't need MIDI. They've got one very, very dramatic song that is pretty much the standard for conspiracy videos.
Never trust a man red pill, but will you take the blue pill? Each time, always the Matrix.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to sleep through the night? You have a cold, or do you want to go and have an active day with your day? Or do you want to use a metaphor from a Hollywood movie that has gone through the corporate machine and use that metaphor to fight against the corporate machine, or do you want to grow the fuck up? I don't know. All I know is I've been drinking a bunch of Diet Coke and I haven't exercised or lost any weight at all. They told me I was going to.
So let's start with the Twin Towers exploding, and this is a part of the conspiracy, and it is a conspiracy of greed. That's what we can say here with the 9/11, this conspiracy here. It is a conspiracy of greed, and it does have something to do with the two towers falling, but not in the way that you might think. Now, while other buildings have sustained impacts from fully fueled passenger jets, the Twin Towers were constructed completely different than the ones that were hit. Rather than built with a steel web throughout the entire building, like most high-rise buildings are, they're built with these huge steel webs, so if they're hit with something large, the kinetic energy is spread throughout the building. So it doesn't get impacted on one specific spot. The two towers were built with a gigantic steel core in the middle, with webbing only on the face of the building. And while this structure was indeed designed to withstand a jetliner impact, at most, it was designed for a 707. The planes that hit the towers were 757s, which are 20% larger than 707. So in other words, just don't know what's going to happen on a plane. Yeah, you can do one slice, and you can say, this building, that don't fall down. Let's build it. That's what I say. So you're like, no, buildings don't fall down. It's got a front, it's got a back, it's got two sides, it's got floors in it, it doesn't fall down. If we actually fly a plane into it, and shit happens.
You got to do the experiment to get the result, right? It's very difficult to experiment with flying a plane into a building.
Oh, absolutely. And what I definitely believe is that the two towers are the 21st century Titanic. Is that they say like they're too big to fall. There's no way. This is a monument to man's intellect. Right. This is what we have achieved. There's no way that they can fall, and it's total humorous because the engineers that made the Twin Towers said, "Look, we had jetliner can hit it. A 707 can hit this, and it won't fall over." Like they couldn't imagine that we might build a bigger plane than what we had in 1972.
I mean, 707, we don't need much bigger than that. No way. This is 1979. Everybody's got a 24-inch waist. Everyone's going missile with it. That's how it's going to be to the end of time. And they're going to go to beaches? I'll tell you what, I don't think so.
I actually agree with that. The beaches were great. Staying alive, wonderful.
So you ask yourself, why was this building constructed this way? Like, what possible reason could they have for constructing this building in such a manner that makes it more vulnerable than other buildings? Office space.
You mean good old-fashioned New York slumlord logic?
I love that slumlord logic.
They have one steel core in the middle and just a bunch of space out from that steel core to the walls. There is a lot more room to rent out than if you have steel webbing all throughout.
Right, and of course, that, like we discussed in the first episode, many of these floors were just full of paper, and we didn't have enough technology back then. Nowadays, I would see we could make a building like this, which with a much smaller surface area because you don't need nearly as much storage space.
That is very true. But in 1972, real bad idea.
Oh my God, the fake mustaches alone are held out of pants, and people sweeping through the offices.
Absolutely, they had the same paper from sometime the Yankees won the fucking World Series. So they kept it all in the room, and then what a convenient way to cover up some super black op files, to cut it up and say, showered upon our nation's superheroes, the New York Yankees.
Next time the Yankees win the World Series, I'm putting that ticker tack parade paper together. I'm going to figure out the truth with a whole series of different things.
Again, not going to help you at the Starbucks getting your order done in order. Yeah, but I will say, it's going to be really difficult when you show them with piles of fucking ticker tape. Just go like, yes!
Right here. That's why I go to Dunkin' Donuts, because they don't ask you your name.
I'm not giving you the information, Starbucks. Dunkin' Donuts, the louder you yell, the faster you get your coffee.
Absolutely, and you get 4 munchkins for $1.
Another thing that is definitely due to corporate greed or just sheer incompetence is that the steel columns inside were improperly fireproof. Even before the attack, the swing of the buildings and also that same steel webbing construction also served as kind of a windsock sort of thing where these buildings could sway back and forth in the wind and not fall over. The swing of the buildings in the wind caused the elevator cables to slam up against the walls constantly, which knocked fireproofing off of the columns. There was regular maintenance required to fix this, but of course it was not kept up regularly, which contributed to the steel beams not melting but warping due to heat, not temperature. And like I said, I could go into that. If I explain that to you, it would take another 20 minutes.
You'll put the notes on Facebook, and you know when they figured out that technology where the buildings can sway to and fro and not fall over? 105th Street, a heroin addict. That was the whole. They were on 105th Street, and a scientist said, "Look at that heroin addict. Go push him a little bit." And they pushed him multiple times, never fell over.
That's how they got the ideas for back in the day. Because how many times does technology mirror nature?
Exactly. What came first, heroin or the addict? Well, turns out, not at the same time. They needed the Twin Towers.
As far as Building 7 goes, very quickly, it was a victim of a combination of unexpected circumstance and shoddy engineering.
I'm still going to say it's a little fishy. That's my prerogative.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's a little fishy, too. Everything about this is a little fishy. Nothing about this is super clear cut.
But there is, I believe, definitely a side that you can sway one or the other.
Living in New York City for long enough now that we all have experienced slumlord landlords, and that's exactly what you said earlier, Henry. Everyone is out for the bottom line, especially in Wall Street. Believe it or not, they didn't care about the people so much.
For some reason, because they always, and that's why I see a landlord. First thing I think of is empathy,
Trustworthiness.
Absolutely. Wants to make sure that you don't freeze to death in the winter, you don't burn alive in the summer. Right. Wait a second, can you check the calendar? Today's opposite day.
So the three main columns in building 7, 79, 80, and 81 carried a huge amount of floor area, specifically 79, which carried 2,000 square feet. And when a girder lost its connection due to, again, heat warping the steel, not melting it, column 79 fell. And when that went, the other two main interior columns snapped and fell inward at the speed of sound, which is why the building appears to free fall so neatly on itself. And in fact, the building falls at a speed of greater than 1G. It falls faster than a free fall because those gigantic columns are falling so hard and snapping through everything. And just as a side note, that the experts agree is what I think it was called. All of these like 1,700 architects and engineers and say, investigate building 7, investigate building 7. Investigate yourself. You say it never happened before. Oh, a steel high-rise has never fallen due to fire. It's never done. That's like saying that you're not going to go to the doctor for the herpes that you have just because you've never had an STD before.
I just want to say, I'm going to send an edible arrangement to your research assistants because maybe send them like a massage, send them like something, because I feel like this is the lowest volume that you've had this conversation.
Well, I was being loud on that?
No, you're being very, very professional. I'm just very concerned I have herpes. I haven't been able to go to the doctor. I haven't been able to.
But
how do you know if you have it?
I think it's
if you found love.
Is that it?
Oh, that's that.
And I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, these guys, like, ignoring these flaws, these structural flaws in these buildings, is not only completely arrogant, but borderline criminally negligent. Like, this is something that they need to pay attention to, and they are ignoring for God knows why.
Well, like Henry mentioned earlier, people are out there trying to create their own narrative, to sell their own books, to create their own brand. And that's what happens with all these tragedies. And like you mentioned earlier in the first episode as well, Henry, 9/11 as a brand. The U.S. took that brand, and these people are either truther or whatever it might be, perhaps taking a conspiracy.
Absolutely, because it's what we're seeing now in comedy a lot, where people side with arguments in order to get work. They literally come in these huge things that pop up, and so these artists kind of jump onto different teams to basically band together, and then they all get convention money, and they all get speaker money, and they all get like publishing money.
You know, there's always one like super smart nerdy dude who's just standing alone on the street. He's just like, everyone walks by him. He's like, and then he goes to an early grave, and everyone's like, I guess he was an alcoholic. It's like, no, he was just really sad. No one listened to the rational truth about what occurred, and you literally drove him to drink.
Also, everyone remember when it comes to the towers and it comes to building 7, the concept of the anthropic principle, which is what scientists talk about. We talked about back with the hollow moon, which is what they say about how they say that we got our moon, which is the same thing, right? We said the fact that some shit just happens the way it happens. Yeah. These towers fell because planes hit them, and they fell. It's a painful reality that we look at these big, huge, iconic buildings, and I think psychologically we look at stuff and we're like, buildings don't fall.
Yeah, right.
And so we automatically want to frame the way we perceive the truth, and to be that buildings don't fall.
And to that point, look at what happened with the pedophilic government, and look what happened with the pedophilic ring with the Catholic Church. Priests don't touch children. Yeah, they just drink a lot of wine and look at their penises as it gets all hard, and then convince it to go down without touching.
Absolutely, and they're just sensitive boys that had no place in modern society, and they're like, for fucking God, if I could make more audible finger fucking quotes.
But if we can't
trust them, serve a whole life of that without once getting your dicks.
It's time for skip. Oh, with the basketball season here, you can now pick combo projection across football and basketball from the Specials League on Prize Picks. Yes, let the games begin. A league created specifically for combo projections that includes 2 or more players from different sports or leagues. You will never shut the television off. For example, LeBron James, I know him. Travis Kelce, he dates Taylor Swift at a 10.5 combo of 3 PTs made plus perceptions. That's incredible. Want to play alongside some of Prize Picks' favorite players like the rapper Meek Mill? I know him. You can now find community plays under the promos tab of the app to view entries from some of the biggest names in the Prize Picks community each week. It's fun to do. You get deep into the granular aspects of the sport. I have found sport over the last couple of months. I enjoy sport. Every type of sport, every shape of ball. Please include me at your tailgate. I'm looking for a spicy hot dog. Go to prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/left and use code LEFT. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
This podcast is brought to you by Squarespace. It's the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs who are looking to stand out and succeed online. Everyone knows the holidays could take a toll on your bank account. If you're looking for a creative way to increase revenue and give your family and friends the holiday treats they deserve, then you need to get started with Squarespace's new feature, Squarespace Courses. I mean, I can teach a course on podcasting, maybe. I give it a go. Squarespace has the tools you need to create and sell your own online course. Start with a professional layout that fits your brand. Upload video lessons to teach techniques and skills. And tailor your course with the powerful built-in Fluid Engine Editor. Turn your creativity into income with Squarespace Courses. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/left to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/left. And I think this point brings us to the very crux of what this episode is all about, because on one side you have people who look at the towers and think they couldn't possibly fall. There is no way that they could possibly fall. And on the other side, you have people who think there is no way that our government could have possibly had anything to do with this. There's no way that they could betray us, that people in the highest levels of government could possibly have anything to do with the towers falling. And the problem is, the next thing you know, you're going to tell me Josh Duggar was on Ashley Madison. Well, what the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like that's just like most other things, the truth is somewhere in the middle, and that's what we're going to get into today, the real conspiracy behind 9/11.
And which is, to put it flatly in a sentence, that 9/11 was allowed to happen to enter us into a forever war against a concept known to launder international money and arms throughout the entire continent, all over the place, for as long as we want.
And if not let happen, the very least nudged into place by American corporations with ties to the highest level of government and rogue elements in the Saudi Arabian government, as well as corporations within Saudi Arabia.
All right, let's get into the real conspiracy.
Let's get into it. Let's start with the Middle East with Mr. Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden, one of 17 kids born to Mohammed bin Laden, the head of the largest construction empire in all of Saudi Arabia. Now, this man, known to marry and divorce just willy-nilly, and would often marry his ex-wives off to employees.
You know, sir, okay, you can get the result, okay? I'm sick of her fucking bullshit. I don't know Muhammad because she's like crazy fucking annoying and shit. Like, always getting ready to do things. Okay, Muhammad.
You got to. When your boss is giving you a bonus, it'd be rude not to accept it. It's like Griswold. This is the Bin Laden version of the Jelly of the Month Club with Christmas Vacation. Griswold didn't like the Jelly of the Month Club. I'm sure some of these people didn't like it in their new lives.
I just thought you were going to get bonuses. I was planning to put a sandpit in my backyard. Thankfully, Storm came and gave me sandpit for free.
Mohammed bin Laden, he died in a plane crash on his way to pick up a child bride. Oh, I'm sure that child bride was so sad. And he was going to rape me for the next 14 years, died in a plane crash. Oh, I can't believe it. So bin Laden himself, Mr. Little Osama, he was actually not religious and was in fact a big fan of Western culture until the age of 14. His favorite TV show? Bonanza.
Great show. We're strong. Nothing better. Absolutely, because they looked at horses as potential wives as well. I don't mean to be racist. I just don't understand the culture.
Right, of course. So, Osama bin Laden, at 14, he has a religious awakening that is perpetrated by a gym teacher.
You can't get out the room, Osama, until you gotta find the great magic in the law. Absolutely, that's why I say do it to him. You can't do 20, you gotta find the great magic inside of Allah's bucket sweet sweet pussy. That's where it is, brother.
Only take math advice from your lunchroom cook. Only take religious advice from your gym teacher. That's where you go when you really want to learn. I learned about history from my janitor. Hey, there we go. Oh, I had a great janitor, Bob. Anyway, I had Joe Freddy.
I'll tell you something about this radio market. You know the market was invented in 1747, and music was way on the stick. They used to keep soldiers company when they were off war. Back in the day, women used to fight. Men used to stay home and fix the clothes.
Why do they call it a mock, Joe Freddy?
We call it a mock because it stands for men. I never learned. Because the only thing I've learned to do is sweep with my beautiful.
And then the real janitor walks in and you wonder who you've been talking to the whole time. That's terrifying. So bin Laden, he joined the Islamist Jihad in Afghanistan in 1984 when he was 27 years old. He actually wanted to go much earlier in life, but was prevented from doing so by the Saudi Arabian royals and, of course, his mother.
And if you feel that Osama bin Laden's a bastard, you should have met his mother.
Yikes.
You come here, Osama. You come here, huh? I think I got a rolling pin. I think it's a joke. Okay? I make dollars fall every night, bin Laden. I do it with your father. I make the dollars fall after I squirt out with my screamy torch.
It's just different. You know, a lot of kids in America want to go to Los Angeles and become big-time actors or really successful poets or writers, and it was all jihad. There needs to be another option. There has to be. So let's start bringing these two sides together: America and the Middle East. America's involvement with Afghanistan has its roots in Afghanistan's war against the Soviets, that would be the USSR, now known as the Russians, that lasted from 1979 until 1989. See, this was a proxy war, and America was hoping to support Afghanistan in an effort to create a Russian version of Vietnam. Yes, well, I mean, a Russian version of Vietnam sounds, kind of like just a lot drunker.
Can you imagine the music coming out of the Russian version of Vietnam?
Right.
Just like, hey, Joe, you're going with the selling full bread.
Different music, very different. And just like the communists were very successful in helping out the Viet Cong and humiliating America in the 70s. The Americans were extremely successful in creating a Vietnam for Russia, and in fact, this was one of the things that ushered in the end of the Cold War and completely it very significantly contributed to the fall of the USSR. Well, basically, we had enough resources to just constantly be giving the Afghanis all of our weapons. Which, if you watch, like when the rebels took out Gaddafi, all of a sudden they had a bunch of old school 1993 U.S. weapons. When the Afghanis were fighting these Soviets, it looked a lot like Vietnam if you solely look at the guns they were using and things like that. Of course, they also used some Russian arms. Also happens. But at that point, the Russians were using 35% of their GDP on military. And the U.S. at the peak of the most we've ever used is 5%. So basically, we just waited them out and ended up becoming dumb enough to use up all their resources.
And part of what helped this war go on and on was a minister that we had in America, a guy named Brzezinski, who created this concept called the arc of crisis. And what it is this idea that you propagate and help support orthodox religion in the borders between Afghanistan and Russia. The idea was to take from, basically, to create a group of rebel fighters out of the worst criminals from the worst neighborhoods of Afghanistan and ultra-religious people, and to pump up the religious fervor in those areas, basically to make them motivated and make them huge pains in the asses to Russia. Because then again, it's back to what we're doing now, which is fighting against a concept. It becomes that the Russians become infringing on the Afghani lifestyle, which involves religion.
Well, I mean, no more than places in Oklahoma involve religion. They really just prey on the people who are extremely poor. And wherever there's poverty, there's a lot of room for you to put a weapon in somebody's hand and convince them to use the name in the right direction. Absolutely. So while we did aid Afghanistan in creating Russia's Vietnam, we, as America is wont to do, especially in the Middle East, left the country in complete and total shambles. And as Charlie Wilson, the man that was effectively in charge of the operation, whom Tom Hanks played in a wonderful little film called Charlie Wilson's War, a little bit lighthearted, I would say. A little too lighthearted, yeah. He said, these things happened, they were glorious, and they changed the world, and then we fucked up the end game. Right. And of course, I'm sure you'll get into creating the vacuum. Well, that's what happened, is that the ensuing power vacuum after we left was filled by the Taliban, who were supported by Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden militarily, and were funded financially by the Saudi Arabians. So now you have the Saudis' tendrils firmly planted in Afghanistan, both militarily and financially. So we have
two things, right? The guys that filled us up, the Mujahideen, right, which are a group of these, basically street toughs and religious nuts that from the Taliban, all these people started taking over Afghanistan, but they were sitting on a slush of billions of dollars. The U.S. and Afghanistan, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia were helping fund the entire revolution, right? And basically, the U.S. would send money and weapons, and Saudi Arabia would match it dollar for dollar and include guys to go in and help set up their whole fucking army. Yeah. We made a delicious soup of fighters that fight. I forgot what the term is. It's like non-unilateral fighting. It's an idea of true warfare. You can't find them. They're picking you off one by one. They're blowing you up. You don't know where they are. They're setting booby traps. They're stealing your weapons. They're doing all this stuff. We made these guys really good.
Yeah, I mean, they're intriguing. But anyway, so that's exactly what happened in Iraq right now. So you went in, pull out, ISIS is created. It's exactly what occurs. And, for the U.S., you could argue that it wasn't necessarily a bad decision. The Russians dissolved because of it. Yeah, exactly. It was a calculated risk, and boy, did we calculate wrong.
And in conspiratorial thought, if you also want to say what a great descent down the line to have a good if you want to say, no matter what, I think I'm good. It's going to be the Taliban starts getting set up. They can be okay, let's go mark that as our future villain in the story. Boom, we got him. It's very easy, because now we're going to look at it being so we saw the pattern of the creation of Taliban and Al-Qaeda would eventually come in Afghanistan, and then the same shit happened with ISIS. It's going to be almost like we want it to happen, right?
The bubble is just like the housing market bubble, or I think there's going to be a university bubble bursting soon. They just go to different places. So Yemen right now, we're currently in our proxy war. As soon as the U.S. stops backing the group of people fighting the Houthis in there, the exact same thing is going to occur. There's going to be a whole series of unrest, and the next tribal group will come in and win. I mean, whoever is the next president, guaranteed would go in. We're going to get rid of ISIS, and it'll just move to a different country. We currently are festering it with the proxy war in Yemen. We're always 10 years ahead.
My question is that if we fight the Houthis next year, do the blowfish fall?
Yes, of course. So you're asking, the Saudis are now in Afghanistan. They've now got a lot of money invested in Afghanistan.
Because that's great news because they're allies, right? We're always helping us out. They got our back.
Oh, yeah, and in fact, they are the number one buyer of American arms, of defense arms. They are the number one. Nobody in the world buys as many arms from America and American countries as Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, there must have been a bit of a bugaboo in the communications because 15 of the 19 hijackers on September 11th were Saudi Arabian.
And Marcus, that doesn't work out because they're our allies. And I'm confused about that, and I don't think that's real.
Oh, you don't? Well, let's listen to some of the connections here. The United States has had private business ties and government contracts with Saudi Arabia since 1933. Like a lot of other countries in the Middle East, the U.S. did absolutely nothing when this country started to become an Islamic radical state that it is today, and indeed, of course, encouraged it, as you were talking about earlier. And you ask why? Well, in theory, a dictator is a lot easier to influence and control and make deals with than a democratically elected government. And when you're done with them, like, say, for example, Saddam Hussein, you can just throw them away.
Absolutely. You make perfect villains for the future, and really all you have to do to keep a dictator happy is to get a jeweler to make him a nice little set.
It is honestly true. But, that's what's so interesting. We talked about it with Savannah Rabbi on top at length. 1933 Saudi is like a brand new country. So this dude saw it. They're going through the desert. He has no idea what the hell is happening. And he's just like, pray to God I can stop soon. So people stop asking me where we're going, like a proverbial children yelling at the backseat when you're on your way to Disney World. You know, when are we going to stop? I had one of the bathers like, shut up. So they finally stop and just random walk. They step on the biggest oil reserve in the world. Yes,
they literally probably were too old to take a shit in the desert.
Honestly, swear to that.
A squirt in the asshole. And then they call them Beverly Hillbillies. They are.
You look at all these royal families, all the Beverly Hillbillies, the Earl dynasty, the Kim dynasty. I mean, they're all morons. Yeah, they absolutely are, and that's exactly that's how it got out of control with Saudi Arabia.
Rocking chair tied to the top of the car, probably in the desert, with a shotgun.
Well, that's unfortunately what happened is that Saudi Arabia did come upon some of the most rich oil reserves in the entire world. They're too powerful for the United States to control anymore. They're not controlled, they're not influenced, they are a quote-unquote ally. And when everyone talks about oil, they often just talk about it using it in cars, lawnmowers, things like that. No, your Lunchables, every single plastic that we touch, everything is created from oil. It literally created. America does not exist without Saudi Arabia's oil. Yeah, petroleum. That is the biggest thing. Now, people think about oil like it's, yeah, exactly. It's not just cars. But everything is made from petroleum. I can only think of Lunchables. Yeah, why is it? Okay, yeah, I want to point that out right there. Is that there are literally billions of things that you could have named there. First thing that came to your mind was Lunchables.
Marcus, you know what Ben likes most is fake. And what Ben likes second most is a big old bump. And then the third thing that he likes most is a shirt and long socks.
Oh yes, I have to, of course. So now, the 9/11 Commission, which we didn't really talk about.
Can we get Raz noises every single time we say the 9/11 Commission?
Well, the 9/11 Commission, I can see both sides on this. I can see on one side that yes, they
did hide some things, but they were also stonewalled at every fucking point. Every time they tried to ask, they were completely stonewalled, and many of their questions were never actually answered.
You know what I also found really interesting in my research? There was also a commission investigating Pearl Harbor that had very similar connections to, of course, 9/11 because of the outcome of it both, right? It's very interesting. It's a weird part of the conspiracy history that I think is kind of overlooked a little bit. Where if you go to, there were people just like, they've got a different style of commission. Because I mean, like back in the day, they could yell at the president, but now everyone has to like not do that anymore. It's like about variety, where they were like, you ruined the science. It's like really intense conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, exactly. It's not, the funny thing is, the thing about these commissions is if they're independent, entities, these are all part of the government. Again, it's like the New England Patriots that had Deflategate happened with Tom Brady. And if Tom Brady and Bill Belichick was like, I will investigate, I will get to the bottom of it. So there is no real such thing as transparency, and that's why, of course, they were blocked everywhere they tried to go, because at the end of the day, they also still want to have a job.
It's like when you work in your office and you get another group of people that are all on the side for field trip for the summer.
Right. So the 9/11 Commission, of course, they were formed to investigate the attacks on mostly the terroristic aspects on who was responsible for these attacks. The 9/11 Commission report has 28 pages missing from the final release, 28 redacted pages, and this guy, Senator Bob Graham, he said that the evidence, quote, points a very strong finger at Saudi Arabia as the principal financier of the 9/11 hijackers. And the reason why I find this very interesting, why he's just not saying it, is because the only time he trots this out is when Saudi and U.S. relations are strained, right? You know, when they're strained and they're like, and Saudi Arabia's like, oh, I don't think we want to do what America wants to do anymore. He goes, what about those 28 pages, huh? Right. And they treat these 28 pages like a holy grail. It's very difficult to get security clearance enough to go and see it. And then, of course, when you do go, you cannot take pictures, you can't do anything, you can't take them out of a room. You're heavily monitored with armed guards. And they walk out of there, and it does look as if they have just seen an epiphany. The first time that this guy spoke, his eyes were wide as if he just took a bunch of acid. And it's just like, birds are dogs if you think about how brains are. And I have no idea what that means. You know, so it's very interesting how sacred these documents have become. Yeah, exactly.
You also look at the minutes that were cut out of Richard Nixon's all those recordings and all this stuff. Every single time something is redacted means that our government is doing a lot of footwork to make sure that the people don't know what's going on. Because to have something be that obviously out of the open and be like, and this is stuff that we don't talk about, means that it's unbelievable, because we would shatter the global relationship between Saudi Arabia and America, even though we're pointing that big fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger finger at them whenever we want. It's, I don't know.
You know, with the decline of oil prices and with the, they're running out of oil, Saudi Arabia. We'll find out very quickly in the next few decades how much we really like them as people, I guarantee.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, though, yes, we've run out of oil, but what we do have all of these oil houses full of pet rocks. Though they do like them, you put googly eyes on rock, it's now animal.
I do like that.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. How do you give gifts around the holiday season? Me? It's by who I like best and who's physically closest to me. But no, normally this year we're going to do something really nice. Like I got my beautiful wife a necklace. She's going to love it so much. And she said she already got me an insurance policy. I think it'd be fine, right? Whether or not your family gives gifts during the holidays, you get to define how you give a gift to yourself. And the holidays are a great time to do that. So whether it's by starting therapy, going easier on yourself during tough moments, or treating yourself to a day of complete rest, remember, give yourself some love this holiday season. Kiss yourself in the mirror. Come on. Spend some extra time in that personal massage. In the season of giving, give yourself what you need with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/LASTPOD today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/lastpod.
Hi! Trying to connect
connect with a friend whose native language is English? Are you traveling somewhere where people won't speak English and you want to learn the language? Then Rosetta Stone is for you. I really wasn't ever able to travel outside of America until we started touring with this show. But man, I'll tell you this, when you travel, even if you learn like 4 phrases, maybe 5, the people that you talk to in other countries, they appreciate it, and you'll have a better time. Rosetta Stone is the most trusted, time-tested app out there. Choose from one of 25 languages. Imagine you go on that vacation and you think, man, I want to know every German word there is. You can do it. Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. And Rosetta Stone makes the perfect holiday gift. For a very limited time, Last Podcast on the Left listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/LPOTL today. Another thing to think about with this is that there was a 2005 CIA report that the Saudi government themselves had nothing to do with the attacks, but three paragraphs of redacted information could point to rogue elements within the government having direct involvement. That is something that we will definitely cover later on the American side. Rogue elements within the government.
It sounds like a good old-fashioned Cheney sleepover. Nobody loves to have them, and you know what? It's normal that you watch as many R-rated movies as you guys can watch as you fall asleep.
She will, even the Lost Boys.
Even the Lost Boys. God damn it. No wonder the Keeper Sutherland banned in his home.
That's not quite, but I do want to say, I want to point out Nixon's, the things they redacted from that was just a whole series of phlegm sounds. It sounded like he eating an oyster, and he said, this is my legacy. Can you get rid of it?
Him going like, okay, now what is the meanest way I can say the word coke? Tell me what's a cry. Sounds meanest. Listen to me, Henry. Thank you.
We could talk about Nixon forever. We really could. So, again, with the big conspiracy theories, the other ones, okay, so the hijackers, they were not on the planes, their names aren't on the manifests, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff is very easily explained if you spend 10 minutes on a Google search. So very easily. Let's do Google search, though, so people can do that. Just Google search hijackers plane manifest, and it will explain to you why they say, okay, because a lot of conspiracy thought, okay, so what happened with the passenger manifest? They say when the American Airlines first released it, there were no Arab-sounding names on them.
But they're not going to go with their Arab names. They're going to go with, yes, my name is Bill Sanderson. Yes, you can see right here on my ID. It says Bill Sanderson.
Well, the problem with that is that, and of course, everyone is going to fucking go nuts over this, but airlines, they have a strict policy of not releasing names until next of kin has been notified. And you see it every single time, all this stuff. Every time there's an aircraft that crashes, they don't release the names of every single person on board. They release the names of everybody that is pretty much everyone that's been contacted. So whether these names are Arabic or not, they're still not going to release these names. And then later on, they did release these names. But of course, conspiracy theorists say, they could have easily added those names afterwards. They could have easily done that. So why didn't they fucking do it in the first place? That's also another thing about conspiracy thought that is very annoying to deal with, is the goalposts are constantly moving.
Right. And then I love the conspiracy thought, like, how is it so easy for them to board the planes with the box cut with the box cutters? And I always like to say it was before 9/11. So it was just like they had 20 more minutes of freedom when you could still get on board with a plane with a box cutter. And
But they should have known that something was going to change when they were going, going through the security measures, and all the guys were like, all this shit's going to change in like fucking 24 hours, bro. All your jobs are going to become much more of a pain in the ass, huh? I mean, I'm just saying a couple of feeling, huh? But now, have you heard the name of Rosie O'Donnell? She's big. So funny. Anyways, got to get on this plane. We're flying into the World Trade Center. I'm joking. Not joking. I'm joking. Not joking.
Great Rosie O'Donnell joke that guy was telling me. I love working here.
We're coming over with that bag of chips with the edge of his shoes.
religious extremists whatsoever. But the people that say that they weren't religious extremists, you're kind of losing the forest for the trees here. Like, for example, a stripper in Florida claimed to have, quote-unquote, dated Muhammad Atta, the most famous of all the hijackers during his time in Florida when he was training to be a pilot, saying that he was a drunk cokehead who just loved nothing more than to fuck day and night.
And she was just like, oh, I was smoking one of them rounds last week, and it must have been one of them 9/11 hijackers. You could tell he was suspicious in the way he was, and he was always sticking his arms out and making plain noises.
He told me I was the tower. I mean, it may be true that he was fucking around, that he was, going to Vegas, that they were all going to Vegas. All that might very possibly be true. The only problem with this witness, though, this stripper, who a lot of conspiracy theorists cite, is that she, when pressed further, said that the guy that she was fucking was over 6 feet tall. Muhammad Atta was 5'7". And when the stripper finally produced a photograph, turns out she was just fucking some Middle Eastern dude in Florida, and then decided after he just completely disappeared from her life, he must be the worst terrorist in the history of the fucking United States.
I don't know, now that I think about it, he was Italian, and his name was Brian.
Yeah, and I don't want to discredit strippers. There's a lot of honest strippers out there. The other day I was at a great strip club in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and the woman said, "Oh, aren't you attractive, handsome?" So she called me handsome. I knew she was telling the truth.
So sweet. Absolutely. Because she was like, because Mount Romney, this is how I knew that once he get a taste of my sweet milk, she never no way he's going to bring out murder.
Yeah, she did refer to her vagina as a sweet gulch. Yeah, that's true, Edward. Were you there? Were you the scooper? Oh. Well, let's move away from and move to hardcore documents. Because if you remember, the hijackers were trained at flight school in Sarasota, Florida. And in January of just this year, a federal judge started reviewing 80,000 pages of documents that relate to a prominent Saudi Arabian family who lived in Sarasota, who had extensive contacts with 3 of the hijackers while they attended flight school. In fact, a few days before the attacks, the family left the country with dinner on the table and a brand new PT Cruiser in the driveway, as Bob Graham said, as though they'd been tipped something was going to happen, and they better not be in the country when it did.
I'll give Clinton and Hillary and even Donald Trump some leeway when it comes to like Jeffrey Epstein being a pedophile. I mean, knew a lot of people, right? Yeah. That one family to know 3 of the 15 Saudi hijackers. It just doesn't seem like a spurious relationship. It seems they had to kind of know what was going on. And then also, I love Middle Eastern culture. I love Middle Eastern food. You don't leave dinner on the table.
And you notice too, there's nothing a Middle Eastern family loves more than a brand spanking new PT Cruiser. There ain't no way you're leaving that behind.
No.
I am going to say this in terms of conspiratorial thought. The thing that does still reek to high heaven is the skills level of the hijackers when it comes to piloting the planes, the 757.
I will admit that is the only thing I cannot figure out or explain. Everything else, I have some sort of answer to. This, I have none.
They were all piss poor student pilots. They did not pay attention in class. Ani Hanjour, the guy who made what was then coined a almost professional turnaround in a 757 to land dead in the middle of the wall on the side of the Pentagon. Right? It's this crazy maneuver he did. This huge turn going 500 miles an hour, and then he was 30 feet above the ground. It's incredibly difficult to do.
Well, the huge turn was he was first headed right towards a section of the building that housed all of the top brass in the Pentagon, and that's why he made the crazy turn and came back around and crashed into the Pentagon. I mean,
and a month before, he was said that he was not allowed to fly solo in his flight class because his skill level was not yet.
If you watch any good 80s movies montages, you can learn a lot about the bag spares, Major League. Just an inspirational 80s movies to put on music, put on some high socks. You can learn anything.
The fat kids at camp somehow beat the athletic kids in the fucking sporting team race.
That's our backup. That is a plane being flown by a professional pilot. That is a military pilot. Then, coincidentally, landed into the side of the Pentagon that was being completely rejiggered to be renovated.
Just renovated. That is completely acceptable. Dog meat says okay.
Thank you, Doc. It was made to withstand either a missile attack or a plane colliding into it. It was completely evacuated. That's why only 125 people died, which is sad to even say that number. Only there were many things about the site of the crash that were really specifically very suspicious, and it's that whole storyline is very.
I mean, I can honestly say the flight plan is the only thing that is not really explainable there. All of the rest of it is completely explainable. It is, why would they, if they were going for maximum damage, why would they hit the only reinforced part of the Pentagon? Well, that's the whole thing. They went 2 for 4. Yeah, you know, and these things happen. Randy Johnson hit a bird with the baseball. You know, it's like David Tyree made one of the most amazing catches in sports history. Nobody thought. I mean, they went 2 for 4, and you know, you can definitely tell when they hit when the first one hit. It is like going all over the place. It didn't like hit like dead on. He was just like, oh my God, you know, please, you know, I hope I hit something. Now we've got the Saudis. We've established what is going on with them. We've established that they have a side to this. Like, there is people within the Saudi government, people and Saudi Arabian citizens that are very heavily invested on Team Hijack. Now then there's Team Government, there's Team Corporation, there is the other side to this, and who is the leader of the side on American soil? Mr. Dick Cheney.
Also known as the fucking Penguin. Literally the most visibly evil of any leader we've ever had. Anybody who can't make a full smile should not be in public.
If you watch interviews with him, watch when he does smile. Like, people will literally be like, so 3,000 people on 9/11 died. It's always at these very morbid moments where he gives that little smirk, which I think is a tell that he's going to say something that's untrue.
Yeah, he's also just constantly biting on a leather strap. That's fucking snapping at people, like literally biting people's noses off.
The S&M sex of Dick Cheney. So Dick Cheney, in case you're too young to remember, he was the vice president under George W. Bush from 2001 to 2009 and had been present in the White House in one aspect or another since the Nixon administration. He was Gerald Ford's chief of staff when he was, 33, 32? 32. He was the youngest chief of staff in history. And you got to think, the chief of staff, that's the man in charge of the White House, pretty much.
Now, this sort of influence over decades. This man has watched the political climate and sort of international climate of America will change for a long time. He's got a lot of involvement in where our country. He's been listening to presidents talk about the future of America for 60 years.
And really give advice to them. He was there before and he was there after, Trilateral Commission and before really government became lesser than corporations. Yeah, he really was. And he also, imagine the connections he made in that time. Oh, it's crazy. I mean, just like the favors that he garnered during that time. Just watch some document. There's one called The World According to Dick Cheney, which is amazing. You don't get that high position at such a young age in government without being totally, he's a megalomaniac and people hate him. He's a real scumbag. He would use everything against people. I mean, unbelievably terrible person.
The line that I find to be most indicative of who he is from that documentary when he says, it's more important to be successful than to be loved.
Exactly, he says it with that. He's got the wet lip thing going on. It's everything that's disgusting. He looks like he's slamming sardines and constantly, not salty enough. So after being a part of Gerald Ford's staff, he spent 12 years as a senator from Wyoming, and then in 1989, he became George H.W. Bush's defense secretary. And for those of you who are versed in the history of the early 90s, you'll know
that the first Bush presidency was also the first Gulf War, of which Dick Cheney was a very large part of as defense secretary.
And he was heavily lauded for how efficient a job he did.
Yes, and he was actually reasonable about it. About the first Gulf War, this was from a C-SPAN interview he did in '94 after he'd been out of office. They asked him, and this is also a question I think a lot of people asked when we went into Iraq the second time, why didn't you go into Baghdad? Why didn't you go after Saddam? Why didn't you take him out the first time we were there? And what Dick Cheney said, he said it would be vastly expensive, it would create a civil war, and there would be no exit strategy, which is exactly what happened when we went in the second time. It is still happening today.
And what's very interesting too is that we're going to see what also makes Dick Cheney, fucking Rick Cheney, one of the worst villains of modern U.S. history is his sheer adaptability. That was the right for the time. It wasn't until he got the infrastructure, until he built up the power of the president later on down the line, that he can then really switch to being full hawk. Being like, now we're going to carry this into the future.
Well, he was definitely always a full hawk, but keep in mind, this is also the time in the early 90s, the U.S. and Saddam Hussein, we weren't enemies at all, really. Roosevelt met with Saddam, we didn't mind that he helped put him in power. And, we were looking for a new enemy. We had the forever war going on with the Cold War. Obviously, we fought that in Vietnam, and people were terrified. Russia's pretty much gone at this point. We needed to figure out a new enemy. The war on terrorism wasn't coined yet, so there was no option. And Saddam was the only stabilizing force in that region, and we didn't realize how much money we could make quite yet by completely destabilizing it.
Yeah, and speaking to that point right there, in 1997, between the Bush presidencies, the Project for the New American Century was founded, which the Project for the New American Century was a Washington think tank that included 10 future Bush administration officials, including Dick Cheney and Bush's Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. One passage suggested that the transformation of American armed forces through, quote, new technologies and operational concepts, those things that cost a lot of money to take and spell. Yes, he said they said that transition was going to be a long one. Quote, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor.
Very similar to what FDR did, like you mentioned with Pearl Harbor. And then as soon as we had the perfect piggyback to end World War II, the using of the bombs, the perfect piggyback did. Let's just continue this going.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, I don't know if like World War II necessarily was as malicious as this.
No, the using of the bomb that led us to where's our new enemy? Us telling you an enemy. I mean, this is how nations are.
Which is also why Eisenhower goes against that. The entire military industrial complex. All of this stuff is like, we just know how much money we can make. It will help you go long term into black ops, into secret government programs, and military technology. You can just put money right all over the place. This is what we believe is the secret government. And this is just one of those things that's like the secret government kind of showing its face. The Project for the New American Century.
It's one of the great ironies of Eisenhower. He saw war. He was a huge military man. He was the only one who actually went to battle and was like, we cannot do this. And all these other rich pieces of shit are so happy they went to war because they like to watch it on TV from a bunker. They never had to go fight.
It's huge. So in the year 2000, George W. Bush wins the nomination to run for president on the Republican ticket. He asks Dick Cheney to be his vice president. Cheney, who in the 8 years between the Bush presidencies had become CEO of Halliburton Oil. First time he refuses. He says, I'm not going to do it. Gerald Ford said it was the worst 6 years of his life. I'll find someone for you. And as a leader,
penguins being covered in snakes, like watching them dance the final dance of death makes me giggle and laugh. I just love the feeling of being alive and knowing I won. I beat the Pelicans.
So I'm a good judge of character. I'll go find the VP for you.
So Cheney, he says that he looks around. He says that he sees, he goes through a bunch of people like, no.
This lives in two hats. I don't know, see a vice president over there. See if it's in the junk drawer. Don't see a vice president over there.
This is the exact same thing that dudes do oftentimes with girls that they're in love with, but they pretend to be okay with the friend zone. They're like, it's okay, Becky, we're going to find you a good guy. Like, or anything like that. Dickhead. Show it over there. And then 2 years later, he's like, well, what about me? And then, of course, she says, no, of course. But W wasn't so smart. So Cheney, he looks around, he says, there's no worthy candidate for this job. I'm the only one that's going to be able to do this. Yeah, I know I said that first time that I'm not going to do it. But now that I look around, I see that there's nobody else that's possibly qualified. Nobody else in America. What a gift. Thank you so much, Dick. What a great gift you've given me.
It's required one of the most stringent testing policies for any vice president, like any vice president candidate ever before. The huge financial salaries he was making them give, the years of health reviews, all the shit. And it's so weird that when Cheney chose himself to be vice president, he didn't have to give any of that financial or health information. And the fact he already had 3 heart attacks.
Right. Why this beautiful restaurant
We couldn't get him. He couldn't have died.
So Dick Cheney, he gives up a salary of $4.7 million a year as CEO at Halliburton. Now let me ask you, how much money did Cheney get from Halliburton to quit his job as CEO and run for vice president of the United States?
Zero. He quit. There's no way you're going to give him money, right?
When I quit Taco Bell, they didn't give me any more tacos for free. Dick Cheney received from Halliburton. This is in his financial disclosure to the White House. This is not rumor. This is not hearsay. This is fact. $34 million.
So is it enough to buy a president?
Out of 2,000 coming up. And let me go ahead and tell you right now that Halliburton Oil, little spoiler alert for you, they were the oil company that received a $1 billion no-bid contract from the government after the Iraq War. Now, I don't know about you, but a fucking $34 million investment with a $1 billion return is a pretty fucking good deal.
That's why I play the slots in Atlantic City. You put in $5, you can take out $25 on the game.
Play that scratch off poker night. I'll get 3 piggies in a row. You can win up to $1,000. 75 cents.
So as vice president, Dick Cheney enjoyed powers unprecedented in the history of the office. He was present at all important meetings.
So also, it's very interesting because if you remember in the year 2000, during the transition during that whole election debacle, while everyone was fighting and lawyers were fighting about the recount to see who won the presidency, Dick Cheney was in the office organizing the entire government. He took over the entire transition of the government. The vice president has ever done. He made all the calls. He put all the cabinet members in place. The whole government was created by Dick Cheney. It's like supervillain level. He got his hands so deep inside the government so that he can make any move he wanted.
And that all goes back to the Supreme Court justices that were chosen. Rehnquist under Reagan, Clarence Thomas. It was a 5-4 straight decision. The Supreme Court says justices supposedly non-political literally decided to the presidency of the United States to go to.
Yeah, it was despicable. It was crazy. We can't get into it. I thought about maybe getting into the 2000 election a little bit, but if you don't know anything about it, just go see. We'll do a top out about it, but yeah, just go see when democracy died, like when we lost, because that's when it happened.
It's just important to know that stuff like this, right, are reasons why the conspiracy talk may really be true. Dick Cheney really was a puppet master. He really had a lot of influence in the government, a lot of he said and went. He got you to, they were saying the thing about him is because he could go in all those meetings, he could formulate policy as it were to promote to the president. He was very manipulative and very smart. He was going If he wanted something, he was going to do whatever it takes to get it.
W did not want him to be the vice president. Dick Cheney actually said that he would resign. Rumsfeld was the exact same way, but W thought he was losing the election if he went into the second term without having Dick Cheney because it would look unstable. And they didn't speak that entire 4 years. They hate each other. They've just recently, I think they just had one conversation in like the past 2 years.
They get together for brunch.
They hate each other. They despise each other.
I hate French toast. It's for gays.
W thinks Dick Cheney ruined his presidency.
He did. He absolutely did. Dick Cheney also, because that was the time too, because Bush finally stood up and shut down more or less after 9/11 happened, when he had his more or less phone tapping thing. Bush just didn't know. And Cheney was manipulating everything around him, letting him get the documents, whenever he was going to get the documents, and literally Bush was like, no, with him. That's like Bush impression.
That's Bob Dylan. It's Bob Dylan. Right. Well, that's the thing. They don't give presidents, oftentimes they don't give them a lot of information so that they can deny and do it with they can pass a lie detector test.
Plausible deniability.
That's what it's all about. The whole is that when did you know and what did you know and when did you know it? Right. Like that. That's all of that is designed to. It's pretty much Nixon proofing everything.
Yeah, which is why fucking Barack Obama doesn't technically know anything about the DGA treaty or how the amount of we're doing with degrees right now in order to make hologram things to make fun. So that fucking Jennifer Aniston can show up in your life. He doesn't know. That's making it illegal in the alien movement as much as he likes.
So on August 6th of 2001, the famous report that we've all heard of, Bin Laden determined to strike U.S. is read during a CIA briefing to the president, of which Dick Cheney, of course, was president, among explicit threats to Washington, D.C., allusions to the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, and reports that Al-Qaeda members were living or traveling in the U.S. for years. The report also explicitly mentions passenger airlines being used in terrorist attacks. Again, this is true and verifiable, not rumor or conjecture.
And then what they say too, right, a part of the reason why 9/11 happened is because they believed it was this concept called failure of imagination. That's what the 9/11 Commission came forward and saying. Failure of imagination. They never thought that they were going to fly planes into buildings. They never prepared for them to fly planes into buildings. That is jack shit totally wrong. Yes, there was a thing called Amalgam, which is a part of a training program, and was basically because of this whole thing, it was Vigilant Guardian, all the things that happened on 9/11, the big, massive, weird military tests that were happening. They specifically were looking for people hijacking planes and using them as weapons with a fucking picture of Osama bin Laden on the front of the memo. And it's insane. It's just like, you fucking assholes. They knew about the whole goddamn time. They didn't know the goddamn day, but as soon as the shit started going down, where's Ronnie? Goddamn Ronnie. He was doing tell me, I've been drinking for days. Yelling at the fish in here.
Maybe he was taking a dump. Yeah. And by the way, Henry, I've been sober for days because I've had to be. I've had to be sober to get all this shit, and that's even harder. Right. But one of the funny things is the government says these things to try to wash their hands of it, but I'm of the mind where I think it's almost more terrifying when they're like, "Oh, we never thought of that." Of course they thought of that. Naturally they thought of that. Everybody, as soon as the first building that was over 2 stories was ever created in the history of time, someone was like, "What if I run into the top of it?" Of course they thought of it. It's scarier to think that they didn't. Yeah. And let's believe that they did.
1880s and those weird plane bikes crashed into pharmacies.
I'm sure. Thank God I got the medicine right here. And some people say, like, you know what? Nothing was done about this. There was, in fact, and this is from NBC, a directive sitting on George W. Bush's desk 3 days before September 11th that was a plan to wage a war against specifically Al-Qaeda. And it said that the invasion of Afghanistan happened so quickly because the plans only needed to be pulled off the shelf. Nothing needed to be drawn up. Nothing needed to be thought out. It had already been thought out. And it was just waiting to be pulled. And that is from NBC. And that is from NBC. And what I found, of course, in researching this, of course, when we shifted focus, a lot of stuff actually really started coming back to my memory from like the angry 2003 to 2006 Iraq War years.
When your hair was like back past your shoulders and you were wearing a lot of Pantera shirts and screaming about the government.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was way past my shoulders. Yeah, I did not have a civilized conversation with my brother for literally 5 years. But all this stuff started coming back. All of this actually true things. There was so much information being put out after 9/11. There was a lot of good journalism being done, and it is all out there. There's just so much of it, right? And so little of it received big attention. And it's not like, mainstream media or anything like that. It's not like it only exists on InfoWars. It exists on the NBC sites. It exists on the New York Times. It's everywhere. It's just on page 8. Right.
And we've been talking about this too. George Bush was talking about fucking Saddam Hussein a month after he was inaugurated. There were things put into place for a long time. They were ready to go. They just needed an excuse. They needed a nuclear war. And what a convenient thing that happened for them.
Yeah, Rumsfeld wanted to get him immediately. Saddam Hussein, Dick Cheney pressed to see if it was Iraq. But I will say, in the defense of the government to some degree, if they really did want to blame it on Iraq, they could have just set it up to be Iraqis. Yeah, that's why it was so crazy that Iraq was even like, we were all so confused at that time and all so full of rage. They could have channeled the patriotism and nationalism in any which direction. We could have, God forbid, really got our environmental order. We could have got like everyone would have been clean energy for like they were not along with anything the government said. But of course, government's taking over. Of course. So on the day of the attacks, of course, George Bush is out of town in Florida. Now, his first address to the nation, we all remember, we're going to get those folks that did this heinous act. And it's just amazing that he used the word folks in response to the worst terrorist attack in amazing history.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to deal with this shit. Bush was never supposed to have to deal with it.
We said it in the last episode where he said that I never campaigned on being a wartime president. No, he didn't. He campaigned on education. Yeah. And when he says folks, I'm thinking to like an elderly couple swinging on the front stoop and rocking chairs, like plan this entire thing. Folks is folks. Those Saudi Arabian folks who had jihad in their hearts and want to take down America. Those kind of folks.
Just because anybody folks is anybody who's churning butter. It doesn't matter what they say. I mean, we're definitely churning butter. It's good butter. Because the great one. And we got to kill as many of them as possible. All you can do is find first one.
After that first address to the nation, Bush is unavailable until 7 p.m. that night. Cheney is at the White House in the war room and is, for all intents and purposes, president on September 11th by design.
Well, as we finally made it to the White House, finally made it to the Oval Office.
When I come down to think about it, would I have killed 3,000 people to be president again? Yeah. Every time.
So, in a testimony to the 9/11 Commission, much of which, by the way, a lot of this testimony was omitted from the final report. In this testimony, former Secretary of Transportation Norma Mineta, who was president, said about a specific order Cheney gave about Flight 77 on the way to the Pentagon.
Now, this is actually how he sounded. I've heard this speech several times. All right. I was made aware of it during the time that the airplane coming into the Pentagon, there was a young man coming and said to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out, the plane is 30 miles out, and when we get down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, the order still stands. And the vice president turned and gripped his neck around and said, of course the order still stands. Have you heard anything in the contrary?
To be fair, he was discussing the order of lobster that they had gotten from the kitchen in the White House, and he was very hungry on 9/11.
And he had a flame thrown that he opened and closed several times. He shot a flame all around. Several hot dogs that were put on the grill next to him. I said, lunch, I love lunch. It's my favorite meal because it's in the center of the day. It's the most inconvenient meal.
himself to be in just the right position. In May of 2001, Dick Cheney was placed in charge of managing the seamless integration of all training exercises throughout the federal government and military agencies. He was made that by presidential mandate. George Bush essentially said to him, all right, Dick, you take care of this. This is your deal. You have complete total control over all training exercises in the entire government. So he was in charge of the war games. He was in charge of the war games. Which you would think be again, previous Secretary of Defense. Yes. You would think it would be the current Secretary of Defense and the current President's responsibility. You would think so. And on the morning,
was just whittling pictures, whittling statues of graphically negative and Dick Cheney was there. By that point, he had received the president. He gave him his gift. He had an Amazon wish list for his birthday. What he gave him was a silver-tipped cane and a big bling cat that he would just stroke in the other room.
So on the morning of 9/11, there were multiple war games and terror drills being conducted, all under the management and direction of Dick Cheney, including a drill on the west side of Manhattan called Tripod 2, which set up a command and control center that was configured exactly like the one in Building 7 and was under Cheney's management before the hijackings occurred. And while the government says that they had never thought that something like this could ever happen, there had been 46 separate drills to prepare NORAD for this exact type of scenario. And in fact, September 11th itself was day 2 of Vigilant Guardian, which was an exercise that would pose an imaginary crisis to North American air defense outposts nationwide.
And there were, jets that were normally there for protection of the United States were scrambled. They were over in Canada. They were all over the country. Like, and things were heavily, there was a lot of air traffic and things were moving all over them.
There was some in Russia as well.
Yes. And so there was a lot of stuff going on 9/11. It wasn't just specifically the day of 9/11. It just happened to be that they were running a drill in Manhattan for some crazy reason that during the same exact time that caused a lot of confusion.
Yeah, no, these things all began under when Dick Cheney became Secretary of Defense. Yeah, and when he's Secretary of State. Yeah, exactly.
It's like he was preparing for a forever war without there being a war yet. It was like he was just preparing for it, like it was just going to happen one day for some reason.
I mean, and think about these drills. Think about the daisy chain of, is this a drill? No, it's real life. Is this a drill? No, it's real life. Over at one person to the next person. And we hear that. Like, that is one of the clips that they play over and over again. Is the people talking to the people at American Airlines talking to NORAD. NORAD's like, is this a drill? They say, no, it's real life. How many times did that happen? Well, that's just
also massive chain of command problems on the day of 9/11. The Joint Chiefs of Staff was literally out. His assistant was in. So in order for you to scramble jets, when the thing happened, when the planes go off the radar, but how it happens is the FAA calls the
You guys good? Was everything okay? I'll take it back. Send it to yours. That's my extra spare. Guys, you gotta cook the steak. Look, it is raw. Look at that. Oh, this is medium rare. This isn't medium rare anyway. That is rare. I want you overseeing the entrees, making sure the steaks are cooked properly, and you shouldn't be doing this little stuff. You are the chef. Give me an apron. I have people that don't know what they're doing, so obviously I need to be more hands-on in the kitchen. Specials are going, you guys. Leave those items out so we can use them and get to them easier. I need these washed immediately. It's very muy caliente. Maria, you're making me those churros? Rapido, please.
Now the record's going out.
My redo? Where's my... Did the other one go out yet? Why'd we take one without the other?
I can still think it's a funny thing that Penny drop his aura. So she's had the voice and
She's treating the service like it's her last.
What am I getting?
One guy be like, yeah, I'll get to it. They're like, oh, look, the planes are coming. They crashed. Need to scramble the jets. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll get to it. I need to I'm gonna finish my breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, we have this Archie comic. Can you believe him and Betty are about to get together? I would also, it's very interesting to also make a statement to come towards what Ben said. It was a very interesting choice to Janie to put Ariel Castro on the cabin for that period of time. He was, of course, the $1 billion and then finally they were like, love your energy, love your accent, but we already got one Mexican in the whole scenario. We already got a Mexican chef. We can have two. Thanks.
So despite the machinations of people at the highest levels of government, because, when you look at all this, all it takes is for Dick Cheney to give a couple orders. And not a whole lot of people have to know what all this shit is going on. He has put himself into a position of power where all he has to do is give a few orders, and there does not need to be a conspiracy of thousands upon thousands of people. And in fact, despite their machinations, the American people had chances to stop 9/11 from happening, and we failed. The intelligence officials have been howling for years about bin Laden and Al Qaeda being the biggest threat to America. And more than one FBI agent said in later interviews, they said their first thought after the planes hit, they didn't even blink. They just told us so. Yeah, we told you this was going to happen. But I mean, that's what people demonize Bill Clinton so unbelievably heavily, because he didn't go and kill bin Laden when he should have. Everybody knew that he should have. But, he's too busy, cigar popping Monica. I mean, it was unbelievably pathetic. But meanwhile, we're just like, oh, what a peaceful time we had in the 90s. There is no such thing as peace. No, you have to take action. And Bill Clinton refused to do so.
Bill Clinton was doing what the 60s failed to do, was literally make love, not war.
He was kind of raping it too.
No, he wasn't raping. He was nice.
Oh, yeah, nice. Well, what Bill Clinton said about why he didn't go get Osama bin Laden is he said, you know what, and to do that, I would have had to just destroy this little town called Kandahar. Kandahar is the second most populous city in Afghanistan. It has 500,000 people in it. It's not a little village.
Well, I'll tell you, if he had a Big Mac in his pocket, I would come and get him. As a town do. Because money, there used to be a lot of McDonald's trucks back in the day. Most of the listeners of this show are 15 years old. And they don't remember the hilarious SNL scenes featuring on McDonald's. Congratulations.
Anyway, but to back to that point, though, but we did destroy that town. Yeah. And, so a lack of action just pawned it off to another administration. They took the action. We're going to see the exact same cycle happen in this next election cycle.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to it.
This right here, the reason why we didn't get these guys, it's another attempt we see again and again in our research and in serial. I mean, this relates to serial killer investigations. Why these guys don't get caught sooner? Different law enforcement agencies not communicating with each other because they all want to see who has the biggest dick. See, the FBI had an informant in California who was going to flight school with two of the hijackers, but since the CIA, who knew that Al Qaeda members were in the country at flight schools, didn't tell them about their investigation, the hijackers slid through their fingers because the CIA knew that these guys, these two guys are on a watch list, and the FBI has a guy that they're handling that is going to flight school with two of the hijackers, and they're not, since they aren't talking to each other, these guys just go free. And the handler asked afterwards, he was just like, yeah, you told me to look for these guys, they weren't there. I didn't tell you about these other guys because you didn't tell me. We have the greatest intelligence community in the face of on Earth. But and I think the idea behind that is competitiveness breeds excellence. Yeah. But at some point, after you guys both get hey, you're an A #1, you're an all-star, let's have an all-star game. Let's get together, let's in the same locker room and try to work together.
So if we want to talk about a systemic leaning towards letting this event happen, we want to get back into full-on conspiracy view, which is what I view is that it came from technically was the head of the file, was Dick Cheney, because he was operating on the secret side of the government that Bush was either electively choosing not to be a part of. He let Dick Cheney handle a bunch of shit. There was a decision from the very top to maybe let this happen, maybe give it a little bit of a nudge so that it definitely would happen. They wanted this. Dick Cheney wanted this in his blood. He wanted this to be his legacy. They were like, his whole point was to create what they said from 1997, a new American century. Where if you read that document, those plans of making America the place of the world, and eventually we're going to find out using corporations to tie the whole world together in what is essentially the new world that I now completely believe in. Because it's not the UN, it's not a bunch of the Bilderberg group, it's all the shit. It's a bunch of McDonald's. It's like it's these companies that are just massive international conglomerates, and Dick Cheney's
Of course, 1933, right? That's when Rothschilds were working together, eight corporations together, and that's where it all really began. That's where it began. And they literally told George W. Bush to go build a children's story. Like, that's what they not even read, just listen to one. Right?
Pat him on the head. And the look on his face, the look on his face when they're telling him what's happening, and it's just like, it's literally, like, he may as well have cartoon eyes going like out of his face. He's such a silly man.
In his head, he must have pictured Cheney, fire coming out of his breath, just like a skull of Cheney, just like burning multiple times at him,
just telling you what to do. Moving on, Kano. One thing I'm afraid is that this means I'm gonna have to get my hand in and get cut off of it. I'll tell you, I'm pretty scared because I know that he's got a weak one. I can take him, dress as a clown and hide in the box and pop out of it and probably kill him. But I hear he's got metal spider legs coming out of a backpack that he got in his secret office.
Well, you know what is terrifying is the government isn't in control. Government is not the NWO. We've been talking about this for a while. And the scary thing is government is theoretically there for the people. Corporations are not corporations. Fly you on a regular basis, they're there for profit. So the fact that the NWO is actual corporations is much, much scarier than if it was actual government.
Yeah. Who owns our government? The people giving these politicians the money it takes for them to buy their yachts and the children they like to have sex with.
That's why you got to vote for Donald Trump.
That's not what you want to talk about. You're really changing. You're spending too much time in Fox News.
So there are multiple examples of intelligence failures. For example, former White House counterterrorism coordinator Richard Clark, he speculated that the CIA intentionally withheld advance knowledge of two of the 9/11 hijackers from the White House and the FBI in an attempt to cover up the agency's failed effort to recruit the two Al-Qaeda members as assets. That they were, until the day they got on the plane, the CIA was trying to pull these guys to bring them over to their side. And these guys weren't put on the watch list, which I wasn't until the day of. It was 19 days before 9/11. Finally, 19 days before 9/11, the CIA goes, all right, actually, no, but we wait as long as we can't get these guys under our control. Let's put them on the watch list. Right, nowhere near long enough for us to. Maybe today, maybe in 2015, 19 days would have been long enough, but not in 2001. And that's also what we discussed with Timothy McVeigh and things like that. These people were monitored by the government. Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, they got him, very, very close to getting on that plane. He had a little whip hanging out of his shoe.
This we were having a conversation about the other day about the ideas that they catch so many very serious terrible things secretly that they can't let us know, because if we were to know how many times they tried to destroy New York, like 5 to like a month, we would not be able to get on the subway anymore psychologically. So they have to set up these guys and catch them and be like, man, we got it.
Yeah, they have to set up the safe ones. They have to sting operations like, okay, this is safe. Okay, we got them. Because seriously, yeah, if we did know, like this New York turned into a paranoid power, we would be at each other's throats. Yes, we talked about last week about how New Yorkers very much come together during times of crisis. But you also saw after 9/11 how many Arabs and Sikhs that are
not even Muslim are being half to death in the streets here in New York City. So Chicago had a whole series of violence against them. Just recently had a massive Sikh shooting at a Sikh temple in Wisconsin. It's Trumman. Sikhs are some of the nicest, most peaceful people on the face of the planet. The Ground Zero Mosque was the biggest issue for a couple of years. It literally was a recreation center for people that were just whatever. Anyone could be there. People went crazy. Exactly. Yeah. So that we can't know. We just cannot know. And yeah, like you said, like the CIA and the FBI, they save our lives all the time. They do a great fucking job most of the time. Sometimes it just doesn't.
All hell right now.
They're specifically don't want to. They specifically allow things to happen.
Right. So let's talk about the results of all of this. What happened?
Coming in 30 seconds.
Starting with the anti-terrorism appropriation of money a week after the 9/11 attacks, it is estimated the U.S. in the first 5 years of the war on terror, just in the first 5 years, we spent $400
Keep it up. Let's finish tonight.
We're now in our 14th.
And that is money. That is just the money on the books.
You can do it.
Never mind the money that's off the books.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact that, like, the promotions that happen after 9/11, Condoleezza Rice got promoted. I think Richard, what's his name, Myers, the guy who took over for the trade chiefs of staff, was promoted. These people got payouts after failing on 9/11.
Yeah, and these defense contractors, the defense business in America wasn't doing great before 9/11. They had sold a whole lot of weapons before 9/11. In fact, bought aircraft. They had laid off 20% of its employees, and they were actually on the decline. After the wars began, they received over $1 billion in defense contracts. And of course, as we all know, Afghanistan gave way to the war with Iraq, which started 2 years later in 2003, fueled by lies and the anger of the American public, which is exactly what they wanted all of you to feel. That is exactly what they wanted. Right, it was total madness, and the axis of evil speech was totally insane. Remember, the axis of evil, it was Iraq, Afghanistan, and out of nowhere, North Korea. Absolutely nowhere. It was even Afghanistan. It was Iraq. It was Iraq, Iran, and North Korea.
You were really hoping he was going to be more dangerous than he is. He's a fucking child. He's an asshole. They keep putting together a fucking rocket program.
Yeah, it was a cartoon. They ended up with a cartoon. And so, okay, and as far as the Bush family goes, and the Bin Laden family goes, and how they both profited off of this, it would take literally hours for us to go over how entangled the Bush family is with the Bin Laden family.
The week after September 11th.
Yeah, and both the Bushes and the Bin Ladens, just very surface-wise, were part of a company called the Carlyle Group, who buys and sells defense companies and doubles or triples their values. Now, admittedly, the group severed ties with the Bin Ladens in October of 2001, but regardless of that, in 2002, the firm received $677 million in government contracts, and by 2003, its contracts were worth $2.1 billion. And another huge selling point was that the war was going to pay for itself. In 2000, we basically had no deficit. We had a surplus. We had a surplus. By the end of the 8 years, now we're at 19 trillion. I believe at the end it was 10 trillion. Yeah. So it obviously did not pay for itself. And we paid with blood. We paid with loot. We paid with everything.
Do we play with tokens? Here's how I like to pay for things. I like to pay. I hope I can play the Smash the Monkey game. Some of this 9/11 money.
By the way, I think that game was taken out of a store recently because someone perceived it as racist. Jesus Christ. That's not what's about. Yep. And William Bush, one of the lesser-known Bushes, he also made a sizable sum of money because he sat on the board of a major military contractor called Engineered Support Systems. And the military industrial complex in the Bushes, it goes all the way back to President
Scott Bush. Like, it goes back generations.
Scott Bush is probably one of the most evil figures, besides Dick Cheney, in all of American history.
Yeah. And the thing is about so we're not talking about George W. Bush a whole lot in this. We're not talking about Osama bin Laden a whole lot, besides then just, kind of the funny stuff here and there. It's because bin Laden and Bush were essentially mirror images of each other. They were both easily manipulated figureheads with a penchant for religion, Islam on one side, Christianity on the other, and could draw attention away from the people actually in power.
Osama bin Laden had been cast in the building years ago. They made him, they trained him, they did the whole thing, they gave him a motive, they put the gun in his hand, they did a bunch of shit. He was happy to accept it. He's not a cool guy. He's always happy that he wanted to be the villain, so he became the villain. And George Bush was a helpless man who was a part of, who was just a flow guy.
He's the overspecter. Osama did not want to be the villain. He was the hero. And yeah, exactly. W was the hero. Dick Cheney's the hero. All of these people are heroes. Yeah, exactly. In their own eyes, they are the heroes. I mean, George Bush, he just wanted to be Uncle George. Like, if George was your next door neighbor, he'd be the cool guy that throws barbecues and, like, he always has Heineken. Yeah, they call the 2000 election the election you choose who you want to have a beer with. Yeah, exactly. And George Bush, I would much rather have a beer with George Bush than Al Gore still. Yeah, actually kind of did Cheney too.
Yeah. Cheney believes that he just drinks out of a pewter goblet. He's just like, you have wine.
And in addition to that, these guys were just cool as rich kids. They're both cool as rich kids just playing the games. Saddam is the guy who tried to kill my father. Classic W quote, taking an entire nation to war. Yeah, exactly. So while 9/11 may not have been completely orchestrated by higher-ups in the U.S. government, definitely evidence to support that they gave it a nudge or two, and definitely evidence that people in Saudi Arabia had a very large role to play on the other side. But it is important to note, none of it is hard evidence. It is all circumstantial. If there was hard evidence, these people would be in prison right now. At least hard evidence that we know, that we have out there. There is no hard evidence out there. It is all circumstantial. And it's definitely my belief that the real conspiracy of 9/11 was between American corporations and rogue elements within the U.S. government and rogue elements within the Saudi Arabian government and Saudi Arabian corporations. And guess what, guys? It's over. They won. They won and they ensured forevermore. They won 2000, I believe, was the last election. Like, it's after that, if Al Gore would have gotten into office, yes, 9/11 might. Yes, Dick Cheney might have found a way to nudge it on, but we wouldn't have gone to Iraq. And it's very possible that Citizens United, which gave corporations the power to be evil and to
I don't really know why or what happened. That looks like shit. When it's slowed, come here. I've lost my desire to come. I don't know how to cook snapper. Maybe it's not cooked enough. To be honest, I gotta say CC probably the biggest reason why we're having trouble right now. Okay, forget it. Let's go to another fucking table. She never really cares what's going on. Why is it still here? Table 42. She'll serve crap to a table. When she gets mad, she's aggressive, angry. Here's your fucking. Tell everybody to fucking go home. I'm shutting the place down. Yeah, CC has to be hurting now. That's business is so bad. There's no customers left. I don't know what happened to them. Where did they go? As of right now, I'm in debt about $190,000 to my father. I stay up at night just thinking, how am I gonna give him this money? There's like nobody fucking coming here. And 5 tables together, everything's fucked up.
So hard to say I got all some money every day because this was so hard.
It is very stressful and very difficult for Cece. Now that we have a son, the restaurant has to work for our personal lives just to even live.
I'm a failure. I'm afraid we're gonna lose our house. They always tell Michael I'm afraid we're not gonna be able to feed the baby. I have like a weight on my shoulders that, weighs 1,000 pounds. And that kills me. Chef Ramsay's my last hope.
Anna Vincenzo.
Anna Vincenzo's the restaurant. I'm Cece.
You're Cece. Nice to meet you.
Would you like to eat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Thank you.
I would say that he should like everything. There's really nothing on there that I make that I don't like.
This is your restaurant.
Correct.
Yeah, you're the owner. By the look at the state of the apron, the chef as well.
Yep.
And where did you learn to cook?
My father had a restaurant since before I was born. So I was raised pretty much in the kitchen.
There's a line cook over there with white hair that keeps on staring at me. Is he alright?
That's my father.
He works for you?
Yes. And my husband is head server.
Oh, your husband's here as well?
Yeah. He helps me out because we need it.
Where is
You want to meet him?
I'd love to meet your husband.
I'll get him. Michael?
Yes.
Mr. Chef Ramsey wants to meet you.
Wow.
There he is.
I can't believe it. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Looking nice and smart. You dressed like this normal for work, or?
I always like to look nice, I guess. So
You look like you're going to do a hit after dinner.
you never know. I sweat a little extra just to look nice for the customers.
I gotta get back into the kitchen. Ashton?
Ashton, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Good to see you too.
I guess we'll be talking to each other?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Right, Ashton. I'll take one of everything.
One of everything? One of everything.
Why not? Great way. Really good to see each and every dish, understanding the flavors, and getting a touch of that authentic Italian cuisine.
One of everything on the menu.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
The Anna Vincenzo menu is ginormous.
he must be insane. We're gonna be here all day. He wants one of everything. He said he wants one of everything.
Just say to him, let me understand. You want one thing on the
So
whole
Cece
entire.
wants to clarify that you do want one of everything.
Because I hope he hasn't eaten in a week. It's gonna be harder than I thought.
Cece said she hope you haven't eaten in a week. It's a big menu. Have you seen it?
I have seen the menu. Can I be wrong?
Yes.
What did I get myself into?
It's quite large. Yeah, like that's just
Oh my god. Is that big? How many dishes are on there?
a lot. Then you have
Look at it.
Aye.
That was a joke, by the way. How do you look at the menu?
I figured that.
There must be hundreds of dishes on there.
Now, if you haven't eaten for a while, I'll be more than happy to prepare
Have you
that.
ever look at the menu and I'll order, yes?
Like, okay.
Okay, so I'm ready to order, thank you.
all right.
So I'd like to start off with salmon vino, thank you, and then throw in the snapper Anna.
Snapperina?
Yeah, favorito del nonno. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Wow.
Okay, here we go.
You got salmon divino ready? Here's your salmon divino salad.
Well, this looks like a fucked up version of a science lab. Thank you.
Welcome.
Wow. Salmon is dry. Overcooked. Hard to get that thing. They paste that together in the morning and stick it together.
Sliced it just now.
But is the salmon fresh or was that frozen?
I couldn't tell you to be honest.
Would you ask her? Does it
Yeah.
taste frozen?
Okay, let me go ask.
Thank you.
You want to know if your salmon's fresh or frozen?
Tell him it's fresh, but it is frozen.
She said the salmon comes fresh and then they freeze it.
It's like eating a piece of cardboard there. That has to be Florida's worst dish ever.
He said salmon divino
He said what?
tastes like cardboard.
He's supposed to be here to help me. He's not supposed to be telling me that nothing's good. Give me the snapper, Anna. If he complains about this, I'm really gonna fucking kick his ass.
There's the snapperina for you.
The snapper Anna. Just out of interest, where is the snapper?
Under all that.
Under all that. This one looks like a dog's dinner.
I don't know how well this is gonna work.
Oh my god. That just tastes of mush. This one for me, right?
I'll get it for you.
Just taste that for me, would you? That's the snapper Anna. It's soggy. Should be baked a little longer. And it's fucking disgusting. Yes, sir. Thank you. Would you do me a favor? We make sure that Cece takes that. I think it's really important. All right. Thank you.
What do you think?
For you to taste.
Taste what?
You said it's soggy.
I'm gonna see. She touched down. I'm gonna put my mouth on that. The snapper was soft. Well, what the hell do you want it to be? Hard like a rock? I mean, I don't even get that. Tell me, you know what? She doesn't even want to cook you the rest. Now I'm really getting pissed off. I'm not kidding.
She's good, man. Does she want chef?
You know what? Tell him that I said there's starving people in the world, and if I have to keep making food to go in the garbage, I don't want to make any more.
Right now, or when I bring in the next?
No, right now. Fuck him. Why should I make him anything else?
I know where to go.
Fuck him.
Cece said that there's starving people in the
Yeah,
world.
wait, let me just stop you there 2 seconds. She was going to tell me she should come and tell me herself.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair that you have to do her dirty work for her. So tell Cece when she's finished cooking, she can tell me everything she wants. Until then, I'm here to eat and to taste the food.
I'll tell
I
her.
appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You know what? No, I didn't want to tell Cece the truth at all about anything he said. She's gonna probably kill me. She's gonna kill the messenger before she even kills Gordon Ramsay.
What's that?
He's saying this later, you can tell him yourself. But right now, he wants to try and eat everything.
So he is a bigger asshole than I thought.
Fuck him.
What?
Fuck him.
Fuck him.
Chef Ramsay. Surprise, remember breakfast next to you.
Is your pizza?
Which one is the
That's the favorite of Del Nona.
piece of donut? Lovely.
I don't care how many fucking stars he has. He can kiss my stars.
Jesus Christ.
I'm so pissed off right now. That's just not nice.
Soggy in the middle, crispy on the outside. It's dreadful. Shame. It's been plain, boring, bland. Thank you.
Can I go over there and scream at him?
Yes. Take your knife with you.
I'm not gonna say shit. I tried to throw it in the garbage before she saw me. Because I knew she was gonna flip.
Oh, no fucking way. What's wrong with that now?
He said it was bland.
Oh my god.
He said it needed more flavors to it.
I was so mad at him, I wanted to rip his head off. He's British, he doesn't fucking know anything about the pizza.
Coming up.
He's fucking in hit him with something.
If you thought lunch was bad,
Are we gonna be able to cook, or are you gonna keep us to my balls?
you haven't seen anything yet. Don't fuck with me. Systems and utensils go from bad to worse.
I can't do it anymore. I'm done.
Cece is on the warpath,
Can I get some fucking service back here?
and Chef Ramsay is the enemy. You have an attitude problem. This stubborn chef may have wanted Gordon's help.
He's a big-headed British jerk.
Now she wants him out the door.
Can you get out of my way?
Shut it down. Find out what sends Gordon out the front door. What a sad case. And Cece out the back.
I got it. I'm finished. I'm done.
On a combative kitchen nightmares, have to see tomorrow.
My life.
After a terrible lunch, Chef Ramsay is ready to give his input. But his owner doesn't appear ready to listen. Let's start from the top, shall we?
Sure, let's start.
The salmon?
Yeah.
Yeah, hideous. The decoration with the cucumber.
Everybody loves that salad.
Who's everybody? The restaurant's empty. Okay, the snapper, bitterly disappointed. It was macerated in crab, mozzarella, and even taste of snapper.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, you didn't taste the snapper with the mozzarella on top?
What's wrong with that?
I asked Mike to make sure that you tasted it.
I'm not gonna eat something off your plate.
You are a piece of work, aren't you?
Yes, I am. When people talk bullshit about my food, yeah, that pisses me off.
Where's Mike?
What difference does it make what fucking Michael is? He's got nothing to do
He
with it.
tasted it.
And what he said?
He said it was mush.
Are you fucking kidding me? Where is he? I don't like being criticized at all. Maybe he's talking out of his bum, as they say in England. You said the fucking fish was mush?
Oh, it was tender the way everybody else enjoyed
Yeah, it was tender.
Mike, are you honestly trying to tell me that you're now saying that it's perfectly
Soggy. Should be baked a little longer. It was a little bit on the softer side.
a little bit on the softer side? I'm not expecting you to stand there and stick up for me, but trust me, the food was overcooked and it was bland and mush.
There's nothing wrong with that snapper.
The thing was very foolish and very hard-headed that she wouldn't listen. I was like, oh, what are you doing?
What's with the defense mechanism?
Oh my god. Don't you get defensive if somebody comments about your food like that?
I don't cook shit like that. When was the last time a customer complained about the food?
Well, last night.
And what did they say?
It was bland.
And were they right or were they wrong?
No, they were right. But you're off the wall with what you're saying.
Here's the difference between you and me. I listen for feedback. You can't handle it. I came here because you asked me to come and help you. And your reaction with me telling you something quite constructive in a very calm manner is a joke.
Okay, so you want me to be your fucking
Why
puppet?
are you shouting?
Because you're pissing me the fuck off.
Shut the fuck up and talk properly. Is this the way you react when I'm not here? Is this a normal procedure? Where it is, yeah?
Oh, you're gonna get your fucking ass kicked.
Oh, there you go. Madam, you have an attitude problem. I'm not too sure which is worse. The food or the attitude?
Can I hit him now?